Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2256 to Chapter 2306. In the eyes of these sect disciples, the attack power of magic was too weak. Moreover, it also wasted their own spiritual chi. Because of this, many sect disciples looked down on magic, so they might carry some jade talismans with them. The jade talisman was a kind of jade tablet used to seal various kinds of spells. This kind of jade tablet sealed various kinds of spells, and they were all very powerful spells. When using it, you only needed to crush the jade talisman. The magic sealed inside the jade talisman was not only more powerful, but it also didn't require the cultivator to waste spiritual chi. This was something that sect disciples liked to use. But at the same time, the production of jade talismans wasn't that easy. Each sect had its own special place to make jade talismans. Sect disciples only needed to pay a certain amount of contribution points in order to obtain a jade talisman. Because of this, sect disciples generally didn't use magic, they mostly used jade talismans. In contrast to the disciples of the sects, the jade talismans were owned by the sections. Because of this, it wasn't easy for a rogue cultivator to obtain a jade talisman. Even if they occasionally obtained a jade talisman, they wouldn't be willing to use it. This was because jade talismans were very expensive among rogue cultivators. Because of this, magic was very popular among rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators weren't as rich as the sect's disciples. The sect's disciples could use jade talismans in order to save spiritual chi. Rogue cultivators, on the other hand, would rather waste spiritual chi to use magic. They also wanted to save some jade essence to sell useful things. The disciples of the major sects can do missions in the sect and earn contribution points. Contribution points can be used to sell a lot of things, especially in the major sections. Contribution points can be exchanged for more things at a cheaper price. This is something that rogue cultivators can't compare with. For the sect's disciples, saving spiritual chi might save their lives in times of need. But for rogue cultivators, this wasn't the case. For rogue cultivators, jade essence was an incomparably important thing. This was because with jade essence, they could buy more cultivation materials. This would allow them to take a step forward in their path of cultivation. But if they spent jade essence, they wouldn't be able to obtain spiritual chi. Because of this, a lot of rogue cultivators wouldn't spend money to sell jade talismans. They would just practice their own magic and use it to fight their enemies. Spells weren't a great existence among rogue cultivators, but it was very important for rogue cultivators. Generally, rogue cultivators knew a few spells. However, there were also differences in the use of spells. The same spell in the hands of two cultivators could have completely different effects. The same fireball spell in the hands of one cultivator could only be used to start a fire, but in the hands of another cultivator, it could become a killing weapon. The reason why there was such a big difference was because of the cultivator's control over their spells. If a cultivator had good control over their spells, they would be able to display the full power of the spell. On the other hand, if one's control was poor, they would only be able to display 10% or 20% of the spell's power. Zhao Hai only used a few minor spells, but these spells were used to the peak by Zhao Hai. From this point, one could see how powerful Zhao Hai's control over his spells was. Even the simplest spell in the hands of Zhao Hai could display a huge effect. Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng were both knowledgeable people. When they saw Zhao Hai's use of spells to this degree, they couldn't help but be startled. One must know that cultivating spells wasn't easy. Although a lot of rogue cultivators knew how to use spells, they wouldn't put too much effort into it. This was because cultivating spells required time. If they had time, they would rather cultivate their spiritual chi than cultivate spells. But now, Zhao Hai's spells were very powerful. This was beyond their expectations. Such a powerful control over spells was truly shocking. Lu Zhentian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, where did you learn to control spells? To be able to control spells to this degree, you're too powerful. Brother Lu, you should know that it isn't easy for us rogue cultivators to join a large sect. We don't have strong cultivation methods, we don't have good weapons, but magic is something that all of us can use. Therefore, I spent most of my time studying magic. As long as I use it well, I'll have another means of attack. When the time comes, I'll have a higher chance of passing the entrance examination." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Liu, you should also know that it isn't easy for us rogue cultivators to join a large sect. We don't have strong cultivation methods, nor do we have good weapons. When Lu Zhentian heard Zhao, he couldn't help but nod. Good, if you only use this year to cultivate your spiritual qi, then you really won't be able to get any results. After all, spiritual qi cultivation isn't something that can be done overnight, so you can't rush it. If you really practice your spells well, then it will be very beneficial for your assessment this time. Zhao nodded, then Lu Zhentian said, Alright, if you use this year's time to cultivate your spiritual qi, then you really won't be able to get any results. Yu Linfeng nodded as well, then he sighed and said, It's a pity that most of the sect's supplies were taken away by the sect master. Otherwise, we might have been able to give you something good that would increase your chances of passing the test. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. The sect has already taken good care of me. Right, Brother Liu, how is the sect's current situation? When Lu Zhentian heard this, his expression couldn't help but turn bitter. Then he sighed and said, It's not good. Our Bloodblade gang is too weak, so a lot of rogue cultivators aren't willing to join us. Our Bloodblade gang's current strength is even worse than before. If you can join the unpermitted sect, then I'm afraid that our days will be even more difficult. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm afraid that the Bloodblade gang's strength is too low. Actually, Zhao Hai was already aware of the Blood Edge gang's situation. But even if he knew, he couldn't reveal it right now. After all, he used the excuse of going into seclusion for a year. If he came out knowing everything, then it would be too much. When Zhao Hai heard Lu Zhentian, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, Brother Liu, you can rest assured. I'll be prepared to enter the Nanyun sect. His words were firm, making Lu Zhentian and the others feel relieved. Lu Zhentian sighed and said, You don't need to feel too much pressure. Even if you can't join the sect, we can still find another way. This time, besides informing you about the time of the sect's opening, we also want you to use this time to adjust yourself. You don't need to feel pressured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Brother Liu, you can rest assured. I'll use this time to go out and train. It can also be considered as a contribution to the sect. Lu Zhentian nodded and said, All right, where are you going to train? Do you also want to take some missions? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, This time, I'm not going to take any missions. I'm going to the Gale Canyon to train. Upon hearing Zhao Hai say that he wanted to go to the Gale Canyon, Lu Zhentian and the others' expressions changed. They were natives of the Nanyun sect. Naturally, they knew what kind of place the Gale Canyon was. The Gale Canyon was a very famous training ground in the Buyun sect's territory. No one knew how long this canyon was. In the periphery of the canyon, some doppelganger stage or joining soul stage cultivators could train. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. It was said that in the innermost part of the canyon, even void-piercing stage cultivators would not dare to rashly enter. The reason why the Gale Canyon was so dangerous was because the canyon was very big. There were countless monster beasts, countless spirit herbs, and countless precious ores. These things were too attractive for a cultivator. Within 50,000 li of the periphery of the Gale Gorge, it was a place where dust-separating cultivators could train. Of course, this didn't mean that there was danger everywhere. On the contrary, inside the Gale Gorge, no matter where it was, there was danger. Every year, countless cultivators died in the Gale Gorge. Even some sect experts would be killed by demonic beasts after entering the Gale Gorge. It was precisely because of this that the Gale Canyon was filled with countless treasures. Even if you couldn't find top-quality spiritual herbs, top-quality ores, or even kill demonic beasts, you could still come across the treasures of the cultivators who died in the canyon. Those treasures could make you rich overnight. The Gale Canyon was really too big, and the spirit chi was abundant. It was even more abundant than the spirit chi of ordinary sects. Therefore, many cultivators would go to the Gale Canyon to train or even go into seclusion. In this way, in the Gale Canyon, there were countless immortals' caves left behind by the predecessors. Some immortals' caves were abandoned by the predecessors, while some immortals' caves were left behind by the predecessors. Naturally, their immortals' caves and all their things were preserved. If you could find these things in the Gale Canyon, then you would be rich. However, these things weren't so easy to obtain. The reason why the Gale Canyon was called the Gale Canyon was because in the Gale Canyon, a gale would blow up from time to time. If it was an ordinary gale, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Except for some low-level cultivators, no one would be afraid of the wind. However, the Gale Canyon wasn't an ordinary gale, but astral wind. This astral wind was incomparably powerful, sharp like the wind, and colder than ice. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass would be left behind. Even those high-level cultivators couldn't block the astral wind's attack. It could be said that the biggest killer in the Gale Canyon was this endless astral wind. However, this astral wind was irregular. Sometimes, it would appear several times a day. Sometimes, it would not appear even once in a few years. However, it was undeniable that the first time the astral wind passed through the Gale Canyon, a lot of cultivators would die. It was incomparably powerful. In addition to the astral wind, there was only one other dangerous thing left in the Gale Canyon, and that was the cultivators themselves. Every year, countless cultivators would go to the Gale Canyon to train, and these cultivators were also mixed with good and bad people. Some cultivators would go there to kill others and steal their treasures. Therefore, in the Gale Canyon, the cultivators who died under the Gale Canyon weren't as many as the cultivators who died in the hands of other cultivators. This also made the Gale Gorge become a dangerous place in the outside world. Although the periphery of the Gale Canyon was a place for clone stage and uniting soul stage cultivators to train, very few uniting soul stage cultivators would go to the Gale Canyon to train after so many years. This was especially true for rogue uniting soul stage cultivators. They didn't dare to go there because they might not be able to come out alive. If uniting soul stage cultivators went to the Gale Canyon, they might not be killed by demonic beasts, nor would they be blown to death by the astral winds. However, they would definitely die in the hands of other cultivators. These cultivators would kill them and steal their treasures. Unless you were a member of a great sect and had a life-saving treasure in your hand, you would be able to survive in the Gale Canyon. However, the cultivators of the great sects had their own fixed training grounds. They wouldn't go to the Gale Canyon to take risks. Therefore, very few low-level cultivators would go to the Gale Canyon. Because of this reason, when Lu Zhentian and the others heard that Zhao Hai was going to the Gale Canyon, their expressions changed. They were very clear about the dangers of the Gale Canyon. If Zhao Hai really went there, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Zhentian quickly said, "No, little Ling, you absolutely can't go to the Gale Canyon. It's too dangerous." All the uniting soul stage cultivators who went there never came back. "I won't let you go." Yu Linfeng also nodded and anxiously said, "Little Ling, you should go somewhere else. Even transcending soul stage cultivators like us don't dare to go to the Gale Canyon. It's too dangerous." When Zhao Hai heard the two, he couldn't help but smile faintly, then he said, "There's no need to persuade me. I'll definitely go to the Gale Canyon. This time, I'll go to the Gale Canyon in order to undergo a life and death trial. I want to participate in the unpermitted sex assessment, but the unpermitted sex assessment isn't easy to pass. If I can't pass the test, then I'm afraid that I won't be able to pass. If I can't pass the unpermitted sex assessment, then I might as well go to the Gale Canyon and take a look. As long as I can come back alive, then I'll certainly pass the unpermitted sex assessment." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You don't need to persuade me." Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng didn't speak. They knew that Zhao Hai was going all out. The two didn't know what to say. If they insisted on stopping Zhao Hai from going, then Zhao Hai would have a knot in his heart. This would be very detrimental to his future cultivation. But if they let Zhao Hai go, then the two would be very worried. After all, the Gale Canyon wasn't any other place. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You two, this time I'll be going to the Gale Canyon for 3 months. When the Aoyun sect opens its gates, I'll be back. If I don't come back, then it means that I'm dead. The Blood Edge gang should make other plans. There's no time to lose, I'll be leaving now." Lu Zhentian didn't think that Zhao Hai would leave. He quickly said, "You're leaving now? Aren't you going to prepare something?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he stood up and cupped his fist towards the two. Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng quickly followed Zhao Hai out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Zhao saw Ma Long and Lu Kai standing outside, looking at him. He nodded to the two and said, "Two senior brothers, I'm going to Gale Canyon to train for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll be back. I've already arranged things for the gang, so I hope that you two senior brothers can help Brother Lu during this time." Ma Long nodded to the two of them. When Ma Long and Lu Kai heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. When Zhao Hai said that he's already made arrangements for the gang, it seems like he wanted to change the gang to the sect. This meant that Zhao Hai was telling them that he's already made arrangements for the sect, so they didn't need to worry about it. Ma Long and Lu Kai didn't want to go with Zhao Hai to the Gale Canyon. They've been in Demon Heart City for a long time, so they naturally knew what the Gale Canyon was. They didn't have the ability to retreat from the Gale Canyon, so they didn't want to follow Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew what the two were thinking, so he didn't let them follow him. After talking to the two, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a spatial bag appeared in his hand. Then he handed the spatial bag over to the two and said, "This is a year's worth of cultivation experience. You can take it. If you have time, send these things back to the family." When Ma Long and Lu Kai heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The spatial bag might contain a jade slip. Naturally, the most important thing was that the spatial bag contained the small transmission formation of the Battle Corps sect. This meant that Zhao Hai handed the task of sending information to the Battle Corps sect to the two. Ma Long didn't say anything as he received the spatial bag. Then he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, be careful. This time, the family sent the 3 of us out in order to strengthen the family. You can't let anything happen to you." The reason why Ma Long and Lu Kai said this was because they knew that if something happened to Zhao Hai, then Wei Tianda wouldn't let them off. However, Ma Long and Lu Kai also knew that it was impossible for a cultivator not to go out and train. And it was clear that Zhao Hai was very interested in this training. Therefore, they didn't stop Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded to the two, then he turned around and walked outside. Before long, he arrived at the Blood Blade Gang's headquarters. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he saw 2 wind-chasing horses parked outside. Lu Zhentian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, the situation in the gang isn't good right now. We don't have anything to give you. You can ride these 2 wind-chasing horses. They'll make your journey a bit faster. Go." Zhao Hai turned to Lu Zhentian and cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai will remember this. Everyone, I'll take my leave." Then he turned around and mounted his horse before he rushed out of Demon Heart City. This time, Zhao Hai really wanted to go to the Gale Canyon to train. He hadn't gone out for a long time, so he didn't have a lot of opportunities to fight. He was a cultivator, and if a cultivator can't fight with others, then they wouldn't be able to accumulate enough experience. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to go to the Gale Canyon to train. Naturally, Zhao Hai had heard about the Gale Canyon. However, he didn't have anything to worry about. His strength was already comparable to a teleportation realm expert. And with the addition of his space, he had a lot of powerful undead. As long as he doesn't go too deep into the Gale Canyon, then his life wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai hadn't been to the Gale Canyon, but in the Buyan sect, there weren't many people who didn't know about it. Zhao Hai casually went to a city and bought a map of the Gale Canyon. There were even some signs on the map of the Gale Canyon's forbidden areas. This map only had things within 50,000 li of the Gale Canyon. The same was true for the forbidden areas. Outside of the Gale Canyon, there were also forbidden areas. In these forbidden areas, there were powerful demon beasts that transcending realm cultivators couldn't afford to provoke. Fortunately, these demon beasts had their own territories, so they wouldn't easily leave their territories. Because of this, there were a lot of cultivators training in the Gale Canyon. Zhao Hai received the map of the Gale Canyon into his space's map. Then he rushed towards the Gale Canyon. He didn't stop along the way. The 2 horses were very fast. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Hai arrived at a small town closest to the Gale Canyon. This small town was called Wind Ridge. It was built behind a small mountain. The town wasn't very big, it could only house about 300,000 people. However, this place was very lively. This was because all the cultivators who wanted to train in the Gale Canyon had to pass through this place. A lot of cultivators would bring the things they got from the Gale Canyon to Wind Ridge Town to sell. Wind Ridge Town also had a lot of merchants that specialized in this kind of business. Although Wind Ridge Town wasn't very big, it still had all the essentials. It had everything that an ordinary city would have. Even the Unbreakable sect had a branch here to maintain order in the town. This was because this town brought a lot of wealth to the Unbreakable sect every year. One shouldn't underestimate Wind Ridge Town. Because Wind Ridge Town was very close to the Gale Canyon, a lot of cultivators would sell the things they got from the Gale Canyon here. And these things were often very good. Even a great sect like the Unbreakable sect would need these things. Because of this, the Unbreakable sect had several shops in the town. Moreover, these shops were the largest and most luxurious. Although the Unbreakable sect was a devil cultivator sect, they were still very fair when it came to doing business. This was because they knew that if they suppressed the price, then the cultivators wouldn't buy anything from them. Because of this, their shops in Wind Ridge Town were very fair. They were also recognized by a lot of rogue cultivators. Their business was very good. Every year, the Unbreakable sect's profits weren't low. Xianxia didn't know much about Wind Ridge Town. He only knew that this was the last stop before entering the Gale Canyon. He wanted to take a rest here before entering the Gale Canyon. He wanted to see if he could get anything good from there. Xianxia rode his Windchaser horse into Wind Ridge Town. Upon entering the town, Xianxia couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't expect Wind Ridge Town to be this prosperous. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Most importantly, there were people coming and going. What surprised Xianxia the most was that all of the people coming and going were cultivators. Moreover, the weakest of them were at the Fusion Soul stage. There were almost no Avatar stage cultivators, and even Fusion Soul stage cultivators were few and far between. Most of the people here were Transcending Dust stage cultivators. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the city, and all of them were cultivators. Moreover, none of them were lower than Avatar stage cultivators. This really scared Xianxia. Although Xianxia had a lot of experts in the space, he was still surprised to see so many strong cultivators. At this point, Xianxia understood why the Unstoppable sect didn't dare to monopolize the Gale Canyon. This was because there were too many cultivators here. Most of these Transcending Realm cultivators came from clans or even sections. Naturally, their sects weren't very big. However, the number of people here was too terrifying. Even the tyrannical Unstoppable sect wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of this force. Doing so wouldn't bring any benefits to the Unstoppable sect. Xianxia was sitting on his horse as he looked at the people on the streets of Wind Ridge City. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything. He didn't think that there would be so many cultivators in Wind Ridge City. Moreover, all of them were quite strong. To be honest, this really scared him. "Hey, brother, is this your first time in Wind Ridge City?" While Xianxia was in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Xianxia's complexion changed, and he fiercely turned around. He found a Transcending Realm cultivator standing not far from him, looking at him. This Transcending Dust stage cultivator didn't look very old. He was only around 30 years old. He wore a dirty and tattered cultivator robe and had a beard on his face. He looked very sloppy. When the sloppy cultivator saw Xianxia's reaction, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Brother, don't be nervous. You're not allowed to fight in Wind Ridge City. Otherwise, you'll be captured by the Disallowing sect and thrown into jail. You might even be sent to the Disallowing sect as a coolie. No one would be stupid enough to fight in the city." "Is this really your first time in Wind Ridge City? Are you going to the Gale Canyon to train?" When Xianxia heard this, he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, this is my first time in Wind Ridge City. I didn't think that there would be so many powerful cultivators here." The sloppy cultivator looked at Xianxia and chuckled, "Since it's your first time in Wind Ridge City, then you won't be able to find anything. How about this, I'll take you around Wind Ridge City for a day for 10 jade essences. Moreover, no matter what you want to find, I'll be able to help you find it. How about it?" Xianxia stared, then he looked at the sloppy cultivator in confusion. This sloppy cultivator was a Transcending Dust stage cultivator. His cultivation was one level higher than Xianxia's. How could such a person lack money? Would she accompany him for a day just for 10 pieces of jade essence? The cultivator saw Zhao Hai's expression and knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't be so surprised, I just came back from Gale Valley. But my luck wasn't very good this time, I didn't get anything. All the money I had was used to buy wine, and now I don't even have a single piece of jade essence left. Since Wind Ridge City doesn't allow robbery, I can only do this business. Brother, how about you do me a favor?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and a space bag appeared in his hand. He threw the space bag to the sloppy cultivator and said, "Since we're both wine lovers, then there's no need to be polite. Here, take it." The cultivator received the space bag and probed it with his spiritual force. He discovered that there were 500 pieces of jade essence inside. 500 pieces of jade essence wasn't a lot, but one must know that in Wind Ridge City, everyone was a rogue cultivator. For a rogue cultivator, 500 pieces of jade essence wasn't a small amount. When the sloppy cultivator saw the number of jade essences inside the spatial bag, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "I didn't expect you to be rich. You just casually gave away a few hundred jade essences." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not a rich person. I just recently made a small fortune. Moreover, I'm also a wine lover. When a wine lover meets a wine lover, then I'll naturally help. Goodbye." The sloppy cultivator quickly said, "Wait. Brother, I'm a man of my words. I said that I'll accompany you around Wind Ridge City, so I'll accompany you. Tell me, where do you want to go?" When Zhao Hai heard the sloppy cultivator, he couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, I want to find a place to settle down. I'll stay for a night so that I can go to Gale Canyon tomorrow." The sloppy cultivator nodded and said, "All right, I know a hotel. It's clean and cheap. Come with me." After Zhao Hai said that, he started walking towards Wind Ridge City. Zhao Hai looked at him and faintly smiled before following behind. When the sloppy cultivator saw Zhao Hai, he immediately slowed down. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "Wind Ridge City shops are very fair. Even the hotels are the same. But if you want to live in a better place, you can go to the Demon God's Palace. It's the best hotel in Wind Ridge City. If you want to live in an ordinary place, clean, and not be disturbed, then you can go to Wine Sound's little store. It's definitely the cleanest hotel in Wind Ridge City." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I still don't know Big Brother's name. Can you tell me?" The sloppy cultivator nodded and said, "It's just a name. It's not like I can't tell you. My name is Qin Feng. I've been in Wind Ridge City for 5 years." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's Big Brother Qin. I'm Zhao Ling. Thank you for leading the way." Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm not used to it. Just call me Qin Feng." "Right, if you have a lot of jade essence on you, then I advise you to stay in Wind Ridge City for a few days." 3 days later, the city's biggest auction house, the Wind Ridge Auction House, will be holding an auction. Moreover, it's an annual auction. There will be a lot of good things. If you're interested, you can stay and take a look. When Zhao Hai heard Qin Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Oh, there's such a thing? That's great. All right, I'll stay for 2 days. I want to see what's going to be auctioned this time." To be honest, Zhao Hai really didn't care about ordinary cultivation materials. In the eyes of cultivators, things like elixirs, high-grade artifacts, pills, and manuals were things that Zhao Hai didn't care about. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what level his stellar transformation's Yin Law was, he still hasn't decided that it wasn't enough. Therefore, he didn't need to change his cultivation method. Artifacts weren't attractive to him at all. He had liquid silver, so he didn't care about artifacts. As for pills, they weren't attractive to Zhao Hai at all. This was because even if he used the processing machine to decompose a pill, he would only get herbs. These herbs couldn't be planted, so they weren't attractive to Zhao Hai at all. As for elixirs, they were somewhat attractive, but they weren't very attractive. This was because after Zhao Hai's long search, he already had a lot of herbs in the space. He even had some elixirs. However, the elixirs that he found might not be as good as the ones that were being auctioned. At the very least, they wouldn't be as old as the ones that were being auctioned. However, this was nothing to Zhao Hai. Inside the accelerated time zone, even ordinary elixirs could be turned into top-grade elixirs. Moreover, high-grade elixirs and low-grade elixirs were the same in Zhao Hai's hands. He only wanted to add a new species to the space. Therefore, in Zhao Hai's eyes, high-grade elixirs and low-grade elixirs were the same. He only wanted to find elixirs that didn't exist in the space. Even if the space had high-grade elixirs, he wouldn't be interested in them. However, Zhao Hai hadn't participated in many auctions. This time, he was curious. He wanted to see if he could get something good in the auction. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but smile. At this time, the two turned from the main street to a small street. This small street wasn't very conspicuous, so there were almost no people inside. However, there were several small shops in this small street. Before long, the two stopped in front of a small shop. Zhao Hai looked up and saw that this small shop was very simple. The shop wasn't very tall, it was only 3 stories high. There was a wooden plaque hanging above with the words Wind Sound Shop written on it. Qin Feng looked at the small shop and said, "Let's go in." Then he walked towards the shop. Zhao Hai also let go of his windchaser horse and walked towards the shop. As soon as they entered the shop, they discovered that it was actually a restaurant. At this time, there were some cultivators sitting inside. They were eating and chatting. When these cultivators saw Qin Feng coming in, one of them immediately laughed and said, "Qin Feng, you're back. What happened? Did you manage to swindle some money today? If you can't get any money, then Geezer Wang might kick you out of the shop and make you sleep on the streets." Clearly, these people were acquainted with Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at them and laughed, "When did I swindle money? Also, Uncle Wang and I are old acquaintances. Why would he chase me away? I even came here today to introduce some business to Uncle Wang." At this time, an old man came out of the shop. This old man didn't look young, his back was a bit hunched. When he heard Qin Feng, the old man couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Qin Feng, don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't give me the money today, then get out of here. This old man is unlucky to know you. Every time you come back, you'll drink and drink until you don't have a penny left in your pocket. Then you come here to eat and drink. You'll drink yourself to death sooner or later." When Qin Feng heard the old man, he didn't take it seriously. He chuckled and said, "Uncle Wang, don't say that. I only have this hobby, I don't have any other problems. Right, this is for you. Consider it the money for my shop." Then he took out the space pouch that Zhao Hai gave him and threw it to Geezer Wang. Geezer Wang received the space pouch and looked at the things inside. Then he looked up at Qin Feng and said, "Qin Feng, where did you get so much money? Did you really rob people? Kid, you should know that if you dare to rob people, then you'll be caught and sent to jail." Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Why would I rob people? This money was given to me by this brother. I wanted to show this brother the way and earn 10 jade essences. But when this brother heard that I drank all my money, he gave me this money. He said that he was also a wine lover, so helping a wine lover was something he should do. It just so happened that this was his first time in Wind Ridge City, so he didn't have a place to stay. So I brought him to Uncle Wang." When Geezer Wang heard Qin Feng, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled at Geezer Wang, then he cupped his fist and said, "Shopkeeper, I don't know if there are any rooms left. This one would like a quiet room." Geezer Wang's attitude towards Zhao Hai was completely different from his attitude towards Qin Feng. When he heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Yes, there are a few quiet rooms. Guest, please come with me. Do the 2 horses outside belong to you? Do you need this small shop to take care of them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble shopkeeper. I still want to stay in this city for a few days, so I'll pay for the room in advance." Then Zhao Hai took out a space pouch and handed it over to Geezer Wang. Geezer Wang took the space pouch, but he didn't look at the money inside. He just said, "It's no trouble. Guest, please. Little third, quickly go and take care of the guest's horses." A shop assistant complied, then immediately ran out and took the 2 wind-chasing horses away. At this time, Qin Feng immediately shouted, "Uncle Wang, you're in a hurry to leave. Let me prepare a table of food and wine for you." Today, I want to invite Brother Zhao Ling to drink 2 cups of wine. Geezer Wang turned his head and looked at him, then he said, I know, I'll prepare it for you. You're not embarrassed to spend other people's money and invite them to drink. Qin Feng didn't care at all, he smiled and said, it's not like I won't pay him back. When I have money, I'll definitely pay him back. Geezer Wang coldly snorted, then he led Zhao Hai upstairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, he found a quiet room and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the room. It wasn't very big, it had 2 entrances. Inside was a bedroom and outside was a small living room. Although it wasn't big, it was very clean. There were also a few potted plants inside, the layout was very good. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this place. After sitting in the room for a while, Zhao Hai heard a knock on the door. Then a young voice said, Guest, Mr. Qin Feng is preparing food and wine downstairs. He wants to invite you to have a drink with him. I wonder if Guest is willing to go. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, All right, I'll go right away. Then he stood up and tidied up his clothes. Then he opened the door and saw a shop assistant standing outside. This shop assistant didn't look very old, only about 20 years old. His cultivation was actually at the fusion soul stage. And such a person was actually willing to be a shop assistant. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, he didn't ask anything. This was because he noticed that the shopkeeper was actually a teleportation realm cultivator. It wasn't a big deal for him to find a fusion soul stage cultivator to be a shop assistant. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that this small Wind Ridge city would be filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The owner of this humble store turned out to be a teleportation expert. Such a person would be considered a small expert outside, but here, he was just a small store owner. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about this. After coming down from upstairs, Zhao Hai saw Qin Feng sitting at a table. Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on a jar of wine on the table. He was constantly swallowing his saliva. It was clear that he was very hungry. However, there were very few dishes on the table. There were only 4 side dishes. It was clear that Qin Feng's main goal was to drink wine. He didn't have high requirements for the side dishes. Seeing Zhao Hai come down, Qin Feng immediately stood up and said, Brother Zhao Hai, come and sit. You've helped me a lot today. No matter what, I must treat you to a drink. Please sit. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng's appearance and couldn't help but faintly smile as he said, Big Brother Qin is a straightforward person. But looking at your appearance, I'm afraid that you're a person who can't keep money in your hands. If you have money today, you'll spend it all. If you don't have money tomorrow, you'll go look for more. Pa. Qin Feng forcefully slapped the table, then he laughed and said, Right, brother, you're right. A person should live to their heart's content. If you have money but don't spend it, then what's the use of keeping it in your hands? The wealth in this world is inexhaustible. Money can only be called money if you spend it. If you keep it in your hands, then it's nothing. Ha 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 ha. Keep your voice down. If you break the table, see how I'll deal with you. Just as Qin Feng was laughing, Old Man Wang's somewhat annoyed voice was heard. Qin Feng was like a crowing rooster that was strangled by the neck. His face was red from suffocation, but he didn't dare to talk back. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng's appearance and found it really interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Qin Feng and puzzledly said, Big Brother Qin seems to be very afraid of Old Man Wang. Why is that? Qin Feng bitterly smiled and said, My father and Uncle Wang are old friends. But when my family was training in the Gale Canyon, we unfortunately met with an accident. It was Uncle Wang who has been taking care of our family. If it wasn't for Uncle Wang, I wouldn't be where I am today. Father Wang treats me like a son, and I treat Uncle Wang like a father. Tell me, how can I not be afraid of him? Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood why Qin Feng was so afraid of Old Man Wang. At the same time, he also understood why Old Man Wang was so impolite to Qin Feng. Qin Feng said to Zhao Hai in a deep voice, Brother, if you believe me, then don't enter the Gale Canyon. That place is no longer suitable for cultivators below the transcending dust realm. Even if a transcending dust realm cultivator goes, they still have to be extremely careful. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He pulled his saber and looked at Qin Feng, then he said in a deep voice, "Big brother Qin, what do you mean?" Qin Feng sighed and said, "I heard father say that Gale Canyon used to be a place where cloning and uniting soul stage cultivators could go for training. This was because there were countless treasures and demon beasts there. Everyone who went there would have a harvest. But after so many years, the first 20,000 li of Gale Canyon has become a barren land. Nobody knows how many times the rocks there have been turned over. There's nothing left to harvest." Speaking up to here, Qin Feng paused for a moment, then sighed and said, "But after 20,000 li, the danger of doppelganger stage and joining soul stage cultivators will greatly increase. The demon beasts there are very strong. Even dust-separating stage cultivators don't dare to fight against those demon beasts head-on. Every year, there are even a lot of dust-separating stage cultivators who die there." At this point, Qin Feng paused for a moment, then he let out a long breath and said, "Of course, the most dangerous thing in the Gale Canyon is never the demonic beasts, it's the people. In the first 20,000 li, there's nothing to harvest, but there's still a large number of cultivators active there. Among these cultivators, there are a lot of cultivators who kill for treasures. In the beginning, only Avatar stage and Combination Soul stage cultivators were doing this. Eventually, even Combination Soul stage cultivators and Combination Soul stage cultivators joined in. Slowly, in the Gale Canyon, there are almost no Combination Soul stage cultivators and Avatar stage cultivators. Because of this, almost as soon as Combination Soul stage cultivators and Combination Soul stage cultivators enter the Gale Canyon, they would be robbed. Some of them might be allowed to live, but most of them were killed directly. Slowly, no Combination Soul stage cultivators dared to go to the Gale Canyon. Now, the Gale Canyon is in a mess. Even if it's Combination Soul stage cultivators, if they don't act together, it's best not to go because they might lose their lives at any time. Speaking up to here, Qin Feng finally stopped and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Qin, thank you for your guidance. But Big brother Qin can rest assured. Since I dared to come to the Gale Canyon, I naturally have my own means to protect myself. Hee, I'm not afraid to tell Big brother Qin that I came here this time to experience life and death. This is because the Xianxia's entrance examination is about to begin. I want to use this experience to improve my strength before participating in the Xianxia's examination." When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "I know about the Xianxia's examination. Although I can also participate, the Xianxia's main focus is on body cultivation. No matter what cultivation method the sect's disciples originally studied, after joining the Xianxia, they must learn body cultivation techniques. My body isn't suitable for body cultivation. Therefore, I didn't participate in the examination this time. I didn't expect you to come here for this reason." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, I came here for this reason. I want to join the Xianxia because I have to. There are countless brothers who have high hopes for me. I can't let them down." Zhao Hai's words were very firm. What he said was half true and half false. He wanted to join the Xianxia because of other reasons. However, one of them was the Blood Edge Gang. The Blood Edge Gang wasn't a big gang. When Zhao Hai first saw them, he didn't like them. But ever since Zhao Hai joined the Blood Edge Gang, both Wang De and Lu Zhentian treated him very well. Now that the Blood Edge Gang was in danger, if Zhao Hai can't join the Xianxia, then the Blood Edge Gang would disappear sooner or later. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't lying. He really wanted to help the Blood Edge Gang. No matter what, the Blood Edge Gang had taken care of him. Moreover, the Blood Edge Gang also helped him cover his identity. When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he became curious. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, can you tell me what's going on?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Qin Feng about himself. Naturally, what he said wasn't the truth. He only said that he came from a declining cultivator family. In order for the family to develop better, they sent him and 2 other people out to gain experience. At the same time, they hoped that he would be able to bring more cultivation materials to the family. Moreover, by chance, he joined the Blood Edge Gang. After that, he went into seclusion for a year, and then finally came out to gain experience. He told Qin Feng about it. After listening to Zhao Hai, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, "So that's how it is. It seems like brother has no choice but to join the Ayan sect. But this is also good. If you can join the Ayan sect, then whether it's your clan or the Blood Edge gang, you can live a good life." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "The auction will be held in a few days. I still have some savings on me. I want to go to the auction and see if I can buy anything good. This way, when I enter the Gale Canyon, I can protect myself." When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Usually, your idea wouldn't be wrong. But this time I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The auction this time is a large-scale auction. I heard that there are a lot of good things going on. Some disciples from small sects will participate. Compared to those small sects, our financial resources aren't any worse. Although there are good things going on in the auction, the price of the things sold will be a lot higher than usual. And with the competition from the small sects, I'm afraid that the final price will be even higher. If you want to sell some things, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that the auction will be very difficult." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I just want to go and take a look. Anyway, I don't need to worry about these 2 days. Even if I can't compete with those people, it doesn't matter. If I can get 1 or 2 good things, then that's a good thing." Qin Feng thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's right. All right, 3 days later, I'll accompany you to the auction. I heard that the Wind Ridge auction house is backed by people from the Ayan sect. Therefore, nobody dares to cause trouble there. But brother, your cultivation is still too low. I'm afraid that you won't be able to go there without someone accompanying you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his cup and said, "Thank you, brother Qin." Qin Feng laughed, then he raised his cup and clinked it with Zhao Hai's. Then he drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The two drank to their heart's content. Old shopkeeper Wang's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light as he looked at the two of them. To be honest, this wasn't the first time Qin Feng had brought people to his store. Qin Feng was someone who liked to make friends. It was very easy for such a person to make friends with others. However, Qin Feng loved to make friends too much. Moreover, the friends he made were usually those who drank meat and wine. They weren't good people. Old shopkeeper Wang looked down on the friends Qin Feng made in the past. But this time, Zhao Hai was different. Although Zhao Hai was only a soul-combining stage cultivator, and although he hadn't been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, shopkeeper Wang felt a different kind of temperament from Zhao Hai. It was calm and imposing. This kind of temperament wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Although shopkeeper Wang was only a rogue cultivator, his strength was still there. Moreover, he had lived for a long time. He had seen all kinds of people. He had only seen this kind of temperament from Zhao Hai and some core disciples of big sections. Even some disciples of small sects wouldn't have this kind of temperament. This made shopkeeper Wang have all kinds of speculations about Zhao Hai's identity. Although Zhao Hai said that he came to participate in the entrance examination, shopkeeper Wang believed that his eyesight wasn't bad. He believed that Zhao Hai's identity was definitely not simple. However, he still didn't understand why Zhao Hai came to participate in the entrance examination. He didn't care about it. He only knew that there were some things that he shouldn't know. Knowing too much wouldn't do him any good. However, he was still very happy that Qin Feng could make friends with Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Qin Feng made so many friends, this was the most correct decision. The Wind Ridge Auction House was a subsidiary auction house of the largest trading company in the city. Every month, the Wind Ridge Auction House would hold a small auction. Every year, they would hold a large auction. This time, it was the annual large-scale auction of the Wind Ridge Auction House. It was said that there were countless treasures inside. There were special cultivation pills, all kinds of magic tools, and even some cultivation methods for sale. A large-scale auction like this naturally attracted countless dust-piercing cultivators from all directions. In a short period of time, the population of Wind Ridge Town greatly increased. This was why Zhao Hai saw so many people when he came to the Wind Ridge Auction House. If it was a peaceful time, then there wouldn't be so many people here. However, because of the large-scale auction, there were so many people here. Moreover, most of them were transcending Dust Realm cultivators. Today was the day of the Wind Ridge Auction House's large-scale auction. Transcending Dust Realm cultivators from all directions rushed to the Wind Ridge Auction House. Of course, not everyone could enter the auction house. If you want to enter the auction house, you must first pay a deposit of 1,000 jade essences. If you don't have enough deposit, then I'm sorry, you can forget about entering the auction house. For some core disciples of big sects, 1,000 jade essences was nothing. They could take out more money. However, for some ordinary rogue cultivators, 1,000 jade essences was an astronomical figure. Their annual income was less than 1,000 jade essences. Just this rule alone was enough to keep most people at the door. In the beginning, some people were very dissatisfied with this rule. They thought that the Wind Ridge Auction House didn't want to let people in. Later on, they found out that the Wind Ridge Auction House did this because in the annual large-scale auction, there were no cheap items. The cheapest item was at least 1,000 jade essences. If you didn't have 1,000 jade essences, then you wouldn't even be able to afford the cheapest item, let alone the rest. Because of this, the Wind Ridge Auction House had this rule. Not only did it limit the number of people entering the auction house, but it also guaranteed that the items would be sold for a good price. In front of the Wind Ridge Auction House, there was a row of cultivators wearing the Wind Ridge Auction House's uniform. These cultivators were all transcending Dust Realm cultivators. Moreover, each of them had a cold expression. At first glance, one could tell that they weren't people to be trifled with. These people were from the Wind Ridge Auction House. If one didn't have the strength and wanted to force their way in, then they would have to pass through them first. Even if one could pass through them, the Wind Ridge Auction House still had a teleportation realm cultivator. The Wind Ridge Auction House was related to the Bouillon sect. Although the Bouillon sect couldn't dominate the Gale Valley, this was still their territory. Moreover, the Bouillon sect had a branch here. Therefore, in this city, no one dared to offend the Bouillon sect. Naturally, no one dared to offend the Wind Ridge Auction House. Countless cultivators surrounded the Wind Ridge Auction House. They were eagerly looking at the door. Although this was only an auction house, for these rogue cultivators, if they could go in and get a treasure, it would greatly increase their strength. It would be very beneficial for their cultivation today. However, there weren't many cultivators who could actually enter the door. 1,000 jade essences was just a small amount of money in the eyes of many disciples of the great sects, but it was the annual income of many cultivators. Even so, they couldn't save up to 1,000 jade essences in a year. If they could save up to a few hundred jade essences, then they could be considered as someone who knew how to live and how to be frugal. The income of a rogue cultivator wasn't low, but don't forget that they had to find and sell the things they needed. All of this required money. Their income was 5,000 jade essences, but in the end they might not even have 500 jade essences left. This was because whether it was pills, artifacts, or ordinary food and clothing, these things had to be earned by themselves. This was one of the reasons why rogue cultivators found it difficult to cultivate. Every month, a sect disciple would be given some pills and materials by the sect for their cultivation. Aside from doing some sect missions, they could use the rest of their time to cultivate. Rogue cultivators, on the other hand, couldn't. They had to rely on themselves for every step forward. They had to find everything by themselves. This naturally took up their cultivation time. Therefore, rogue cultivators generally cultivated very slowly and were very poor. Although most people couldn't enter the auction house, there were still countless cultivators who would come to the auction house every year. Even if they could only stand outside the auction house and watch, they would still come. Many people came just to watch the fun, but some people wanted to see who was going to enter the auction house. If that person wasn't strong and didn't have a big influence behind him, then when he left, they would naturally come to kill him and steal his treasures. This was a common occurrence in the past auctions. Qin Feng and Zhao Hai finally arrived in front of the Wind Ridge auction house. Today, Qin Feng wasn't wearing his sloppy clothes. Instead, he had changed into a clean cultivator's robe. He had also freshened himself up. This made Qin Feng's body exude a noble aura. Naturally, this noble aura also carried a hint of cynicism. It made him look like an invisible prodigal, which made his temperament even more attractive. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was just following behind him with a calm expression. From the outside, people would think that Zhao Hai was Qin Feng's servant. This was also a method that Zhao Hai came up with. His strength was too weak. If people saw him paying money and entering the auction house, then they would certainly be targeted. Zhao Hai didn't want to cause too much trouble. Therefore, he had Qin Feng dress up while he disguised himself as Qin Feng's servant. The two arrived at the Wind Ridge auction house together. When they arrived at the entrance of the Wind Ridge auction house, a cultivator immediately stopped the two of them. Then the cultivator said, "Please hand over 1,000 jade essences as deposit." Qin Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand. Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and gave it to the cultivator. The cultivator opened the spatial bag and looked inside. Then he nodded and took out a jade token. This jade token had Wind Ridge written on the front and a small hammer on the back. Then he handed the jade token to Zhao Hai and said, "Please." Zhao Hai received the jade token and followed Qin Feng inside. At this time, there were a few cultivators in the crowd who were chatting in low voices. One of the cultivators said to his companion beside him in a low voice, "I say, Olji, did you notice that among the two people who just went in, that dust breaker fellow, why do I feel that he is somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him before?" The cultivator called Olji nodded. His eyes flashed with doubt as he said, "Yes, I also feel a sense of familiarity. I think I've seen him somewhere before. However, that person's temperament is unique. If I've seen him before, I should have a deep impression of him. But now, I only feel a sense of familiarity. How strange." Another cultivator said, "I also feel that he's familiar. But the strangest thing is that we don't seem to know such a big shot cultivator. Rogue cultivators have servants." "Humph. Are you blind? What kind of servant is that? It's just two people acting. You don't know that dust-piercing realm cultivator? We used to drink together every day." The one who spoke was a cultivator standing next to the three. When the three heard this, they couldn't help but turn to look at him. Olji said, "Olji, stop talking nonsense." "What acting? Who did we drink with?" Olji looked at the three of them and couldn't help but scold, "Dust-piercing realm cultivators? Are your eyes used to vent your anger? You can't see. That dust-piercing realm cultivator is the old drunkard Nasi. You guys still drink with him every day. It's really a waste." When the three heard Olji say this, they were all stunned. Then the three of them looked at Olji in disbelief. After a while, Olji laughed and said, "Olji, I see that your eyes are only used to vent your anger. How could we not know what the old drunkard is like? You actually said that person was the old drunkard. Your eyes are too problematic." The other one also laughed and said, "Yes, yes. The old drunkard is probably freeloading at Uncle Wang's shop right now. I was planning to invite him out for a few drinks in the next few days. He's so poor that he can't even afford a set of clothes. Where would he get the money to go to the auction house? Don't joke around." Olji looked at them and sneered, "You three fellows, when you're free, you don't even go see the old drunkard. You clearly don't know that the old drunkard just made a friend 2 days ago. It's the soul combining realm cultivator who went in with him. I heard that guy is very rich." The three of them didn't care. Olji said, "The old drunkard made a friend again? It's not like you don't know that after that guy drinks a few cups, he will become friends with everyone. However, how many of them will really think about him? His friends all want to take advantage of him. Only a few of us will take care of him from time to time." This time, he even got to know a combined soul stage cultivator. Sigh, the level of this old drunkard is really getting lower and lower. Olji looked at them and sighed, "Don't talk nonsense, it's true. I heard that old drunkard ran out of money a few days ago and went to the city gate to lead someone to earn some money. He happened to meet that person, and when that person heard that old drunkard was a wine lover, he casually gave old drunkard a bag of jade essence. I heard that it was worth a few hundred yuan. Old drunkard was so happy that he took him to Uncle Wang's place to stay. That's how the two became friends. I heard it from little Sanzi later that old drunkard and that person's temperament was very compatible. These two have been drinking together every day for the past 2 days, and surprisingly, Uncle Wang didn't scold them." When they heard Olji, the three of them stared. Then their expressions changed. Olji said, "Is it true? That person isn't a swindler, right? The old drunkard doesn't have anything. Why would he get close to the old drunkard? Does he want the old drunkard to work for him? This won't do. When the old drunkard comes out, we have to ask him properly." The others also nodded. Their faces showed a trace of seriousness. When Qin Feng and Zhao Hai entered the auction house, a young woman immediately came over. She bowed to the two and said, "Please come with me." Qin Feng and Zhao Hai didn't say anything as they followed the woman. Before long, the three arrived in front of a flight of stairs. This flight of stairs led downwards. The woman led the two down the stairs. After going down several flights of stairs, they finally arrived in front of a door. She pushed the door open and made an inviting gesture. "Please come in." Zhao Hai and Qin Feng nodded as they entered the door. Upon entering the door, Zhao Hai and Qin Feng stared. They didn't think that there would be such a scene here. They were now in a huge underground palace. This palace was huge, perhaps as big as a gymnasium. And in the middle of the hall, there was an open space about the size of a football field. There was only a table in the open space, nothing else. Aside from the open space in the middle, there were chairs all around. These chairs were arranged from the lowest to the highest. The chairs closest to the field were parallel to the open space. The further back the chair was, the higher the chairs were. This design was very similar to a gymnasium. At this time, a female cultivator came over. She bowed to Zhao Hai and Qin Feng and said, "The two of you need a good seat." Qin Feng stared, then he looked at the female cultivator and said, "What do you mean? Is there a requirement to sit in the front? If you place an additional 1,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 10th row. If you place an additional 2,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 9th row, and so on. If you place an additional 10,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 1st row, which is the closest to the auctioneer. You can also clearly see the items being auctioned. Moreover, if you place an additional 10,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 1st row, which is closest to the auctioneer. You can also see the items being auctioned more clearly. Moreover, if you place an additional 10,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 1st row, which is closest to the auctioneer. You can also see the items being auctioned more clearly. Moreover, if you place an additional 10,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 1st row, which is closest to the auctioneer. You can also see the items being auctioned more clearly. Moreover, if you place an additional 10,000 jade essences, then you can sit in the 1st row, which is closest to the auctioneer. Qin Feng and Zhao Hai stared. Then Qin Feng turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai frowned, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since you're here, then you should sit in the 1st row." Then he took out a space bag and gave it to the female cultivator. The female cultivator took the space bag and opened it. Then her expression changed. Then she respectfully said to the two, "Please come with me." After saying that, she led the two of them to the 1st row. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was stunned as he followed behind the female cultivator. Although he knew that Zhao Hai was rich, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so much money in his hands. He was actually able to casually take out 11,000 jade essences as a deposit. This really surprised him. The two of them sat in the 1st row, and the female cultivator immediately set up a small table in front of them. Then, she served them fine wine and a plate of fruits. She even asked if the two of them needed anything else. Here, they could order all the food in Wind Ridge City, and it was all free. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the female cultivator bring 2 more jugs of wine. Since he didn't ask for anything else, the female cultivator turned around and left. But what the two didn't know was that when they sat down in the 1st row, the cultivators who came to participate in the auction were in an uproar. Many of the cultivators here didn't participate in the auction for the first time. Naturally, they knew the rules of the auction house. Now that they saw someone sitting in the 1st row, it meant that they had taken out 11,000 jade essences as a deposit. This number wasn't low. Many rogue cultivators looked at the two with fiery eyes. It was as if the two of them had turned into 2 large pieces of jade essences. Qin Feng felt the gazes from all around. He couldn't help but feel restless. Even the wine that attracted his attention seemed to have lost its appeal. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng and faintly smiled. Don't be so nervous, brother Qin. Come, let's drink. This wine is really good. It seems like the Wind Ridge auction house has some good things. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Of course it's good. This wine is the famous drunken rain flower of Wind Ridge City. It's the best wine in Wind Ridge City. This jug costs 50 jade essences. Normally, we wouldn't be willing to drink it. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, then you should drink to your heart's content today. Didn't you hear that this wine is free? Qin Feng smiled bitterly. To be honest, under the gazes of so many people, he felt a lot of pressure. Even the attraction of the wine was greatly reduced. While the two of them were talking, more cultivators arrived one after another. However, most of the cultivators just casually found a place to stay outside the 10 rows. Only a small number of people sat inside the 10 rows. As for the first row, not a single person sat inside it. Zhao Hai looked around and faintly smiled. Although everyone's gazes were focused on him, he didn't care at all. In any case, no one here knew him, so he could do whatever he wanted. Because of this, Zhao Hai also made a rare high-profile appearance. In the next hour, cultivators came one after another. However, these people didn't attract Zhao Hai's attention. Only a group of people attracted Zhao Hai's attention. This group consisted of 3 people. One of them looked to be around 20 years old. He was very handsome, but his face was pale. His eyes flashed with a cold light, giving people a gloomy feeling. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't like this person. Following beside this young man were 2 dust-separating realm cultivators. Those 2 cultivators seemed to be his servants. They had been following behind him with their heads lowered and their bodies bowed. The reason why they attracted Zhao Hai's attention was because they were also sitting in the first row. Obviously, they also paid 11,000 jade essences as deposit. When the young man sat in the first row, the entire hall became chaotic. In the past, it was already good if one person could sit in the first row. Who would have thought that 2 people would appear today? This made the other people who came to participate in the auction surprised. However, their surprise was yet to come. Then several more people also sat in the first row. This way, there were 5 groups of people sitting in the first row. Besides Zhao Hai, Qin Feng, and the young man, there was also a group of women. They were all wearing crisp green clothes and had light veils on their faces. However, each and every one of them had a graceful figure. With just a glance, one could see that they were all rare beauties. When Zhao Hai saw their clothes, he knew that these women came from the same sect, the Green Willow School. The Green Willow School was a small sect in the unpermitted sects territory. This small sect only accepted female disciples. Moreover, these female disciples were all stunning beauties. The Green Willow School's secret technique was called the Green Willow Light Wind Sword. It was a very powerful sword technique. The school master was a Vajra realm cultivator. Among the small sects in the unpermitted sects territory, the Green Willow School could be considered a powerful existence. Even a medium-level sect wouldn't dare to provoke them. The relationship between the Green Willow School and the unpermitted sect was very secretive. According to legend, every 10 years or so, a disciple of the Green Willow School would marry an inner disciple or a core disciple of the unpermitted sect. The 2 sects were considered in-laws. Therefore, their relationship was very close. In addition to the people of the Green Willow School, there was also a group of cultivators dressed in black. Their sleeves were embroidered with a small silver snake. As soon as he saw this symbol, Zhao Hai knew that these people were from the Spirit Snake Mountain Villa. The Spirit Snake Mountain Villa was a powerful cultivation family under the unpermitted sect. They passed down their family's cultivation method, the Spirit Snake's 9 turns technique. It was a very powerful spirit chi cultivation method. According to legend, when cultivated to the highest level, one's body would be as flexible as a spirit snake. Every strike would be like a spirit snake preying on its prey. The last group of people sitting at the front looked very strange. This was because he was only one person. He was dressed in a gray cultivator's robe and carried a long black blade on his back. His whole body sat there like an unsheathed blade. No one could ignore him. Besides these people, nobody else was sitting in the first row. On the contrary, there were a lot of people sitting in the back rows. Zhao Hai even saw people from small sects that were more famous than the ones in the disobeyed sect's territory. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. He felt that this auction wouldn't be so simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. As for Qin Feng, there was no need to mention him. He was no longer in the mood to drink. He sat there restlessly, his eyes constantly looking around, appearing very nervous and uneasy. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Qin, don't worry. We don't really want to buy anything important this time. There's no need to be so nervous. Once the auction starts, they won't pay attention to us anymore." When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Then he looked around and said, "It seems like today's auction isn't so simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people that we can't afford to offend. Do you see that person with the blade? He's called Ling Yu. He's a famous expert in Wind Ridge City, nicknamed Demon Blade. He came from the Ling clan's outer court and is a branch disciple. He's not valued by the Ling clan." Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng in confusion and said, "Why do you say that? Lung Feng didn't come from the Ling clan's outer court. Even if he's a branch disciple, he's still a member of the Ling clan. If he joins the sect, then it should be good for the Ling clan." Qin Feng sneered and said, "It's all because of the Ling clan. I heard that Ling Yu's father was a genius of the Ling clan's side branch. But because he offended the Ling clan's main branch, he inexplicably died. His mother raised him, but she was humiliated by the Ling clan. Her status in the Ling clan was even lower than a servant's. When Ling Yu was 16 years old, she fell ill from overwork and finally died. Ling Yu only has hatred for the Ling clan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've also heard about the Ling clan. I heard that the Ling clan also has a few disciples in the sect. It seems like they also have inner disciples. Even if Ling Yu joins the sect, he's only an outer court disciple. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to take revenge on the Ling clan." Qin Feng nodded and said, "Right, it's very difficult. But Ling Yu is very strong. Moreover, do you know what cultivation method he's currently practicing?" Zhao Hai shook his head. Qin Feng smiled and said, "The 5 elements body forging technique. If he enters the forbidden sect, then he would immediately become an inner disciple." "Hee." Zhao Hai nodded. Qin Feng smiled and said, 5 elements body forging technique. This time, Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't think that Ling Yu would cultivate the 5 elements body tempering technique. The 5 elements body tempering technique was a very famous technique in the true spirit realm. The reason for its fame was that it was the simplest and most difficult body tempering technique to cultivate the body tempering technique. In the true spirit world, there were countless physique cultivation methods. For example, the evil Buddha lotus body was a supreme physique cultivation method that allowed a Buddha to turn into a devil. Once mastered, the user would be immensely powerful and their physical body would be comparable to any magic tool. They could directly use their physical body as a weapon. The 5 elements body tempering technique was a common body cultivation method in the true spirit world. It was also the cheapest body cultivation method. This didn't mean that the 5 elements body tempering technique wasn't powerful. In fact, the 5 elements body tempering technique was very powerful. If one were to cultivate the 5 elements body tempering technique to the highest level, then they would be able to compete with any body cultivation method. The reason why the 5 elements body tempering technique became a common body cultivation method was because it was very difficult to practice. The 5 elements body tempering technique was divided into 9 layers. The first and second layers were the foundation. This wasn't difficult. It was just like any other body cultivation method. One needed to temper one's body and absorb spiritual energy to improve one's body. However, the third layer became more difficult. At the third layer, one would need to learn how to absorb wood spiritual energy in order to temper one's body. Moreover, the method of absorption was very strange, it was to hit. To absorb wood spiritual energy, one would need to use one's body to hit trees. Note, not only with one's fist, but also with one's body. Every part of one's body had to be used. Moreover, this kind of cultivation would need to be maintained for a long time. At the very least, one would need to hit trees around 1,000 times per year. The fourth layer was to absorb water spiritual energy. This water spiritual energy didn't need to be hit, but it needed to be practiced in winter. In winter, one would need to stand naked outside and then pour cold water on one's body. Then, one would need to absorb the cold water with one's spiritual energy. When the water dried up, one would need to pour cold water on one's body. The fifth layer was to absorb earth's spiritual energy. There was nothing else. Hitting stones was similar to absorbing wood spiritual energy. The sixth layer was to absorb fire spiritual energy, which was similar to absorbing fire spiritual energy. One would need to light a fire around one's body. When one could endure the fire burning under one's feet for an hour without moving, one would be considered a small success. The seventh layer was to absorb metal spiritual energy. This required the help of others. One would need to use an iron rod to hit one's body for a year. The eighth and ninth layer was to absorb the power of the five elements. One would need to treat one's body as a piece of iron and use the power of the five elements to temper one's body until one's body was as hard as diamond. The pain of this was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, no one would practice the five elements body tempering technique because it was too crazy. Cultivators also had to calculate. When the pain you suffered was not proportional to what you gained, naturally no cultivator would be willing to learn such a cultivation technique. The five elements body forging technique was such a cultivation technique. After cultivating the five virtues body forging technique, it was not much stronger than other cultivation techniques. It was not even comparable to some high-grade cultivation techniques. However, the pain it suffered was several times or even more than 10 times more than those cultivation techniques. It was precisely because of this reason that very few people would cultivate the five virtues body forging technique. The main reason why Qin Feng specifically emphasized that Ling Yu cultivated the five elements body forging technique was because this cultivation technique could be converted into the evil Buddha lotus body of the Buyun sect. Moreover, it was the cultivation technique with the best conversion rate. It was precisely because of this reason that once a cultivator who cultivated the five elements body forging technique wanted to join the Buyun sect would directly make them an inner sect disciple. Of course, your strength also needed to be enough. Although learning the five elements body forging technique could make it easier for people to join the Buyun sect, the pain of cultivating the five elements body forging technique was too much. So until now, there were still very few people who would cultivate the five elements body forging technique in order to join the Buyun sect. This was because the five elements body forging technique had a biggest weakness in addition to the pain, and that was slow. Because the five elements body forging technique needed to absorb the energy of the five elements to cultivate, and the cultivation method was different from other cultivation techniques, it took a longer time to cultivate the five virtues body forging technique. Although a cultivator's life was very long, don't forget that when a cultivator first started cultivating, they also had to refine their body. However, they couldn't refine their body too fiercely at the beginning. Especially when they were young, they couldn't refine their body too fiercely. Otherwise, they might end up crippling themselves. On the other hand, the five elements body tempering art was a very tyrannical body cultivation technique. If a cultivator practiced it before their meridians were formed, then it was very likely that they would end up crippling themselves. Therefore, cultivators who practiced the five elements body tempering art were generally not too young. If they didn't have some heavenly treasures to practice it, then it would be very dangerous. Cultivating the five elements body forging technique required an older age, a slower cultivation speed, and a more painful cultivation process. These were the shortcomings of the five elements body forging technique. However, the Buyun sect had an age limit for accepting disciples. Those who were too old or too weak would not be accepted. As a result, many rogue cultivators would not cultivate the five elements body forging technique. This was because by the time they cultivated the five elements body forging technique to the point where they could join the Buyun sect, they would have already passed the age limit. However, Ling Yu was different. Looking at his appearance, one could tell that he was young. Moreover, the aura fluctuation on his body was very obvious. He had already reached the transcending dust realm. At such a young age, he cultivated the five elements body forging technique and reached the transcending dust realm. This Ling Yu could definitely be called a genius. No wonder Qin Feng said that Ling Yu was very likely to join the Buyuan sect and even directly become an inner disciple. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Looking at the indifferent Ling Yu, he said in a deep voice, "This person has hatred in his heart, and this hatred has become his greatest motivation. But after he gets his revenge, this drive might slacken. I hope that he can still find a target at that time. Otherwise, this will have a negative impact on his future cultivation. Revenge is just a matter of convenience on the path of cultivation. There's no need to give up on the path of cultivation for revenge." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Qin Feng was stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a profound gaze. He really didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such words. Not to mention others, he didn't have such eyes and didn't think of this layer. This suddenly made Qin Feng feel that Zhao Hai wasn't that simple. At this time, the melodious sound of a bell echoed in the hall. The entire hall quieted down. Everyone knew that the sound of the bell meant that the auction was about to begin. Sure enough, along with the sound of the bell, the doors of the auction hall were closed. Moreover, there were people guarding the doors. However, Zhao Hai and the others weren't afraid of the Wind Ridge auction house. They didn't have the courage to do so. Then a middle-aged man slowly walked to the center of the hall and stood behind the table. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, thank you for participating in the Wind Ridge auction house's annual auction. I'm the Wind Ridge auction house's first auctioneer, Ling Dong. Let me give my greetings to everyone." Nobody responded. Ling Dong's strength was at the transcending realm. Moreover, he didn't seem to be young and didn't have much potential. However, those who knew Ling Dong knew that he wasn't simple. Although his potential was ordinary, he was a business genius. The Wind Ridge auction house was started by him. Every year, the Wind Ridge auction house would earn countless jade essences. This was inseparable from his management. Ling Dong looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. "I know that everyone can't wait. Then I won't waste time. Let's take a look at the first auction item. The first item is the Ice Mist Frost Sword." Along with his words, a maid came in. This maid was holding a sword case in her hand. Inside the sword case was a white long sword. The sword was completely white. Whether it was the hilt or the scabbard, they were all white. Most importantly, although the sword was still in the scabbard, it still made people feel a bone-chilling cold. Ling Dong walked in front of the sword and pointed at it. "Ice Mist Spirit Frost Sword, made by Buyuan Sect's master refiner Wen Dao. The sword is 3 feet and 8 inches long, made with high-quality spirit frost iron and many other metals. It weighs 12 jeans and 5 taels, and the body of the sword has an ice attribute. If spirit chi is injected into the sword, it can release an ice mist to injure the enemy. If this sword is used against the enemy for a long time, it can seal the enemy's meridians and inject cold poison into the body. The starting price of this sword is 1,200 jade essences, and each bid must be at least 100 jade essences." As Ling Dong introduced the Ice Mist Spirit Frost Sword, he also took out the sword to test it. When he injected his spirit chi into the Ice Mist Spirit Frost Sword, a wave of ice mist came out of the sword. After listening to Ling Dong's introduction, the people in the hall were surprised. They really didn't think that the first auction item would be so extraordinary. Although the Ice Mist Frost Sword only had an ice attribute, it was naturally nothing in the big sections. But in the outside world, it was a good thing. 1,200 jade essences, such a price was absolutely not high. Just as Ling Dong's voice fell, a voice was heard. 1,300 jade essences, this Ice Mist Frost Sword is compatible with my attribute. I want it. Ha ha ha, 1,300 jade essences and you want the Ice Mist Frost Sword? Are you awake? I will bid 1,500 jade essences. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. The person who bid before was sitting in the 10th row, and the person who bid now was sitting in the 9th row. Obviously, he could come up with at least 3,000 jade essences. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that these two people were of the water attribute. If they were to use the Ice Mist Frost Sword, then they would be like tigers that had grown wings. But it was clear that the people who came to participate in today's auction had a lot of money on them. Moreover, the Ice Mist Frost Sword was indeed a good item, so from time to time, there would be people who would increase the price. In the end, the Ice Mist Frost sword was bought by the second bidder for 2,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai didn't have any special feelings towards the Ice Mist Frost sword. The most precious part of the Ice Mist Frost sword was the Spirit Frost Iron. Although the Spirit Frost Iron was an ice attribute metal, Zhao Hai didn't have any interest in it. This was because he already had the Spirit Frost Iron in his space. If he wanted, he could mass-produce the Ice Mist Frost sword at any time, and it would be even better than this one. Qin Feng enviously looked at the cultivator who took the sword. Of course, he didn't take a fancy to the Icy Mist Spiritual Frost sword. Although this Icy Mist Spiritual Frost sword was good, but it was not compatible with his attribute. If he held it in his hand, he wouldn't be able to display the power of this sword. Moreover, it wouldn't be of any benefit to him. After the Ice Mist Spirit Frost sword was won, Ling Dong waved his hand, and a maid came in. She was holding a tray in her hand, and on the tray was a jade bottle. Looking at the situation, one could see that the second item was a pill. Sure enough, Ling Dong looked at the crowd and said, "The second item is the Tranquil Soul pill. This pill was refined by an alchemy grandmaster. It is a top-quality pill. It has a nourishing effect on one's soul, allowing one to recover their spiritual force as quickly as possible. At the same time, it also helps in the cultivation of one's spiritual force. There are a total of 100 pills in this bottle, and they won't be sold separately. One bottle is worth 1,000 jade essences. Each bottle is worth 100 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 jade essences." This pill was even more extraordinary. In the true spirit world, there weren't many pills that could help in the cultivation of spiritual force. Therefore, this kind of pill was very rare. As soon as the pill came out, someone immediately increased the price. Finally, the pill was bought by a person sitting in the 5th row for 2,600 jade essences. This pill was even more expensive than the Ice Mist Frost sword. However, Zhao Hai wasn't interested in this pill. To be honest, this kind of pill was the least useful to Zhao Hai. The 100 spirit herbal tea in the space could hinder his spiritual force cultivation. Zhao Hai usually drank the 100 spirit herbal tea like water. One must know that the 100 spirit herbal tea's effect was much better than ordinary pills. Moreover, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was sent out by the mental magic cube. Moreover, the mental magic cube was operating all the time. His spiritual force was very powerful. In the true spirit continent, there weren't many people with stronger spiritual force than him. Even the Yin-Yang elders, who were Vajra realm experts, didn't necessarily have stronger spiritual force than him. Moreover, once Zhao Hai obtained this kind of pill, even if he used the processing machine to decompose it, he would only obtain the pill's formula and refining method. This kind of thing was useless to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about pills at all. After the second item was auctioned, Ling Dong waved his hand, and the third item was brought up. It was also a tray covered with red silk. On top of the red silk, there was a jade slip. Ling Dong said in a deep voice, "The third item is a blade art manual, the Misty 8 Blades. This blade art is an illusion-type blade art. When used, it is silent. It is a mid-grade blade art. Because the major sects don't pass it on, this set of blade arts is a bit more expensive. The starting price is 3,000 jade essences, and the first increment must not be less than 300 jade essences." Boom! The entire hall became lively. No one had expected that the third item would be a set of secret saber techniques. This was truly a rare sight. In the true spiritual world, secret books were collected by the major sections. Moreover, it was absolutely forbidden for them to be passed on to outsiders. Only some ordinary secret books could be passed on to the disciples of the sections. Some important secret books couldn't even be passed on to family members. Otherwise, one's martial arts would be crippled or even killed on the spot. It was precisely because of this that the number of secret manuals that were made public in the continent was very small. Even if they were made public, they were only made in the continent. You can practice it by force, but if you want to practice it to a high level, it was absolutely impossible. However, the appearance of a set of secret blade technique in this auction had already caused a huge uproar. Although this set of secret blade technique couldn't possibly be too strong, but for some rogue cultivators, it was still a supreme treasure. Moreover, the starting price of this set of secret blade technique was only 3,000 jade essences. This was simply too attractive. Qin Feng's eyes shined as he looked at the jade slip. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng and smiled. What's wrong, brother Qin? Do you want the secret book? Qin Feng smiled bitterly and said, what can I do about it? This secret book isn't something that just anyone can get. Don't look at the starting price of 3,000 jade essences. It's hard to say how many jade essences will be sold in the end. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and looked at Qin Feng. Then he raised his hand and said, 5,000 jade essences. When Zhao Hai raised his hand, Qin Feng was startled. But what made people even more surprised was that Zhao Hai actually added 2,000 jade essences. This scared Qin Feng. Ling Dong didn't expect that as soon as his voice fell, someone would immediately bid 5,000 jade essences. This price wasn't low at all. Sure enough, Zhao Hai's voice made the entire hall quiet down. Everyone was surprised as they looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, an arrogant voice was heard, 6,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai looked over and saw that it was the pale-faced young master with the two servants. The young master also noticed that Zhao Hai was looking at him. He raised his eyebrows at Zhao Hai with a provocative look. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. This person actually wanted to compete with him in terms of wealth. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, 10,000 jade essences. Boom! Zhao Hai's bid was like a bomb that was thrown into the hall. The entire hall was in an uproar. No one thought that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless as to raise the price to 10,000. Zhao Hai's bid made more than half of the people in the hall lose their qualifications to compete. When the pale-faced young master heard Zhao Hai's bid, his complexion changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, 11,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, 13,000 jade essences. The entire hall was filled with the sound of the two people raising the price. The others had already lost their ability to speak. They were already numb from the shock of the two people's bids. When the young master heard Zhao Hai's bid of 13,000 jade essences, his face couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. He suddenly laughed and said, 13,000 jade essences? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you've already taken out all your wealth. You wouldn't be an agent of the auction house, right? Ha ha ha, I don't want it. I want to see if you can take out 13,000 jade essences. Ha ha ha. The young master thought that he had made Zhao Hai choke, so he laughed happily. After hearing what he said, the others also felt that what he said was reasonable. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with an unfriendly expression. Zhao Hai didn't care about their expressions, he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At this time, Ling Dong's face was filled with joy. But when he heard what the young master said, Ling Dong couldn't help but say, Young Master Su, please mind your words. Since the day our Wind Ridge auction house was built, we've always used agents. I can guarantee that this mister and I don't know each other. If you continue to insult my Wind Ridge auction house, then I can only ask you to leave. Young Master Su was obviously afraid of Ling Dong. When he heard what Ling Dong said, he quickly said, Shopkeeper Ling, there's no need to be angry. It was just a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. Ling Dong nodded, then he waved his hand to the maid. The maid immediately took the tray with the jade slip and bowed to Zhao Hai. Mister, please accept the jade slip. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand to the maid. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the jade slip. Then he took out a spatial bag and placed it on the maid's tray. Then he waved his hand to the maid. The maid stared, but she also understood that Zhao Hai wanted to pay. She immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Thank you, mister. Then she extended her hand and opened the spatial bag. She used her spiritual force to explore the bag before she immediately withdrew her spiritual force. Then she bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Thank you, mister. Then she turned to Ling Dong and left. Seeing this situation, the Great Hall went into an uproar. This was because everyone in the Great Hall understood what this meant. Zhao Hai actually paid the money, this was too surprising. One must know that in order to enter the hall and sit in the first row, one must pay 13,000 jade essences as deposit. But this deposit wasn't returned to Zhao Hai, it was in the hands of the Wind Ridge auction house. Although Zhao Hai can use these 13,000 jade essences to buy things, he didn't need to take them out during the auction. Instead, when he left, the jade essences would be deducted and the rest would be returned to him. In other words, Zhao Hai didn't need to pay. Now that he paid, it meant that he didn't use the 13,000 jade essences. He can still use the 13,000 jade essences to buy things. 26,000 jade essences. Everyone understood that Zhao Hai had at least 26,000 jade essences in his hands. What kind of concept was this? They were afraid that among the people who entered the auction house today, only a few would be able to take out 20,000 jade essences. This was too surprising. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He took the jade slip and used a spiritual force to explore it. Then he immediately took back his spiritual force and threw the jade slip to Qin Feng and said, "Brother Qin Feng, you take a copy. I'll take the original back to the Blood Knife Gang." When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother, this is too precious. I can't accept it." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "What's wrong with this? Just make a copy, the jade slip won't be damaged. You and I know each other. Since we're brothers, there's no need to care about money. Just take it." When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, his lips moved a few times. His eyes flashed with tears. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, then I won't be polite." Then he took out a blank jade slip and made a copy of the secret blade technique. At this time, young Master Su's complexion turned pale as he looked at Zhao Hai. He just said that Zhao Hai had taken out all of his wealth. But he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would turn around and pay. This wasn't a slap to his face. Young Master Su was a proud and arrogant person. He couldn't bear to be wronged like this. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his body emitted a cold aura. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt young Master Su's murderous aura, but he didn't care. He just faintly smiled and looked at Ling Dong. At this time, Ling Dong took out another item. A maid carried a knife box into the hall. Inside the box was a long knife. This knife was 3 feet and 3 inches long. The back of the knife was thin. The body of the knife was purple-red, but the blade was as red as blood. Ling Dong took out the thick knife and said, "Purple demon blood knife. This knife is incomparably sharp. When it is drawn, it must see blood." When this knife came out of the furnace, the refiner used the blood of hundreds of beasts as a sacrifice. Later on, he used a living person as a sacrifice. Therefore, this knife is an ominous knife with a heavy murderous aura. The starting bid for this knife is 5,000 jade essences. Each bid must be at least 500 jade essences. Upon seeing the purple demon blood knife, Ling Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he didn't wait for the others to speak and said, 6,000 jade essences. His voice was just like his surname, very cold. Zhao Hai didn't have any interest in this knife, so he didn't bid. On the contrary, the female disciples of the Green Willow School made a bid. One of them said, 7,000 jade essences. Ling Yu looked at the female disciples and said, 9,000 jade essences. When the female disciples heard Ling Yu's words, their complexion couldn't help but change. Although they were sitting in the first row, they didn't come here for the saber. They wanted something else. If the saber could be bought for 7,000 or 8,000 jade essences, then they would be able to get it. However, 9,000 jade essences was beyond their expectations, so they didn't increase the price. As for young Master Su, he glanced at Ling Yu and sneered. He said in a deep voice, 10,000 jade essences. Ling Yu looked at young Master Su and said, 13,000 jade essences. When young Master Su heard Ling Yu, his complexion turned pale. But in the end, he closed his mouth and didn't say anything. 13,000 jade essences was already his limit. He couldn't compete with Ling Yu. Seeing that young Master Su didn't say anything, Ling Dong opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Ling Yu bid 13,000 jade essences, are there any other bids? This purple demon blood saber is a rare quality weapon among saber-type weapons. It has the ability to suppress hundreds of beasts and shock people's minds. Everyone can afford it. It will definitely increase everyone's combat strength. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? 13,000 jade essences going once, 13,000 jade essences going twice, 13,000 jade essences going thrice. Alright, it's a deal. From now on, the purple demon blood knife belongs to young Master Lingyu. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the maid immediately brought the purple demon blood blade to Lingyu. Lingyu grabbed the purple demon blood blade and stored it in his space equipment. However, he didn't pay on the spot. Obviously, he couldn't afford to take out 13,000 jade essences. After the maid handed the knife to Lingyu, she bowed to Lingyu before turning around and leaving. Ling Dong didn't find it strange, he waved his hand again. This time, the person who came out from the back was an old man. This old man also had a tray in his hand. On the tray was a thick transparent cover. Inside the cover was a red stone with 9 small holes on it. It looked very strange. When Zhao Hai saw the stone, his eyes lit up. This was because he felt a very special aura coming from the stone. It was the aura of life. That's right, this was the aura of life. Does a stone also have life? Zhao Hai didn't deny this point. However, the characteristics of a stone's life were different from ordinary life forms. In the eyes of ordinary people, a stone was a dead object, it didn't have life. Only people like Zhao Hai, who were proficient in the power of thought, were able to use their power to communicate with the stone. Only then would they know that the stone had life. But now, the stone inside the transparent cover gave Zhao Hai a strong feeling of life. This stone didn't give people the feeling that it wasn't a stone, but rather an animal. Although it was motionless inside the cover, Zhao Hai could feel that it was accumulating power. It was like a tiger lying on the ground, ready to pounce on its enemy. But besides Zhao Hai, no one else knew what this stone was. They were all looking at it curiously. Zhao Hai believed that these people wouldn't be able to feel that the stone was alive. This was because although the stone's life force was very strong, it was still different from the life force of ordinary magic beasts. These people might think that the stone was something else, but they would never think that it was alive. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, Ling Dong shook the stone inside the cover and said, 9-hole flying stone, this is a very strange stone. Don't look at how it's behaving right now, it's only because it's covered by the cover. If I open the cover, it wouldn't fly away immediately. The use of this stone is unknown, it's a treasure that came from the Onion sect. The Onion sect's refiners tried to refine this stone, but it didn't have any effect. This stone isn't only hard, it's also impervious to fire and water. But if you get your hands on it, you must cover it with a cover. Otherwise, if it flies away, I won't be able to help you. I don't know the use of this stone for the time being, so I can only let you research it yourself. The starting price of this stone is 6,000 jade essences, each increment must not be less than 500 jade essences. Upon hearing Ling Dong's introduction, everyone in the hall stared. They didn't know the use of this stone, and it could fly away at any time. Who would want this thing? Therefore, after Ling Dong finished his introduction, no one bid at all. When Ling Dong saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This flying stone actually didn't come from the Unbreakable sect. When he said that it came from the Unbreakable sect, he was just boasting about it. In fact, this stone was brought out from the Gale Valley by a rogue cultivator. That rogue cultivator was a teleportation realm expert. Ling Dong thought that this stone might be something extraordinary, so he bought it and then sent it to the Unbreakable sect. However, he didn't expect that the Unbreakable sect's refining hall wouldn't take this stone seriously. They tried to refine it, but when they found that they couldn't refine it, they gave it back to Ling Dong. Ling Dong bought this stone for 6,000 jade essences. He was a businessman, so he didn't want to make a loss. Therefore, he put this stone up for auction. The starting price was only 6,000 jade essences. He just wanted to recoup his capital and didn't want to make any money. However, he didn't expect that nobody would want it. Just when Ling Dong thought that this stone would go unsold, he suddenly heard a voice, 7,000 jade essences. Ling Dong's spirit shook. He turned his head and saw that the bidder was Zhao Hai. In the end, Zhao Hai didn't care what this stone was. This stone might be useless to others, but for Zhao Hai, it was very useful. This was the first time he saw such a strange stone, so he must buy it. Ling Dong didn't care what Zhao Hai thought. When he saw Zhao Hai bid, he immediately shouted, "This gentleman bid 7,000 jade essences." Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 8,000 jade essences. A voice suddenly sounded. Ling Dong looked at the source of the voice and was surprised. This was because the one who increased the price was actually young Master Su. Young Master Su's face was calm as he sat there. He didn't even look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at young Master Su. When he saw young Master Su's appearance, he knew that young Master Su wanted to make him spend more money. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just faintly smiled and said, 10,000 jade essences. Hua! The people in the hall were once again in an uproar. They didn't think that an unknown stone would be bid for 10,000 jade essences. The way the people in the hall looked at Zhao Hai changed. It was as if they were looking at a madman. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was a typical rich fool. Moreover, he was a standard madman. However, there were a lot of cultivators who looked at Zhao Hai with greedy eyes. Zhao Hai's current strength was only at the Uniting Soul stage. Although he wasn't the weakest person in the hall, he wasn't far off. But such a person could casually take out 20,000 jade essences. Wasn't this the same as a child holding a gold bar, waiting for people to come and snatch it? These people suddenly thought. When young Master Su heard Zhao Hai bid 10,000 jade essences, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he said in a deep voice, 12,000 jade essences. Hua! This time, the voices in the hall became even louder. No one thought that young Master Su would actually raise the price to 12,000 jade essences. This was completely beyond everyone's understanding. Was this stone really that attractive? Of course, they didn't see that when young Master Su called out the price of 12,000 jade essences, his eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness. However, he concealed it very well. Zhao Hai looked at young Master Su and said in a deep voice, 13,000 jade essences. Young Master Su looked at Zhao Hai and a faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't say anything else. When they saw the expression on young Master Su's face, the others immediately knew what he was thinking. When Zhao Hai used 13,000 jade essences to snatch away the Misty Eight Saber technique, young Master Su was still brooding about it. So this time, he didn't know what this stone was. He deliberately raised the price to make Zhao Hai spend more money. When they thought of this, the people in the hall couldn't help but laugh. One of them loudly said, ha ha ha. Sure enough, rich people are stupid. You can't even see that someone is deliberately raising the price. Ha ha ha. This kind of person is definitely the most popular person in the auction. Yes, yes. If there were more people like this, the auction would definitely make a lot of money. Ha ha ha. Ling Dong didn't care about this. He just looked at the calm face of Zhao Hai. His intuition told him that Zhao Hai wasn't that simple. The reason why he kept raising the price wasn't because he was angry with young Master Su, but because he really wanted this stone. But Ling Dong didn't think too much about it. He just said, this gentleman bid 13,000 jade essences. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? One must know that although no one knows what this stone is, there are many strange things in the world. In the past, no one knew what separation gold was. But now, separation gold has become something that all the sects are fighting over. Although no one knows what this stone is, its innate ability to fly is real. Maybe this is a heavenly treasure that no one has ever seen before. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Everyone burst into laughter. Then one of them loudly said to Ling Dong, Shopkeeper Ling, don't take out a stone and compare it to separation gold. How can it be compared? Separation gold can separate high-level materials from low-level artifacts. It can prevent these materials from being wasted. What can this stone do? It can fly away by itself. Ha ha ha. Everyone also burst into laughter. Young Master Su's smile became even wider. He looked at Zhao Hai with a proud expression. Ling Dong called out 3 more times. Still, no one bid. In the end, Zhao Hai won the stone. The old man holding the cover walked in front of Zhao Hai and handed the cover to Zhao Hai. He said, this cover is for you. Once you open the cover, it will fly away. Only a teleportation realm cultivator can catch it. So no matter what you want it to do, don't open the cover. Zhao Hai took the cover and thanked the old man. But this time, he didn't pay. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then he turned around and left. When everyone saw that Zhao Hai didn't pay this time, they laughed even louder. In their opinion, Zhao Hai didn't have any money on him. Otherwise, he would have paid. Because at this time, if he paid, it would be equal to slapping young Master Su's face. If he had the money, he would have done it. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong. Zhao Hai had a lot of money. But he wouldn't pay now. That would be too light of a slap in the face. He knew that the previous secret saber art and the flying stone weren't young Master Su's goal. Young Master Su certainly had more than 13,000 jade essences on him. He was just saving his strength to buy what he wanted. But Zhao Hai wouldn't let him get his hands on that thing. Zhao Hai received the transparent cover into his spatial equipment. Then he turned around and looked at Ling Dong. Ling Dong didn't say anything, he just waved his hand. This time a maid came forward with a tray. On the tray, there was something that looked like a deer's antler. It was gray in color, as if it was cut off from the head of a deer. Ling Dong said, "Spirit deer antler, everyone knows about it. Spirit deer antler is a special kind of demon beast that lives in the Gale Canyon. This kind of demon beast is very docile, but it is also very unyielding. They won't take the initiative to attack people, but if you want to catch them, it would be impossible. They would rather die than be caught alive. The antler of a spirit deer is a rare elixir that can replenish one's vitality. This kind of elixir is a rare treasure for body cultivators. Of course, the antler of a spirit deer won't appear in an auction house, it has already been taken away by various sections. Although the spirit deer antler is inferior to ordinary deer antlers, it still has the ability to replenish one's vitality. It is also very beneficial for one's cultivation. Moreover, this spirit deer antler doesn't need to be used as a medicine, it can be directly used as a medicine. The starting price of this spirit deer antler is 5,000 jade essences, the first increment must not be less than 300 jade essences. The price of the spirit deer antler was lower than the stone. Logically speaking, it should have been placed before the stone. However, Ling Dong placed it after the stone. This was because Ling Dong was very clear that the stone might not be sold, but it might also be sold. The price of 6,000 jade essences was something that rogue cultivators could accept. Moreover, there were also some rogue cultivators who liked to research these strange things. Therefore, Ling Dong decided to put it up for auction. However, the spirit deer antler was very attractive to rogue cultivators. If the spirit deer antler was put up for auction first, then the rogue cultivators would be able to buy it. If that happened, then they wouldn't have enough money to buy the stone. Therefore, Ling Dong put the stone up for auction first, then the spirit deer antler. In addition to this reason, another reason was that the auction needed to reach a climax. Although the prices of the previous items were very high, the rogue cultivators couldn't afford them. Because of this, they felt that the auction was meaningless. This was a place for the great sects to compete with each other. In the future, they might not be able to come here again. But this time, the spirit deer antler wasn't a good thing for the disciples with a bit of influence. Although the spirit deer antler can supplement one's vitality, it wasn't only the spirit deer antler that can supplement one's vitality. Some people with a bit of influence can also get their hands on things that can supplement their vitality. Because of this, the spirit deer antler wasn't very attractive to the people sitting in the front rows. On the contrary, it was very attractive to the rogue cultivators sitting in the back. This was because they weren't like those with influence behind them, they couldn't easily get their hands on all kinds of herbs. It wasn't easy for them to get their hands on a spirit herb that can supplement their vitality. Moreover, this spirit herb was very important to the rogue cultivators. Supplementing one's vitality wasn't a monopoly of body cultivators. In fact, the rogue cultivators needed this herb even more. Regardless of whether they were a body cultivator or not, they still needed it. This was because rogue cultivators were very prone to injuries. If they were injured, they would bleed, and this would lead to a loss of vitality. For a cultivator, this loss of vitality was a very serious matter. Even if one's spiritual chi was restored, if one's vitality was lost too much, then one would only be able to display 30 or 40% of one's strength. One could only rely on slowly recuperating or rely on some herbs to supplement one's vitality. At this time, the spirit deer antler's usefulness was revealed. It was precisely because the spirit deer antler can supplement one's vitality that the rogue cultivators wanted to get their hands on it. Ling Dong taking it out at this time was just right. Sure enough, when Ling Dong took out the spirit deer antler, the people in the front rows didn't make any moves. However, the other people who came to participate in the auction began to loudly bid. In the end, the spirit deer antler was sold at a price of 7,100 jade essences. After that, Ling Dong took out a few more things. The prices of these things weren't very high. Most of them were sold for around 6 or 7,000 jade essences. However, the atmosphere of the scene became even more heated. This was because there were more people bidding. However, most of the items that appeared now were low-grade artifacts or pills. These things weren't attractive to Zhao Hai at all. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. Instead, the people sitting in the back rows won a few things, but most of them fell into the hands of the rogue cultivators. The auction went on for more than 7 hours. Nearly 100 items were auctioned off. Although the number of people present was not proportional to the number of people present, this was still a rare auction. However, Zhao Hai also saw that the people sitting in the front row weren't here for these things. The object they were waiting for still hadn't appeared. Ling Dong also saw the expressions of the people in the first row. He knew what they were waiting for. He also knew that it was time to take out something real, so he said, "Alright, the auction has been going on for so long, and it's time to end it. Next up will be the last 10 items of the auction. The first item is the 9-ring silver wind blade." An old man took a knife box and walked towards Ling Dong's side. Inside the box was a knife. This knife didn't have a scabbard, it was silver white in color. There were several large iron rings on the back of the knife. Although it was a thick knife, it gave people a feeling that it was as light as the wind. Sure enough, it was a good knife. It was even better than the purple demon blood knife that Ling Yu bought. However, it was obvious that this blade's temperament didn't match with Ling Yu's. Therefore, Ling Yu didn't even look at it. He just sat there quietly with his eyes half closed, as if he was asleep. Zhao Hai also looked at the blade and then shifted his gaze to other places. However, the cultivators in the second row focused their attention on the blade. Ling Dong took out the 9-ring silver wind blade and said, "This 9-ring silver wind blade is one of the lightest metals in the true spirit continent, but at the same time, it is also one of the toughest metals. Using silver wind iron as the main material to refine artifacts, the weight of the artifacts will be very light. The most important thing is that these artifacts will have a trace of wind force. If they don't use the 9-ring silver wind blade, then their attacks will be almost silent. But with the 9-ring silver wind blade, the sound it makes can disturb the opponent's mind, which can also be regarded as a spiritual attack. Although this blade is big, it only weighs 3 jin and 2 taels, making it the best choice for a fast blade user. The starting price for this blade is 8,000 jade essences, and each increment must not be less than 1,000 jade essences." This price wasn't low, but nobody thought that this blade wasn't worthy of this price. Some people immediately started to bid, but the people in the first row didn't make a move. In the end, the blade was bought by a cultivator in the third row for 18,000 jade essences. This price wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. The 9-ring silver wind blade was definitely worth this price. But today, there weren't many blade users here. If there were more blade users, then the price would be even higher. After the 9-ring silver wind blade, Ling Dong once again waved his hand. This time an old man appeared with a tray in his hand. On the tray, there was a jade bottle. This jade bottle was red, but Zhao Hai discovered that this jade bottle wasn't red at all. Instead, it was filled with a red pill. The pill's medicinal power was very strong, which was why the jade bottle was red. Ling Dong pointed at the jade bottle and said, "Pure yang pill, a fire attribute pill. But anyone with a spirit root can take it. After taking it, there is a certain chance that it can help a person advance to the next level. Of course, the closer you are to the next level, the higher the success rate. But please note that it is only useful for cultivators below the teleportation realm. In other words, a peak transcending dust realm cultivator can rely on this pure yang pill to break through to the teleportation realm. This pill is very precious. The starting price is 10,000 jade essences, And each bid increment must not be less than 1,000 jade essences. Boom! As soon as they heard Ling Dong, everyone in the hall burst into an uproar. This pure yang pill was a very famous pill on the True Spirit continent. Generally, it was in the hands of the major sections. It was very difficult for rogue cultivators to get their hands on it. But they didn't expect that one would appear in this auction. After listening to Ling Dong's introduction, Zhao Hai only glanced at the fierce flame pill, but he didn't have any intention to bid. This was because he was very clear that his situation was different from others. The concentration of his spirit chi was about 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator, and now that he was in the 1,000-soul unification realm, it meant that his spirit chi was more than 10,000 times more than an ordinary cultivator's before he could advance to the next level. A pill, no matter how strong the medicinal properties were, could it help him advance to the next level? And to be honest, this pure yang pill wasn't very refined. There were too many toxins inside, so it wasn't suitable for him. Zhao Hai naturally didn't care about this kind of thing, but this didn't mean that ordinary rogue cultivators didn't care about it. For those ordinary rogue cultivators, this pure yang pill was really too important. Now, there were a lot of rogue cultivators who were at the peak of the void-separating realm. Some of them had even stayed at the peak of the void-separating realm for more than 10 years. For them, a pill that could help them advance to the next level was incomparably precious. Therefore, many cultivators' eyes turned red when they saw this pure yang pill. As soon as Ling Dong's voice fell, the bidding immediately began. Moreover, the price kept rising. However, the people in the first row still didn't bid. Instead, the people in the second row participated in the bidding. However, the result of this bidding was somewhat outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. This was because the winner of this bidding wasn't a person in the first 10 rows, but a middle-aged void-separating realm cultivator sitting in an inconspicuous corner. And this pure yang pill was sold for the highest price today, 30,000 jade essences. This was the highest price in today's auction. Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised. Tens of thousands of jade essences, this wasn't within his consideration at all. After the pure yang pill, there were several pills and magic tools. Moreover, all of them were of high quality. Their prices weren't low. There was even a mid-level martial arts manual, its price was even higher than the pure yang pill. Unknowingly, 9 of the last 10 items were sold. Only 1 item was left. Ling Dong waved his hand and 2 old men immediately came up. One of the 2 old men was holding a tray. The tray was covered with yellow silk. On top of the silk, there was a red token. When this red token appeared, Zhao Hai felt a gasp coming from all around. The people sitting in the first row also became nervous. Zhao Hai felt that Qin Feng's breath was somewhat unstable. He looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Brother Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Feng muttered, "Blood token not permitted, it's actually the blood token not permitted." Why would there be a blood token not permitted here? Is the blood token not permitted sect crazy? Why would they take it out? Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng in confusion and said, "Brother Qin, what are you talking about? What blood token not permitted?" Qin Feng turned to look at Zhao Hai and bitterly smiled. "The blood token not permitted is a kind of token issued by the blood token not permitted sect. Normally, it's only given to the sect's elders. If the sect's elders discover that a rogue cultivator has potential, they'll give the token to that rogue cultivator. With this token, the rogue cultivator can directly enter the blood token not permitted sect and become an outer disciple. However, the most precious thing about this blood token not permitted is that it's actually an opportunity to enter the secret realm." Speaking up to here, Qin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. There are a lot of secret realms in True Spirit continent. Some of these secret realms are the cultivation grounds of ancient almighty experts, some of them are burial grounds of ancient almighty experts, and some of them are naturally formed small worlds. These places only open once every dozens or even hundreds of years. Moreover, after opening, one needs to have a special token to enter. Here, Unyielding Sect has a devil blood realm. Legend has it that the Unyielding Sect accidentally discovered a small world. It is the burial ground of an ancient almighty expert. No one knows how big it is, but only those with unyielding blood tokens can enter. There are countless heavenly treasures inside, and as long as you can come out safely, your strength will increase greatly. It is one of the unyielding sect's secret training grounds. At this time, Lingdong also opened his mouth and said, I believe everyone is familiar with this. That's right, this is the Forbidden Blood Medallion. Every 10 years, the Forbidden Blood Medallion will be issued to the disciples of the Forbidden Blood sect to train in the Devil Blood realm. However, what everyone doesn't know is that the Forbidden Blood Medallion will also be issued to the disciples of the Forbidden Blood sect every 10 years. The Forbidden Blood Medallion can indeed allow a rogue cultivator to become a disciple of the Forbidden Blood sect, but at the same time, you can choose not to become a disciple of the Forbidden Blood sect. Because of this, very few people know that the Forbidden Blood Medallion is issued to the public. What I want to tell everyone is that the Forbidden Blood Medallion is not limited to the disciples of the Forbidden Blood sect, but disciples of other sects can also enter. The Forbidden Blood Medallion opens once every 10 years, and the maximum number of people who can enter is not more than 1,000. 200 is just the number that the Forbidden Blood sect can control. Other sects can also send disciples in, but the number of blood medallions they can control varies. This time, my auction house specially asks the Forbidden Blood sect to allow one of the Forbidden Blood medallions to be auctioned as the final item. The person who buys this blood medallion can choose to join the Forbidden Blood sect and enter the Devil Blood realm a year later to train. This is also the Forbidden Blood sect's way of giving all rogue cultivators a chance. Let's begin the auction. The starting price is 50,000 jade essences, and each increment must not be less than 1,000 jade essences. This price made Zhao Hai stunned for a moment. However, the ability to deny the blood token made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the attention of the people sitting in the front row was focused. There were also some people in the hall who were focused. However, they were sitting in the corners and didn't sit in the front row. The entire hall became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was staring at the blood token on the stage. If the two old men holding the blood token weren't teleportation experts, then perhaps some people would have already tried to snatch it. Ling Dong looked at the silent crowd and then said, "Let's start the bidding." Then he didn't say anything. The blood token was in the territory of the disallowing sect. There were a lot of people who knew about it, so he didn't need to introduce it too much. He had already said what he needed to say. Now, all that was left was to wait for people to bid. Ling Dong was sure that the blood token would be sold for a sky-high price. After Ling Dong finished speaking, no one made a bid. Everyone seemed to be considering how much they should pay. Zhao Hai looked at those people and suddenly smiled. Then he raised his hand and said, 60,000 jade essences. This voice was earth-shattering. While everyone was thinking about the appropriate price, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth, making everyone surprised. At this time, they remembered that this was an auction. No matter how much they thought was appropriate, in the end, it all depended on how much other people were willing to pay. Everyone discovered that they were too nervous. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, there were still some people who didn't agree. They thought that Zhao Hai simply couldn't take out that much money. The reason why he called out a price was because he knew that other people would certainly raise the price. Among them, young Master Su was the most likely to do so. When he heard Zhao Hai call out a price, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he immediately raised his hand and loudly said, 70,000 jade essence. Suddenly, he increased the price by another 10,000. This time everyone in the hall reacted. They discovered that the previous price was really nothing. Obviously, this blood refusal writ would be sold for a sky-high price. 80,000 jade essence. The people from the Green Willow School couldn't sit still and finally called out a price. 82,000 jade essence. Another person called out a price, but this time, the person who called out the price was a cultivator sitting in the back corner. He wore a robe that covered his entire body, making it impossible for people to see his appearance. 85,000 jade essence. Young Master Su once again increased the price, but this time, he didn't increase it by another 10,000. He only increased it by 3,000. Moreover, his complexion was somewhat heavy. It was obvious that this price was about to reach his bottom line. 90,000 jade essence. The people from the Green Willow School once again increased the price by 5,000. 100,000 jade essence. A voice called out from the corner, but this time, it wasn't the same person who was wearing a robe. This person was wearing a purple warrior robe. He looked very ordinary. Before, he was sitting there inconspicuously, so no one paid attention to him. Now that he increased the price, everyone began to pay attention to him. Seeing this person's clothes, Qin Feng couldn't help but stare blankly, then his complexion changed as he said, "It's actually the Purple Jade Gang, they also sent people, I really didn't expect this." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Hai finally knew who the bidder was. The Purple Jade Gang was a relatively large gang in the Nanyan sect's territory. It was said that this gang was inextricably linked to the Nanyan sect. It was said that a cultivator from the Purple Jade Gang was already an outer sect elder with real power in the Nanyan sect. His status was very high. It was precisely because of this that the Purple Jade Gang was a force that no one wanted to provoke in the Nanyan sect's territory. 110,000 jade essences. The black-cloaked man raised the price again. 120,000 jade essences. The Green Willow faction once again raised the price, 150,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai raised the price again. After Zhao Hai raised the price, the people in the hall couldn't help but be surprised. 150,000 jade essences was not a small number for any power. Now, Zhao Hai actually bid 150,000 jade essences, which was 30,000 more than the Green Willow faction's people. People couldn't help but wonder what his identity was. Qin Feng also stared at Zhao Hai in a daze. He found that Zhao Hai was even more mysterious. Before, when Zhao Hai casually gave him 500 jade essences, he only thought that Zhao Hai was a generous person, but he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be rich to this extent. 155,000 jade essences. Young Master Su once again raised the price. While doing so, he also glared at Zhao Hai as if he wanted to eat Zhao Hai alive. Zhao Hai didn't even look at him, he just smiled as he looked at Ling Dong. Ling Dong didn't say anything, but he was also very surprised. He didn't think that the blood refusal writ would be sold for such a price. This price was far beyond his expectations. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. This wasn't just any other item, it was the Forbidden Blood Writ, something that could allow one to enter the Devil Blood realm. The Forbidden Blood Writ couldn't be obtained by the Su family where young Master Su was from. Although the Purple Jade Gang and Green Willow School could obtain it, they certainly wouldn't get a lot. It would be good if they could get 1 or 2 pieces. The Devil Blood realm wasn't a safe place. Although it was a trial ground, there were countless demon beasts and countless danger zones. Most importantly, the people from other sects wouldn't be polite. Every time the Devil Blood realm opened, 1,000 cultivators would enter. However, those who could safely come out were very few. At least once, 1,000 cultivators entered, but in the end, less than 200 people came out. This kind of mortality rate was really frightening. It was precisely because of this that all the factions that could obtain the Forbidden Blood Medallion would desperately search for it. They all wanted to send a few more people into the Devil Blood realm so that they could look after each other and have a higher chance of survival. Therefore, factions like the Purple Jade Gang and the Green Willow sect that could obtain the Forbidden Blood Medallion would desperately try to obtain it. 160,000 jade essences. The black-robed cultivator raised the price again. 170,000 jade essences. The Green Willow School raised the price again. Upon hearing this price, young Master Su's expression couldn't help but darken. He didn't have enough jade essences in his hand. It could be said that he had lost the ability to continue bidding. 180,000 jade essences. The Purple Jade Gang raised the price again. 200,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate at all and directly raised the price to 200,000. For him, jade essences were just a number. He didn't care about this small amount of jade essences at all. What he cared about was the token. It could be said that joining the Forbidden Blood sect was a trivial matter to him. Right now, he wanted to go to the Devil Blood realm and see what kind of place it was. Zhao Hai raising the price to this degree was completely out of everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know who Zhao Hai was and why he had so many jade essences. Zhao Hai didn't care about their feelings. He just calmly looked at them with a smile on his face. But now, when everyone looked at Zhao Hai's smile, they couldn't help but feel that it was unfathomable. 210,000 jade essences. The Purple Jade Gang raised the price again. 220,000 jade essences. The black-robed man also raised the price again. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to see if Zhao Hai would raise the price again. However, Zhao Hai didn't raise the price. He just sat there with a smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. 230,000 jade essences. The Purple Jade Gang's representative raised the price again with a gloomy face. His voice sounded very calm, as if he didn't have any emotions. 250,000 jade essences. Friend, give our Purple Jade Gang some face. Our Purple Jade Gang will definitely repay you in the future. The Purple Jade Gang's representative said. 260,000 jade essences. The auction is based on jade essences, not face. The black-robed cultivator calmly said. The Purple Jade Gang's representative's face turned pale. He coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He just fiercely looked at the black-robed cultivator with eyes filled with killing intent. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? 260,000 jade essences going once. Everyone, this forbidden blood token is the only one circulating outside. The others already have owners. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one. 300,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai calmly said. His words attracted everyone's attention. They couldn't understand where Zhao Hai came from and why he had so much money. The black-robed man looked at Zhao Hai and said, 350,000 jade essences, friend, that's enough. You should know that there are some things that you can't get even if you want to. Even if you get it, you can't keep it. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, if I get it, I will become a disciple of the forbidden sect. Who would dare to do anything to me? You want to deal with me? If I don't leave the city, who can do anything to me? You want to threaten me with my family? You can even kill them. As long as I join the forbidden sect, you will receive boundless revenge. Haha, I can't keep it. But if I get it, I can keep it. 400,000 jade essences. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. But then they understood Zhao Hai's plan. Just like what Zhao Hai said, once he gets the forbidden blood token, as long as he doesn't leave the city, nobody can do anything to him. One must know that Wind Ridge City doesn't allow people to fight. Moreover, even if he goes to Devil Heart City, it would be the same. And from Wind Ridge City to Devil Heart City, he can use the transmission formation. If you really want to use his family to threaten him, then you need to think about how he would retaliate after joining the forbidden sect. Don't forget, after joining the forbidden sect, he would be able to go to the Devil Blood trial in about a year. If he comes back safe and sound, then his strength would increase greatly. Moreover, the forbidden sect would focus on nurturing him. When the time comes, his status would be very different. Everyone who offended him would have to be careful. When the black-robed cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then Ling Dong looked at Zhao Hai and said, are there any more bids? 400,000 jade essences going once, 400,000 jade essences going twice, 400,000 jade essences going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this mister, you have obtained the forbidden blood writ. In 3 months, the forbidden sect will open its doors. When the time comes, you can bring this writ to Devil Heart City and become an outer disciple of the forbidden sect. Zhao Hai stood up, then he smiled faintly at Ling Dong and said, thank you, Manager Ling. At this time, the two men arrived in front of Zhao Hai and handed a tray to him. However, the two men looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the two and understood what they meant. He couldn't help but smile. Then he took out a spatial bag and placed it on the tray. One of the old men picked up Zhao Hai's spatial bag and opened it with his spiritual force. Then his expression couldn't help but shake. Then he closed the spatial bag and took a deep look at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Ling Dong and nodded. Ling Dong nodded as well. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, please accept the forbidden blood token. From now on, he's yours. Zhao Hai gave a bow to Ling Dong and said, thank you, Manager Ling. After saying that, he picked up the blood refusal writ and carefully looked at it. Then, he put it into his space and sat down. Ling Dong said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone. Today's auction has come to an end. Ling Dong would like to thank everyone for supporting our Wind Ridge auction house. I have prepared a small gift for everyone who has come." Ling Dong quickly came to a room at the back of the auction house. This room was his office, but now there were two people sitting in this room. These two people were the two old men who protected the blood writ from appearing in the end. When Ling Dong entered the room, he immediately bowed and said, "Old Ran, Old Crow, did that kid really pay 400,000 jade essences?" One of the old men smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "He didn't pay 400,000 jade essences. Instead, he took out something else." Then he handed Zhao Hai's space bag to Ling Dong. When Ling Dong heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. But then he smiled faintly and said, "Since it can enter Elder Rant's eyes, then it shouldn't be bad. I want to see what it is." After he said that, Ling Dong received the spatial bag from the old man and opened it. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the space bag, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes showed a happy expression as he turned to Old Ran and said, "It turned out to be resurrection grass. 1,000-year-old resurrection grass. It's really worth 400,000. No, 400,000 is too little. It should be worth at least 500,000. This time, we've made a profit." Old Ran looked at Ling Dong and smiled faintly. "When that kid bought the first two items, I felt that it was strange, so I immediately sent people to inquire about the kid. Haha, I actually managed to find out that the kid is from Devil Heart City. He's a member of a newly established gang called the Blood Edge Gang. The leader of the Blood Edge Gang went missing some time ago, but it has nothing to do with the 9 Revolution Heavenly Fragrance Grass. The kid's name is Zhao Ling. He joined the Blood Edge Gang a long time ago. He didn't want to join the Blood Edge Gang in the beginning. He was born in a small cultivator clan that was once glorious, but because there weren't any experts in the clan, it slowly declined. But in this generation, there were 3 geniuses, and Zhao Ling is one of them. The 3 of them left the clan to find a way to restore the clan to its former glory. I'm not surprised that such a clan would be able to take out something like the resurrection grass. Moreover, Zhao Ling is very formidable. He didn't tell anyone that he had the resurrection grass because he was very clear that if his clan wanted to restore its former glory, it wouldn't be enough to rely on jade essence, it would also need influence. Therefore, he would rather use the resurrection grass in exchange for the disallow blood token so that he could join the disallow sect. At present, this is the best choice for him. Old Ran looked at Ling Dong and smiled faintly. The reason for this is that the 3 of them left the clan is to find a way to restore the clan to its former glory. Ling Dong nodded, then he sighed and said, "I've underestimated the heroes of the world. I didn't think that this ordinary-looking Zhao Ling would have such a scheme. I think that this guy shouldn't be cultivating, he should be doing business. If he does business, then with his scheming ability, he would definitely be able to make a fortune." Elder Crow smiled faintly and said, "However, this kid will also bring some trouble to the Blood Edge Gang." But when the black-robed man threatened him, he was also threatening the other party. He knows that people will investigate his identity, he knows that people will look for him, he also knows that people will deal with him, and he might even use the Blood Edge Gang to threaten him. However, he won't appear, he will become a disciple of the Blood Edge Gang and then retaliate. These kinds of people are very terrifying, they can give up a lot of things for their own goals. When they don't have the strength to resist, they won't resist at all. Even if you kill his family in front of him, he might not resist. But when he has the strength to take revenge, his revenge will be 10 times, 100 times. Ling Dong nodded, then he sighed and said, "Right, these kinds of people are the most terrifying. Elder Crow, do you think we should get in touch with Zhao Hai? When necessary, we should lend him a hand. With his ability, if he can really come out of the Devil Blood realm alive, then his future in the gang will be limitless. If we make a good relationship with him now, then it would only be good for us in the future." The reason why Ling Dong said this was because these people were actually people of the Bouillon sect. However, their talent was limited, so they couldn't cultivate much in the Bouillon sect. Because of this, the Bouillon sect sent them out to accumulate wealth for the sect. Although their contributions to the Bouillon sect were great, the Bouillon sect still valued those with good talent, those who could walk further on the path of cultivation. Any disciple of the sect with good talent would be a head above them. If they didn't want to be bullied by the sect's disciples, then they would need to make friends with the sect's disciples. It would be best if they had good potential. Once these potential stocks turn into good stocks, then they would have a backer. When Elder Crow and Elder Ran heard Ling Dong, they couldn't help but stare. Then they revealed a contemplative expression. After some time, Elder Crow nodded and said, "All right, we can try to get in touch with Zhao Ling first before making a decision." Elder Ran also nodded and said, "Right now, Zhao Ling should be worried about two things. The first is the Blood Blade Gang, and the second is his family. His family is too far away from here, so there's nothing to worry about. Nobody would go that far to kidnap someone from his family. Because of this, he should be worried about the Blood Blade Gang. I think it would be good if we get in touch with him, then we should help the Blood Blade Gang. This way, Zhao Hai will remember our good deeds." Ling Dong nodded and said, "No matter what, let's get in touch with Zhao Hai first." "Right, increase the defenses of Wind Ridge City. Prevent people from causing trouble in the city. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city, kill them on the spot." Although Ling Dong had left Demon Heart City and the Ayun sect's headquarters, he still relied on his talent in business to have some influence in the sect. Moreover, he was the head of the Ayun sect's branch in Wind Ridge City. Because of this, it wasn't strange for him to give such an order. Elder Wu and Elder Ran nodded and said, "We still can't confirm the identity of the black-robed man. He's the most likely one to cause trouble. I'm afraid that the others wouldn't have the courage to do so. They still need to live in the Ayun sect's territory in the future. If they offend the Ayun sect, then they wouldn't have a good time. As for the black-robed man's identity, we still haven't figured it out. This is strange." Ling Dong frowned and said, "The black-robed man's identity is too strange. Since he can take out so many jade essences, it's impossible for him to be a nobody. However, he still wants to hide his head and show his tail. We need to pay more attention to him." Elder Ran nodded and said, "Right, we need to pay more attention to him. I'll go and arrange it." Then he stood up and left. Wu Long also stood up and left. Ling Dong looked at the backs of the two men and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "This kid is quite interesting." At this time, Zhao Hai followed Qin Feng back to Qin Feng restaurant. Along the way, Qin Feng didn't say a word. When shopkeeper Wang saw Qin Feng's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand what happened to Qin Feng. Shopkeeper Wang called out to Qin Feng several times, but Qin Feng didn't respond. He just sat there blankly. Shopkeeper Wang looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, what happened to little Feng?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "It's nothing. Uncle Wang, bring us some food and wine. I'll accompany him for a drink." Although shopkeeper Wang didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he still complied and went to prepare the food and wine. Before long, the food and wine were brought out. Zhao Hai poured the wine, then he looked at Qin Feng and said, "Big brother Qin, do you have something to say to me?" Qin Feng looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything for a while. Then he raised his cup and drank the wine. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you lie to me? Are you really a member of the Blood Edge gang? But why do you have so much money?" "Why?" Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng and smiled, "I didn't lie to you. I'm a member of the Blood Edge gang. In fact, I don't have that much money." What he gave the auction house wasn't money at all. Qin Feng stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It wasn't money? That's impossible. If it wasn't money, then the auction house wouldn't have given you the blood refusal token." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What I gave the auction house wasn't money. However, that thing was more valuable than 400,000 essence stones. Therefore, the auction house accepted it. As for the money I spent before, it was given to me by the gang. Along with the money given to me by my family, it can be said that it's all of my savings." Qin Feng stared, then he said, "What thing is worth that much money? Isn't this too exaggerated?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not exaggerated at all. That thing is my family's heirloom. I was prepared to exchange it for jade essence in order to support my family's development. However, I don't think that jade essence can help my family. Therefore, I used it to exchange for the blood refusal token. This way, I can join the sect. As long as I join the sect, as long as I become a disciple, as long as my status is high enough, I can help my family. At that time, my family will be able to regain its former glory. This is the way to develop in the long run. Qin Feng stared. He couldn't help but frown as he said, but what if you fail? A year later, the Devil Blood Realm trial was a place where people would die. What if you failed? What will happen to your family? Zhao Hai's expression turned gloomy, then he said, I don't have time to think about it. If I simply exchanged that thing for jade essence, then it wouldn't be of much help to the family. On the contrary, since the family is currently in a weakened state, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for the family to obtain so much money. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If you have too much money and don't have the strength to preserve it, then it would only bring trouble. When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. He was very clear that what Zhao Hai said was right. If a person without strength were to suddenly obtain a large amount of wealth, then it wouldn't take long for him to die on the spot. This was because this wealth would make countless people want to kill him. Wealth was a great help to those with strength, but for those without strength, it would only serve to hasten their death. Qin Feng raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, what are you going to do next? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Nothing much, I'm going out to the Gale Canyon to train. Hearing Zhao Hai, Qin Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, That won't do. Brother, there are so many pairs of eyes staring at you. If you go out, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother, believe me, you can't go out. In any case, you can already enter the unbreakable sect, there's no need for you to go out. Zhao Hai looked at Qin Feng and bitterly smiled as he shook his head and said, It won't do if I don't go to the unbreakable sect. Don't forget, I still have to enter the Devil Blood Realm in a year. If I don't go to the Devil Blood Realm, then with my strength, do you think I'll be able to come out alive? Qin Feng was stunned, then his expression changed. He had forgotten about the Devil Blood Realm. Now that Zhao Hai had the unbreakable blood writ, it was impossible for him to not go to the Devil Blood Realm. No cultivator could resist this temptation. Therefore, Zhao Hai would definitely go to the Devil Blood Realm. But with his strength, entering the Devil Blood Realm was no different from suicide. Therefore, what Zhao Hai needed to do the most right now was to increase his strength. Only then would he be able to come back alive from the Devil Blood Realm. Qin Feng drank a mouthful of wine, then he put down the cup and said, All right, then Big Brother will accompany you. This way, we can take care of each other. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, There's no need. If you accompany me, then you'll attract attention. Not only can you not accompany me, but before I join the unbreakable sect, it's best that you don't leave Wind Ridge City. This is because there are as many people watching you as there are watching me. If you leave Wind Ridge City, then those people will definitely deal with you. You'll be in danger, so you can't leave this place. You have to stay in the city for at least 3 months until I join the unbreakable sect. Big Brother Qin, I brought trouble to you this time. When Qin Feng heard Zhao Hai, he froze for a moment. Then he frowned and said, Staying in the city for 3 months isn't a problem. At worst, I'll just be Uncle Wang's assistant for a few days. But you going out alone is too dangerous. Zhao Hai waved his hand. He looked around and saw that there was no one in the store today. This was also the reason why he dared to reveal his whereabouts. Now, he just wanted to confirm it. Then Zhao Hai used a secret sound transmission technique to talk to Qin Feng. Big Brother Qin, you don't have to worry about me. I have an appearance-changing technique. As long as I change my appearance, I believe that no one would recognize me. If the two of us move together, then it'll be dangerous. You don't have to worry about me. Qin Feng finally understood why Zhao Hai said that the two of them would be more conspicuous if they moved together. He nodded and transmitted his voice to Zhao Hai, All right, then it's decided. But I think I'll stay here and give you some cover. When the time comes, you can pretend to be in seclusion and then secretly leave. This way, no one would notice you. Zhao Hai walked step by step on the road towards the Gale Canyon. At this time, his appearance had changed greatly. He had turned into a 2-meter-tall, muscular cultivator with a large saber on his back. He had a rough look on his face and didn't look like himself at all. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to his appearance at this time. He had too many divergent abilities. Changing his appearance was just one of them. Because of this, although Zhao Hai's appearance had changed, it was still his body. He didn't feel any discomfort. At this time, Zhao Hai was thinking about his meeting with Ling Dong. Zhao Hai and Qin Feng had discussed this matter. They wanted Qin Feng to help him hide it from other people and pretend that he was in seclusion. This was so that other people wouldn't suspect that he was in the Gale Canyon. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that other people would come looking for trouble. To be honest, there weren't many people in the Gale Canyon who could be his opponent. However, if he went to the Gale Canyon as Zhao Hai, it would attract too many people. Therefore, he changed his appearance. Zhao Hai didn't think that Ling Dong would come looking for him. Moreover, Ling Dong's words implied that he wanted to be on good terms with him. Ling Dong might even be able to help him solve this problem. Zhao Hai has been baptized by several realms. When he heard Ling Dong's words, he immediately understood Ling Dong's thoughts. He knew that Ling Dong wanted to win him over. Ling Dong knew that he was already a disciple of the unjust sect. Moreover, Ling Dong saw his potential. Therefore, he wanted to win him over. Even if he couldn't win him over, he still wanted to leave a good impression on him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't refuse such good intentions. Letting Qin Feng cover for him would only put Qin Feng in danger. However, letting Ling Dong act as his protector wouldn't bring any danger. Ling Dong was a disciple of the unjust sect. Nobody would dare to make a move against him. Therefore, Zhao Hai followed Ling Dong to the Wind Ridge auction house that day. Then, under everyone's gaze, they entered the Wind Ridge auction house's backyard and did not come out again. Afterward, news came out of Wind Ridge City that Zhao Hai was in seclusion in the backyard of the Wind Ridge auction house. Then, he changed his appearance and came out of the auction house to train in Gale Valley. Of course, he wasn't dressed like this when he came out of the auction house. He only changed into this outfit after leaving Wind Ridge City. Now, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the Blood Edge Gang. To be honest, he was worried about the Blood Edge Gang before. The Blood Edge Gang's situation wasn't very good. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that those who wanted to investigate his identity would be able to find out. Although his previous threat was useful, it wasn't very useful for forces like the Purple Jade Gang and the Green Willow School. They had people who were cultivating in the unjust sect and had high status. Such people wouldn't take Zhao Hai's threat to heart. Therefore, if those people wanted the Blood Edge Gang, they would certainly make a move against the Blood Edge Gang. Although it was impossible for Zhao Hai to hand over the Blood Edge Gang, he didn't want the Blood Edge Gang to suffer heavy losses. Originally, Zhao Hai was having a headache about this matter. But now that Ling Dong and the others intervened, it saved him a lot of trouble. With Ling Dong and the others, as well as the Long family, it wouldn't be easy for the Blood Edge Gang to get into trouble. However, these weren't Zhao Hai's biggest gain this time. Zhao Hai's biggest gain wasn't the Blood Edge Gang, but something else. It was the 9-hole flying death stone. Zhao Hai felt the fluctuations of life coming from the stone. He wasn't mistaken, the stone was indeed alive. It was a special kind of stone. This was the first time that Zhao Hai's space had this kind of stone. It was alive. Zhao Hai gave this stone the name Beast Spirit Stone. The reason for this name was because this stone was alive. Moreover, it gave people the feeling of a fierce beast. Beast Spirit Stone mines automatically appeared in the space. The first one was absorbed by liquid silver. After absorbing the Beast Spirit Stone, Zhao Hai's magic staff changed once again. The magic staff turned into a metal tiger. In fact, it wasn't just a metal tiger, it could also turn into any kind of metal beast. However, on top of the tiger's head was a metal cube. Zhao Hai also discovered that he could turn the tiger into any kind of weapon. However, the metal cube would always be outside the weapon. It wouldn't change shape with the weapon, at most, it would only become bigger or smaller. Most importantly, liquid silver seemed to have its own wisdom. However, its wisdom wasn't very high, it was only equivalent to a spirit beast. However, Zhao Hai could still use liquid silver very well. This was because liquid silver was connected to him. Moreover, the stone was different from other living beings. It was something that existed between a living being and a non-living being. It could be said that it didn't have life, but it could be said that it didn't have life, it didn't need to breathe and didn't have a heartbeat. Jiao Hai didn't think about releasing it. After adding the beast spirit stone, liquid silver strength had increased. Moreover, with his current strength, he didn't need to use liquid silver. The sword on Jiao Hai's back was just an ordinary artifact, there was nothing special about it. Jiao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He still looked like a fusion soul cultivator. However, if one only looked at his appearance, they would think that he was a body cultivator. This was also the effect that Jiao Hai wanted. He came to the Gale Canyon to train. He hadn't fought with anyone for a long time. Moreover, the Gale Canyon was very chaotic. Every cultivator could become a bandit. Therefore, Jiao Hai came to the Gale Canyon. The distance from Wind Ridge City to the Gale Canyon wasn't very far. Although Jiao Hai didn't use his full speed, he still managed to reach the periphery of the Gale Canyon after 2 hours. The terrain of the Gale Gorge was very strange. It wasn't in the mountains, but underground. It was originally a plain, but in the middle of this plain, there was a huge underground canyon. It was unknown how long this underground canyon was, but it was incomparably huge. It was said that until now, no one had been able to explore the end of this canyon. Jiao Hai stood on top of the canyon and looked down. The canyon looked very deep. Looking down from above, it was pitch black. From time to time, one could hear the whistling of the wind coming from the canyon. It was very strange. Jiao Hai took a deep breath and looked all around. He found that there were a lot of cultivators standing on top of the canyon. These cultivators were all transcending realm cultivators. There were even a few cultivators who were looking at Jiao Hai with a malicious gaze. However, they didn't make a move. Jiao Hai knew that it wasn't that they didn't want to make a move. They just didn't want to make a move here. The Gale Canyon was very strange. There was an unwritten rule here. As long as a person didn't enter the canyon, they would rarely be robbed. But as long as you enter the canyon, then you would be robbed at any time. It was as if the inside and outside of the canyon were two different worlds. One world was orderly while the other was disorderly. Jiao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. He didn't care about their strength. He looked at the surrounding environment. Wanting to go down to the bottom of the Gale Canyon wasn't an easy matter. The Gale Canyon was surrounded by cliffs. But on the cliffs, there were some small raised stone platforms and some trees as footholds. Obviously, if one wanted to enter the Gale Canyon, then they would need some ability. Jiao Hai looked at the footholds on the cliffs. There were a lot of footholds. Moreover, they were very smooth. One could see that people often stepped on them. Going down from these footholds, no matter where you go, you wouldn't need to worry about not being able to find the next foothold. Seeing this, Jiao Hai felt relieved. He didn't need to worry about exposing his ability to fly. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai immediately moved. His figure flashed as he jumped down the cliff. Soon, he landed on a foothold. This foothold was about 100 meters above the ground. His falling speed wasn't fast. Although his figure looked very clumsy, when he fell, his arms spread out like a bird's wings. He floated down from the top. The people on the cliff looked at Jiao Hai with their eyes wide open. This was because they could clearly see that Jiao Hai's body was actually hovering over the cliff valley. A few cultivators on the ground looked at Jiao Hai's body technique. Their eyes flashed with a dignified expression. They only regarded Jiao Hai as an ordinary rogue cultivator before, but now they didn't think so. An ordinary rogue cultivator wouldn't have such a powerful body technique. It must be known that body technique martial skills were the most difficult to obtain among all martial skills. When two people of the same strength fought, the gap between those who had body technique martial skills and those who didn't was very big. Those who had body technique martial skills could run even if they couldn't beat them. Those who didn't have body technique martial skills couldn't catch up with them even if they could defeat them. If they couldn't beat them, then they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Generally, movement techniques were in the hands of various sects or clans. Rogue cultivators had very few opportunities to obtain them. And regardless of whether it was a sect or a clan, the cultivators there were much stronger than ordinary rogue cultivators. It wasn't difficult for them to challenge those with higher levels. It was precisely because of this that the cultivators had a dignified expression. This was because they were very clear that if Zhao Hai really came from a sect or clan, then it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Although Zhao Hai was a soul-merging stage cultivator, his true fighting strength wasn't much worse than a transcending dust stage cultivator. Although Zhao Hai was a soul-merging stage cultivator, his true combat strength wasn't much worse than a transcending dust stage cultivator. The few dust-separating stage cultivators who just had thoughts about Zhao Hai and were ready to rob Zhao Hai below had a trace of joy on their faces. This didn't mean that they had put away the idea of robbing Zhao Hai. They were just glad that they found out that Zhao Hai knew body technique martial skills. In this way, they wouldn't be completely passive when dealing with Zhao Hai in the future. A depth of 1,000 meters was nothing for a cultivator. Zhao Hai used his body technique. In just a few minutes, he had already seen the bottom of the Gale Canyon. Seeing the bottom of the Gale Canyon, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there weren't any plants at the bottom of the Gale Canyon, there were only stones and some sand. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that these stones and sand were emitting a faint white light. This made the canyon not seem dark at all. Zhao Hai looked around and found that there were almost no plants around. There were only some small trees that were neither dead nor alive. Zhao Hai took some of the soil and stones from the ground into the space. These things weren't very advanced, but there were some special substances inside that could emit light. After taking some of the stones and sand, Zhao Hai looked around. He could clearly feel that there were plants around, but now all of them were dead. In other words, the reason why this place became like this was because of man-made destruction. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. No wonder people used to compare humans to viruses. This kind of destructive power wasn't any worse than a virus. After looking around and seeing that no one was around, Zhao Hai started to move forward. The more he moved forward, the brighter the surroundings became. Because he didn't know how big this canyon was, the walls of the canyon were gradually unable to block the sunlight. At the same time, there were more and more plants around, slowly becoming more and more lively. But at the same time, Zhao Hai also found a lot of bones. Some of the bones belonged to demon beasts, while some were obviously human. Upon seeing these bones, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. From these bones, one could see what kind of place this Gale Canyon was. This place was simply a huge graveyard. Countless cultivators were buried here. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Zhao Hai stopped. In front of him stood a person. This person was a transcending realm cultivator. He looked to be around 40 years old. He had black hair and wore black cultivator clothes. On his back was a black sword. His entire body was black from head to toe. The transcending realm cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "I didn't think that there would be a fusion soul stage cultivator who dared to come to the Gale Canyon. Your courage is too big. But it's good for me. I didn't think that Demon Sword Lu Fei would have such good luck. Boy, leave your storage equipment behind and I'll spare your life." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Fei and said, "If I kill you, I can also take your storage equipment." When Lu Fei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, good, good. This is the first time I've heard a fusion soul stage boy talk to me like this. Boy, I'll cut off your limbs and throw them into the devil ant nest." Then he took out the sword on his back and said, "First appearance of demon shadow." Then he waved the sword in his hand. The sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows as it went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's hand touched the hilt of the saber on his back. His eyes were like an eagle as he stared at Lu Fei. When Lu Fei saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The sword in his hand sped up once again. More and more sword shadows appeared. The body of his sword was black and didn't reflect any light. Now that he was brandishing it, the sky was full of sword shadows. It made people unable to distinguish which sword shadow was real and which sword shadow was fake. Zhao Hai coldly looked at Lu Fei, who was getting closer and closer to him. He already saw that Lu Fei's sword was mainly used to confuse him. He wanted to make him unable to see where his sword was going to stab. Then he would attack and kill him in one fell swoop. However, Lu Fei clearly didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. He was getting closer and closer to Zhao Hai. Lu Fei seemed to be able to see his sword piercing Zhao Hai's throat and causing blood to spurt out. Clang! A cold light flashed. Lu Fei's proud expression froze on his face. His face showed a trace of fear. He wanted to look down to see why his neck was hurting. However, he suddenly discovered that his vision began to roll. Then he completely lost consciousness. At this time, in front of Zhao Hai, there was only a headless corpse that was still holding its sword. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the corpse into the space. Then he continued to walk forward. Slowly, Zhao Hai discovered that the space around him was getting wider and wider. Moreover, there were more and more plants around him. However, these plants were just ordinary trees. There was nothing to pay attention to. Just as he was walking forward, the sound of fighting was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't take it to heart. He continued to walk forward. After walking less than 100 meters, he heard a scream in front of him. Zhao Hai gently raised his eyebrows and continued to walk forward. After walking for another 200 meters or so, he heard voices coming from the front. A rough voice said, "Ha ha ha, that's great. This is our 5th robbery today. We, the 5 bears of Spring Breeze, are going to be rich today." Yes, big brother. If we had known this earlier, we would have come to the Gale Canyon earlier. The income of 1 year here is equivalent to 3 years of robbery in other places. If we do a few more robberies, we will be able to go out and buy some good pills. Someone is coming. And, it's a combined soul stage brat. Ha ha ha. Great. Another fat sheep has come to our door. Today is really a good day for us. Along with the voice, Zhao Hai felt a wave of fluctuations around him. 5 people had already surrounded him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised when he saw these 5 people. These 5 people all seemed to be body cultivators. Each of them was nearly 2 meters tall. Moreover, all of them were at the transcending dust stage. The weapons in their hands were also very special. 5 people, 10 hammers. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people. He had already drawn his saber and said, "Why are you blocking my path?" Ha ha ha. Brat, you're just a combined soul stage brat. You really don't know life from death. Today, your grandpa bear is happy. Leave your storage ring and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame grandpa for being impolite. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 people and suddenly shouted, "Kill." He waved his saber and attacked one of them. The 5 people obviously didn't expect that Zhao Hai, a combined soul stage cultivator, would take the initiative to attack them. When the person saw Zhao Hai's saber slashing towards him, he couldn't help but be surprised. He fell into a disadvantageous position. When he raised his hammer to meet the attack, he was already entangled by Zhao Hai. When the other 4 saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then they recovered and angrily shouted as they raised their hammers and attacked Zhao Hai. However, they soon discovered that it was impossible for them to besiege Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's movements were very clever. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit Zhao Hai. There were even a few times where they almost injured the person who was suppressed by Zhao Hai. Although they were angry, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Slowly, they discovered that the 5 of them were encircled by Zhao Hai's saber. It wasn't them who surrounded Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai who surrounded the 5 of them. When the 5 people saw this, they became even angrier. One of them shouted, "At this time, we have to be serious. Big brother, let's move." Alright, let's move. 5 Thunder Righteous Formation. Along with this person's shout, the 5 suddenly turned around. Their feet were equipped with strange objects as their 2 sledgehammers moved. Along with their movements, faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that the other party was using a formation technique. Zhao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. His body moved and his speed increased as he slashed his saber towards one of the 5 bears. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that the other party was using a formation technique. At this time, a purple light suddenly appeared in the middle of the 5. This purple light turned into a bolt of lightning and went straight towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this lightning, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he discovered that the might of this lightning wasn't small. At this time, one of the 5 bears laughed and said, "Kid, the 5 thunder righteous formation produces tribulation lightning. I want to see if you can avoid it." Along with his voice, the lightning struck Zhao Hai's body. Instead of retreating, Zhao moved forward to meet the lightning. When the lightning struck Zhao's body, the 5 people smiled as they prepared to watch Zhao turn into ashes. But then they found that the lightning had already entered Zhao's body. Zhao's body was covered in a thick layer of smoke. The 5 people smiled as they prepared to watch Zhao turn into ashes. However, they found that the lightning had already entered Zhao's body. The 5 people were stunned. At this time, Zhao Hai had already rushed in front of them. With a slash of his blade, one of them fell to the ground. As one person fell to the ground, the 5 thunder righteous law formation collapsed. The lightning that had not yet formed in the formation disappeared. Only then did the other 4 people react. At the same time, they shouted, "Fourth brother, kid, I want you dead." Then the 4 people attacked Zhao Hai with their hammers. Zhao Hai's figure moved. He raised the long saber in his hand and shouted, "Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber, Alcade Cut." Along with Zhao Hai's words, the saber in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Then, a huge pressure came from his saber. Before the other 4 bears could react, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and rushed through their middle. After rushing through their middle, Zhao Hai put away his saber. Then he waved his hand and the 5 people were sucked into his saber. The 5 of them were already dead. The Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber was a martial art that Zhao Hai deduced from the Sky Devil clan's martial arts. It was mainly used for killing and had a very strong attacking power. However, in the past, this technique was more suitable for people to fly in the air. But in the real spiritual world, because he couldn't fly, Zhao Hai changed this saber technique to be used on land. After being in the real spiritual world for a long time, Zhao Hai's understanding of the Tao had deepened. His Tao was inseparable from his martial arts. Moreover, his myriad stellar yin-yang technique was also a cultivation technique that was comparable to the stars. Therefore, the Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber was now more lethal than before. Zhao Hai didn't use all of his spiritual qi, he only used 1/10 of it. This time, he came to the Gale Canyon to make all of his martial arts more suitable for the real spiritual world. Therefore, he deliberately suppressed his spiritual qi. He wanted to see what level his martial arts could reach without the suppression of spiritual qi. This was the main purpose of his trial. Whoosh! 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 Several people suddenly appeared in an open space. These people were all dressed in gray cultivator robes and had weapons on their backs. There were sabers and swords, and one of them even had a spear in his hand. The few people looked at the open space. One of them, who was wearing a 2-handed sword, suddenly said, "Judging from the situation here, a big battle happened here. There should be 6 people involved. If I'm not wrong, 5 of them should be the 5 bears of Spring Breeze." The person next to him looked at him in confusion and said, "Big brother, the 5 bears of Spring Breeze, are they the 5 famous rogue cultivators in charge of Spring Breeze City? Those guys aren't good people. They specialize in robbing and robbing. Who knows how many cultivators have been robbed by them? I heard that they rarely leave anyone alive. They've done a lot of evil." The leader nodded and said, "Yes, it's those 5 people." The person who spoke before looked at him in confusion and said, "Big brother, why are you so sure it's them? Aren't the 5 bears of Spring Breeze body cultivators? Look, there's such a strong lightning energy here. Did they use a powerful lightning attribute Jade Talisman?" The leader shook his head and said, "No, but as far as I know, the 5 bears of Spring Breeze have a set of joint attack formation. This formation is called the 5 Thunder Righteous Law Grand Array. 5 people in a good formation will automatically generate tribulation lightning. Its power is enormous. Even if a teleportation realm cultivator was hit by this tribulation lightning, I'm afraid they'd die." The cultivator with the spear said in a deep voice, "But there is the power of thunder and lightning here, but I don't feel the energy fluctuation after the power of thunder and lightning struck something. Judging from the strength of the energy fluctuation, the battle just ended not long ago. And judging from the smell of blood on the scene, I'm afraid that the 5 Spring Breeze bears suffered a loss. Even though they robbed the 5 Thunder Righteous spell formation, they still suffered a loss. Could it be that the opponent is a cultivator in the teleportation realm? The leader shook his head and said, impossible. Although the 5 bears aren't weak and their formation is a threat to teleportation realm cultivators, they wouldn't dare to offend a teleportation realm cultivator. A teleportation realm cultivator wouldn't give them time to set up a formation. Also, did you notice that the tribulation lightning seemed to have been absorbed by something? So it didn't exert any power at all. Most importantly, did you notice that there's still a murderous aura here that hasn't dissipated? From this murderous aura, it should be a saber user's murderous aura. Moreover, it's only one saber strike. What a stunning saber strike. With just one saber strike, the 5 bears were defeated. Speaking up to here, the leader couldn't help but close his eyes. Obviously, he was feeling the changes in the aura at the scene. To be able to deduce the approximate battle process from the aura left behind at the scene, this person could be considered powerful. When the cultivator with the spear heard what the leader said, he couldn't help but be stunned. Not only was he stunned, the others were also stunned. Then the cultivator with the spear said in a deep voice, Big brother, who has such strong energy to be able to defeat the 5 bears of Spring Breeze with one saber strike? Could it be one of the experts on the rogue cultivator list? The rogue cultivator ranking that this person spoke of was a ranking made by some rogue cultivators in the Xianxia's territory. This ranking recorded some powerful rogue cultivators, but these rogue cultivators all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all in the dust-rejecting realm. Moreover, they were very powerful, which was why he said this. The leader shook his head and said, it doesn't seem like it. Our Martial newspaper hall specializes in collecting and selling information for a living. The rogue cultivator list was originally made by us. I've come in contact with the experts on the list. Their auras are completely different from this person. I'm sure that I haven't come in contact with this person before. The cultivator next to him said in a deep voice, Big brother, I heard that this time, the Booyan sect asked our Martial newspaper hall to help them collect information on some powerful rogue cultivators. They want to recruit those rogue cultivators into their sect. Is that true? The leader nodded and said, it's true. The top 10 experts on the rogue cultivator list have already received a notice from the unpermitted sect. They can enter the unpermitted sect without taking the test. The cultivator next to him said, so it's true. Big brother, do you think we have a chance to join the unpermitted sect? The leader looked at him, then he shook his head and said, it's very difficult. Do you think that joining the unpermitted sect is the end of it? Let me tell you, joining the unpermitted sect is just the beginning. The unpermitted sect isn't like other sects. They have a list of potential outer disciples. If you join the unpermitted sect and stay in the last 100 for 3 years, then you will be removed from the outer disciple list and be classified as a janitor disciple. The janitor disciples of the unpermitted sect are even worse than rogue cultivators. Their treatment is pitiful and they have endless work to do every day. They don't even have time to cultivate. It's very difficult for a rogue cultivator to get a good result in the outer disciple list. A great sect like the unpermitted sect isn't like other places. Even the most ordinary outer disciple is very strong. If you want to survive in the unpermitted sect, becoming an outer disciple or inner disciple isn't as easy as going from the dust divider realm to the teleportation realm. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but stare. To be honest, although they grew up in the territory of the disobedient sect, they didn't know much about it. The disobedient sect was very mysterious. The sects and small sects under the disobedient sect didn't dare to casually inquire about it. This was because it was a taboo. If the disobedient sect knew about it, then it would be disastrous. If they didn't handle it well, then they would be exterminated. If the unpermitted sect was destroyed, then it would be destroyed. The unpermitted sect's strength wasn't something that could be said with words. It was something that was created through repeated killings. In the unpermitted sect's territory, there were no forces that dared to provoke them. The leader looked at them and said, all right, don't talk about this matter casually. Otherwise, the unpermitted sect might come looking for you. We came to the Gale Canyon this time to see if there are any strong rogue cultivators. This one is one of them. But it won't be easy to find him. Let's go inside. The group nodded and followed the leader inside. When the group left, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared. He looked at the group's back and frowned, Martial Reporting Hall? Interesting, there's actually such an organization in the Buyun sect's territory. Even the Buyun sect wants them to do things for them. It seems like this organization is developing well. I didn't expect the Buyun sect to start absorbing those powerful rogue cultivators. It seems like they're really ready to make a move. After he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the group's back. Then he smiled faintly before his figure flickered and disappeared. Liquid silver had been placed on the bodies of these people. Their every move was under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Even if they wanted to run, they wouldn't be able to. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to monitor them. He just had the space keep an eye on them. Zhao Hai wanted to see if there were any powerful rogue cultivators in the Disallow sect's domain. Zhao Hai wanted to know if there were any powerful rogue cultivators in the Disallow sect's territory. After walking for more than 10 miles, Zhao Hai was now completely in a forest. From time to time, some beasts would appear. However, these beasts weren't very strong, they were of no value. Zhao Hai was too lazy to deal with them. He just collected some beasts that weren't in the space and continued to move forward. While walking, Zhao Hai recalled the map of the Gale Canyon that he had memorized. At this time, he should be in the spirit ape forest of the Gale Canyon. According to the legends, there used to be a kind of spirit ape here. These spirit apes were equivalent to soul-combining stage human cultivators. Their fighting strength was also quite good. However, the inner core of these spirit apes can help people cultivate their spiritual force. It was because of this that these spirit apes were hunted on a large scale. They were now extinct. At this time, Zhao Hai was at the beginning of the Gale Canyon. Aside from some ordinary plants, there weren't any herbs or ores. It can be said that this place was completely abandoned. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He continued to move forward as if he was on a scenic tour. Even so, he still encountered 5 robberies today. However, all of these robbers were now undead inside the space. Although none of these robberies were successful, this allowed Zhao Hai to see how chaotic the Gale Canyon was. It was even more chaotic than what was described in the outside world. But at night, the place was very safe. At night, the cultivators would be cultivating. Moreover, almost all of the demonic beasts that could pose a threat to the cultivators had been swept clean. Because of this, nothing happened at night. Zhao even made a fire and meditated by it until dawn. No one came to bother him. The next morning, Zhao Hai ate some food and then continued on his way. Today, his destination was the first forbidden area of the Gale Canyon, the Mighty Ape Mountain. The Mighty Ape Mountain was the first forbidden area of the Gale Canyon. There was a group of mighty apes living in the Mighty Ape Mountain. Just by hearing the name, one would know that this group of mighty apes had extraordinary defensive capabilities and strength. Most importantly, there were several teleportation realm apes in the Mighty Ape Mountain. After these apes reached the teleportation realm, they would open up their spiritual wisdom. They were as intelligent as humans. In addition to their amazing talents, ordinary teleportation realm cultivators simply weren't their opponents. Moreover, their territorial awareness was very strong. Everyone who intruded into their territory would be treated as an enemy. Because of this, the Mighty Ape Mountain slowly became a forbidden area in the Gale Canyon. Fortunately, after so many years, the mighty apes of the Mighty Ape Mountain hadn't left. Otherwise, a war between humans and apes would have begun. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Mighty Ape Mountain was because he didn't have any mighty apes in the space. He wanted to catch 2 and put them inside the space. Along the way, Zhao Hai quickly approached the Mighty Ape Mountain. The closer he got to the Mighty Ape Mountain, the more luxuriant Zhao Hai felt the surrounding vegetation. It was obvious that very few people came here. Zhao Hai even saw a few spiritual herbs here. This was almost impossible in the Gale Canyon. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. In fact, the thing that his space didn't lack the most was spiritual herbs. This was because it was very easy for him to collect living spiritual herbs in the spiritual world. He could just send out a mission and there would be countless people helping him. However, if he wanted to collect ordinary trees and grasses, then it wouldn't be easy. If he were to send out a mission, then he would certainly be regarded as a scammer. Therefore, these spiritual herbs that were quite old and not very rare had zero attraction to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai just glanced at them and then walked towards the direction of the Mighty Ape Mountain. He didn't even look at the spiritual herbs. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the mighty ape mountain not far ahead. Then, a deep and vigorous ape cry was heard. Along with this ape cry, a person's long howl was heard. Then, several rumbling sounds were heard. Obviously, there was a fight going on. When Zhao Hai heard the roar, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned solemn. He could hear that the ape's roar wasn't simple. It contained an astonishing amount of power. It was definitely at the teleportation realm. It might even be stronger than ordinary teleportation realm cultivators. The person's roar wasn't simple either. From the roar, one could hear that he was also a teleportation realm expert. However, it was clear that he wasn't as strong as the power ape. Even so, he should still be able to hold on for some time. After all, the power ape relied on its innate talent while the human cultivator had an artifact. Of course, the strength of the man and the ape being beyond Zhao Hai's expectations was only one reason. The reason for Zhao Hai's solemn expression was that he felt that the person's voice was familiar. After analyzing the sound waves, Zhao Hai came to the conclusion that the person's voice was most likely the voice of the black-robed cultivator from the Wind Ridge auction house. Among the participants of the Wind Ridge auction, there was only one person whose identity was the most mysterious. It was the black-robed man. No one knew who he was until now. Even Ling Dong had told him that the black-robed man's identity couldn't be found even after using the Buyun Sect's intelligence network. This was the strangest part. There was actually something in the Buyun Sect's territory that they couldn't find out. This meant that this person wasn't simple. And now, this person actually appeared here. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Was it a coincidence or intentional? Zhao Hai didn't know, but his footsteps didn't stop. He knew that he would soon find out whether this person's appearance was a coincidence or intentional. The sound of fighting on the mountain got louder and louder. Finally, an ape's roar and a muffled groan were heard. The sound of fighting finally disappeared. Then Zhao Hai saw a figure flying out of the Power Ape Mountain and flying towards the distance. Another ape's roar was heard from the Power Ape Mountain. This ape's roar was very loud, as if it was a demonstration or a warning. However, the Power Ape didn't chase after it. The black figure flying in the sky also noticed Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the black figure was the black-robed cultivator. He was still wearing his black robe, but there was a huge fist print on his robe. The black-robed man also saw Zhao Hai, but he obviously didn't recognize Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but snort. Then he raised his hand and pointed his finger towards Zhao Hai. Along with his finger, the surrounding spiritual chi suddenly changed. Bursts of wind and thunder could be heard. This wasn't a simple finger, it was a finger that wanted to kill. When Zhao Hai saw this person attacking him, his complexion couldn't help but change. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he snorted and unsheathed his long saber. The long saber slashed towards the person's finger. When the black-robed man saw Zhao Hai's saber, he couldn't help but snort and said, "Overestimating yourself." Boom! When the two forces collided, Zhao Hai's saber actually split the black-robed man's finger. When the black-robed man saw that Zhao Hai was able to split his finger, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he snorted and moved his hand. Once again, he pointed his finger towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he shouted, "Wind and thunder finger, wind and water rise." Along with his voice, Zhao Hai felt a gust of wind and thunder. Then a gust of wind appeared around him. It was as if he was a small tree in the middle of a gust of wind. He was in danger of being blown off at any time. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai was in a gust of wind. It was just a feeling of spiritual suppression. When one's strength reaches the teleportation realm, one would be able to integrate the will of heaven and earth into one's martial arts. The wind and thunder finger was like a gust of wind and thunder. This was because the black-robed man had integrated the concept of wind and thunder into his finger. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt as if a gust of wind was blowing around him. However, it was clear that the black-robed man had underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai commanded the undead and slaughtered hundreds of millions of people. Such a godlike person's Dao heart was much stronger than the black-robed man's. The black-robed man's wind and thunder finger had only integrated a trace of wind and thunder into it. It was impossible for the black-robed man to injure Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this finger, Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Demon 7 Slaughter Blade, Fecta Slash." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the blade in his hand burst out with the power of the stars. The blade flashed with a golden light as it fiercely chopped down on the black-robed man's finger. Boom! This time, the explosion of energy was much stronger than the previous one. Zhao Hai's figure couldn't help but retreat a few steps in order to dissipate the power of the finger. However, the black-robed man was even more miserable. He was flying in the air, so he was sent flying for a kilometer before he stopped. Although he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Zhao Hai. The black-robed man was really surprised. He didn't expect such a result. Although he was injured in the battle with the power ape, his injury wasn't very serious. Moreover, he had already suppressed his injury. Moreover, he saw that Zhao Hai was a fusion soul stage cultivator. So in his opinion, although he only had the strength of a 6th-layer teleportation stage cultivator, compared to a fusion soul stage cultivator, the difference was like heaven and earth. In his opinion, killing a fusion soul stage cultivator with a single finger was enough. But today, he actually used the strength of a 6th-layer teleportation stage cultivator, but he still couldn't do anything to the opponent. On the contrary, he was injured by the opponent's counterattack. The injury that he had suppressed just now had relapsed. The black-robed man looked at Zhao Hai as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of shock. Zhao Hai looked at him and coldly snorted. He waved the long saber in his hand and said, "Demon 7 Slaughter Saber, Sky Jade Slash." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a huge saber light slashed towards the black-robed man. When the black-robed man saw Zhao Hai's appearance, his face couldn't help but change. He was almost unable to suppress his injury. If he fought with Zhao Hai, the consequences would be unimaginable. When he thought of this, the black-robed man's figure couldn't help but move. He wanted to dodge Zhao Hai's attack. However, he quickly discovered that he was wrong. Zhao Hai's saber light wasn't just fast, the most important thing was that the saber light could bend. This was the black-robed man's first time seeing a saber light that could bend. Because it was his first time seeing it, he couldn't dodge Zhao Hai's saber light and was directly hit by it. Zhao Hai's saber light wasn't weak. Moreover, the black-robed man was completely unprepared. Because of this, the black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai had already suppressed his attack. It was impossible for his attack to make the black-robed man spit out blood. However, the black-robed man was already injured by the power ape. Now that he was injured by Zhao Hai, he spat out blood. When Zhao Hai saw this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't want to kill the black-robed man. If he did, then it would be easy to expose his strength. Not to mention anything else, just the energy left behind by the two of them would show that his strength wasn't simple. Of course, he could clean up the battlefield and remove all the energy. However, doing so would arouse suspicion. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided not to kill the black-robed man. But now, the black-robed man was already spitting out blood after 3 exchanges. This was enough to show that the black-robed man's injuries were more serious than he imagined. At this time, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He discovered that he didn't need to reveal his full strength in order to kill the black-robed man. Therefore, he didn't need to be polite and directly made his move. After the black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face quickly turned pale. He viciously looked at Zhao and saw that Zhao had raised his sword. "Boy, today's enmity, I will definitely get my revenge. Just you wait." The black-robed man's face turned pale as he looked at Zhao. After he said that, he spat out another mouthful of blood. But this time, it seems like he was deliberately spitting out blood. Sure enough, after Zhao Hai spat out a mouthful of blood, the black-robed man's finger moved. The blood that Zhao Hai spat out immediately moved along with his finger. After drawing a mysterious path in the air, the blood formed a huge blood rune. Then the black-robed man said, "Blood escape technique." Then his finger touched the blood rune. The blood rune emitted a red light. When the red light disappeared, the black-robed man also disappeared. Zhao Hai's attack naturally missed. However, he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he looked at the direction where the black-robed man disappeared and muttered, "Blood escape technique? This seems to be a secret technique of the Evil Blood sect. Is he from the Evil Blood sect? Interesting, someone from the Evil Blood sect came to the Unpermitting sect's territory and spent money to snatch their Unpermitting blood token. I wonder how the Unpermitting sect would react if they knew about this." After he said that, Zhao Hai faintly smiled. Then he put away his saber and his figure disappeared. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because the Evil Blood sect was a famous evil sect in the True Spirit realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai heard that the evil cultivators and devil cultivators had joined forces because of the Evil Blood sect. But now, he found out that someone from the Evil Blood sect came to the Unpermitting sect's territory to snatch their Unpermitting blood token. If the Unpermitting sect knew about this, then they might have other ideas. The Unpermitting sect wasn't the only Unpermitting sect that could enter the Devil Blood realm. There were a few other sects that could enter the Devil Blood realm through their own teleportation gates. However, those sects were all great devil cultivators and didn't have the Evil Cultivator sect's permission. Now, the Evil Blood sect actually wanted to enter the Devil Blood realm. If those great devil cultivators knew about this, then there might be a rift between devil cultivators and evil cultivators. Of course, Zhao Hai was also very clear that this Evil Blood sect's cultivator probably didn't come here to snatch the Unpermitting blood token. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so little money. One must know that the Evil Blood sect was a great devil cultivator sect. If the sect really wanted to use money to snatch something, then they wouldn't have brought so little money. That Evil Blood sect's disciple might have happened to pass by here and heard that this item was going to be auctioned. That's why he came here to bid. Judging from the amount of jade essence he took out, he was probably an inner disciple of the Evil Blood sect. However, none of this had anything to do with Zhao Hai. He just needed to find an opportunity to disclose this matter to the people from the Unbreakable sect. As for what the Unbreakable sect would think, it had nothing to do with him. Zhao Hai carefully moved towards the Power Ape Mountain. He knew that this wasn't the best time to go up the mountain. A battle just happened in the mountain. The Power Apes were at their most vigilant state. If he went up the mountain at this time, then it was very likely that he would be discovered by the Power Apes. The Power Apes didn't have a good impression of the human race. If Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with the Power Apes, then it would be impossible. After all, the Power Apes weren't stones. Stones didn't have thoughts, and even if they did, you wouldn't be able to sense them. Therefore, Zhao Hai could use the infinity technique to communicate with the stones. The stones would help him within the scope of his ability, but the Power Apes couldn't. Although the Power Apes weren't very intelligent, they were still intelligent creatures. It wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to subdue these creatures. This was especially true for those who were hostile to humans. The chances of failure were very high. Zhao Hai didn't think that it would be easy to subdue them. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that the Power Apes had teleportation realm cultivators. Teleportation realm cultivators were very powerful, and their spiritual force was also very strong. Even if the Power Apes relied on their strength to fight, once they reached the teleportation realm, their spiritual force would also become very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be as smart as the human race. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the infinity technique to communicate with the Power Apes, then his spiritual fluctuations might shake the teleportation realm Power Apes. Teleportation realm Power Apes were much more powerful than teleportation realm human cultivators. Once they discover Zhao Hai, they would certainly chase after him. When the time comes, it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to escape from the Power Apes without exposing his strength. Because of these reasons, Zhao Hai was very careful when he went to the Power Ape Mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he didn't dare to go forward. This was because he saw some Power Apes on the trees. These Power Apes were completely black. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, these Power Apes weren't very tall. They were less than 2 meters tall, and their muscles weren't very developed. They looked like ordinary black monkeys. Although these monkeys looked ordinary, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate them. Although these monkeys looked ordinary, their fighting strength wasn't weak. Zhao Hai was sure that any one of these monkeys would be comparable to a fusion soul expert. When Zhao Hai saw the defenses of the Power Ape Mountain, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to force his way up the mountain. Instead, his figure flashed as he found a place to hide. Speaking of which, these power apes were very interesting. They seemed to be imprisoned on the Power Ape Mountain. Almost no power ape would leave the mountain. Because of this, if a human cultivator were to offend a power ape in the mountain and be chased down by them, then as long as they could leave the mountain, they would be safe. This was also the reason why the black-robed man dared to fight Zhao Hai at the foot of the mountain. He knew that even if they turned the mountain upside down, the power apes on the mountain wouldn't come out to look at them. Of course, this was as long as they didn't go too far. In the past, there were human cultivators who found out that the power apes wouldn't leave the mountain. So they thought of a way. That was to stand outside the mountain and use jade talismans to attack the power apes. In any case, the power apes wouldn't come out, so they could attack them quickly. But in the end, tragedy befell them. The power apes on the mountain actually came out and killed those people on the spot. Then they returned to the mountain. This action of the power apes made people understand that it wasn't that the power apes couldn't leave the mountain. It was just that they didn't want to leave. As for why they didn't want to leave, nobody knew. As the sky slowly darkened, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. This time, he didn't make a fire, nor did he eat anything. He just calmly looked at the Power Ape Mountain. Most of the power apes on the mountain had already gone to rest. Perhaps these power apes believed that no one would come to harass them. Therefore, they relaxed their defenses. And Zhao Hai was waiting for this opportunity. The moon was high in the sky. The Power Ape Mountain was completely covered in darkness. However, a smoke-like figure flashed and entered the mountain. This figure was Zhao Hai. The movement technique that Zhao Hai used this time was completely different from when he went down the cliff. When he went down the cliff, he was like an eagle. But now, his movement technique was like smoke, making it impossible to see his figure. Not long after entering the Power Ape Mountain, Zhao Hai saw a power ape. This power ape was sleeping soundly on a tree. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the power ape, he couldn't help but smile. Then he moved his hand and took out an incense stick. Zhao Hai gently pressed the tip of the incense stick. The incense stick immediately lit up, and a faint fragrance spread out in all directions. The power ape didn't seem to smell the fragrance at all. On the contrary, it was sleeping soundly. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and received the incense stick. Then he waved his hand again and received the power ape into the space. After that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and floated down the mountain without stopping. But at this moment, an ape's roar was heard. This ape's roar was very deep. When Zhao Hai heard it, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. This was because he could hear that this ape's roar came from the power ape that was fighting with the black-robed man. Just as Zhao Hai was about to speed down the mountain, the space in front of him suddenly tore open. Then a white ape came out of the space. This white ape was less than 2 meters tall. It had short legs and long arms. Its eyes were shining with a cold light as it stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could feel the murderous aura coming from the ape. At the same time, he also felt a spiritual wave appear around him. This spiritual wave was very strange, it didn't seem to have any lethality. However, it contained some emotions. It seems like it was specifically sent to communicate with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with this method. When he was in the lower realm, he often used this method. There were also some magic beasts in the lower realm that had wisdom not inferior to humans. They used this method to communicate with humans. However, the higher the level, the less this method was used. This was because the higher the level, the more humans and magic beasts would look down on each other. They wouldn't want to communicate with each other. Moreover, they didn't dare to communicate with each other because they were afraid that the other party would suddenly attack them. Others might be afraid of Zhao Hai, but not Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was much stronger than his spiritual qi. Additionally, he had the magic cube as well as the golden spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very confident in his spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly communicated with the spiritual wave. A deep male voice echoed in Zhao Hai's mind, "Human, I don't care who you are. Release Little 5. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Zhao Hai looked at the teleportation realm power ape and said, "Senior, this kid doesn't want to do anything to your clan. I also don't want to do anything to Little 5. I just wanted to invite him to a place to stay for a while. Now that he's gone, I can immediately have him come back. However, I'm afraid that when the time comes, he would still follow me. Zhao Hai looked at the teleportation realm power ape and said, Senior, I don't want to do anything to you. Human, don't force me to kill you. I'll immediately release Little Five. Zhao Hai couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand as the awakened power ape appeared beside Zhao Hai. However, the way the power ape looked at Zhao Hai had completely changed. The way he looked at Zhao Hai didn't have any trace of ruthlessness. On the contrary, it was full of respect and admiration. Zhao Hai looked at Little Five and said, Little Five, this senior wants you to stay in the Power Ape Mountain. Do you want to go with me, or do you want to stay here? Little Five immediately jumped up and said, Of course I want to go with the young master. Grandpa, I want to go with the young master. The place that the young master took me to is very fun. I want to go. When the teleportation realm power ape heard Little Five, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Little Five in disbelief and said, Little Five, what did you say? You want to leave the Power Ape Mountain? Why? Did you forget the mission of the Power Ape clan? Little Five shook his head and said, No, Grandpa, I didn't forget. I will never forget the mission of the Power Ape clan. Grandpa, the place that the young master took me to is very good. My cultivation speed there is much faster compared to the Power Ape Mountain. Moreover, if I follow the young master, it's not like I don't care about the Power Ape Mountain. If something happens, I will immediately return. The young master wouldn't stop me, he would even help me. Grandpa, the young master is different from other humans. The teleportation realm power ape looked at Little Five and frowned. Little Five, you just came in contact with this person. Why would you say that he's different from other humans? What if he's lying to you? Little Five shook his head and said, No, Grandpa. You don't understand the young master. The young master wouldn't lie to me. Moreover, the place that the young master took me to is really different. But Grandpa, I can't tell you where I'm going. But rest assured, I'll be fine. The teleportation realm power ape looked at Little Five. He knew that Little Five was serious this time. He really wouldn't come back. However, what made the old power ape feel strange was that he didn't sense any spiritual force from Little Five. Old Strength Ape turned to Zhao Hai and said, It seems like you aren't simple. You were able to make Little Five trust you this much in such a short time. I don't care what method you used, this is Little Five's own choice. But I can't let you take Little Five away. If you can't, or if you die, then I won't let Little Five follow you. Old Strength Ape looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're really not simple. You can actually make Little Five trust you this much in such a short period of time. When Zhao Hai heard the old power ape, he smiled faintly and said, All right, I'll listen to Senior. The old power ape thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would agree this quickly. Moreover, what made the old power ape puzzled was Little Five's reaction. The old power ape could see that Little Five's heart was already on Zhao Hai's side. But Zhao Hai was only at the fusion soul stage. Such a person wouldn't be able to block a single punch from the old power ape. In this case, Little Five should have stopped him. However, the old power ape didn't expect that Little Five didn't move at all. It seems like Little Five was very confident in Zhao Hai. And with Little Five's reaction, the old power ape was sure that Zhao Hai must have some special means to protect himself. The old power ape's expression couldn't help but turn serious. To be honest, the old power ape didn't want Little Five to follow Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this that he made the 3 moves agreement. If Zhao Hai didn't accept, then he would have a reason to not let Little Five follow Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai agreed, he could still kill Zhao Hai with 3 punches. Little Five wouldn't leave either. However, the reaction of Zhao Hai and Little Five gave the old power ape a bad premonition. But demon beasts were different from humans. Humans liked to go back on their words, but demon beasts didn't. They would do what they said. Therefore, the old power ape didn't go back on his words. He had confidence in himself. He didn't believe that a teleportation realm expert like himself wouldn't be able to deal with a fusion soul stage cultivator. The old power ape looked at Zhao Hai and said, All right, it's good that you agreed. Then get ready. As long as you can take 3 punches from me, I'll let you take little 5 away. Get ready. Xiaohai nodded. Then he took a stance and said to the old power ape, Senior, please. The old power ape nodded. The reason why he was still polite to Xiaohai and didn't immediately kill him was because of little 5. Moreover, Xiaohai had a spiritual connection with him and even called him Senior. This made the old power ape have a good impression of Xiaohai. Therefore, he didn't immediately kill Xiaohai after little 5 appeared. Xiaohai was now in a horse stance. At the same time, his fists were on both sides of his abdomen. His eyes were motionless as he looked at the old power ape. This was the most basic stance in all martial arts. Anyone who learned martial arts would know this stance. But as long as one learned martial arts, they would rarely use the horse stance. But now, Xiaohai was using the horse stance. This was because the horse stance was the foundation of all martial arts. And this foundation was the most important. At this time, the horse stance's power was stronger than any other martial arts. The old power ape looked at Xiaohai and said, Are you ready? If you're ready, then I'll start. Xiaohai nodded. Then the old power ape slowly straightened his body. At the same time, his body also began to grow. Just like a balloon, his height of less than 2 meters instantly increased to 5 meters. His body also had steel-like muscles. When Xiaohai saw Strongape's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. He could feel a powerful aura coming from Strongape's body. This aura was something that would only appear when a strong man's blood and chi reached the peak. As long as a person exerted enough strength, their blood and chi would surge. Just like an ordinary person, if he exerted all his strength, his face would turn red from suffocation. That was the sign of his blood and chi surging. But if a body cultivator exerted his full strength, his blood and chi would churn like a river. This churning blood and chi would provide him with endless energy. As the mighty ape exerted his strength, the blood and chi in his body started to emit a sound like a tsunami. At the same time, his body expanded by 2 times. Then, the mighty ape withdrew his right fist and punched out fiercely. Boom! The speed of this punch was very fast. It broke through the air resistance and made the air explode. The punch went straight towards Xiaohai's chest. Xiaohai looked at Strength Ape's fist. His expression was also dignified. He shouted as he clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his chest, making a defensive gesture. Boom! When Strongape's punch hit Xiaohai's arm, Xiaohai's body was pushed back. However, his feet didn't move, plowing 2 deep trenches on the ground. Bang, 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 creak, creak, creak. Xiaohai's back knocked down at least a dozen waist-thick trees before he stopped. After Xiaohai stopped, he put down his crossed arms. He didn't use any special ability, but relied on his own strength to block Strongape's attack. However, he still underestimated Strongape's strength. Strongape's attack made Xiaohai's arms numb. At the same time, Xiaohai took advantage of the fact that his body was different from ordinary people. If it wasn't for this, then he would have been injured. Most importantly, Xiaohai knew that Strongape didn't use his full strength this time. In other words, Strongape was only training. Xiaohai took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He knew that if he didn't use his special ability, then he wouldn't be qualified to fight against a teleportation expert. Xiaohai slowly walked towards Strongape. Then he cupped his fist and said, Senior, thank you for being lenient. But I still have to ask for a second punch. Strongape looked at Xiaohai and his eyes flashed with appreciation. Then he said, Not bad, you were able to block 60% of my strength. Moreover, you were able to see that I was holding back. Not easy. What's even more difficult is that you still have the courage to ask for a punch. Good. Youngster, if I hold back, then it means that I'm looking down on you. You're ready. Xiaohai nodded. This time, he was still in a horse stance. But this time, he used his earth ability. His entire being seemed to have become one with the earth. When Strongape saw Xiaohai's action, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he laughed and said, Good kid, you're so young, yet you've already comprehended such a powerful earth concept. How rare. If I don't use my full strength, then I'm afraid I'll lose face. After he said that, Strongape's aura increased once again. At the same time, his height increased to 8 meters. When the surrounding power apes saw Strongape's appearance, they couldn't help but stare. Then they began to squeak. They rarely saw Strongape like this. Even when he fought with the black-robed man during the day, Strongape only turned himself into 6 mago. It was clear that he was serious this time. Then Strongape fiercely punched. At the same time, he roared as his fist hit Zhao Hai's body. This time, Zhao Hai didn't raise his arm. Instead, he used his chest to receive the punch. When this punch came out, the ground under Zhao Hai's feet seemed to have been blown up by tens of thousands of pounds of explosives. With a boom, a hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared under Zhao Hai's feet. However, Zhao Hai himself was completely fine. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Strongape's eyes couldn't help but flash a look of appreciation. Then he laughed and said, "Good, good, very good. You actually used the borrowing force technique to channel the power of my punch into the ground. Ha ha ha. Kid, your meridians are very strong, and your courage is also very big. If it was an ordinary person, then I'm afraid that this punch would have broken their meridians. Ha ha ha. Good, take my next punch." Then Strongape roared as his body grew. At this point, his height had reached 10 mago. His fist became as big as a water tank. Then he sent a punch towards Zhao Hai's head. When Zhao Hai saw this punch, he exhaled and raised his fist to meet Strongape's punch. His fist and Strongape's fist were completely different in size. Zhao Hai's fist was like a toothpick standing there, ready to receive a blow from a sledgehammer. Bang! Zhao Hai was like a nail being hammered into the ground by Strongape. At the same time, Strongape also received the recoil from Zhao Hai's punch. His arm shook violently to dissolve the recoil. Strongape's eyes couldn't help but flash a strange look. Then he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Kid, you're not bad. Little Five will follow you from today onwards. Remember to take care of him. Otherwise, I'll make you pay." Then his figure moved and disappeared. At this time, Zhao Hai jumped out from the ground. He bowed towards Strongape's direction and said, "Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy." At this time, Little Five ran to Zhao Hai's side and happily called out to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai reached out and patted Little Five's head. Little Five had a comfortable expression on his face. At this time, the other power apes also came over. However, there wasn't any hatred in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Hai. On the contrary, their eyes were flashing with splendor. It was clear that Zhao Hai's ability to block 3 of Strongape's punches had made these power apes admire him. Their impression of him had changed. Zhao Hai had become the first human to be recognized by the power apes. Zhao Hai looked at the power apes, then he waved his hand and took out a large amount of fruits and gave them to the power apes. Naturally, Little Five treated the power apes like a half-owner. The power apes didn't know what politeness was, they just took the fruits and ate them. After eating, Zhao Hai greeted the power apes and received Little Five into the space. Then he suddenly left the power ape mountain. The power apes accompanied Zhao Hai all the way to the bottom of the mountain before returning to the mountain. After coming down from the mountain, Zhao Hai looked at Little Five and said, "Little Five, you and your grandfather talked about your mission more than once. May I know what your mission is?" Little Five didn't hide anything from Zhao Hai. He replied, "Protect, our tribe's mission is to protect. Actually, my grandfather isn't the strongest person in the Mighty Ape Mountain. Our Mighty Ape tribe's lifespan is very long. I heard that there are a lot of formidable ancestors in the Mighty Ape Mountain. I don't know how strong those ancestors are, but I heard that some of them can kill my grandfather with just a finger." Little Five nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the power apes to be guarding the mountain. He looked at Little Five and said, "Then what are you guarding?" Little Five nodded and said, "Then what are you guarding?" Little Five shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I heard from my grandfather that it's a sarcophagus. But as for what's inside the sarcophagus, my grandfather doesn't know. I only know that this is the mission of the power ape race. As long as our race doesn't die out, our mission will continue to be passed down. We will guard the sarcophagus from generation to generation." Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Sarcophagus, that's interesting. Outsiders only know that the strongest of the power ape race is at the teleportation realm. Who would have thought that the strongest of the power ape race would be at the void-piercing realm? The reason why the power ape race is so low-key is because you value the things that you protect. Alright, rest assured, I won't tell anyone about this. Little Five nodded and said, "Thank you, young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll have the processing machine modify the demon subjugation technique. Then I'll teach you the technique. Your power ape race seems to have their own cultivation method. However, it doesn't seem to be very powerful. You can try the demon subjugation technique." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Little Five nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I'll certainly practice it diligently." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. Then he sent Little Five to the depths of the space and let him practice alone. When Zhao Hai and the old power ape fought 3 times, the commotion caused by the battle wasn't small. Many cultivators in the Gale Gorge heard it. When some cultivators discovered that the commotion was coming from the Power Ape Mountain, they immediately dispelled the idea of going to take a look. This was because they knew that if the power apes were to go crazy, then they would be the ones to suffer. However, there were still some people who weren't afraid of death. They wanted to see what happened to the Power Ape Mountain and why there was such a huge commotion. If the power apes were defeated, then they might be able to take advantage of the situation. After all, the Power Ape Mountain hadn't been destroyed, and there were a lot of herbs inside. If they could get a piece of it, then they would be rich. Because of this, there were still countless cultivators heading towards the Tea Mountain. Zhao Hai had long since noticed the movements of the cultivators. However, he didn't go and meet them. Instead, he hid far away and found a place where he could rest. However, these cultivators didn't give up. When they arrived at the base of the Power Ape Mountain, they didn't see any power apes. However, they discovered that there were several places that had been destroyed. This was especially true for the pit that was created by the old power ape. Upon seeing this, the eyes of these cultivators couldn't help but light up. They were sure that something had happened to the Power Ape Mountain. It was certain that a senior had come to the mountain and killed all the dead monkeys. After thinking about this, the cultivators couldn't help but become excited. Then some of the more courageous ones immediately went up the Power Ape Mountain. Not long after they entered the mountain, they found several spirit herbs. One by one, they began to shout in excitement. As for the other cultivators who haven't entered the mountain, when they saw the harvest, they didn't care about anything else and directly rushed up the mountain. At this time, the power apes who were resting were also alarmed. When they saw the human cultivators coming to the Power Ape Mountain to cause trouble, they couldn't help but get angry. They accepted Zhao Hai, but that didn't mean that they could accept the human race. In fact, they still hated the human race. Now that they saw the human race daring to cause trouble in their territory, the power apes couldn't help but go crazy. Each and every one of them howled as they rushed towards the human cultivators. When the human race cultivators heard the howls, they immediately turned their heads and saw that the power apes weren't killed. Now that they came out, they immediately turned around and ran. However, they couldn't outrun the power apes on the mountain. Many human race cultivators were caught up by the power apes and were torn to pieces. In just one night, the number of human race cultivators killed reached several hundred. From then on, the Power Ape Mountain became a forbidden area for a long time. No one dared to go there. Zhao Hai heard this news the next day from some rogue cultivators. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this matter. The human race cultivators in the Gale Canyon weren't clean. Many of them should have died a long time ago. Being killed by the power apes didn't mean anything. Zhao Hai didn't have any sympathy for them. At this time, Zhao Hai was on his way to the second forbidden area of the Gale Canyon. The second forbidden area of the Gale Canyon was called the Sacred Elephant Valley. The Sacred Elephant Valley was the second forbidden area of the Gale Canyon. It was a large valley within the canyon. The area of the valley wasn't small. Moreover, there were plenty of aquatic plants, fruit trees, and all kinds of heavenly treasures. Most importantly, the valley produced a type of ore called gold essence. This ore could be refined into a type of metal. This metal had only one attribute, gold essence. Metals were of the gold attribute. This didn't seem to be anything special, but in fact, this was the most special thing about it. Metals were of the gold attribute, but in general, metals had other attributes. Most of the metals had the earth attribute. Because metals were extracted from ores, most of the metals had the earth attribute, but the earth attribute was very small. In addition to metals with the earth attribute, there were also metals with other attributes. These metals were very popular. Metals with other attributes could be used to make weapons with different attributes. Moreover, their attack power was much higher compared to ordinary metals. Because of this, metals with different attributes were very popular. On the other hand, gold essence was an exception. It was extracted from ores, but it didn't contain any other attributes. It only had one attribute, and that was gold. It didn't have any other attributes, not even the slightest trace of earth. It was a metal with only one attribute. Don't underestimate this type of metal with a single attribute. It was precisely because of this single attribute that gold essence brought out the sharpness of metal to the extreme. The sharpness of a weapon with gold essence was far higher than other weapons. When ordinary weapons encountered a weapon with gold essence, they would only be cut into pieces. This was the most terrifying aspect of gold essence. Although the things in the sacred Elephant Valley were very good, very few cultivators would go there. This was because the sacred Elephant Valley wasn't the territory of the human race. Gale Canyon was the territory of the strongest beast, the mad elephant. The mad elephant was a very famous beast in the Gale Canyon. Their tribe had been living in the sacred Elephant Valley. The water and grass there were very fertile, which made it very suitable for their tribe to survive. The reason why the mad elephant was given such a name was because it was very suitable for their fighting style. There were also many experts in the Gale Canyon. The strongest Gale Canyon had the strength to defeat teleportation realm cultivators. Although Zhao Hai didn't know if the sacred Elephant Valley had a stronger mad elephant, he was sure that the sacred Elephant Valley wasn't simple. On the surface, the Mighty Ape Mountain's Mighty Ape expert was only at the teleportation realm. On the other hand, the sacred Elephant Valley was much more special than the Mighty Ape Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the sacred Elephant Valley didn't have any formidable mad elephants. The sacred Elephant Valley was located in a remote corner of the Gale Canyon. Although it was very remote, there were still a lot of cultivators who would go there for an adventure. A lot of cultivators went in and didn't come out. They were killed by the mad elephants. Even more cultivators came out, but they only went to the periphery of the sacred Elephant Valley. They didn't go inside because they were afraid of being attacked by the mad elephants. In the eyes of ordinary people, the sacred Elephant Valley didn't seem to be as dangerous as the Mighty Ape Mountain. At least in the periphery of the sacred Elephant Valley, one could come out alive. But as long as people have been there, they wouldn't have this idea. The sacred Elephant Valley was definitely more dangerous than the Mighty Ape Mountain. The periphery of the sacred Elephant Valley wasn't the territory of the mad elephants. They rarely came to the periphery of the sacred Elephant Valley. Because of this, some cultivators were able to come out alive. On the other hand, the inner valley of the Xianxia Valley was different. That was the territory of the Xianxia Valley. It was known that even cultivators of the teleportation realm rarely dared to enter the inner valley of the Xianxia Valley. This was because almost none of them came out alive from the inner valley of the Xianxia Valley. The inner and outer valleys of the Xianxia Valley were two different worlds. In the inner valleys of the Xianxia Valley, there were many wild elephants, and once those wild elephants went crazy, they were very scary. In the inner valley of the Xianxia Valley, there were some raging elephants with the strength of the Vajra realm. No cultivator would go there to cause trouble, as it was no different from suicide. However, the average cultivator would think that the sacred Elephant Valley had more than this. This was because the strength of demon beasts was generally stronger than cultivators of the same level. Moreover, as long as there were no accidents, demon beasts would have a longer lifespan than humans. A longer lifespan equates to a stronger strength. Therefore, the average cultivator would think that the strength of the sacred Elephant Valley would be stronger than that of the Ape Mountain. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. He was now in the outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. There were almost no wild elephants in the outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. There were only some other demon beasts, and these demon beasts were very strong. They couldn't be easily provoked. There weren't many cultivators who dared to come to the outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. Many cultivators didn't dare to come to the outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley because there was a possibility of encountering a wild elephant at any time. Moreover, the fighting strength of a wild elephant was equivalent to that of a transcending realm cultivator. In other words, most of the cultivators who came to the Gale Valley weren't a match for these wild elephants. Naturally, no one dared to come. Zhao Hai didn't care about these. He stood in the outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley and looked around. He found that this place shouldn't be called the main valley. It was a huge plain with some trees growing on it. However, there weren't many trees, and most of them were grass. After looking around and finding no danger, Zhao Hai didn't find anything useful. Only then did he go to the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. The useful things that Zhao Hai said were naturally not things like elixirs. There were still a lot of elixirs in the outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. At least compared to the outside, there were a lot of elixirs. Obviously, very few people came here. However, those things had zero attraction to Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai naturally didn't care about those things. In the entire sacred Elephant Valley, there were only two things that attracted Zhao Hai. One was gold essence, and the other was wild elephants. The outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley were very large. With Zhao Hai's speed, it took him more than a day to reach the junction between the outer and inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. In fact, there was nothing special here. It was just that the outer and inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley had some special topography. The inner and outer valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley were like a gourd. The junction between the inner and outer valleys was narrower, just like the middle part of the gourd. Moreover, the previous cultivators had set up stone tablets in both the inner and outer valleys. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't be mistaken. Zhao Hai glanced at the stone tablet in the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley, but didn't say anything. He moved his body and went directly to the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. Unlike what Zhao Hai imagined, when he entered the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley, he didn't see any wild elephants. Instead, all he saw was a forest. When Zhao Hai saw this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then his body moved and went straight to the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. Inside the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley, Zhao Hai found a lot of elixirs that couldn't be seen outside. There were also some special plants. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to collect all the plants that weren't in the space. After staying in the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley for more than an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a rustling sound. This rustling sound was very far away from him. If it weren't for his superior hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Zhao knew that there were almost no other beasts in the sacred Elephant Valley, only wild elephants. And this wild elephant was his goal, so he was very careful as he moved towards it. Before long, Zhao Hai saw several wild elephants eating. It must be said that wild elephants were very similar to the elephants seen on Earth. However, they looked more like mammoths than ordinary elephants. These wild elephants were very large, the tallest one was more than 10 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in fur, but the fur wasn't very thick. Their tusks were like curved blades. Zhao Hai looked at these wild elephants but didn't make a move. He knew that elephants were social animals, and that they were very important to their offspring. If he were to take these wild elephants into the space, then it would certainly cause a commotion in the sacred Elephant Valley. At that time, it would be even worse for him. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to find something else first: gold essence. Gold essence was a specialty of the sacred Elephant Valley. However, almost all of the gold essence in the outer valley had been dug up by other cultivators. Although those cultivators didn't dare to mine gold essence on a large scale in the outer valley, there were too many cultivators in the valley. After countless rounds of searching, there were almost no gold essence ores left in the outer valley. Zhao Hai wanted to find gold essence first, then take a wild elephant into the space. Because of this, he just glanced at the wild elephant before moving to the side. Before Zhao entered the Gale Canyon, he had done some research on the Gale Canyon. He still knew some of the specialties of the canyon, so he wasn't in a hurry and just slowly looked around. However, the inner valley of the sacred Elephant Valley wasn't like what people imagined. Gold essence was everywhere, and there were countless elixirs. Although there were a lot of elixirs here, they were all protected by the wild elephants. It was obvious that these elixirs were useful to the wild elephants. As for gold essence, Zhao Hai hadn't seen a single piece so far. After a day passed, Zhao Hai still hadn't found any gold essence. He had to find a place to rest. Although he could move freely at night, he didn't do so. This was because there were a lot of nocturnal beasts in the sacred Elephant Valley. These beasts weren't very strong, but if Zhao Hai was to deal with these beasts and was discovered by the wild elephants, then things would become even more troublesome. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's divergent ability was very powerful, so he wasn't discovered by the beasts. He safely passed the first night. On the second day, Zhao Hai still let the wild elephants pass by as he continued to search for gold essence. After 3 days, Zhao Hai still hasn't found a single piece of gold essence. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. This was because people said that there were a lot of gold essence in the inner valleys of the sacred Elephant Valley. After 3 days of searching, Zhao Hai still hasn't found a single piece of gold essence. On the 4th day, Zhao Hai found a piece of dark golden ore. This ore's location was very well hidden. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't have been able to find it. The entire ore was about the size of a basketball. If one wanted to extract gold essence from this ore, then one could only extract a piece of gold essence the size of a ping-pong ball, which wasn't very big. But for Zhao Hai, a piece of gold essence of this size wasn't small. As long as a piece of gold essence enters the space, then the space would be able to form a vein of gold essence. In the future, he would have a lot of gold essence to use. After receiving the gold essence, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the wild elephants. However, these wild elephants were social animals. Moreover, in the first small group, there would always be a Blink Realm wild elephant leader. In this case, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to receive a wild elephant into the space without being discovered. Zhao Hai didn't immediately act. He observed the wild elephants to see their habits. Only in this way would he be able to understand these wild elephants. Then he would be able to take a wild elephant from under their noses. After observing for the same day, Zhao Hai discovered that these wild elephants weren't very united. Some of the old and weak wild elephants would be eliminated. After circling the inner valley a few times, Zhao Hai found an old wild elephant. This wild elephant was very old. Its skin was wrinkled, its muscles were loose, and its walk was very slow. However, this wild elephant still walked forward step by step. It didn't stop to eat or drink, as if those things had completely lost their attraction to it. Seeing the appearance of this wild elephant, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered a legend. According to the legend, when an elephant was about to die, it would return to its family's graveyard, Elephant Mountain. Then it would quietly die there. This was a tradition of the elephant family. Wild elephants were also a kind of elephant. So, this wild elephant that looked like it was about to die, was it going to Elephant Mountain? Zhao Hai has been following the old wild elephant for 3 days. In these 3 days, he had penetrated over 10,000 miles into the sacred Elephant Valley. Other cultivators wouldn't be able to go this far into the sacred Elephant Valley. This was because along the way, they would encounter a lot of wild elephants that could teleport. These wild elephants would be able to discover them. Only Zhao Hai was an exception. Because of Zhao Hai's divergent ability, the wild elephants couldn't discover him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to follow the old wild elephant. Naturally, one of the reasons why Zhao Hai wasn't discovered was because the wild elephant herds they encountered along the way weren't very big. The old wild elephant seemed to know the way and avoided most of the wild elephant herds. Only a few wild elephant herds would occasionally encounter him. Zhao Hai had been following the old wild elephant. The old wild elephant didn't seem to be very fast, but its true speed wasn't slow at all. 3,000 to 10,000 miles, this kind of speed wouldn't be slow no matter what it was. On the 3rd day, when the sun was about to set, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered a small mountain in front of him. There was a cave on this small mountain. The entrance of this cave wasn't very big, only around 10 mego and less than 5 meters wide. It didn't seem to be anything special. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that there was nothing special about this cave. This was because he could feel a very powerful aura coming from this cave. Although this aura wasn't deliberately controlled, it was still very powerful. This aura was filled with powerful vitality. This vitality soared to the sky, as if the entire world was about to change color. At this moment, the old wild elephant suddenly stopped. Then Zhao Hai felt a spiritual force probing him. This spiritual force wasn't very strong, it seemed to be the spiritual force that the old ape released when it wanted to talk to him. Zhao Hai was stunned and immediately understood what the old elephant meant. It seemed that the old elephant wanted to talk to him. Zhao Hai immediately used his mental force to communicate with the old elephant. "Young man, come out. You've been following me for so long. Wasn't it to find this place? Now that you've found it, why are you still hiding?" An old voice rang out in Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai stared, then his figure moved and appeared in front of the old wild elephant. Then he bowed and said, "Senior, I followed Senior here because I was curious. This is because I heard that when the elephant race passes away, they would go to a mysterious mountain. I'm just curious, I don't have any intention of coveting the bones of the elephant race. I hope Senior doesn't misunderstand." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior, please don't misunderstand." The old wild elephant looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "You make it sound so simple. If you were just curious, would you have followed me here? Do you really think that I'm about to die and don't have the strength to deal with you? You're just a soul fusion stage human. How could you understand the strength of my raging elephant race?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior, please believe me. I can ask Senior to go to a place where Senior's life can be restored. Although Senior will leave the true spirit realm, I can assure you that Senior won't die." The old wild elephant looked at Zhao Hai with a pair of turbid eyes. He looked very serious. After some time, he said, "I forgot to tell you, I'm a soul condensation raging elephant. I don't know how many years I've lived, but I've seen countless human cultivators. They were greedy, they wanted to obtain everything. However, I don't see any greed in you. Maybe you're hiding it too well, but I still want to believe you. I'll go with you. But if you dare lie to me, then no matter where you take me, I'll tear space and come back here. Do you still want to go with me?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Senior, please." Then he waved his hand and a spatial rift appeared beside him. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about being discovered when he released the spatial rift. This was because the blood chi here would cover up all other energy fluctuations. The old wild elephant looked at the spatial rift beside Zhao Hai, then it slowly walked into the rift. The rift immediately closed. Then Zhao Hai heard a prompt from the space, "Discovered hostile space program. Subduing program successful. Elephant beast discovered. Genes are nearly perfect. Extracting genes and adding them to the space. Adding them to the space. Elephant beast's vitality has been weakened. Asking the host if he agrees to let the elephant beast die." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Subduing program." Zhao Hai immediately replied, "I don't agree. Don't let it die." The prompt sounded again, "Yes, the elephant clan's demonic beast will only die when the host needs it." After that, there was no more sound. Zhao Hai turned his head to the wild elephant, then he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, I'm not lying." The wild elephant looked at Zhao Hai, then after some time it sighed and said, "Young master, thank you for bringing me here. Young master, your strength is still insufficient. Please go to Elephant Mountain and cultivate. As long as you absorb the blood chi of Elephant Mountain, you will have the strength of a dragon elephant, you can break the heavens." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the wild elephant and said, "You want me to go to Elephant Mountain to cultivate? Doesn't that count as destroying Elephant Mountain?" The wild elephant shook his head and said, "It doesn't count. Elephant Mountain has accumulated a large amount of blood chi of the raging elephant clan. This blood chi is actually a huge treasure. It hasn't been discovered yet, but if it is, then countless experts would come here to absorb this blood chi. When the time comes, the raging elephant clan would face a disaster. It's impossible to rely on the raging elephant clan to resist the attacks of the world. On the contrary, with young master's physical condition, you can absorb the blood chi. Once the blood chi is discovered, the raging elephant clan would be safe. Who knows how many years it would take for the raging elephant clan to accumulate this much blood chi. Therefore, young master's actions are equivalent to helping the raging elephant clan." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the wild elephant and said, "Is this really okay? Why didn't your raging elephant clan come here to absorb the blood chi? Instead, you let the blood chi accumulate here. The wild elephant sighed and said, "Very few people in the raging elephant clan know about this place. Only when they are on the verge of death would they come here through their telepathy. At other times, they wouldn't come here. Although the blood chi can attract other creatures, it wouldn't attract the raging elephant clan." Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he also knew that it was impossible for the wild elephant to deceive him. Therefore, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go to Elephant Mountain to cultivate. However, are you sure that I can absorb the blood chi?" The wild elephant nodded and said, "You can. Young master, you just need to go there and circulate your spiritual chi. If it's an ordinary person, then the blood chi would be enough to burst their body. However, the young master won't." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and sent the wild elephant to a place where the elephant clan lived. At the same time, his figure moved and appeared at Elephant Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't immediately enter the cave. Instead, he stood outside and carefully looked at the cave. Naturally, there was nothing special about the cave. However, Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't enter the cave. This was because the blood chi inside the cave was too strong. It completely blocked his spiritual force. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Looking around, he could see countless bones. These bones were sparkling and translucent like jade. They looked very beautiful. Among the bones, there were some elephant tusks. These tusks were very well preserved and very long. Zhao Hai could even feel the blood chi coming from the tusks. He was sure that as long as these tusks were taken out and refined, they would become top-notch artifacts. Moreover, their might wouldn't be small. It can be said that Zhao Hai was currently standing in a huge treasury. However, Zhao Hai wasn't tempted at all. Although the bones and tusks here were very good, they weren't attractive to Zhao Hai. This was because he had countless elephant tusks in the space. He could have as many as he wanted, there was no need to touch the things here. Zhao Hai found a place to sit down and began to slowly circulate his spiritual chi. In fact, he was constantly circulating his spiritual chi. However, he was now focusing his spiritual force on the spiritual chi. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the spiritual chi inside his body. As he circulated his spiritual chi, Zhao Hai felt an incomparably powerful force entering his body. Zhao Hai felt as if he was a balloon that was being blown up. Moreover, it wasn't being blown up little by little, it was being blown up all of a sudden. Zhao Hai finally understood what the old wild elephant meant. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if he was a Vajra realm cultivator, as long as he circulated his spiritual chi, he would immediately absorb the blood chi. In the end, he would explode. However, Zhao Hai was different. His body was different. Every cell in his body had undergone mutation. After his cells crystallized, not only would it give him supreme defensive capabilities, it would also increase the rate at which his cells could absorb energy. It might even increase by 100 or 1,000 times. Zhao Hai immediately used all of his cells to desperately absorb the energy that suddenly rushed into his body. This energy was very powerful and very violent. However, it was still absorbed by Zhao Hai's cells little by little. Zhao Hai felt that his cells had become incomparably powerful at this moment. Every cell was filled with power and was incomparably powerful. As the cells absorbed the energy and became more powerful, his spiritual chi and spiritual force were also increasing at a crazy speed. However, this increase didn't bring any danger to Zhao Hai. On the contrary, his strength was also increasing at a crazy speed. The spiritual chi in the sacred Elephant Valley didn't show any abnormalities, but the blood chi in Elephant Mountain seemed to have turned into a huge vortex. It was disappearing at a very fast speed. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's body was emitting waves of blood chi. But in the blink of an eye, the blood chi disappeared. If someone else saw this, they would discover that the blood chi was absorbed by Zhao Hai and turned into his own strength. Time passed day by day. After 7 days, the last trace of blood chi in Elephant Mountain disappeared. Zhao Hai's temperament also underwent a huge change. If a cultivator was here, they would quickly discover that Zhao Hai's spiritual chi was no longer at the soul fusion stage, but at the transcending dust stage. In other words, Zhao Hai became a transcending dust stage cultivator in these few days. But Zhao Hai clearly knew that he wasn't an ordinary transcending dust stage cultivator. Not to mention that his spiritual qi was tens of thousands of times denser than an ordinary transcending dust stage cultivator. His body also obtained unexpected benefits. Zhao Hai always thought that his crystallization technique didn't need to be upgraded. This was because this technique was already very formidable. Even in the true spirit realm, he didn't find anyone who could break through his crystallization technique. Moreover, he didn't think that anyone would be able to do any harm to him. But now, he knew that he was wrong. After receiving the blood qi of the wild elephant, his crystallization technique was upgraded. Zhao Hai's cells seemed to have turned into small crystal chips when they were crystallized. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai's spiritual qi seemed to have turned into a crystal cube. It was much stronger than before. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that his strength had increased. How much did it increase? Zhao Hai estimated that his strength had increased by more than 100 times compared to before. In the past, if he didn't use the demon subjugation technique, then his strength would only be 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. But now, it was different. Even if he didn't use the demon subjugation technique and the demon subjugation technique, the strength of his fist would be equivalent to the strength of these two forces. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes looked deeper, but his body was exuding a wild beast-like power. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. The power in his body slowly disappeared. His entire person became ordinary. If an outsider saw him, they would only think that he was an ordinary transcending realm cultivator. Zhao Hai slowly stood up and stretched his hands and feet. Then he whispered, "Not bad. I thought that I would have to wait a few years before entering the transcending realm. I didn't expect to enter the transcending realm. Moreover, there's still a lot of wild elephant's blood qi in my body. If I completely absorb this power, then my strength would increase." Not bad at all. After checking his condition, Zhao Hai looked around. When he saw this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the elephant bones around him had lost their jade-like luster. They had turned into piles of ordinary bones. Some of the elephant bones had even turned into dust because they had existed for too long. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately understood. It must be because he absorbed the power of the elephant bones. That's why the elephant bones became like this. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel that he had let down the wild elephant clan. He bowed to the bones and then turned around and walked out of the cave. Then his figure moved and left the sacred elephant valley. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in the Gale Canyon. He glanced at the Gale Canyon, but he had completely lost the thought of going to the Gale Canyon. This time, his strength, spirit qi, and spiritual force had increased greatly. Those ordinary transcending realm cultivators wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. In this case, if he still went to the Gale Canyon, it would have no meaning at all. It wouldn't help his strength at all. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He had just arrived at the second forbidden area of the Gale Canyon, and his strength had already increased so much. If he went through the entire Gale Canyon, he didn't know what would happen. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't do this. His current strength could easily defeat teleportation realm cultivators. Among the teleportation realm cultivators, no one would be his opponent. As for the result of him fighting with Vajra realm cultivators, it was unknown. After all, he hadn't fought with Vajra realm cultivators yet. However, Zhao Hai could be sure that with his current strength, it was impossible to explore the entire Gale Canyon. This was because the depths of the Gale Canyon was a place where even spirit condensation realm and void-piercing realm cultivators didn't dare to go. If he went, it would only bring him endless trouble. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned his head and walked back. He wasn't going to go to the Gale Canyon anymore because he was very clear that there was no point in going there. Just after walking for less than 10 miles, suddenly there was a burst of wind sound. Then Zhao Hai found that he was surrounded. He looked around in puzzlement and found that there were 10 cultivators surrounding him. Moreover, these 10 people were all spirit-severing realm cultivators. Each of them wasn't weak. Those spirit-severing realm cultivators surrounding Zhao Hai looked at him with a malicious gaze. One of them said in a deep voice, "Boy, hand over your storage equipment. We Gale 10 sages may consider letting you go." Zhao Hai looked at the person, touched his chin and said, Gale 10 Sages? I'm afraid this is a name that you came up with. Moreover, it's a fake name. I dare say that no one in the Gale Canyon has heard of this name. You're just afraid that someone will trace it back to you. If it's true, you should be from a gang. Tell me, which gang are you from? When the 10 people heard what Zhao said, they were surprised. They didn't think that Zhao would be able to guess so many things just by saying a name. Their faces changed, then the leader laughed. Good boy, we underestimated you. But since you're so smart, why don't you just hand over your storage equipment? Don't you know that the more you know, the more dangerous it is? Zhao Hai laughed. But since you're so smart, why don't you just hand over your storage equipment? Don't you know that the more you know, the more dangerous it is? Originally, we wanted to let you go. But since you said these words, then you can only have one fate, death. Following his words, the other people surrounding Zhao Hai also took out their weapons. Zhao Hai looked at their weapons. Their weapons weren't uniform. 3 of them used sabers, 2 used rods, 1 used a spear, and 4 used swords. Moreover, these weapons were all of high quality. Although these weapons were different, Zhao Hai still used his spiritual force to find a common characteristic of these weapons. These weapons had a small purple character in a very hidden position. Seeing this character, Zhao immediately knew their identity. He looked at them and said, I didn't expect you to be from the Purple Jade Gang. What's more, I didn't think that the Purple Jade Gang would do such a thing. This really opened my eyes. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're actually from the Purple Jade Gang. When these people heard Zhao Hai reveal their identity, their faces changed. The leader said, We can't let him leave alive. Otherwise, he will reveal our identity. Kill him. Then he waved his sword and attacked Zhao Hai. The others also took out their weapons and attacked Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Boring. With your strength, you dare to attack me? Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he pointed his finger. Zhao Hai's finger didn't point at one person. This finger covered all 10 people. While they were stunned, Zhao Hai's finger had already touched their foreheads. These people didn't even let out a groan as they bled from their 7 orifices and died. If someone were to open their heads, they would find that their brains had turned into paste and were destroyed from the inside. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 people and muttered, Their strength has increased by a lot. Although these 10 people didn't use their full strength and weren't on guard, I was still able to kill them in one move. This is something that I couldn't do before. After he said that, he waved his hand and sent them to the space. Then he flew outside. 3 days later, he arrived outside Wind Ridge City. Looking at the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I'm afraid this is the shortest test I've ever had. As she spoke, she walked into Wind Ridge City and pulled him to the Wind Ridge auction house. She directly entered the Wind Ridge auction house's backyard. Ling Dong also heard that Zhao Hai had returned. However, because of his status, he didn't go and greet him. Now that he saw Zhao Hai come in, he quickly said, Brother Zhao Hai, you're back from the trial? Not bad, you're already a transcending realm cultivator. Your strength has improved very quickly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I accidentally broke into the sacred Elephant Valley and found a spirit herb there. I directly swallowed it and unintentionally broke through. Ling Dong nodded. He didn't feel anything wrong. He always thought that Zhao Hai was an ordinary cultivator. And for an ordinary fusion soul stage cultivator, breaking through to the transcending realm wasn't difficult. As long as one accumulates enough, they can become a transcending realm cultivator. In the true spirit realm, there were a few barriers that were really difficult to break through. The first one was the barrier from the transcending realm to the teleportation realm. That was the real test for cultivators. Many cultivators were blocked by this barrier for their entire lives and finally died unwillingly. After the teleportation realm, every time one wanted to break through to the next realm, it would be several times more difficult than the transcending realm. In the true spirit realm, there were many transcending realm cultivators, but there weren't many who could truly enter the teleportation realm from the transcending realm. It was also because of this that teleportation realm cultivators were regarded as small experts in the true spirit realm. The barrier from the transcending realm to the teleportation realm was also known as the Dragon Gate Barrier. If you can pass it, you'll turn from a fish into a dragon. If you can't pass it, you'll still be a fish. Because the barrier from the fusion soul stage to the transcending realm wasn't very difficult, Ling Dong didn't have much of a reaction to Zhao Hai going from the fusion soul stage to the transcending realm. Ling Dong looked at Zhao Hai and said, I don't know what Brother Zhao plans to do next. Do you want to go into seclusion for a while, or do you want to return to Devil Heart City? Zhao Hai looked at Ling Dong and said, I don't know what's the situation in Devil Heart City. Is the Blood Edge gang doing well? Ling Dong nodded and said, you can rest assured. The Blood Edge gang's situation is very good. I've already mobilized the sect's power and asked them to help take care of the Blood Edge gang. Although the Blood Edge gang hasn't developed yet, they're absolutely safe in Devil Heart City. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Ling Dong and said, then I'll have to thank shopkeeper Ling. However, there's no point in me staying in Wind Ridge City. I'm going to return to Devil Heart City and wait for the opening ceremony of the Unbreakable Sect. After all, Wind Ridge City is quite far from Devil Heart City. If there are any changes in Devil Heart City, then I won't be able to make it in time. Ling Dong nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, your luck this time isn't very good. In the past, as long as you have a blood refusal token, you can join the sect at any time. But because the sect is about to open its doors and accept new disciples, as well as the fact that your blood refusal token was bought, the sect decided to let you join 3 months from now. This isn't fair for you, but it also shows the sect's attitude. The other people who have the blood refusal token are all geniuses that the sect has discovered, so they will focus on their cultivation. On the other hand, your token was bought with money, so after you enter the sect, you won't receive any special treatment. On the contrary, you might even be looked down upon. Therefore, don't think that joining the sect is over. Joining the sect will be the beginning of your test. You will encounter more things in the sect, so I hope that you can get through them. Ling Dong nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're not very lucky this time. Previously, as long as you have the blood refusal token, you can join the sect anytime. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I will get through it. I believe in my strength. When I was in the Unbreakable Soul stage, I wanted to participate in the Unbreakable Sect's entrance examination. This wasn't an impulsive decision, it was because I was 70% sure that I would succeed. Now that I'm a transcending realm cultivator, I have more confidence in myself. I believe that I can stand firm in the Unbreakable Sect. Ling Dong looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and didn't say anything. He really didn't want to attack Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that the competition inside the Unbreakable Sect wasn't any less than outside, it might even be more intense. Those who can enter the Unbreakable Sect were all geniuses. These people might be very arrogant outside, but once they enter the Unbreakable Sect, they would find themselves on the same level as other people, or even worse. A lot of people would fall into depravity. Those who can rise up were the ones that the Unbreakable Sect needed. In the second city of Devil Heart City, a white light flashed and a person slowly appeared on the teleportation array. In Devil Heart City, not every city had a teleportation array. In the entire Devil Heart City, only one city had teleportation arrays. The second and third cities had teleportation arrays, while the fourth and fifth cities had no teleportation arrays. The transmission formations in each city weren't open to the public. Only cultivators from the Unallowed Sect and some powerful sects could use them. The transmission formations in the second and third cities were available to everyone in Devil Heart City. However, ordinary cultivators wouldn't use them because they weren't disciples of the Unallowed Sect. Every time one used a transmission formation, they would need to spend 10 jade essences. Although this amount wasn't a lot, ordinary rogue cultivators wouldn't be willing to spend 10 jade essences to use a transmission formation. After all, spending a few dozen jade essences to buy a Windchaser horse could be used for several years or even decades. Therefore, unless there was an urgent matter, ordinary rogue cultivators wouldn't use a transmission formation. The person inside the transmission formation slowly appeared. This person's figure was very ordinary, his appearance was also very ordinary. He wore a black cultivator's robe and didn't look special. This person was Zhao Hai. He had just returned to Devil Heart City from Wind Ridge City through the transmission formation of the Wind Ridge auction house. Naturally, it would still be some time before the unallowed sect opens its doors to accept disciples. Zhao Hai didn't let anyone know that he had returned to Devil Heart City. He returned to Devil Heart City with a different appearance. He believed that no one would notice him. Others would think that he was in seclusion in Wind Ridge City. Zhao Hai didn't plan to go to the Blood Edge Gang this time. He was very clear that there were many pairs of eyes staring at the Blood Edge Gang. Although Ling Dong and the others had warned them, if Zhao Hai were to appear, there would be a lot of trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to return to the Blood Edge Gang. He thought of another place, the Long family's Grand Harmony Hall. The magnificent Peace Hall was the property of the Long family, and the Long family had no interest in entering the Devil Blood realm. In addition to the Long family's special status, the magnificent Peace Hall should be very safe in Devil Heart City. No one would be willing to provoke them. The magnificent Peace Hall was still as busy as before. In fact, it was even busier than before. Because the Forbidden Sect was about to open its doors, a lot of rogue cultivators came to Devil Heart City to look for opportunities. Because of this, there were more people in Devil Heart City. With more people, the demand naturally increased. Since the magnificent Peace Hall was an old name, its reputation was guaranteed. It was also because of the influx of these people that the number of people in Devil Heart City slowly increased. The previously sparsely populated fifth city was now almost full. At this time, the Blood Edge Gang finally understood how wise it was for them to choose this place. Although this place was remote, no one would pay attention to it. Because of this, the Blood Edge Gang was still very safe. In the past few days, because Devil Heart City was holding on to territory, several battles had already occurred. Some gangs that were stronger than the Blood Edge Gang were defeated. Of course, violence was not allowed in Devil Heart City. Therefore, if there was any conflict between the two sides, they would meet outside the city to resolve it. Even so, there were still many small gangs that were chased out of their own territory and had no choice but to run out of Devil Heart City to find a place to settle down. It can be said that the Forbidden Sect's opening was an opportunity for the forces in Devil Heart City to reshuffle. A lot of old forces that weren't strong were forced to withdraw from Devil Heart City. On the other hand, the Blood Edge Gang was safe and sound. This was because no one paid attention to their location. Naturally, this alone wasn't enough to protect the Blood Edge Gang. This was due to the magnificent Peace Hall's contribution, as well as Ling Dong's. Ling Dong's request was rejected by the inner disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Naturally, nobody dared to go to the Blood Edge Gang and cause trouble. Since the Blood Edge Gang was fine, Zhao Hai naturally didn't have anything to worry about. He was very confident in his current strength. When Zhao Hai entered the magnificent Peace Hall, a shop assistant immediately greeted him. Naturally, he didn't know who Zhao Hai was, so he greeted Zhao Hai as if he was a guest. "Welcome. How can I help, mister?" Zhao Hai looked at the shop assistant, then he smiled faintly and said, "I have a few things that I want to sell, but I'll have to ask your shopkeeper to take a look." When the shop assistant heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. However, his attitude was still good as he said, "All right. Mister, please take a rest in the room next door. I'll go and ask the shopkeeper." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the shop assistant to a private room. The shop assistant gave Zhao Hai a cup of tea before he left the room and went to ask shopkeeper Yun. Before long, shopkeeper Yun arrived at the room. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He found Zhao Hai familiar, but he didn't seem to have seen Zhao Hai before. This feeling made him a bit confused. Although he was puzzled, shopkeeper Yun still cupped his hands towards Zhao Hai and said, "I don't know what Mr. wants to sell. I'm the magnificent Peace Hall's fist cabinet." Zhao Hai looked at the shop assistant behind shopkeeper Yun and said, "Shopkeeper Yun, please tell your men to leave. I want to talk to you alone." When shopkeeper Yun heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This person called him shopkeeper Yun, which meant that this person knew him. However, shopkeeper Yun was sure that he had never seen this person before. Shopkeeper Yun had always been very confident in his memory. Shopkeeper Yun waved his hand as the worker left. After the worker left, shopkeeper Yun immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can you tell me what you want to sell?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, can you tell me what you want to sell? Zhao Hai looked at shopkeeper Yun and smiled. Then his body underwent some subtle changes, including the shape of his face. Before long, his real body appeared in front of shopkeeper Yun. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Shopkeeper Yun, please forgive me. I don't want others to know my identity, so I had to do this." Shopkeeper Yun nodded and said, "Shopkeeper Yun, please forgive me." When shopkeeper Yun saw that it was Zhao Hai, he didn't get angry. Instead, his face was full of joy as he said, "Zhao Hai, it's you. Ha ha ha, there's no need to forgive me. I'm very happy that you came back." "Right, I heard that you obtained a blood refusal writ. Is that true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained one. Now I can be considered a disciple of the refusal sect. But because my blood refusal writ is special, I can only wait until the sect opens its doors. I don't want to go back to the Blood Edge gang for a while. There are certainly a lot of people watching the Blood Edge gang. If I go back to the Blood Edge gang, then it would only arouse suspicion." Shopkeeper Yun nodded and said, "Alright, if you don't want to go back, then don't go back. What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since I'm here, can you arrange a place for me? I want to go into seclusion for a while. When the refusal sect opens its doors, then I'll go there." Shopkeeper Yun smiled faintly and said, "Alright, that's not a problem. I'll immediately arrange it for you." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and then returned to his previous appearance. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, shopkeeper Yun couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Hai's strength. Sitting in the room that shopkeeper Yun arranged for him, Zhao Hai told shopkeeper Yun to not let anyone disturb him. Then he arranged several formations. After the formations were arranged, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Tyrant's Blade sect. The Tyrant's Blade sect was still doing very well. Moreover, the Tyrant's Blade sect accepted disciples before the refusal sect. At this time, there were a lot of newcomers in the Tyrant's Blade sect. Even Yuanyu Peak had a lot of new people living there. In the past, Yuanyu Peak was almost abandoned. After Zhao Hai moved there, it slowly regained its vitality. Later on, more and more people moved in. However, because it had been abandoned for too long, Yuanyu Peak couldn't be compared to the other peaks. But now that the Tyrant's Blade sect opened its doors and accepted a lot of new disciples, more and more people came to Yuanyu Peak. At this time, the number of people living in Yuanyu Peak wasn't any less than the other peaks. However, Zhao Hai's courtyard still didn't have any outsiders living there. This was because the Yin Yang elders lived there. At this time, the Yin Yang elders were overseeing Yuanyu Peak. Naturally, the Tyrant's Blade sect couldn't arrange people to live in the 52nd courtyard. When Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the 52nd courtyard, the Yin Yang elders immediately sensed it. The two figures appeared beside Zhao Hai almost at the same time. The two looked at Zhao Hai with a happy expression. Eldarine said, "Good, you actually broke through to the transcending realm. It seems like you really didn't slack off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "How could I dare to slack off? Master, I had a fortuitous encounter this time, so my strength entered the transcending realm. Moreover, I felt that my potential wasn't fully displayed. Therefore, I must join the refusal sect this time." Eldarine nodded and said, "Let's go in and talk." Then the three entered the living room and sat down. After the robot delivered the tea, Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's going on? Tell me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he told the two about how he obtained the refusal blood token and how he entered the Gale Canyon. He also told them about how he obtained the blood chi of the raging elephant and how he successfully advanced. After hearing Zhao Hai's story, the two couldn't help but sigh at Zhao Hai's good luck. Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't you need to go into seclusion for a while to digest the blood chi of the raging elephant clan? That would be more beneficial for you." Zhao Hai replied, "I came back this time to tell you that I'll be heading back to Demon Heart City to go into seclusion. After that, I'll be joining the Unbreakable sect. The Unbreakable sect is famous for their body cultivation methods. Only by studying their body cultivation methods would I be able to refine the raging elephant blood chi in my body. When the time comes, my strength would be countless times stronger than ordinary body cultivators. I might even become the Unbreakable sect's most outstanding disciple." When Eldarine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Alright, since you have an idea, we won't stop you. But you have to remember, don't go too far with the refusal sect. After all, they're a great sect in the true spiritual realm. They're the main force against the ghost cultivators." Zhao Hai sat quietly in the room that Manager Yun had arranged for him. This time, he really needed to close up. Just as he said before, he had obtained a lot of wild elephant blood qi from the Holy Elephant Valley. The blood qi of wild elephants was accumulated through countless generations of wild elephants. It was incomparably powerful. Although Zhao Hai had absorbed the blood qi and used it to break through to the transcending realm in one fell swoop, this didn't mean that he had completely digested the blood qi. In fact, the blood qi that Zhao Hai digested was only 1% of the blood qi that he obtained. He still couldn't digest the rest of the blood qi, he could only store it in his cells. Blood qi was different from spiritual qi. As long as you accumulate spiritual qi, you can slowly become stronger. On the other hand, it wasn't easy to increase blood qi. Moreover, blood qi would increase one's strength and body. As long as one's body was strong enough, then their blood qi would become even more powerful. And the thing that can increase one's blood qi the most was the body cultivation method. Zhao Hai had a lot of blood qi in his body, but he couldn't use it completely. Only after he passed the body cultivation method could he use all of his blood qi. If Zhao Hai can really use all of his blood qi, then it would undoubtedly be equivalent to having the strength of hundreds of millions of wild elephants. How powerful would that be? Ordinary people simply couldn't imagine it. It was no wonder that Zhao Hai said that if he really absorbed all of the blood qi, then he might become the strongest disciple of the Buyuan sect in recent years. However, before entering the Buyuan sect, what Zhao Hai needed to do was to absorb some of the blood qi in his body. This was because if he didn't absorb the blood qi for a long time, then it would slowly disappear. It was just like a person who used to exercise and had strong muscles. But if he didn't exercise for a long time, then his muscles wouldn't be the same as before. In other words, his blood qi would slowly disappear. As time passed, Zhao Hai went into seclusion this time. Although he still went to see Laura and the others, he spent most of his time in seclusion. More than 2 months later, Devil Heart City became even more lively. This was because everyone knew that in 3 days, the sect would open its gates. This time, the Buyuan sect didn't have too many requirements for accepting disciples. They wanted to increase their strength, so they didn't have too many requirements. As long as the person wasn't too old, then they would be accepted as a disciple. At worst, they would be given the status of an outer court disciple. If they were to go to war with the righteous path, then these people would just be cannon fodder. Because of this, a lot of cultivators came to Demon Heart City. Most of these cultivators were at the merging soul stage and transcending realm. Most of them were rogue cultivators. Compared to the bustling outside, the Blood Edge Gang was very quiet. The Blood Edge Gang was a small force in Demon Heart City, so nobody paid attention to them. Moreover, because of their strength, the Blood Edge Gang had always been very low-key. Although they were protected by Ling Dong and the Xinghatong Hall, nobody paid attention to them. In the past, some people heard that the Blood Edge Gang took away the Blood Edge token. But now, nobody paid attention to it. This was because the Blood Edge Gang was too low-key. It was easy for people to ignore them. At this moment, Lu Zhentian was sitting in his room with a frown on his face. Yu Linfeng was sitting beside him with a similar expression. After a while, Lu Zhentian sighed and said, "Do you think something happened to little Ling? Otherwise, why hasn't he returned yet? The Buyuan sect will open their doors in 3 days. He should be back by now." Yu Linfeng also had a worried expression as he said, "Right, I've already sent people to meet him. But the news said that they didn't find little Ling. If little Ling doesn't return, then our Blood Edge Gang will be in danger." Lu Zhentian sighed, "I really didn't think that Xiao Ling would be able to obtain a Forbidden Blood medallion. However, it's precisely because of this Forbidden Blood medallion that he's become the target of public criticism. I can understand this, but I just hope that nothing happens to him. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Yu Linfeng sighed and said, "It seems like Zhao Hai will be fine. Otherwise, the people from the discontented sect wouldn't be protecting us. I'm sure that the reason why the discontented sect is protecting us is because of little Ling. If something happens to little Ling, then they wouldn't care about us anymore. At this time, a person suddenly ran to Lu Zhentian's room and loudly said, "Gang Lord, Zhao Ling has returned." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng stared. Then they stood up and quickly walked outside. When they arrived outside, they saw a member of the Blood Edge gang looking at them with an excited expression. Lu Zhentian quickly said, "You said that little Ling is back? Where is she?" "Ha ha ha, big brother Lu, I'm back." Then a burst of laughter was heard. Zhao Hai walked in from outside. He cupped his fist towards Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng and said, "Big brother Lu, big brother Yu, Zhao Hai greets you." Lu Zhentian looked at Zhao Hai and became excited. He quickly walked to Zhao Hai's side and held Zhao Hai's hand as he said, "Good, it's good that you're back. Come, let's talk inside." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Yu Linfeng and the others into the room. After sitting down in the room, Lu Zhentian's mood calmed down. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to be a transcending realm cultivator. This is even better. Now that you're in the Buyuan sect, you'll be valued even more." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When I went to the Gale Canyon to train, I had a fortuitous encounter. That's why I advanced." When Lu Zhentian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He said, "You went to the Gale Canyon to train? Weren't you in seclusion at the Wind Ridge auction house? When did you enter the Gale Canyon?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I was afraid that others would know that I entered the Gale Canyon, so I spread the news. Actually, I wasn't in seclusion at the Wind Ridge auction house. Instead, I was in the Gale Canyon." When Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng heard Zhao Hai, they nodded and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. I heard that you obtained a Buyuan blood token and can directly enter the Buyuan sect? Is that true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "When I came out of the family, I had a resurrection grass with me. You should know how precious this herb is. I didn't use it to exchange for the blood token. Hee hee. Although the resurrection grass is very precious, being able to enter the sect is already worth it for me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, when I came out of the family, I also brought some resurrection grass with me." When Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng heard Zhao Hai, they nodded in agreement. Although the resurrection grass was precious, for a rogue cultivator, it might be a death sentence. However, joining the Unoyun sect was different. Not only would they be able to obtain countless cultivation methods, they would also be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. Most importantly, they would have a powerful sect to back them up. This was the most important thing. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "I've been back in Demon Heart City for some time. I came back through the Wind Ridge Auction House's transmission formation. I've been staying in the Grand Peace Hall for some time now. If I come back too early, it would bring a lot of trouble to the sect." When Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. But then the two nodded and said, "Of course. But now that you're back, do outsiders know about it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course they know. But you don't need to worry. Even if they know, it's useless. I've been in seclusion in the Grand Peace Hall and had some breakthroughs. My combat strength isn't any worse than a teleportation realm cultivator. If someone really comes to cause trouble for the Blood Edge gang, then I won't be polite." When they heard Zhao Hai, Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They thought that Zhao Hai's words were too much. This was because they knew that although the void-splitting realm and the teleportation realm were two realms, the difference between these two realms was like heaven and earth. Entering the teleportation realm was akin to a fish leaping through the dragon gate. If you can't enter the teleportation realm, then you'll always be a fish. It was precisely because of this that this realm was called the Demon Dragon Gate. In their view, Zhao Hai was now a dust-piercing realm cultivator. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter and could defeat a lot of dust-piercing realm cultivators. However, if he wanted to challenge a teleportation realm expert, that would be impossible. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from outside, "Zhao Ling, come out and meet your death." Along with this voice, a shocking aura rushed towards the Blood Edge gang. This aura wasn't any weaker than Wang Da's. Needless to say, the person who released this aura was most likely a teleportation realm cultivator. Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng's expressions couldn't help but change when they felt this aura. They immediately stood up. However, Zhao Hai was even faster than them. Zhao Hai had already arrived at the courtyard. His figure flashed a few times as he appeared outside the Blood Edge Gang's main hall. There were two people standing outside the Blood Edge Gang. One of them was a cultivator around 50 years old. Next to him was a young man around 20 years old. The 50-year-old cultivator was tall and thin. He had a long face, small eyes, and an aquiline nose. He gave off a gloomy feeling. As for the young man beside him, he was wearing green clothes and was very thin. His eyes flashed with a sinister light, making him look like a poisonous snake. This aura came from the old cultivator. Since he made such a big move, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators gathered around the Blood Edge Gang to watch the show. The people of the Blood Edge Gang were standing in front of the main hall with weapons in hand. They were glaring angrily at the two people. However, the two people didn't seem to care. They just sneered at the people of the Blood Edge Gang. Zhao Hai walked out of the Blood Edge Gang's main hall. He looked at the two people and said, "I'm Zhao Ling. I don't know how I've offended seniors. You actually came to my Blood Edge Gang and wanted to kill me?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You're Zhao Ling? I heard that you obtained a forbidden blood writ. Is this true?" Zhao Hai looked at him, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's true. I did obtain a forbidden blood writ. Does senior have any instructions for me?" The old man coldly snorted and said, "Hand over the forbidden blood writ and I'll spare your life. I, Old Snake, am a man of my word." Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly, "With just you? Are you afraid?" When Old Snake heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but turn ashen. He sneered and said, "Good, good. How many years has it been since someone dared to say such words to this old man? Good. Young man, you're good. I know that this is Devil Heart City. If I make a move here, then the Forbidden Blood sect will come and deal with me. But from today onwards, as long as the Blood Blade Gang dares to leave Devil Heart City, then they will all die." Zhao Hai looked at Old Snake and said, "You don't need to threaten me. I'll leave Devil Heart City now. If you have the guts, then follow me. As long as you kill me, then the Forbidden Blood writ will naturally be yours. If you can't kill me, then you don't have the Forbidden Blood writ." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved, and he directly flew out of Devil Heart City. Zhao Hai and Old Snake didn't lower their voices, so everyone in the surroundings heard their conversation. Although everyone had heard that the Blood Blade Gang had obtained a forbidden blood writ, they hadn't been able to verify it. Now that Zhao Hai personally admitted it, they were naturally shocked. But what made them even more shocked was Zhao Hai's reaction. Zhao Hai was a transcending Dust Realm cultivator, everyone could see this. But when faced with the threat of a teleportation realm expert, he didn't back down. Moreover, he even dared to leave Devil Heart City in front of Old Snake. Wasn't this a direct challenge to Old Snake? Wasn't his guts a little too big? Sure enough, Old Snake was thoroughly enraged by Zhao Hai's arrogance. His facial muscles twitched a few times, and his eyes almost turned into two balls of fire. He turned to the people around him and said, "Let's go. Kill that brat and take his disallow blood token. Then, you can join the disallow sect." The green-robed young cultivator nodded with a gloomy look in his eyes. The person he respected the most in his life was his master. Now, Old Snake had been humiliated by Zhao Hai. If they weren't in Devil Heart City, he would have taken action long ago. Old Snake led the green-robed young cultivator and followed Zhao Hai out of Devil Heart City. Old Snake didn't stay in Devil Heart City. Devil Heart City didn't allow people to fly at will. Although he was a teleportation realm cultivator, he didn't dare to break the rules set by the Disallow sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be far from death. The other cultivators naturally followed. Moreover, they didn't call their friends. For a while, the entire Devil Heart City was alarmed. Many people who came to participate in the Disallow sect's entrance examination followed the crowd outside the city. They also wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this matter. If Zhao Hai was killed by Old Snake, then they might be able to pick up some benefits. Zhao Hai already knew that as long as he appeared, there would certainly be trouble. But this time, he came to establish his prestige. He wanted to let the cultivators of Demon Heart City know that the Blood Knife Gang wasn't a pushover. Most importantly, he wanted to let the people of the Buyuan sect know that he was strong. He didn't just rely on money to join the Buyuan sect. Because Zhao Hai was the first to leave, Old Snake and the others were the last to leave. So when Zhao Hai was about 10 li away from the city, Old Snake and the green-clothed youth finally caught up with him. When Zhao Hai saw that Old Snake had caught up, he stopped on the side of the road and looked at Old Snake. Old Snake looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly laughed and said, "Good kid, you're really not afraid of death. Alright, let this old man send you on your way." Then he was about to make a move. At this time, the green-robed young man reached out and stopped him. "Master, let me do it. This time, I'm the one who wants to use the disallow blood token. Leave him to me." Old Snake looked at the young man and smiled faintly. "Alright, Snaker, I'll leave him to you." Then Old Snake retreated to the side and calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Old Snake and then at the young man called Snaker. Then he shook his head and said, "You can't do it, let your master do it." At the same time, a lot of cultivators had arrived. These cultivators had followed Zhao Hai all the way from Devil Heart City. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this matter. Snaker looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big words don't lie. Today, I'll let you know how powerful this Jade Serpent young noble, Xianxia is." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai heard exclamations from all around. "Jade Serpent young noble, he's actually Jade Serpent young noble, Xianxia? He's a famous rogue cultivator in the Disallow sect's territory. I didn't expect his master to be Old Snake. I heard that Jade Serpent young noble's 5 green serpent poison is very tyrannical. Not only is it very strong, it also contains a strange poison. Those who are hit by it can't be saved. Right, this Jade Serpent young noble is a ruthless character. I heard that he's done a lot of killing and robbing. However, no one knows about it because all the people he robbed died. Only by looking at the injuries on their bodies can one guess that he did it." Hearing these discussions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Xianxia had been paying attention to Zhao Hai. When he saw the smile on Zhao Hai's face, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but become vigilant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What are you smiling about? You're about to die, yet you're still smiling?" Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "Originally, I didn't want to kill you because your strength is too low. Killing you would be meaningless. But now, I've changed my mind. You must die." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "You want to kill me? Ha ha ha, with just you? Take my move first, Green Serpent Fang." Then his figure moved. His figure turned on the spot and attacked like a green serpent towards Zhao Hai. Both of his hands extended their index fingers at the same time. His fingers were curved like the fangs of a viper as they attacked towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai calmly stood there. He didn't move as he looked at Xianxia. He looked as if he was scared silly. When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but be happy. His finger attack became even faster. Seeing Xianxia getting closer and closer, Zhao Hai's smile didn't change. Just when Xianxia's finger was about to touch him, Zhao Hai suddenly reached out and grabbed Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia was like a snake that had its neck grabbed. He couldn't move forward anymore. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would use such a method to deal with Xianxia. This wasn't like two transcending realm cultivators fighting. It was clearly an adult playing with a child. Xianxia's face was red as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that his attack would be stopped by Zhao Hai. His hands seemed to have been shackled. He couldn't move at all. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai viciously and said, "Let me go. Do you dare to have a fair fight with me?" Zhao Hai looked at Snake Thousand Transformations, then he suddenly laughed and said, "You want to be fair? That's too funny. Are you from the true spiritual realm? Fair? Ha ha ha." Then Zhao Hai released his hand and punched out. "Stop." A loud shout was heard. At the same time, a flood dragon-like aura pressed down on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of stopping. He punched Xianxia's chest. With a cracking sound, Xianxia's chest bones broke. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood also contained fragments of his internal organs. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to survive. After killing Snake Qianbian with a punch, Zhao Hai turned his body and dodged Old Snake's attack. Then he turned his head to look at the furious Old Snake. Shi Lao couldn't care about Zhao Hai anymore. He lowered his head to look at Shi Qianbian and muttered, Shi, what happened to you? After confirming that Snake Qianbian was indeed dead, Old Snake couldn't help but let out a mournful howl. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "You killed my snake child. Boy, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." Zhao Hai looked at Shi Lao and said, "I've said it before. If you use my friend to threaten me, then you'll have to wait for my revenge. Even if I don't have the ability to do so now, once I enter the Buyuan sect, I'll take my revenge 1,000 times over. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to make me think that I'll only take my revenge after I enter the Buyuan sect. So I'll take my revenge now. Your disciple is dead, you're next." "Ah!" Shi Lao roared. Then his body moved and pounced towards Zhao Hai. He shouted, "Blue dragon, die." Then his body spun in the air as if he had turned into a blue dragon. He pounced towards Zhao Hai, wanting to kill Zhao Hai on the spot. Zhao Hai looked at Shi Lao's appearance and coldly snorted, "Demon subjugation, die." Then he took a step forward. Then he looked like an angry King Kong. His eyes were wide open as he punched out. Boom! A loud sound was heard. A small mushroom cloud rose from the place where Zhao Hai and Shi Lao clashed. Then a figure flew out from the cloud and fell to the ground with a bang. He wriggled a few times and stopped moving. The other cultivators were shocked by this attack. Then, they turned their attention to the one who was sent flying. What they saw caused them to suck in a breath of cold air. The one who was sent flying wasn't Zhao Hai, but Old Snake. However, Old Snake was lying there like a rag. At a glance, it was clear that at least 80% of his bones had been broken. He was as dead as he could be. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. They looked at Shi Lao in disbelief. One must know that Shi Lao was a famous person in the disobeyed sect. Many people have heard of his name. He was considered a small expert in the teleportation realm. There were several teleportation realm experts that died in his hands. But today, he couldn't even take a single blow from the other party. One must know that he was killed by a teleportation realm cultivator. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the battlefield. They saw that Zhao Hai was still standing there calmly. He looked at Shi Lao and Shi Qianbian's corpses and muttered, "You don't have strength, yet you want to kill people and steal their treasures. You're really courting death." Then he waved his hand and sent Shi Lao and Shi Qianbian's corpses to the space. Then he turned around and walked towards Devil Heart City. When Zhao Hai looked at these people, they couldn't help but take a step back. Many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation felt their hearts skip a beat. This was because they felt that Zhao Hai's gaze was as sharp as a sword. It was as if he could pierce through them and see what they were thinking. Zhao Hai only glanced at these people. His words were meant for them to hear. He knew that there were a lot of people who wanted to take his disobeyed blood token. Today, he killed Shi Lao in order to establish his prestige. He wanted to let these people know that if they want to take his disobeyed blood token, they need to have the strength to do so. Zhao Hai believed that people who were too strong wouldn't try to take his disobeyed blood token. This was because they wouldn't be able to use it. On the other hand, people who weren't strong enough to take his disobeyed blood token were simply courting death. Zhao Hai didn't mind killing a few more people. In the past, Zhao Hai was very low-key. He was afraid that others would find out about his identity. But now, there was no need to do so. He wasn't afraid of people investigating his identity. After such a long time, people already knew about his identity. Naturally, it was his fake identity. At this time, there was no need to hide. Killing a few people and establishing his prestige would be very beneficial for him. While Zhao Hai was walking towards Devil Heart City, a group of people hurriedly rushed over. Zhao Hai saw that it was Lu Zhentian and the others. Lu Zhentian and the others were anxiously walking forward with weapons in their hands. It was clear that they wanted to go out and fight. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng weren't as fast as him. When they came out of the Blood Edge Gang's headquarters, Zhao Hai was already out of the city. The two must have heard that Zhao Hai was going to fight Xi Lao and were afraid that something would happen to him. Therefore, they led their people to support him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel moved. One must know that Lu Zhentian and the others were ordinary transcending realm cultivators. Even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be a match for a teleportation realm cultivator. But when they heard that Zhao Hai was going to fight Xi Lao, they didn't hesitate to rush over. This was something that Zhao Hai would remember. Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but feel relieved. Their figures moved as they arrived beside Zhao Hai. Lu Zhentian immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how are you? Are you all right? What about the other two? What about the teleportation realm expert?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, don't worry. I'm fine. I've already killed those two. You don't need to worry." Lu Zhentian stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "You killed them? You're saying that you killed the teleportation realm expert?" Zhao Hai waved his hand as two corpses appeared on the ground. These two corpses were Xi Lao and Shi Chanbian. Originally, Zhao Hai could have turned them into undead. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. This was because he was afraid of encountering such a situation. Therefore, he deliberately left the two corpses behind. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng didn't know what to say. When Zhao Hai said that he had the strength of a teleportation realm expert, they didn't believe it. But now, they believed it. Zhao Hai slowly walked along the streets of Demon Heart City with Lu Zhentian and the others by his side. At this time, they were heading towards the main city of Demon Heart City. There was a branch of the Unbreakable sect there. Similarly, it was also the location of the Unbreakable sect's selection. At this time, Zhao Hai had become the most powerful person in the Blood Edge gang. Although he wasn't the leader of the gang, his strength was still there. Even if he didn't use his full strength and looked down on Zhao Hai, he was still killed by Zhao Hai with a single punch. 3 days was enough for Lu Zhentian and the others to understand how Zhao killed the Snake Elder. To be honest, when they heard that Zhao killed the Snake Elder with a single punch, they were really surprised. But the facts were there, so even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to believe it. In the true spiritual world, strength was everything. Zhao Hai's strength was there for all to see. Compared to the previous leader, Wang De, he was even stronger. In this case, it would be strange if he didn't become the most powerful person in the Blood Edge gang. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already confirmed that he would join the Disobedience sect. In this case, if Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng still dared to compete with Zhao Hai for power, then they would be courting death. Zhao Hai didn't think that Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng would be able to join the Disobedience sect. Naturally, Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng knew that Zhao Hai didn't care about the position of leader of the Blood Edge gang. Once he enters the Nanyun sect, even if he was just an outer disciple, he would still have more power than the so-called leader. Because of this, the two of them stood on either side of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew what Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng were thinking. However, he didn't think that there was anything wrong with this treatment. In the true spiritual world, as long as you have strength, people wouldn't revolve around you. This was how it should be. If they didn't revolve around you, then it would be strange. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators around him and said, "I'm afraid that this is the first time that the Nanyun sect has recruited so many people. A lot of people who didn't have the opportunity to join the Nanyun sect before now have the opportunity to do so. However, I think that even if they join the Nanyun sect, they wouldn't be able to develop much. Their potential is still there, but they still want to join. Brother Lu, Brother Yu, have you thought about looking for that opportunity as well?" Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng looked at each other. Then, they smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Lu Zhentian sighed and said, "Forget it, we don't have the mood to do that anymore. Joining the Ayun sect might seem good, but what can people like us do? At most, we'll be used as cannon fodder. It's better to stay where we are now." Yu Linfeng nodded and said, "Right. What's so good about joining the Nanyun sect? Although we'll have a good status, we won't necessarily get as much as we do now. It's boring." Zhao Hai chuckled. He knew that Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng couldn't be considered cultivators anymore. They were still cultivating, but they were just treating it as a habit. They had lost the courage and determination of cultivators, as well as the pursuit of the Great Tao. In this case, it wasn't appropriate to call them cultivators. In fact, in the entire true spirit realm, there were a lot of people like Lu Zhentian and Yu Linfeng. They had some talent, but it wasn't very good. Moreover, they didn't receive much training. Because of this, it was impossible for them to have any great achievements. Perhaps they had some ambition in the beginning, but as time passed, they didn't make any progress. In this case, it was almost impossible for them to reach a higher level. Because of this, they slowly gave up. There were a lot of cultivators who had this idea. It can only be said that life had ground away their edges, making them more tactful. But because of this, they lost the possibility of going further. The three chatted as they walked forward. From time to time, some cultivators would turn their heads to look at Zhao Hai and whisper to the people around them. Although their voices were very low, Zhao Hai could still hear them. They were talking about the battle between Zhao Hai and Old Snake. The battle between Zhao Hai and Old Snake had already spread throughout Devil Heart City. Therefore, everyone knew that Zhao Hai killed a teleportation realm expert with just one punch. Although some were unconvinced, no one dared to provoke Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai didn't kill a nobody. This kind of thing couldn't be faked. No one would take their life as a joke. The group followed the crowd and quickly arrived at the first city. The environment here was the best. There were independent courtyards and spacious streets. Moreover, there was also a large square. However, this square didn't have any flowers or plants. The entire square was paved with large stones. It was obvious that this was a training ground. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at the first city, they saw a cultivator wearing a monk's robe coming over. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai's group and said, "You are all here to participate in the assessment." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I'm here to participate in the assessment. They are here to accompany me." The cultivator nodded and said, "If you don't want to participate, then leave. Wait in the second city. There are too many people in the first city." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhentian and the others couldn't help but leave. On the other hand, Zhao Hai followed the cultivator inside. When they arrived at the city's plaza, the cultivator turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Someone will give you a jade token with your number on it. When the time comes, you can take the jade token and participate in the assessment." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly replied, "Mister, I have this. I heard that if you have this, you can directly join the unallowed sect. Is this true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, mister." After that, Zhao Hai took out the blood refusal token and handed it over to the cultivator. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai take out the token, he couldn't help but stare. He took the token and carefully looked at it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're called Zhao Ling, right?" Zhao Hai quickly replying to "Sir, I am indeed Zhao Ling." The cultivator nodded, his expression relaxed as he said, "There's no need to call me sir, just call me senior brother. I'm also an outer disciple of the Onion sect. I've already heard about you from senior brother Ling Dong. You're right, with this token, you can directly join the Onion sect. Follow me, I'll take you to report." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed the cultivator to a courtyard next to the square. In front of the courtyard were two cultivators from the Onion sect. They stood there motionless, as if they didn't notice anything happening around them. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that these two people were much stronger than the one who led the group. Moreover, they weren't just a little bit stronger than the one who led the group. The cultivator who led Zhao Hai here was at the Transcending Earth stage. The two cultivators standing in front of the courtyard were also at the Transcending Earth stage. However, cultivators of the same stage were also divided. The cultivator who led Zhao Hai here was at the low Transcending Earth stage, while the two cultivators standing in front of the courtyard were at the peak Transcending Earth stage. The cultivator who led Zhao Hai here led Zhao Hai to the courtyard. Then he bowed to the two cultivators and said, "Two senior brothers, this person is here to report with the blood refusal token. According to the rules of the sect, he can directly join the sect. Therefore, I'll be taking him to report to the elders. I asked two senior brothers to let him pass." One of the two nodded and said to the cultivator, "Junior martial brother, please come in." Then he didn't say anything else. The cultivator who led Zhao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist to the two cultivators and then led Zhao Hai into the courtyard. Unlike what Zhao Hai imagined, there was a training field in the courtyard. On the edge of the field was a stone table with several people sitting at it. These people didn't look young. They were all wearing monk robes. They were sitting there drinking tea while chatting. Their appearance was very leisurely. However, they quickly noticed Zhao Hai and the cultivator. They stopped talking and looked at Zhao Hai and the cultivator from the Disallow sect. The cultivator from the Disallow sect stopped about 3 meters away from the stone table. Then he bowed and said, "Outer sect miscellaneous hall disciple Yi Fei greets the elders. This is Zhao Ling. He has a blood refusal token. I brought him here to see the elders." When the elders heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned to look at Zhao Hai. Naturally, they knew about the blood refusal token being auctioned. Now that they heard Yi Fei, they knew that the blood refusal token was obtained by Zhao Hai. Because of this, they were very curious about Zhao Hai. After some time, one of the elders turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're the Zhao Ling who killed a teleportation realm cultivator with a single punch." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. But he still cupped his fist and said, replying to the elder, "It is indeed Zhao Ling." That elder's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity as he said, "That's right. If I didn't confirm the authenticity of this matter, I really wouldn't dare to believe that this was true. A Transcendence Realm cultivator actually killed a Teleportation Realm cultivator with one punch. Hee, interesting, too interesting. What cultivation technique did you learn?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, replying to the elder, "This junior is learning a body cultivation method, the demon subjugation technique." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the elders stared. Then one of them curiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Demon subjugation technique? Technique? You're learning a Buddhist body cultivation method?" Zhao Hai replied, "Yes." The elders stared, then they showed interested expressions. One of the elders looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then you should be very strong." "How strong are you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then you should be very strong." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, replying to the elder, "I don't know. This is because I've been practicing the demon subjugation technique. Some time ago, when I was in the Gale Canyon, I inadvertently absorbed some blood energy. As for how strong I am now, I really don't know." The elder smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. We'll know after testing it. Come, bring some power stones." A cultivator nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, a cultivator arrived at the courtyard. Then he took out a huge crystal pillar from his spatial equipment. This crystal pillar was about 2 meters tall and had a flat surface in the middle. One couldn't see anything on the top of the crystal pillar. However, the bottom of the crystal pillar was a huge trump card. This trump card was about 5 meters in size. The elder turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Go there and punch at the flat surface. Punch with all your strength." Zhao nodded and walked towards the crystal pillar. He curiously looked at the crystal pillar, then squatted down and pulled back his fist. Then with a loud shout, he punched out. Bang! 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 Crash! Zhao Hai's punch directly shattered the crystal pillar. The entire crystal pillar turned into rubble and flew out. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked around in confusion. This was the Onion Sect's crystal pillar, how could it be so weak? What's going on? The elders looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at a monster. After some time, one of the elders shouted, "Come, bring me the crystal pillar used by the inner court disciples." A disciple nodded before he turned around and ran away. After the disciple left, the elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The crystal pillar that you just broke was used to test the strength of odd job disciples and outer court disciples. The highest strength that can be tested is 200,000 jin. It seems like your current strength has already exceeded 200,000 jin. Very good." Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the elder before retreating to the side. Before long, the cultivator from the Onion Sect returned to the courtyard and took out another crystal pillar. This crystal pillar wasn't any different from the original one. At the very least, it didn't look any different. The elder waved his hand towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded before he walked towards the crystal pillar. Then he retracted his fist and punched again. Although the crystal pillar wasn't destroyed by Xiao Hai, a crack still appeared on the pillar. Then a purple light flashed from the crystal pillar. However, the purple light quickly disappeared. Xiao Hai didn't understand what this meant. However, he didn't send out a second punch. Instead, he looked at the elders with a puzzled expression. At the same time, the faces of the elders were filled with shock. When Xiao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but feel regret. This was because only he knew that he only used 50% of his strength. In other words, he held back half of his strength. But now, it seems like he held back too little. At this time, the elder who tested Xiao Hai said, "A million Jin." He actually exceeded a million Jin. Genius, he's a genius. Then he looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Kid, are you willing to take me as your master?" When Xiao Hai heard this, he stared. Then he heard another elder say, "Take you as his master? Why should he be my disciple?" "Kid, listen to me, become my disciple. You will soon become a successor disciple of the unbreakable sect." Another elder immediately said, "What's this? If he becomes my disciple, he can also become a successor disciple." "Kid, I'm the elder of the unbreakable sect. In the unbreakable sect, nobody can teach better than me. Kid, you should know that a powerful person isn't necessarily a good teacher. Kid, take me as your master, you will become an expert." Xiao Hai stared blankly at the elders. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like he had been too flamboyant this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. At this time, the elders still wanted to accept Xiao Hai as their disciple. However, they were still arguing with each other. It was clear that the elders were tempted by Xiao Hai. After some time, the elders calmed down. Then one of them sighed and said, "Forget it, it's a waste to leave such an old seedling in our hands. Let's report this to the sect and focus on training him. Let's train him as a core disciple." Another elder sighed and said, "Right, with our strength, if we teach him, he won't be able to achieve much. However, if the sect focuses on him, then it would be more beneficial for the sect." The elders nodded. The elder who gave Xiao Hai the test waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you guys keep an eye on him. If you find any good seedlings, leave one for me. I'll send him back to the sect." The others nodded, but they didn't seem to be in high spirits. After seeing Xiao Hai's performance, they didn't have much interest in the sect opening ceremony. In their opinion, even if the people who came were strong, it would be impossible for them to be stronger than Xiao Hai. And the best one, they couldn't accept him as a disciple. This was really too much of an eyesore. The elder arrived in front of Xiao Hai and said, "Come with me." Xiao Hai nodded, then he followed the elder outside. Before long, the two came out of the courtyard. The elder led Xiao Hai to another courtyard. There was a transmission formation in this courtyard. The elder led Xiao Hai to the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as the two disappeared. Xiao Hai felt the white light in front of his eyes slowly disappear. He looked around curiously and discovered that they were now in a courtyard. Not far from the courtyard was a mountain. The elder who led Xiao Hai said, "This is the headquarters of the Disallow sect. Although you have the Disallow blood token and can directly join the sect, you can only become an outer disciple. If you want to be focused on training, then there's still a final hurdle to pass, and that is the Tempering Heart path. As long as you can safely pass through the Tempering Heart path, then you can become an official disciple of the Disallow sect. The sect will even spend a lot of effort to train you." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, elder." The elder nodded, then he led Xiao Hai out of the courtyard. Xiao Hai looked outside and saw that the courtyard was built on top of a hill. This hill wasn't very high, and there were countless other hills around it. Outside these hills, there were also countless mountains. These mountains were like a natural barrier that surrounded the hill. The two came out of the courtyard and walked down the hill. While they were walking down the hill, they could see some cultivators walking up the hill from time to time. When these cultivators saw the elder who led Xiao Hai, they would immediately give him a salute. Almost none of these cultivators had reached the teleportation realm. All of them were transcending realm cultivators. However, Xiao Hai didn't dare to underestimate them. Their skin had a metallic luster, and their blood qi was surging. With just a glance, one could see that they weren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai followed the elder all the way to the foot of the hill. As the elder walked, he said, "We're now in the periphery of the main hall. Before you take the test, you'll have to stay here. I'll inform the sect master about you and arrange for you to go to the Refining Heart Road as soon as possible. As long as you pass the test, you can become an inner disciple or even a core disciple. At that time, you can leave this place." Zhao Hai nodded and replied. The elder led Zhao Hai to a nearby hill. There was a large courtyard on this hill. From time to time, one could see some disciples of the Desoyan sect coming out. Some of them were soul-combining stage cultivators, while some were transcending realm cultivators. Their strength wasn't very strong. With just a glance, Zhao Hai knew that these people were outer disciples of the Desoyan sect. Sure enough, the elder said, "This is the residence of the Desoyan sect's outer disciples. Ordinary outer disciples need to spend money to live here. Every year, they have to give some contribution points to the sect. You're an exception. Come with me." Zhao Hai nodded. When he arrived outside the courtyard, he saw a stone tablet with the word strength written on it. The elder said, "Go in. I'm in charge of the strength courtyard." "Right, my surname is Gua. You can call me Elder Gua. Go in." Then he led Zhao Hai into the courtyard and arranged a room for Zhao Hai. Then he took out a jade token and gave it to Zhao Hai and said, "This is your temporary identity token. Take it and you can walk around here. You can also go to the dining hall to eat. Others need to pay to eat, but you don't need to. Once you're done with the path of tempering, you can change this token. Alright, you should rest early. You can also look around and see the situation. Of course, you can't go to the forbidden area." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Many thanks, Elder Gua." Elder Gua waved his hand before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at the surrounding cultivators. A lot of the outer court disciples were looking at Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Although they were outer court disciples, they still needed help from the Sundry Hall. Things like assigning rooms to them were led by the Sundry Hall disciples. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was personally brought here by Elder Gua. Elder Gua was one of the elders in charge of the outer court. He had a lot of authority in the outer court. Even in the sect, he could be considered an influential elder. For such an elder to personally send Zhao Hai surprised the outer court disciples. They all wanted to know who Zhao Hai was and why Elder Gua valued him so much. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. He returned to the room that Elder Gua gave him and tidied up a bit. Then he left his room and looked around. Zhao Hai discovered that the strength courtyard that he lived in was just one of the courtyards on this hill. There were a total of 3 courtyards like this on this hill. The other 2 courtyards were called the Tua courtyard and the Ming courtyard. The 3 courtyards were about the same size. The people living inside were all outer court disciples of the Nanyun sect. The strongest outer court disciples of the Nanyun sect were only at the transcending realm. Zhao Hai hadn't met a single teleportation realm disciple yet. Zhao Hai didn't enter the other 2 courtyards. He was only a temporary disciple right now. Although these courtyards weren't guarded, it would be troublesome if he was questioned. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't go in. Instead, he turned around and walked down the hill. Before Zhao Hai reached halfway up the mountain, he had no choice but to stop. This was because his path was blocked by 5 people. These 5 people were wearing the robes of the Buyun sect. The leader of the group was a 2-meter-tall man. His muscles were very sturdy, comparable to a bodybuilding champion. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, these people were the least threatening. Zhao Hai looked at these people. Although they were also body cultivators, they were of a very low level. Although their muscles looked scary, this didn't mean that they were stronger than Zhao Hai. On the contrary, once a body cultivator reaches the point of returning to the origin, their muscles would become very different. On the contrary, their muscles would become more supple. This was because at that time, the main source of strength for their body wasn't just their muscles, but also their bones. But now, these low-level body cultivators were looking at Zhao Hai with arrogant faces. Zhao Hai looked at them and cupped his fist. "I don't know why big brothers are looking for me?" Zhao Hai said, "Big brothers, why are you looking for me?" The leader looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Boy, who are you to Elder Gua? Why did Elder Guo personally send you here and even arrange a room for you? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so Big Brother came here for this matter. I'm not related to Elder Guo. I entered the sect through normal means. Elder Guo just happened to be on the way, so he brought me here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so Big Brother came for this matter. I'm not related to Elder Guo. When the leader heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he said, show me your identity jade token. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his hand and took out his jade token. When the leader received Zhao Hai's jade token, he couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhao Hai's jade token was only a temporary one, it wasn't an official one. The leader couldn't help but show a contemptuous smile as he threw the jade token to Zhao Hai and said, Kid, you're still not an official disciple of the Buyuan sect. What qualifications do you have to live in the Strength Courtyard? Don't you know that on our Power King Mountain, those who can live in the Power Courtyard are the most talented people? Zhao Hai received the jade token. Then he said with a puzzled expression, I really don't know about this. Elder Guo arranged for me to live in that courtyard. I wonder if Big Brother has any advice for me. The leader coldly snorted and said, Kid, you dare to use Elder Guo to pressure me, Long Feitian? You're wrong. Others might be afraid of Elder Guo, but I'm not. It's not impossible for you to live in the Strength Courtyard, but you have to hand over 100 jade essences every day. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, why? Elder Guo said that I don't need to spend a single cent to live in the courtyard. I also don't need to spend money to eat here. Why should I pay? The sect doesn't seem to have such a rule, right? This isn't the sect's rule, it's my, Long Feitian's rule. You dare to disobey? When Long Feitian heard Zhao Hai, he became angry and coldly said. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, if it's not the sect's rule, then I don't need to pay. As for your rule, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. When Long Feitian heard Zhao Hai, his complexion changed. He coldly said, Kid, then you asked for it. For Elder Guo's sake, I'll only break your legs today. Rest assured, I'll be gentle. You won't be able to go out for a few days. Then he waved his hand. The 4 people behind him fiercely rushed towards Zhao Hai. Their movements have attracted the attention of some cultivators. However, when these cultivators saw that the one blocking Zhao Hai was Long Feitian, they immediately turned around and walked away. It seems like they were very afraid of Long Feitian. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 people, then he coldly snorted and said, overestimating yourselves. Then his figure moved. His hand turned into an eagle's claw and flashed past the 4 people's bodies. Long Feitian didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless. Moreover, he was very strong. His complexion changed. He was very clear that the strength of these 4 people wasn't any worse than him. However, these 4 people couldn't even make a move against Zhao Hai. It was impossible for him to be a match for Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with fear for the first time. Zhao Hai looked at Long Feitian's appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Then he slowly walked towards Long Feitian. Long Feitian's complexion was pale as he slowly retreated. While retreating, he shouted at Zhao Hai, Brat, you dare to hurt people? Aren't you afraid of sect rules? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, sect rules? I really don't know. When you want to hit me, why aren't you afraid of the sect rules? You don't dare to kill me, you just want to injure me. Is there a rule that states that if you injure me and don't kill me, then there won't be any problems? I won't kill you, but I can injure you, right? Long Feitian stared, then his complexion became very ugly. He was just trying to scare Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was a new member of the Buyuan sect, so he didn't necessarily know the rules. In the rules of the Buyuan sect, if there was a conflict between 2 people, then they can settle it privately. However, they can't kill. Because of this, Zhao Hai really didn't have any problems injuring them. The reason why the Buyuan sect had such a rule had a lot to do with their cultivation methods. The Buyuan sect practiced body cultivation methods. When practicing body cultivation methods, one's qi and blood would surge. In this case, one's mood would become very irritable. Letting them settle it privately was also a way for them to vent their anger. This way, they would be able to vent their anger. This way, they wouldn't have a heart demon during cultivation. Besides this reason, there was another reason that was related to cultivation. The human body was very mysterious and had a lot of potential. After being injured, it could automatically heal itself. If one was injured many times, then the body would develop a habit. The speed of recovery would be much faster than those who weren't always injured. And with the combination of their body cultivation methods and some pills, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. It was precisely because of this that the Buyin sect didn't prohibit disciples from settling things privately. However, they couldn't kill people. If they did, then they would be punished. Long Feitian didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to guess these things from his reaction, so his complexion turned ugly. However, Long Feitian wasn't immediately scared, he still had another card up his sleeve. He looked at Zhao Hai and sternly said, "Boy, you can fight in private, but you have to see if you can afford to provoke me. My brother is one of the 10 great inner disciples, Long Badian. If you provoke me, my brother won't let you off. You should know that the 10 great inner disciples are the ones who have the best chance to become core disciples. Their treatment isn't much different from that of core disciples. But since you aren't sure if you can join the unbreakable sect, even if you were killed by my brother, he wouldn't receive any punishment. Boy, if you don't want to die, then immediately roll over here and apologize to me. Maybe I'll consider letting you off." Long Feitian's expression turned ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boy, the unbreakable sect can fight privately, but you have to see if you can afford to provoke me. My brother is one of the 10 great inner disciples, Long Badian." Zhao Hai looked at Long Feitian, then he suddenly smiled and said, "It turned out to be a trash who bullies others. I really didn't think that there would be someone like you in the Buyin sect. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you understand that relying on others to scare people isn't enough. The most important thing is to have your own strength." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved. In a flash, he grabbed Long Feitian's hands and twisted them. Long Feitian's arms burst with a cracking sound. Long Feitian screamed and fainted from the pain. Zhao Hai released Long Feitian's hands, then he looked at Long Feitian and coldly snorted, "Trash is trash." Then he ignored Long Feitian as he turned around and walked down the mountain. He didn't care about Long Feitian who had fainted on the ground as well as his followers who had shut their mouths in fear. The reason why Zhao Hai was so ruthless to Long Feitian was because he knew that this was the Buyin sect, not the Tyrant's Blade School. The people of the Tyrant's Blade School were very united. As long as you have the identity of a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School, nobody would bully you. This didn't mean that the people of the Tyrant's Blade School were good people. But in general, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't have too many people who bullied others. On the other hand, the Buyin sect was different. The Buyin sect was a devil cultivator sect. The devil cultivator sect paid attention to the law of the jungle. Whoever had the biggest fist had the right. So if you want to make a name for yourself in the Buyin sect, you have to be ruthless. If you were too low-key, people would think that you were easy to bully. Moreover, people in the sect would think that you had no courage. This wouldn't be good for your future development. Therefore, when Long Feitian came to bully him, Zhao Hai immediately dealt a heavy blow. He wanted to establish his might and let the people of the Buyin sect know that he, Zhao Hai, wasn't someone who could be easily provoked. Zhao Hai had just come down from the mountain when he heard footsteps behind him. Zhao Hai could feel that these people were coming for him. However, they didn't seem to have any hostility towards him. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't care and continued to walk forward. "Junior brother, please wait a moment." A voice was heard. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he turned his head to look at the person who was running over. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't expect to see such a person in a body cultivator sect. If this person was in other sects, he would at most attract a bit of attention. However, in the Buyin sect, Zhao Hai believed that this person was the most eye-catching. It wasn't because of anything else but his figure. Fat. Upon seeing this person, this was the first word that came to your mind. The second word that came to your mind would be too fat. That's right. The person who was running towards Zhao Hai was a fat person, a very fat person. This person's body was less than 2 meters tall, but his fat made him weigh more than 400 jin. If such a person was in other sects, people would at most take a second look at him. However, in the Buyan sect, it was very strange. The Buyan sect was a body cultivator sect. In a body cultivator sect, you can be as skinny as a match. But if you're fat, then it would be surprising. Body cultivators had high requirements for the body. Initial body cultivators generally had a body full of muscles. Body cultivators who went one step further would definitely be as skinny as a match. This was because when they started to cultivate their muscles and bones, it was normal for their body to become thin. This was because all of their muscle energy would slowly integrate into their bones. Their body would naturally look thin and weak, but at that time, their strength would be greater than when they were all muscles. However, in a body cultivation sect, there would never be a fat person. The fat on a fat person's body would only become the biggest obstacle to their cultivation. Therefore, the first thing that all body cultivators did was to reduce the amount of fat in their body to the lowest possible level. Zhao Hai looked at the fat person in shock. The fat person seemed to be used to Zhao Hai's expression. He walked to Zhao Hai's side and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, I'm Zhou Feng of the Buyan sect. How should I address you?" Zhao Hai looked at the fat person, then he cupped his fist and said, "I'm Zhao Ling, a cultivator who wants to join the Buyan sect." The cultivator stared and said, "You want to join? Brother, are you not a disciple of the Buyan sect?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I obtained a Buyan blood token. I could have joined the Buyan sect. However, after some discussion, the elders decided that I should participate in the heart-tempering paths assessment. If I pass, then I would become a disciple of the Buyan sect. I might even be an inner disciple. Because of this, they only gave me a temporary identity token. Because of this, I don't know if I'm a disciple of the Buyan sect." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Heart-tempering path? Only inner disciples can pass the heart-tempering path? So if brother passes the heart-tempering paths assessment, then you would become an inner disciple of the Buyan sect?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not very familiar with the rules of the sect, so I don't know about this." "Senior brother Zhou, why did you stop me?" Zhou Feng recovered. He realized that he still had something important to say, so he quickly said, "Brother, you should go and find Elder Gua. Maybe Elder Gua will save your life. If Elder Gua really wants you to go to the heart-tempering path, then they will definitely save you." Zhou Feng didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. "Save me?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng and said, "I'm not sick, why would they save me? Are you talking about the elder brother that Long Feitian mentioned?" Zhou Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I'm talking about Long Badian. Brother, although Long Feitian isn't much, he's just a trash who bullies others. However, his brother is a very powerful guy. That guy is a genius in body refining and has already become one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Buyan sect at a young age. He's a dignified teleportation realm cultivator. But that guy has another problem, he's very protective of his own people. The reason why Long Feitian dared to run amok in the Buyan sect's outer sect is all because of him. Only Long Feitian can hit others in the Buyan sect's outer sect, otherwise, Long Badian would retaliate. So brother, you should go and find Elder Gua, otherwise, you'll be in danger. You injured Long Feitian, Long Badian won't let you go." Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm just afraid that he won't come. It's better if he comes. I want to have a fight with him." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, "Brother, you just came to the sect. You don't know how strong Long Badian is. He's one of the 10 great inner disciples of the sect. Moreover, he has already reached the teleportation realm. The gap between realms isn't that easy to make up for. Your strength might be at the peak of the transcending realm, but compared to a teleportation realm expert, the gap is too big." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "2 days ago, I killed a teleportation realm cultivator. This time, I want to see how many punches he can take. Brother, I'll remember your kindness. As long as I'm still alive after this, I'll definitely repay you in the future. But for now, brother, you don't need to follow me. Otherwise, Long Badian will come looking for trouble with you." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he stared at Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhou Feng clenched his teeth and said, "Brother, thank you for your reminder. Alright, I'll follow you today. I want to see what Long Badian dares to do to me. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he said, Brother, do you have something to rely on? Hee, although I don't know what brother is relying on, it's better for you not to get involved in our matters. Otherwise, it won't be good for you. Even if I can defeat Long Badian, I can't kill him. Otherwise, the sect will certainly investigate. If I don't kill him, then the enmity between us will be formed. If you get involved, then Long Badian will also hate you. When the time comes, you'll have one more enemy. This won't be good for you or the people behind you. Zhou Feng snorted coldly, our Zhou family and their Long family are already enemies. I'm not afraid of having a little more enmity. Our Zhou family and their Long family's strength in the Buyuan sect is about the same. I don't think they would dare to do anything to me. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, That's also good. However, I have to ask Brother Zhao Hai for a favor. I come from a small gang called the Blood Edge Gang. This gang is located in Demon Heart City. If Brother Zhao Hai's family has some influence, then please help me take care of him. I don't want them to be implicated by me. Zhou Feng smiled faintly and said, It's a small matter. I will pass down the order. Brother and I feel like old friends at first sight. Why don't we have a drink or two? Our Buyuan sect's blood wine is a rare treasure. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Alright, but today is my first day in Buyuan sect. I'm not too familiar with the surroundings. Big Brother Zhou, please choose the place. Zhou Feng laughed and said, You've offended Long Badian on your first day in the Buyuan sect. Brother, you're really good at causing trouble. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Others are riding on my head. Naturally, I won't be polite with them. Otherwise, why would I cultivate? Zhou Feng laughed and said, Brother, you're right. Others are bullying you. If you don't resist, then you don't need to cultivate. Zhao Hai smiled, then he turned to Zhou Feng and said, Big Brother Zhou, are you a body cultivator? There are very few body cultivators with a physique like yours. Zhou Feng had already expected Zhao Hai to ask this question, so he didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, I won't hide it from you, brother. I'm also a body cultivator, but I don't cultivate the evil Buddha lotus body. Instead, I inadvertently obtained a secret technique called the Divine Elephant Power King body. Its strength isn't any worse than the evil Buddha lotus body. Because of this, I was able to enter the Unbreakable sect. Now that the Divine Elephant Power King body has been handed over to the sect, I naturally became an inner disciple of the sect. The body cultivation method that I cultivate is very different from the evil Buddha lotus body. The evil Buddha lotus body is a Buddhist secret technique, so it pays a lot of attention to bitter cultivation. On the other hand, my Divine Elephant Power King body isn't. It should be a demonic secret technique that requires a lot of blood and chi. The reason why I have this body shape is because my Divine Elephant Power King body has reached small success. When I reach large success, my body shape will naturally change back. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhou Feng and said, Brother Zhou is still a transcending dust stage cultivator. To be able to become an inner disciple of the Buyuan sect with a transcending dust stage cultivation, I'm afraid that it isn't just because of the cultivation technique. Brother Zhou's talent isn't weak, right? When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, Brother, you already know. Why do you have to say it out loud? I'll feel embarrassed. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he stared for a moment before he laughed. This time, he felt very amused. This was because he discovered that this fatty was also a wonderful person. Talking to this fatty was a bit like talking to his bad friends back on Earth. To be honest, up until now, Zhao Hai didn't have a friend like this fatty. This gave him a different feeling, it was as if he was chatting with his bad friends. There was also a restaurant in the Buyuan sect. This restaurant was opened by the Buyuan sect. Naturally, the things inside weren't cheap. However, one can use crystal stones and contribution points to pay for things here. The fatty was very familiar with this restaurant. He led Zhao Hai straight into the restaurant. At this time, a waiter came over and cupped his fist towards Zhou Feng and said, So it's Senior Brother Zhou. What does Senior Brother Zhou want to eat today? Zhou Feng laughed and said, Junior Brother you, quickly prepare a table of good things for me. I want to have a good drink with Brother Zhao. When the waiter heard Zhou Feng, he nodded and said, all right. Senior Brother Zhou, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately prepare it. Zhou Feng didn't mind. He waved his hand and let the waiter leave. After the two settled down, Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother, are you also a body cultivator? Looking at your physique, you don't seem to be one. Can you tell me what kind of body cultivation method you practice? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's nothing to hide. When I was adventuring, I inadvertently obtained a Buddhist body cultivation method called the demon subjugation technique. Therefore, I started to practice it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's fine. When he heard Zhao Hai, Zhou Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he smiled and said, Brother, are you really practicing a Buddhist body cultivation method? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Zhou Feng and said, Brother Zhou, is there something wrong with the Buddhist body cultivation method? Zhou Feng laughed and said, there's nothing wrong with it. However, I have to congratulate you. You should know that the unyielding sect's secret technique is called the evil Buddha lotus body. This is a body cultivation method that goes from Buddhism to devil. If you use an ordinary cultivation method, then it would be very difficult. If you use an ordinary body cultivation method, then it wouldn't be easy. Only the 5,000 body refining method is the best cultivation method to cultivate the evil Buddha lotus body. However, there is a cultivation method that is most suitable for cultivating the evil Buddha lotus body. Zhao Hai stared, he was puzzled and said, there's such a thing. In other words, if I cultivate the evil Buddha lotus body, then I'll be faster than others? Zhou Feng laughed and said, right, you'll be faster. Moreover, you'll be faster. By a lot. Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood why the elders of the unyielding sect wanted to call him a disciple. It wasn't only because of his talent, but also because of his cultivation method. The evil Buddha lotus body was a body cultivation method that went from Buddhism to devil. This cultivation method started out as a Buddhist body cultivation method, then it would be converted into a devil cultivation method. If it was an ordinary cultivation method, then there would be a difficulty. That was to change from an ordinary cultivation method to a body cultivation method. This would mean that one would have to give up everything that they had learned before and start from scratch. Naturally, it would be very difficult. Ordinary body cultivation methods were very different from Buddhist body cultivation methods. Therefore, it wasn't easy to change an ordinary body cultivation method to a Buddhist body cultivation method. If one originally cultivated a Buddhist body cultivation method, then the evil Buddha lotus body cultivation method would be the best method. Their cultivation speed wouldn't be any slower than the geniuses cultivated by the unyielding sect. And such a person was also the most important person in the unyielding sect. Zhao Hai cultivated a Buddhist body cultivation method. In addition, his potential was very high. Therefore, when the elders saw Zhao Hai, they wanted to accept Zhao Hai as a disciple. However, they also had self-awareness. They were very clear that their strength was far inferior compared to the sect's experts. If they accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple, then they would only hinder Zhao Hai's future. Therefore, in the end, they gave up on Zhao Hai and decided to let the sect cultivate Zhao Hai as a core disciple. Zhou Feng's Zhou clan had a lot of influence in the unyielding sect. It wasn't any worse than the Long clan. Because of this, he knew a lot about the unyielding sect. He was very clear that Zhao Hai was the disciple that the unyielding sect wanted the most. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Hai cultivated a Buddhist body cultivation method, Zhou Feng was very happy. This was because he knew that although Zhao Hai hadn't joined the unyielding sect yet, as long as the unyielding sect's higher-ups knew about his situation, then they wouldn't let anything happen to him. At the very least, they wouldn't let anything happen to him before the refining heart path. As for after the refining heart path, there was no need to worry. After the refining heart path, there would only be two outcomes. The first was that the unyielding sect would discover that Zhao Hai was a spy and would directly kill him. The second was that they would discover that Zhao Hai was a genius and would directly focus on cultivating him. At that time, even the Long clan wouldn't dare to make a move against Zhao Hai. After all, although the Long clan's influence in the unyielding sect wasn't small, the higher-ups of the unyielding sect didn't put them in their eyes. If they dared to make a move against a genius disciple, then the higher-ups of the unyielding sect wouldn't agree. At that time, Zhao Hai would be even safer. Of course, Zhou Feng had another plan. The Zhou clan and the Long clan had always been on bad terms. The strength of the two clans was evenly matched, so no one could do anything to the other. But now that he knew Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai had enmity with the Long clan, as long as Zhao Hai passes the refining heart path, then he would be able to become an inner disciple of the unyielding sect or even a core disciple. At that time, Zhao Hai would become a great help to the Zhou clan. If Zhao Hai develops well in the future, then the Zhou clan would be able to suppress the Long clan. While the two were eating and drinking, a voice suddenly came from outside. "You dared to injure my little brother. Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." This voice was very overbearing. It was made from spiritual energy, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. It can be seen that this person was used to being overbearing and unscrupulous. However, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Feng's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Long Badian, I didn't expect him to come so quickly. Let's go out and meet him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Zhou, it's better if you don't interfere. I want to see how strong this Long Badian is." Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, as long as we go out together, it doesn't matter if this matter has anything to do with me or not. He will definitely put the blame on me. Let's go. Although my cultivation isn't as good as his, I'm not afraid of him." While the two were talking, they arrived outside the restaurant. There was a person standing outside. This person was about 2 meters tall, but his body didn't have any terrifying muscles. He looked very ordinary. This person had a square face, 2 eyebrows, and 2 bright eyes. His head was slightly raised, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Upon seeing this person's appearance, the first word that came to Zhao Hai's mind was overbearing. That's right, Zhao Hai's first word was overbearing. This person seemed to have a natural domineering aura that made people feel uncomfortable. This person was Long Badian. At this moment, Long Badian was looking at the restaurant with a cold expression. Because this restaurant was a property of the sect, he didn't dare to destroy it. Therefore, he could only shout outside. At this time, Zhou Feng and Zhao Hai came out of the restaurant. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Long Badian's eyes flashed with a dignified expression. At the same time, there was also a trace of anger. He coldly snorted and said, "I knew it. How could someone who isn't an official disciple of the unyielding sect have the guts to injure my little brother? So it's you, fatty, who's talking nonsense." Zhou Feng sneered and said, "Long Badian, don't think that you're too smart. How did Zhao Ling enter the unyielding sect? You'll slowly find out. Also, what's the benefit of using this method to deal with your little brother? I beg you, before you speak next time, please exercise that not-so-clever brain of yours." Long Badian's eyes flashed with anger. He coldly snorted and no longer looked at Zhou Feng. Instead, he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. After carefully sizing up Zhao Hai for a while, he coldly said, "You're the one who injured my little brother?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Badian's cold expression and faintly smiled. It was impossible for Long Badian to scare him like this. Therefore, he said, "Yes, I injured a few people. But I didn't know which one was your little brother." Fart. When Long Badian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but become angry. He said, "Before you injured my little brother, he clearly told you who he was. How dare you not admit it?" Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised and said, "Ah, you're talking about Long Feitian. So you're called Long Badian? Next time, before you seek revenge, you should tell your name first. Otherwise, people won't know who you are." Long Badian's head was about to explode. Zhou Feng had clearly called out his name, but Zhao Hai had pretended not to know. It was obvious that Zhao Hai was mocking him. This made Long Badian feel as if a Buddha had been born, and 2 Buddhas had ascended to heaven. Long Badian's face was ashen as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Today, I'll teach you that in front of absolute strength, you shouldn't be so arrogant." Then Long Badian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then he sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed. Then he also sent out a punch. Boom! A loud sound was heard as a figure was sent flying back. After landing on the ground, the figure took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. When the crowd saw the figure that was sent flying back, they couldn't help but stare. This was because the person who was sent flying back was Long Badian. This made everyone stare. They quickly looked towards Xiao Hai, wanting to see who blocked Xiao Hai's attack. But when they looked over, they saw Xiao Hai standing there with his fist clenched. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Long Badian. The person who forced Long Badian to retreat was actually Xiao Hai. Everyone couldn't wrap their heads around this. Xiao Hai looked at Long Badian and said, "Is this your absolute strength? Long Badian, show me the strength of a teleportation expert. Otherwise, you'll lose face today. I've killed a teleportation expert before." Long Badian also looked at Xiao Hai in shock. He stammered, "You're in the teleportation realm?" Xiao Hai laughed and said, "Long Badian, there's really something wrong with your eyes. Can't you tell whether I'm in the teleportation realm or not? I said that I killed a teleportation expert 2 days ago. Can't I kill someone who's in the teleportation realm? Long Badian, if you really want to avenge your brother, then use your full strength." When Long Badian heard Xiao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He coldly snorted and said, "You want to force me to use my full strength? That will also depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Brat, I want you to know that the teleportation realm and the transcendence realm are 2 completely different worlds. Great strength does not equate to ability. You have to know how to use this strength to have that ability." Then Long Badian's figure moved. His whole body floated in the air as he attacked Xiao Hai. Long Badian's attack was very unique. He used his fists. This fist looked very simple. One move and one stance, simple and direct. This was the signature fist technique of the unyielding sect, the Arhat fist. A devil sect's signature fist technique was a Buddhist fist technique. This might seem funny, but this was the rule of the unyielding sect. All disciples of the unyielding sect had to learn this fist technique. Moreover, although this fist technique looked very simple, it had great lethality when combined with the body cultivation method of the unyielding sect. When everyone saw that Long Badian was using the Arhat fist to deal with Xiao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Long Badian was treating Xiao Hai as an opponent of the same level. When Xiao Hai saw Long Badian's expression, he sneered and said, "That's right. Sky Demon Claw." Then his figure moved as layers of claw shadows protected Long Badian. Pong, pong, pong. Long Badian was flying in the sky while Xiao Hai was standing on the ground. However, Long Badian couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. Although he wasn't using the Arhat fist, but the higher level Lotus fist, he still couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai could fly, then Long Badian would have already lost. "Stop." A loud shout was heard as a figure appeared in front of the restaurant. When everyone saw this person, they couldn't help but stare. This was because this person was an inner elder of the unyielding sect. His status was even higher than Long Badian. When Long Badian saw this elder, his figure moved as he flew back. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Hai, but there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He was sure that Xiao Hai hadn't reached the teleportation realm. However, he had no way to suppress Xiao Hai. If he couldn't fly, then he might have been injured by Xiao Hai. When Long Badian stopped, Xiao Hai also stopped. The elder looked at Long Badian and Xiao Hai, then he turned to Xiao Hai and said, "You are Xiao Ling?" Xiao Hai kept his fist towards the elder and said, "I am Xiao Ling. Does elder have any instructions for me?" The elder said, "I came to inform you that you will be participating in the Heart Tempering Paths assessment in 3 days. Don't cause any trouble during these 3 days." Xiao Hai kept his fist and said, "Yes." The elder nodded and turned to look at Long Badian. Then he looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "In these 3 days, no one is to provoke Xiao Ling, otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules." Everyone responded in unison. However, they knew that these words were directed towards Long Badian. This was because among these people, only Long Badian had a grudge against Xiao Hai. A trace of anger flashed across Long Badian's face, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. He knew very well that this elder represented the sect. If he dared to disobey, then even if he was one of the top 10 inner disciples, he would still be punished. After saying these words, the elder turned around and left. At this time, Zhou Feng looked at the ashen-faced Long Badian and laughed, "Brother, let's go in and have a drink. I want to see who dares to provoke you in the next few days." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai chuckled as well. Then he followed Zhou Feng back to the restaurant. Long Badian looked at the backs of Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. He coldly snorted before his figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai looked at the direction where Long Badian left with a smile on his face. The reason why he wanted to be so high-profile was so that no one would suspect him. He was very clear that the more high-profile he was, the less people would suspect him. This was because there was no sect that would send their own genius to another sect as a spy. That way, the disciples' future would be ruined. Zhao Hai looked at Long Badian's direction and smiled. The reason why he wanted to be so high-profile was so that no one would suspect him. He knew that the more high-profile he acted, the less people would suspect him. There were a lot of geniuses in the true spirit realm. However, there weren't that many top geniuses. Any top genius would become a pillar of a sect in the future. No sect would be willing to send such a disciple as a spy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had the potential to become a top genius. Therefore, according to common sense, no one would send a disciple like him as a spy. Zhao Hai grasped this mentality of people. Because of this, he was very high profile when he entered the Buyan sect. This way, no one would suspect him. In the next 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't waste any time cultivating. This was because he was very clear that there was no need for it. The spiritual qi in his body was automatically circulating, and the blood energy in his cells wasn't something that he could digest. Therefore, there was no need for him to cultivate. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai stayed with Zhou Feng. The two would wander around the Buyan sect during the day. At night, Zhou Feng would return to his room while Zhao Hai remained in the strength courtyard. However, no one dared to provoke him. This was because everyone knew that the sect had issued an order that no one was allowed to provoke him. Moreover, these people also knew that Zhao Hai was about to participate in the path of tempering. Before the results were out, these outer disciples didn't dare to offend Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai passes the path of tempering, then he would become an inner disciple. 3 days later, on a mountain in the Buyan sect's main hall. This was the tallest mountain in the Buyan sect's main hall. This mountain was very strange, it looked like a pillar. However, this pillar had a ladder carved out of it. This ladder led to the top of the mountain. One side was a cliff, while the other side was a cliff. The entire path was less than a meter wide. A timid person would faint from fright upon seeing this path, not to mention going up. The most troublesome part of this path was that the spiritual qi of everyone who went up would be sealed. You can only go up step by step. Moreover, there would be some hallucinations on this path. Those with weak willpower wouldn't be able to go up more than 10 steps before falling into hallucinations. The last part of the path was called the true heart path. People would also fall into hallucinations and unconsciously speak the truth. This was the most terrifying part. The Buyan sect used this path to find countless spies. Almost none of the spies were able to safely pass through this path. The Nanyan sect's disciples weren't allowed to come here without permission. This wasn't because the Nanyan sect didn't want to cultivate their disciples. On the contrary, they didn't allow them to come here in order to protect their disciples. The mountain on the path of refining heart was said to be a strange stone. People who went up there would automatically be hallucinations. Moreover, as long as one was below the teleportation realm, their spiritual qi would automatically be sealed. Unless one's cultivation was above the teleportation realm, even teleportation realm cultivators wouldn't be spared. At this time, there were a few people standing at the foot of the path of refining heart. To be exact, there were 4 people. One of them was Elder Gua, who brought Zhao Hai to the Nanyan sect. The other one was the inner sect elder who informed Zhao Hai that the assessment would be 3 days later. Zhao Hai already knew the name of this inner sect elder. His surname was Wan and his name was Wan Feng. He was an inner sect elder with a high position in the law enforcement hall. As for the other 2, one was Zhao Hai and the other was Zhou Feng. This fatty heard that Zhao Hai was going to the path of refining heart, so he followed along. He also passed the assessment, but unfortunately, he didn't reach the top. He fell into an illusion and failed in the end. His failure didn't affect his status. After all, he was only halfway through. This was already very difficult. Because of this, he became an inner sect disciple. Wanfeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Ling, go up. As long as you can reach the top, you will pass the assessment. Remember, once you reach the top, your spiritual qi will be sealed." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, be careful. This path is a bit strange. After you fall into an illusion, you would unconsciously reveal your inner thoughts, including your secrets. Although the true path is at the top of the mountain, this path can move at any time. As long as you fall into an illusion, you would unconsciously reveal your secrets. I told you that I obtained the divine elephant king physique in this place." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother, you should be careful. This path is very strange. After you fall into an illusion, you would unconsciously reveal your secrets." Zhao Hai nodded to Zhou Feng and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. Rest assured, I'll be careful." Zhou Feng nodded. Zhao Hai then gave Wanfeng and Elder Gua a salute. Then he took a deep breath and stepped on the stone steps of the path of refining heart. Upon stepping on the path of refining heart, Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual qi was unable to circulate. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this place would be so strange. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered that it wasn't that his spiritual qi was unable to circulate. Instead, it seemed to be suppressed by something. The speed of circulation became very slow, almost imperceptible. Zhao Hai didn't care. His other foot also stepped on the path of refining heart. When both of his feet were on the path of refining heart, Zhao Hai felt that the scenery in front of him changed. He seemed to have arrived at the edge of a cliff. There were howling winds all around him. He felt as if he would fall off the cliff at any time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. His eyes narrowed as he released his spiritual force. The illusion in front of him immediately disappeared. He found that he was still standing on the path of refining heart. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he released his spiritual force and formed a spiritual force shield. Then he went straight up the mountain. Along the way, Zhao Hai felt that the spiritual force attacking him was getting stronger and stronger. His spiritual force shield couldn't hold on any longer. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. It was almost impossible for the spiritual force to attack his spiritual world. Zhao Hai counted the steps one by one. When he reached 999 steps, he suddenly felt a huge pressure around him. Of course, this didn't mean that the pressure on his body was huge, but the pressure on his mind was huge. Zhao Hai was surprised. He couldn't help but look up. He discovered that he was still very far from the top. He had only walked 1/10 of the way. Wanfeng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "His speed is very fast. It seems like his spiritual force is very strong. But this is just the beginning." The path of tempering heart is divided into 10 layers. The first layer has 999 steps. Every time you go up a layer, the illusions will double. There are very few people who can reach the end of the path of tempering heart on their first try. The best result of the path of tempering heart was 5 times, the 16th sect master of our sect. Later on, he became a void-piercing expert. I read his notes. It clearly states that the first 5 layers of the path of tempering heart can be passed with spiritual force. But after the 5th layer, spiritual force becomes useless, and one can only rely on one's willpower. If one's willpower isn't strong enough, one would immediately fall into the endless illusions. He was only able to pass the 5th layer because he was accustomed to the changes in the illusions and was fully prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pass the path of tempering heart. When Elder Gua heard Wanfeng, he couldn't help but be surprised. So it's impossible for Zhao Ling to pass the path of refining heart on his first try? Then doesn't that mean that he won't be able to enter the inner court of the Ayun sect? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Wanfeng smiled faintly and said, "How could the sect waste so much time? As long as Zhao Ling can reach the 5th level, then he can enter the inner court. If he can reach the 7th level, then he'll become a true disciple. If he can reach the 9th level, then he'll become a core disciple of the Ayun sect. Haha, don't forget that there's still a year before he can enter the devil blood boundary. How could the sect let him waste his time here?" When Elder Gua heard Wanfeng, he was startled. He didn't think that the sect would place such importance on Zhao Hai. He became a true disciple on the 7th level and a core disciple on the 9th level. A core disciple, In a great sect like the Ayun sect, a core disciple's authority was much greater than an ordinary disciple. It can be said that every core disciple was the pride of the sect. They can represent the sect when they go out. How could such a person have a low status in the sect? The core disciples of the Ayun sect were all experts at the teleportation realm or above. Some of them were even at the Vajra stage. If Zhao Hai can become a core disciple of the Ayun sect, then he would have created a new record. When the two were talking, they didn't deliberately lower their voices. Therefore, Zhou Feng could clearly hear what they were talking about. Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He was very clear about what Wan Feng meant. These words represented the importance that the Ayun sect placed on Zhao Hai. From the two's words, it can be seen that the Ayun sect valued Zhao Hai more than anyone else. For Zhou Feng, this was definitely good news. The higher Zhao Hai's status, the better it would be for him and the Zhou clan. Zhou Feng felt that he didn't make a wrong friend this time. Zhao Hai was still walking up step by step. His body was strong, so he wasn't afraid of walking. However, the consumption of spiritual force was also very large. This made Zhao Hai frown. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to reach the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Zhao Hai felt the pressure on his spiritual force increase. Even the Rubik's Cube in his mind started to slow down. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that the 5 elements killing formation in his mind suddenly moved. The 5 elements killing formation fiercely expanded and firmly protected his spiritual force. Zhao Hai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten. This made Zhao Hai stare for a moment. To be honest, he sometimes forgot about the existence of the 5 elements killing formation. This was because this formation seemed to be useless. It always stayed in his mind, but it rarely encountered spiritual force attacks. Therefore, the 5 elements killing formation had never been activated. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the 5 elements killing formation would suddenly move. Zhao Hai thought that the 5 elements killing formation wouldn't be able to block spiritual force attacks. After all, spiritual force didn't belong to any of the 5 elements. However, Zhao Hai discovered that this wasn't the case. The 5 elements killing formation wasn't only able to block the 5 elements. The 5 elements killing formation was originally meant to protect the 100 Spirits tree. The 100 Spirits clan valued the 100 Spirits tree to such an extent. How could they only place a formation that could block the 5 elements killing formation? Wouldn't it be too easy to break? After the 5 elements killing formation absorbed enough energy, it wasn't just used to block the power of the 5 elements. Because of this, it was able to block Zhao Hai's attacks, whether it was spiritual attacks or spiritual qi attacks, it was all the same. The activation of the 5 elements killing formation was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. This allowed him to easily pass through the 5th floor and directly enter the 6th floor. However, as soon as Zhao Hai entered the 6th floor, he was stunned. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual force attacking him. Instead, it had turned into another kind of strange energy. This energy didn't seem to have any malice towards him. Therefore, the 5 elements killing formation didn't react to this energy at all. This energy entered his mind. Zhao Hai suddenly felt that he was awake. He looked around and found himself in a room that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. This room was his room back on Earth. He was now sitting in front of a computer that he was familiar with. On the computer was a novel that he liked to read. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he gently shook his head. Then he looked around and discovered that everything was real. He touched the computer on his desk and saw that it was still running. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "So it was just a dream. This dream is really interesting. Right, this is a good subject for a novel. If I can write about it, it would definitely be good." Just as Zhao was about to start writing, he suddenly froze. This was because he felt a burst of pain in his heart. It was as if he had lost something important. Then he heard a voice calling out to him. The voice was very clear, it was the voice of a woman. It was Laura and the others' voices. Zhao Hai frowned, then he coldly snorted and said, "Good illusion. But if you want to trap me, then you're dreaming. Zhao Hai closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still on Tempering Heart Road. However, he was about to fall off the road. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and muttered, "This power isn't spiritual force, but it can make people fall into an illusion." What kind of power is this? The space will immediately analyze this power. A prompt was heard from the space, unknown energy detected. Unknown energy, no energy detected. No hostility. This energy can only test one's willpower. Absorbing and analyzing energy. Energy grade is too high, unable to be analyzed. Host can use this energy. If you want to understand other types of energy, please upgrade. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and muttered, "Interesting, it's really something good." The space actually couldn't analyze it. But this isn't a big deal. "Laura, thank you." Zhao Hai said the last sentence to Laura and the others. When Zhao Hai fell into the illusion, Laura and the others immediately felt it. Laura and the others felt that their connection with Zhao Hai had been cut off. They were startled and immediately called out to Zhao Hai. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai felt heartache when he fell into the illusion and heard Laura and the others calling out to him. It was precisely because of Laura and the others that Zhao Hai was able to wake up quickly. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion because the illusion was too real. But after this incident, Zhao Hai finally understood that the world he was in now was the real world. This made his will even more tenacious. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do next. Instead, Zhao Hai felt that the world he was in now was the real world. When Zhao Hai stopped at the 6th floor and started to walk along the path, Wan Feng and the others became nervous. They were very clear that those who entered the path for the first time would suffer losses. Almost everyone who entered the path for the first time would fall here. And looking at Zhao Hai's situation, it was also very dangerous. But at this time, they suddenly saw Zhao Hai stop. Then he opened his eyes and walked towards a safe place on the path. After standing there for a while, he started to walk again. Wan Feng and the others weren't surprised, then their eyes lit up. They knew what this meant. This meant that Zhao Hai had passed through this level. This meant that his willpower was very strong. This meant that he was able to overcome his illusion and set out again. To be honest, Wan Feng and the others were even more surprised when they saw Zhao Hai set off again than when they saw Zhao Hai easily reach the 6th floor. Wan Feng and the others had passed through the path of Tempering Heart, so they were very clear about how terrifying the hallucinations were. The hallucinations were directed towards the heart, the weakest and most cherished place. Once you fall into the hallucination, you would feel that it was an incomparably real world. It was almost impossible to get out of that world. When you fall into the hallucination, your body would involuntarily move towards the edge of the path. Finally, you would fall off the path. Naturally, the elders below would catch you and prevent any accidents. However, that also meant that you had failed this time. Since the beginning of the path of Tempering Heart, very few people were able to overcome the hallucinations and wake up. For example, when Wan Feng and the others entered the path of Tempering Heart, they were all prepared so that they wouldn't fall into the hallucinations. Only by doing so could they walk a long way. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, had fallen into a hallucination and defeated it. This was something that only 1 in a million could do. After Zhao Hai went on the path again, he felt a lot more relaxed. He was already prepared. Moreover, the new energy was just to test him. Naturally, it would cause him a lot of harm. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to pass through the 6th floor very quickly. It didn't take long for him to reach the 7th floor. This time, Zhao Hai was very careful. When he reached the 7th floor, he felt a different energy coming towards him. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was already prepared. This time, he didn't fall into the hallucination. In this way, Zhao Hai continued to move forward. Before long, he reached the 8th floor and went straight to the 9th floor. Seeing Zhao Hai reach the 9th floor on his first try, Wan Feng and the others were startled. From the 5th floor to the 6th floor, the test wasn't one's spiritual force, but one's willpower. If one's willpower was weak, then they would immediately fall into the hallucinations. Moreover, each floor was more difficult than the previous one. For Zhao Hai to reach the 8th floor on his first try, It was enough to show that Zhao Hai's willpower was incomparably strong. In fact, just as Wan Feng and the others thought, Zhao Hai wasn't very relaxed. He could feel that the invisible energy was constantly attacking him, wanting to make him fall into the hallucination. His spiritual force was unable to resist this energy. He could only rely on his willpower to resist this energy. He even felt that his willpower was somewhat blurred. However, he still clenched his teeth and persevered. He even forgot that he was in the middle of the test. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to go forward. He had to persist and not let himself fall into the hallucination. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that he had already reached the 9th floor. He wasn't far from the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a small platform. On this platform, 3 people were standing. These 3 people were wearing black monk robes. Their hair was already somewhat white. The 3 of them were looking at Zhao Hai with a surprised expression. The old man standing in the middle looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but nod. He really is a good seedling. His willpower is actually this strong. Moreover, with his cultivation method and potential, it seems like he will become a core disciple in the future. The other 2 didn't speak, but the expressions on their faces were very interesting. One of them looked a little stunned, but his eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness and anger. On the other hand, the other person's expression was much better. He had a smile on his face and his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai as if he was an old man looking at his family's younger generation. The reason why these 2 old men had such an expression was related to their identity. One of them was surnamed Long while the other was surnamed Zhou. The old man surnamed Long was the Long family's supreme elder. He was also the person with the highest status in the Unbreakable sect. He was also an inner elder of the Unbreakable sect as well as Long Badian and Long Feitian's great-grandfather. The old man surnamed Zhou was the same. He was also the Zhou family's supreme elder, an inner elder of the Unbreakable sect, and Zhou Feng's great-grandfather. It can be said that these 2 old men were the representatives of the Long family and the Zhou family in the Unbreakable sect. Of the 2 brothers, Long Feitian and Long Badian, one had his arms broken by Zhao Hai and had yet to recover. The other was a Blink realm expert but couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. It could be said that they had lost a lot of face. This made the Long family hate Zhao Hai. The Long family's supreme elder naturally didn't have a good impression of Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the Zhou family was the exact opposite. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng were good friends. The better Zhao Hai's results were, the more important he would be to the Unbreakable sect. In the future, his position in the Unbreakable sect would be higher, and the more help he would be to the Zhou family. Therefore, seeing Zhao Hai achieve such good results, the Zhou family supreme elder was naturally very happy. The Long family supreme elder also knew that Zhao Hai had already reached the 9th floor. Even if he couldn't hold on any longer, he would still be valued by the sect. If the Long family wanted to make a move on him, they could only do it through normal means. They definitely couldn't do it secretly, or they would definitely be investigated by the sect. These 3 people were actually here to act as invigilators. For the Unbreakable sect, the path of refining heart was definitely a big matter. Those who passed the path of refining heart would have a high status in the Unbreakable sect in the future. It could be said that they were the backbone of the Unbreakable sect. It was precisely because of this that the Unbreakable sect paid special attention to these people. Zhao Hai's talent was very good, and he also studied Buddhist body cultivation methods. If he passed the path of refining heart, then his future achievements would certainly not be low. It was precisely because of this that the Unbreakable sect paid special attention to Zhao Hai. They specially sent 3 elders to observe Zhao Hai. The 3 candidates for the assessment were also very interesting. The old man who stood in the middle and spoke was the Unbreakable sect's core disciple elder. He was also one of the supreme elders of the Unbreakable sect. The other 2 candidates were the Long family and the Zhou family. Whether it was the Long family or the Zhou family, they understood that this was a warning from the sect. It was to make them behave. In the absence of the sect's order, it was best not to make a move on Zhao Hai. Naturally, they also shouldn't try to win over Zhao Hai. Although the 2 understood this, it was impossible for them to just let the matter between them and Zhao Hai pass. Zhao Hai really didn't know what the 3 of them were thinking. He felt that every step he took was extremely difficult. His head was sweating like rain. For Xiao Hai, this was definitely a situation that had never happened before. Now, Xiao Hai was constantly fighting against those incomparably powerful illusions. It can be said that he had fallen into a semi-unconscious state. But in this case, Xiao Hai still insisted on moving forward step by step. He had now officially entered the 9th floor. The power of the illusions in the 9th floor was even stronger. Xiao Hai felt as if his soul was being torn in two. Half of it was his life on Earth. His life on Earth was so real, because it was also his real life. The other half was his life after crossing over. His life after crossing over was also very real. These two lives were constantly switching in his mind, making Xiao Hai suffer unspeakably. Just when Xiao Hai felt that his soul was about to be torn apart, the golden spiritual force in Xiao Hai's mind suddenly moved. Then, the spiritual force entered his soul. Suddenly, Xiao Hai felt that his sea of consciousness had turned golden. Under the illumination of this golden radiance, Xiao Hai felt as if his soul was sunbathing. The feeling of his soul being torn apart completely disappeared. Xiao Hai felt his spirit shake as the pressure around him lessened. Then he quickly sensed the three people on the refining heart road. This discovery made Xiao Hai stare. But then he immediately became careful. He still acted as if he was about to fall down at any time. He didn't want to be careless. At the same time, Xiao Hai also discovered that the energy that entered his mind was unusual. This energy wanted to copy a part of his memories and then take it out of his mind. Fortunately, this energy had been completely digested by the golden energy in his mind. The golden energy was slowly absorbing the mysterious energy on the refining heart road. This allowed his soul and spiritual force to make great progress. However, this gave Xiao Hai a reminder. Before, Zhou Feng and the others said that they would unconsciously speak the truth on the refining heart road. What they said might not be spoken with their mouths. Instead, they used this method to make the mysterious energy steal a part of one's memories. This allowed the people from the forbidding sect to see one's memories. This way, one wouldn't be able to keep any secrets. Thinking of this, Zhao immediately came up with an idea. He immediately made a fake memory, and then let the golden energy in his mind take the fake memory away. This way, those people wouldn't be suspicious of him anymore. Zhao thought for a moment, then he immediately made a fake memory. Then he let the golden energy in his mind open a path and let the mysterious force take the fake memory away. This way, those people wouldn't suspect him. After doing this, Xiao Hai pretended that he couldn't hold on any longer. His body tilted as he fell down the refining heart road. At this time, he still hadn't reached the 9th floor. There were still 99 steps left before he reached the 10th floor. However, when they saw Xiao Hai fall down, whether it was Wan Feng or the elders, they all relaxed. To be honest, Xiao Hai being able to hold on until this point was already beyond their expectations. If Xiao Hai could pass through the refining heart road, then it would be too shocking. Wan Feng's figure moved as he flew up and caught Xiao Hai. Then he saw Xiao Hai clenching his teeth and fainting. Wan Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he slowly landed on the ground and gently placed Xiao Hai on the ground. Then he looked up at the peak of the refining heart road. Just as Xiao Hai fell down, the elder couldn't help but sigh, "Good kid, you're really determined. You're really a piece of old material." Then the elder walked to the side where there was a rock. Then he waved his hand and the rock was lifted up. Below the rock was a jade slip. The elder took the jade slip and poured his spiritual force into it. After probing the jade slip with his spiritual force, the elder nodded and said, "Good, there's no problem. Let's go back and tell the sect master that this child can become a core disciple of the unforgiving sect." The reason why the elder said this was because of the jade slip. The jade slip was a blank jade slip placed there by the elder. This was also the most special part of the refining heart road. If a blank jade slip was placed under the stone, when the person couldn't stand it anymore and fell down, a part of that person's memory would appear in the jade slip. Moreover, it would be the most secret part. At that time, as long as the elder took out the jade slip, he would know whether the person was a spy or not. The jade slip that the elder held before contained a part of Xiao Hai's memories. However, this part was fake memories that Xiao Hai made. It wasn't real. However, the elder didn't know about this. The refining heart path had been here for so many years. Because of this, he believed that Zhao Hai didn't have any problems. And with Zhao Hai's talent, the elder believed that Zhao Hai should be treated as a genius. What made the elder satisfied was that Zhao Hai still had the demon subjugation technique's jade slip. This way, the unforgiving sect would have another set of techniques. Great sects like the unforgiving sect were very active in collecting various techniques. This was because they didn't know what techniques were suitable for their disciples. If they didn't have enough techniques, then the attributes of the techniques would be incompatible with their disciples. If they were ordinary disciples, then this wouldn't be a problem. But if they were geniuses, then things would become troublesome. If a genius disciple wasn't compatible with their techniques, then they would be reduced to an ordinary disciple. This would be a huge loss for the sect. Of course, the rewards for the disciples who handed in their own unique cultivation methods were very generous. Therefore, many disciples of the forbidden sect would look for all kinds of cultivation methods and then send them to the sect in exchange for rewards. Of course, this was also voluntary. The Bouillon sect would not force their disciples to hand over their cultivation techniques. If that was the case, who would dare to join the Bouillon sect in the future? The reason why Zhao Hai left behind the jade slip containing the demon subjugation technique in that memory was also because of this idea. He wanted to give the demon subjugation technique to the sect and then exchange it for a reward from the Bouillon sect. Zhao Hai had already inquired about this from Zhou Feng. If you handed in a cultivation method jade slip, the sect would give you two kinds of rewards. One was to let you choose two cultivation methods of the same level that the sect had but you had never learned before. 1 for 2, it was absolutely worth it. The second method was to reward you with jade essence, medicinal pills, magic tools, and so on. Of course, this also depended on the level of the cultivation method you submitted. In any case, you would not be treated unfairly. Zhao Hai took a fancy to this reward. He wanted to use the demon subjugation technique in exchange for the Elephant King body that Zhou Feng cultivated. After communicating with Zhou Feng for a few days, Zhao Hai understood that the Elephant King body was a cultivation method that allowed one to cultivate a trace of the elephant's power. After reaching the small success stage, one would have to absorb a part of the elephant's power and then slowly refine it, turning it into one's own strength. In this way, one's strength would become greater and greater. Zhou Feng's Elephant King body had already reached the small success stage. Every day, he would absorb the power of the elephant's beast cores, allowing his body to have some elephant's blood energy. Then he would slowly refine this blood energy and turn it into his own strength. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng's words, he immediately thought that this was the most suitable cultivation method for him. The blood energy in his body was all absorbed from the wild elephant race. If he uses the Elephant King body to refine this energy, then his strength would certainly increase. Most importantly, only in this way would he not waste any of the elephant's blood energy. Naturally, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai wasn't interested in the evil Buddha lotus body. In fact, the evil Buddha lotus body was also suitable for him to cultivate. This was because Zhao Hai had cultivated the 18 Buddhist techniques. The Buddhist energy in his body was very strong. The evil Buddha lotus body was also a cultivation method that allowed one to enter the devil path. It was also suitable for him to cultivate. Zhao Hai also wrote this in his memory jade slip. He wrote that after entering the Gale Canyon, he absorbed the elephant's blood energy. Naturally, he didn't say that he absorbed a lot of the elephant's blood energy. He only said that he absorbed a part of the elephant's blood energy. This allowed his strength to rise from the fusion soul stage to the transcending dust stage. Zhao Hai believed that if he did this, then Bianzong wouldn't stop him from learning the Elephant King body. Moreover, if he became a core disciple of Bianzong, then he would definitely learn the evil Buddha lotus body. This way, he would be able to learn these two cultivation methods. Zhao Hai was aware of his own situation. His blood energy was too strong. Moreover, he had the help of the processing machine. Since he obtained these two cultivation methods, then he could combine them to form a cultivation method that was most suitable for him. Only in this way would he be able to completely digest the elephant's blood energy. When Wan Feng saw the three elders leave, he immediately knew that Zhao Hai must have passed the test. Otherwise, the three elders would have already ordered Zhao Hai to be killed. Seeing the three elders leave, Wan Feng immediately took out a pill and placed it in Zhao Hai's mouth. When the pill melted in his mouth, Zhao Hai felt a very warm feeling spread throughout his body. Especially his soul, it felt as if it was being nourished. It was very comfortable. Zhao Hai estimated that he should be able to wake up now. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He looked around blankly before he noticed Wan Feng, Elder Gua, and Zhou Feng. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and gave Wan Feng and Elder Gua a salute. Then he said with a depressed voice, "I've seen Elder Wan and Elder Gua." Wan Feng looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. "Good. It's your first time participating in the Tempering Heart Path, yet you were able to reach the 9th floor. This isn't easy. You can go down now. In 2 days, your new identity card will be sent to you. You should rest well for the next 2 days." Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned and said, "I reached the 9th floor? Really? I don't even know which floor I've reached." Wan Feng chuckled and said, "Forget it. You just need to know that you've passed the test. Go and rest first." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Wan Feng and Elder Gua left. When the two left, Zhou Feng immediately ran to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother, you're really good. It's your first time entering the Tempering Heart Path, yet you were able to reach the 9th floor. This is definitely a miracle. Don't worry, your status in the Tyrant's Blade School won't be too bad. Trust me, I'm afraid that I'll need you to protect me in the future." Zhou Feng heard Wan Feng say that Zhao Hai was an inner disciple on the 5th floor, a true disciple on the 7th floor, and a core disciple on the 9th floor. Now that Zhao Hai had reached the 10th floor, his status as a core disciple wouldn't be able to escape. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He looked at Zhou Feng and asked, "Really? Big brother Zhou, did you hear something? Quickly tell me." Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Brother, just endure for 2 more days. The sect's decision isn't something we can control. Even if I tell you now, it might not be true. Let's see what the sect wants. However, I'm sure that you won't be able to escape the status of an inner disciple." Zhao Hai said with interest, "All right, as long as I can become an inner disciple, I'll be satisfied." "Ha ha ha, that's great. Let's go, big brother Zhou. Let's go and have a drink." Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Today is a happy day. We should have a drink or two. Let's go." After saying that, he and Zhao Hai left the Tempering Heart Path. At this time, the Elder Technique Imparting Elder, Zhou Clan's Great Elder Zhou Chunyang, and the Long Clan's Great Elder Long Shuriying arrived at the sect's main hall. This was also the sect master's office, the Evil Buddha Hall. The Evil Buddha Hall was huge. From afar, it looked like a temple. Outside the temple, there was also a statue. This statue was of an old man wearing a monk's robe. The old man was holding a chain of pearls made from longan-sized skulls. His hand was also forming a fearless seal. His face was kind, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked like a combination of Buddha and devil. This person was the first-generation sect master of the Unbreakable sect, Monk Wu Hua. After Monk Wu Hua passed away, the Unbreakable sect's descendants carved this statue according to his image. Don't underestimate this statue. This statue was made from the highest quality devil chi. It already had a trace of devil chi. Adding on the fact that the Unbreakable sect had been burning incense for a long time, this statue had a very strong devil chi. It wasn't any worse than ordinary magic treasures. The Elder Technique Imparting Elder led Zhou Chunyang and Long Shuriying to the statue. They respectfully bowed to the statue before turning around and entering the Evil Buddha Hall. The layout of the Evil Buddha Hall was very simple. There were some praying mats on the ground. A person wearing a black monk's robe was sitting on one of the mats. In his hand was a chain of pearls made from skulls. His eyes were closed as he circulated his energy. This person was the sect master of the Unbreakable sect, Monk Shuri. Although he was called a monk, he was married and had children. Monk was just a title. The bone bracelet in his hand was Monk Wu Hua's famous magic tool, the white bone bracelet. According to legend, this white bone bracelet was refined by Monk Wu Hua using the skulls of more than 10 spirit condensation experts. This bracelet had great power. It accompanied Monk Wu Hua in his conquest of the world and made a name for himself in the true spirit world. This white bone bracelet was the sect master's keepsake of the unbreakable sect. It was the personal weapon of every sect master of the unbreakable sect. After the elder technique imparting elder, Zhou Qinyang, and Long Shiriying entered the hall, they immediately bowed to Monk Shiri and said, "Greetings, sect master." Monk Shiri slowly opened his eyes. His face had a trace of benevolence, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Just like Monk Wuhua's statue, this was a situation that would only appear when the evil Buddha's lotus body was cultivated to a high level. Monk Shiri nodded and said, "You're back." What was the result? The elder technique imparting elder waved his hand and sent a jade slip to Monk Shiri. Then he chuckled and said, "Sect master, this time we obtained a treasure. This child has great potential. We can focus on nurturing him as a core disciple." Monk Shiri took the jade slip and scanned it with his spirit power. After a while, he put down the jade slip and exclaimed, "He is indeed a genius, and I didn't expect him to have so many fortuitous encounters. It can be seen that he is a person with great luck. As a cultivator, if he doesn't have luck, then good things can turn into bad things, and if he has luck, then bad things can turn into good things. It seems like Zhao Ling's luck is not bad. How about this, let him become an inner disciple first, and after a year, if he can return safely from the devil blood realm, then he will become a core disciple of my Buyan sect. If he is willing to teach his body cultivation method, then teach him the divine elephant king body." The three of them responded. Shiri nodded and glanced at the three of them. To be exact, he glanced at Zhou Qinyang and Long Shiriying. He then said in a deep voice, "You all know Zhao Ling's potential. If he can return safely after a year, his development will be limitless. So, don't do anything to him. If I find out, I won't show any mercy. You may leave." When Zhou Qinyang and Long Shiriying heard the monk's words, their faces turned serious. They knew that the monk was giving them a final warning. If they dared to play any tricks, then the monk wouldn't let them off. Although the Zhou clan and the Long clan's influence in the Buyan sect wasn't small, if the monk wanted to deal with them, then he would only need to say a few words. The difference in strength was too great, they weren't even on the same level. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He was currently drinking with Zhou Feng in a restaurant. The two of them had been drinking here for a while now, so they already knew the people here. The people in the restaurant were very welcoming to the two of them. This was because the two of them weren't domineering people, they also didn't have any arrogance. Therefore, they were able to chat happily with the people in the restaurant. Because the restaurant was a business of the sect, the waiters in the restaurant were also people from the sect. These people didn't have high cultivation and were sent to the sundry hall. Because of this, the people who came to the restaurant looked down on them. However, Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng were exceptions. The two of them were happily chatting with the waiters. Naturally, the waiters also liked the two of them. After the two finished drinking, Zhao Hai returned to his room. After arranging several formations in his room, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the space. At this time, Laura and the others were already inside the space. They were restless. Now that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you alright? Why did we lose contact with you just now? Even Kyer couldn't sense you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's alright, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. I just fell into an illusion because of the Refining Heart Road. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. It was your call that woke me up from the illusion. It seems like there won't be any problems in becoming an inner disciple of the sect." Laura and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then Laura said, "Brother Hai, don't take such risks in the future. We were really worried about you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Right, I also discovered a secret today. It turns out that the golden spiritual force inside my body is actually spiritual force. But it's not my spiritual force, it's someone else's spiritual force." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean? Isn't that golden spiritual power under your control? Why do you say that it's not your spiritual force?" Zhao Hai replied, "Do you remember how I obtained that strand of divine sense?" Laura nodded and said, "I remember. When you erected the battle sword steel, didn't you suddenly gain a strand of spiritual force? Xiaohai nodded and said, right, when I erected the battle sword steel, I suddenly gained a strand of divine sense. Actually, this strand of divine sense is the last strand of divine sense of the first legion that died with me. Because of the obsession in their hearts, this strand of divine sense didn't dissipate into the world. When I erected the battle sword steel and engraved their names on it, their last strand of divine sense recognized me and entered my body, becoming a part of my divine sense, silently protecting me. However, I didn't know that it was divine sense before, so I didn't know how to use it. Using divine sense as ordinary spiritual force would be too wasteful. Actually, its greatest use is to add it to my soul and nourish it. Xiaohai nodded and said, yes, when I erected the battle sword steel, I suddenly gained a strand of divine sense power. Actually, its greatest use is to add it to my soul, nourishing it. When Laura and the others heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the strand of spiritual force would have this kind of use. The soul was the most mysterious thing in a person's body. Just like Xiaohai, he was originally from Earth, but his soul crossed over and became the current him. What made people feel even more strange was that his soul crossed over along with the space. Up until now, Xiaohai still didn't understand why this happened. Moreover, for any cultivator, it was almost impossible to find a way to cultivate the soul. The soul was something that one was born with, its strength wasn't something that one could control. Some people might cultivate their bodies and make their bodies more formidable, then their souls would become stronger as well. But at the same time, some people might have strong bodies, but their souls were very weak. Nobody could understand what the soul was. This was because in the true spirit realm, there were no cultivators who dared to study the soul. This was because the soul was very fragile. If one's soul was damaged, then the impact on a cultivator would be very big. If it was light, then one's cultivation would regress or even be crippled. If it was heavy, then the soul would scatter and the body would perish. Because of this, nobody dared to study the soul. This was because nobody would joke around with their own life. When Xiaohai resisted the illusion with his willpower, he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. In fact, this was also real. The energy inside the tempering heart path wasn't just used to test him, it also had a certain degree of attack. Xiaohai's willpower was very strong, but this also made the attack on Xiaohai even more ruthless. If it wasn't for the strand of spiritual force, then Xiaohai's soul might have suffered some damage. However, the strand of spiritual force itself had the power of faith. Because of this, when it was added to Xiaohai's soul, it was able to eliminate the negative energy inside Xiaohai's soul. This allowed it to better protect Xiaohai's soul. In this case, the 5 elements killing formation should have reacted. However, because the energy was too mysterious and didn't seem to have any attack power, the 5 elements killing formation didn't react. After all, the 5 elements killing formation was an automatic defensive mechanism, it wasn't under the command of Xiaohai. Therefore, it was normal for it to have a slow reaction. However, this time, Xiaohai could be said to have profited from this disaster. Originally, he didn't have a very good understanding of his soul. Even if he was a dark mage, his understanding of the soul was only superficial. But after this incident, his understanding of the soul had deepened. He could even use the things inside the space that were beneficial to the soul. For example, soul stones, soul fires, and other such things. In the past, the reason why Xiaohai was able to control so many undead, besides the space, was also because of his powerful soul. But at that time, when Xiaohai separated his soul, it wasn't his real soul that was separated, but rather a strand of spiritual force. Xiaohai used to think that spiritual force was soul force. But now, he knew that soul force and spiritual force were two completely different things. In the past, Xiaohai only used spiritual force, not soul force. But now, he was able to touch some methods of using soul force. Moreover, it has to be said that Xiaohai's hobby of collecting things had helped him a lot this time. He had a lot of soul stones inside the space, and these soul stones were able to nourish his soul force. It was precisely because of these soul stones that Xiaohai's soul force was able to reach the 9th floor of the path of tempering. He was also able to rely on his willpower to break through the illusion and return to reality. After this matter, as long as Zhao Hai had the processing machine make a soul cultivation method, he would be able to use the soul stones and the soul fire produced by the space to cultivate his soul. Although he thought of this, Zhao Hai still needed a long time to cultivate his soul. He needed to do some research on the soul in order to have the processing machine make a soul cultivation method. This wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Before long, Zhao Hai calmed down. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, he also told Kai about what to do next. Then he returned to the Unbreakable sect. He had just entered the sect and was currently living in the outer courtyard. There were a lot of people here, so it wouldn't be good if he left for too long. Moreover, there were a lot of experts in the Unbreakable sect. Although Zhao Hai had arranged some formations in his room, it was hard to guarantee that those experts wouldn't see through it. One must know that he was currently in the outer court of the Unbreakable sect, which was very safe. Arranging a formation in his room was a very eye-catching matter. Fortunately, the outer court disciples weren't very knowledgeable about formations. Therefore, nobody noticed that Zhao Hai had arranged a formation in his room. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would have already been in trouble. Although he knew that there were very few experts in the outer court of the Unbreakable sect, Zhao Hai still didn't dare to stay inside the space. If someone were to discover his secret, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, he only stayed inside the space for a while before returning to his room. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately removed the formations and then rested inside his room. Today, he spent a lot of his strength in the refining heart path. Although at the last moment, he was able to smoothly pass the test with the help of his divine sense. However, fighting against the illusions for such a long time made him feel very tired. When he was drinking with Zhou Feng and comforting Laura and the others, he didn't feel anything. But now that he returned to his room, the feeling of mental exhaustion immediately hit him. Zhao Hai unconsciously fell asleep. This time, Zhao Hai slept very well. He didn't wake up until the next day. He stretched his body and went to his room to freshen up. After that, Zhao Hai went out of his room. At this time, most of the disciples of the Unbreakable sect had already woken up, especially the outer court disciples. These outer court disciples had a lot of tasks to do every day. This was because they needed to spend money on food, lodging, and other things. In order to cultivate better, they also needed a lot of cultivation resources. Naturally, these things were cheaper in the Unbreakable sect compared to the outside world. But even so, there was still a price. If you want to cultivate better, then you need more resources. If you want more resources, then you need more contribution points and jade essences. These things needed to be obtained through missions. Because of this, the Unbreakable sect's outer court disciples were very busy. If they weren't busy with missions, then they would be busy cultivating. Zhao Hai looked at the busy outer court disciples and couldn't help but sigh. On Earth, there was a saying, a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses crossing a single log bridge. At that time, it was used to describe how difficult it was to enter a university. But compared to a university, cultivation was even more so. Cultivation wasn't like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses crossing a single log bridge, but rather 100 million men and horses crossing a single log bridge. Everyone was cultivating and pursuing the Great Tao, but how many people could truly comprehend the Great Tao? Most people would become piles of bones that could be seen everywhere on the road of cultivation. At this time, Zhao Hai saw a fat figure slowly walking towards him from a distance. Upon seeing this figure, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. In the entire Unbreakable sect, only Zhou Feng had a body like this. Zhao Hai didn't expect him to arrive so early. Zhou Feng also saw Zhao Hai standing outside the door. He smiled and waved his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, come. Let's eat together. I have something to tell you today." Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Zhou Feng and said, "Brother Zhou, what's the matter? Do you have news about my assignment?" Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Let's go. We'll talk while we eat." After saying that, Zhou Feng led Zhao Hai outside. Zhou Feng had the support of the Zhou clan. He was a rich man. He almost never ate in the cafeteria of the sect. Instead, he ate in the restaurant. Naturally, the food in the restaurant was more delicious. Of course, the price wasn't cheap. After the two arrived at the restaurant and sat down, Zhou Feng ordered some dishes. After the dishes were served, Zhou Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, you've entered the inner court and officially become an inner court disciple. I believe that someone will announce this soon. How is it? Are you happy?" Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "I'm happy, of course I'm happy. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that I would enter the inner court so quickly." Zhou Feng looked at Zhao and smiled. "Don't be happy too early. Even if you join the inner court, you still have to start from the beginning. Now, I'll tell you about the cultivation process of the disciples of the unallowed sect." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't be too happy." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Zhou Feng and said, "The cultivation process of the disallowed sect's disciples? What's the difference between this and the others?" Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "What's the difference? Brother, let me tell you, the first year of entering the sect is a hellish year for all the disciples of the disobedience sect, and everyone has experienced this year, including the current sect master and several grand elders." Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng and couldn't help but be startled. Then he looked at Zhou Feng and said, "Brother Zhou, what's the difference between this year's cultivation and the other years?" Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "This year is called bitter cultivation. Every disciple who joins the unbreakable sect must go through it. Even those who have been trained by the unbreakable sect since childhood must participate in this year's bitter cultivation. During this year, the sect will use a special method to seal your spiritual qi, turning you into an ordinary person. After that, you will have to work in the mines of the unbreakable sect. Not only that, you will also have to wear an iron suit every day. In the first month, you will have to wear 100 jin of iron suit, the second month is 300 jin, the third month is 700 jin, the fourth month is 1000 jin, the fifth month is 1500 jin, the sixth month is 3000 jin, the seventh month is 5000 jin, the eighth month is 7000 jin, the ninth month is 9000 jin, the 10th month is 15,000 jin, the 11th month is 15,000 jin, and the last month is 50,000 jin. Wearing such an iron suit doesn't have any spiritual qi. Most importantly, during this year, you will eat raw demon beast meat 3 times a day. Every 7 days, you will be given a pill. This pill isn't to help you cultivate, it's to prevent your stomach from getting sick, allowing you to digest the demon beast meat better. This year is called bitter cultivation by the unbreakable sect. Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and said, "This year's bitter cultivation doesn't have any spiritual qi. Most importantly, during this year, you will eat raw demon beast meat 3 times a day. Every 7 days, you will be given a pill. This pill isn't to help you cultivate, it's to prevent your stomach from getting sick, allowing you to digest the meat better." Zhao Hai stared blankly, he didn't think that it would be like this. This was too shocking. In the first year of the sect, you'll have to seal your spiritual qi and do hard work. Moreover, you'll have to eat raw meat every day. Wouldn't that make you a barbarian? Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shudder. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "There's no need to think about it. Even if you become a core disciple, this year's bitter cultivation is unavoidable. You'll have to wait for this year's bitter cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like this is the only way. Alright, let's not talk about this matter. Accompany me for a few drinks. If I become an inner disciple, then I won't be able to drink for a year." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. He knew the taste of bitter cultivation. That year's bitter cultivation almost made him go crazy. However, Zhou Feng had to admit that that year's bitter cultivation was very beneficial to his cultivation. That year's bitter cultivation improved his state of mind. Most importantly, it stimulated his body's potential. Because of this, he was able to reach the transcending dust realm so quickly. Moreover, he was able to cultivate the Elephant King physique to the minor completion realm. While the two were eating and chatting, a voice suddenly came from outside the restaurant, "Is Zhao Ling here?" When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng heard this voice, they couldn't help but stare blankly. This was because this was Wan Feng's voice. Zhao Hai didn't dare to neglect and immediately replied, "Yes." Then he quickly flew down from the restaurant. When Wan Feng saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but faintly smile. Then he took out a piece of paper and said, Zhao Ling, listen to my orders. From today onwards, you will be promoted to an inner disciple of the Yun sect. You will undergo bitter cultivation for a year. Follow me. Zhao Hai didn't think that just as he heard Zhou Feng talk about the hardship would come. He turned to Wan Feng and said, Yes, Elder Wan. Can I go back to my room first to tidy up? Then I'll follow you. Wan Feng nodded. Wan Feng didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he nodded and said, Go. I'll be having a cup of tea here. Come back quickly. Zhao Hai nodded and then turned around to leave. At this time, Zhou Feng also came down from upstairs. When he saw Wan Feng enter the restaurant, he quickly said, Elder Wan, do you want to have a drink? Wan Feng looked at Zhou Feng and said, You little brat, if you have the time, why don't you cultivate a bit more? With your talent, if you were to cultivate diligently, you would have already reached the teleportation realm. You only know how to eat and drink every day. Zhou Feng had heard these words many times. He had long since turned a deaf ear to them. He smiled faintly at Wan Feng and said, Elder Wan, thank you for your concern. Actually, I've been cultivating very diligently. Haha. Wan Feng looked at Zhou Feng impatiently. Zhou Feng didn't cultivate the evil Buddha lotus body. Therefore, there weren't many people in the sect who could give him pointers. Because of this, Wan Feng just let Zhou Feng be. Fortunately, Zhou Feng had a sense of propriety. Although he liked to cause trouble, his cultivation speed wasn't slow. Additionally, he was a member of the Zhou clan. Because of this, the sect turned a blind eye to his actions. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to the restaurant. Wan Feng had just finished drinking a cup of tea. When he saw Zhao Hai return, he stood up and said, Come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Wan Feng. Zhou Feng also followed behind the two. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother, a year of bitter cultivation is very important for your cultivation. Moreover, this is the sect's rule. Big brother won't be able to help you in this regard. Everything depends on you. After a year, Big brother will look for you to have a drink. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I cultivate Buddhist cultivation methods. It's just that I didn't have the opportunity to do so before. As a rogue cultivator, if I dared to cultivate, then I would have already been killed. Now that I have such an opportunity, how could I let it go? Big brother Zhou, rest assured, I'll see you in a year. When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Good brother, Big brother will wait for you for a year. It'll be over soon. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he said, Why do you look like you're gloating? This made Zhou Feng laugh. Wan Feng didn't interrupt the two of them. On the contrary, he envied the two. The Buyun sect was a devil cultivator sect. In a devil cultivator sect, the competition between disciples was much more brutal than in a righteous sect. Because of this, there were very few friends in the Buyun sect. But Zhou Feng was different from ordinary devil cultivators. He wasn't like other people who liked to compete. His character was straightforward, he didn't care about these things. Such a person might be a good thing in other sects, he could make a lot of friends. But in a devil cultivator sect, it wasn't a good thing. He couldn't make friends here, and even if he did, it was very likely that those people were just using him. However, Zhao Hai was an exception. Wan Feng had seen countless people in his life. He believed that he wouldn't misjudge people. Zhao Hai was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. If Zhou Feng could make friends with him, then it would only be good for him. Wan Feng didn't lead Zhao Hai to the residence of the inner disciples. Instead, he led Zhao Hai to a transmission formation. When they arrived at the transmission formation, Zhou Feng stopped outside. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Brother, Big brother will send you here. See you in a year. Zhao Hai also cupped his fist towards Zhou Feng and said, See you in a year. Wan Feng activated the transmission formation. A white light flashed as the two of them disappeared. Zhou Feng looked at the transmission formation and then sighed before he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw something, he discovered that he was inside a mine. The mine was very big, and there were a lot of people working inside. These people didn't have any spiritual chi fluctuations on their bodies. Moreover, they were wearing iron clothes. Each and every one of them had dark skin and were very thin. Moreover, they didn't have any fat on their bodies. Their bodies were filled with muscles, making them look like coolies. Now that the transmission formation was flashing with white light, a lot of people were looking at it. When they saw Zhao Hai and Wan Feng come out, some of them immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Elder Wan has sent another unlucky person. Kid, welcome to hell." Wan Feng looked at these people and said, "Don't waste your breath. Go and work. If you can't complete today's task, then Elder Xing will peel off your skin." When these people heard Elder Wan, they shrank their necks and ran to the side to work. Zhao Hai looked at these people and saw that their main job was to mine stones. The tools that these people used to mine stones were very special. Some of them used iron hammers and chisels, some of them used wooden hammers and chisels, and some of them didn't even use hammers and chisels, they just used their own hands. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He recognized the stones here. These stones were very hard, they were called iron Oregon. These stones were very hard, and their hardness wasn't any worse than ordinary steel. These stones can be refined into a metal called iron Oregon. This metal was used to forge ordinary weapons. It was clear that this place was an iron ore mine under the unyielding sect. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. For a great sect like the unyielding sect, the amount of weapons consumed by their disciples every year wasn't a small amount. These great sects also had their own refining hall. Making weapons required all kinds of materials, and iron ore was one of the materials that were consumed the most. Iron ore wasn't something that could be sent to the sect, it needed people to mine it. In other sects, these ores would be given out in the form of missions. This way, the sect would be able to get the iron ore while the people in the sect would have more income. The unyielding sect was different from the other sections. They were body cultivators, so they treated the iron ore mine as a place for cultivation. Their disciples would mine the ores here as a form of cultivation. This way, the sect's disciples would be able to cultivate, the sect would get the iron ore, and they would also be able to save some expenses. This was the best of both worlds. Wan Feng led Zhao Hai to an immortal cave next to the iron ore mine. This immortal cave was built inside a cave. Inside the cave was a tall old man with a fierce face. When the old man saw Wan Feng, he nodded and said, "You're here. Is that him?" When Wan Feng heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Old Xing, you're still the same. Can't you speak properly? This is Zhao Ling, she's here to cultivate. You can arrange for her." Elder Xing didn't seem to hear Wan Feng's words. He stood up and looked at Zhao Hai, "Come with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Elder Xing out. When Wan Feng saw Elder Xing's appearance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Elder Xing was this kind of person. In his opinion, chatting was just nonsense. He didn't want to talk nonsense, so he didn't speak much. Wan Feng sighed and said, "Kid, I wish you good luck." Then he turned around and walked out of the cave. Then he used the transmission formation to return to the Buyuan sect. At this time, Zhao Hai followed Elder Xing to a huge cave inside the mine. The cave was very big, and Zhao Hai could see some hay inside. Next to the hay were some stones. When Zhao Hai saw these things, he couldn't help but stare. He could clearly feel that these things were placed here by people. Moreover, people would often rest here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder Xing, you're right." When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately understood that this was the place where the cultivators from the Buyuan sect would rest at night. This would also be the place where he would rest for the next year. After looking at the cave, Zhao Hai saw that it was a cave made of stone. The hay that was placed here was the same as not being placed here. It was as if people were sleeping on the stones. This was really a bitter cultivation. Elder Xing didn't seem to notice Zhao Hai's expression. He said, "From now on, this will be your resting place. You can find a place to rest at night. Right, put this on." Then Elder Xing took out a chainmail and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the chainmail and put it on. As soon as he put it on, Zhao Hai felt the circulation of his spirit chi slow down. Although it was still circulating, it was extremely slow. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's spiritual force being much stronger than ordinary people, he would have thought that his spirit chi had stopped circulating. Elder Xing said sullenly, no matter what, do not take off the chainmail. The spiritual energy in your body has already been sealed. This is for you. Mine 500 kilograms of amassing iron ore every day. If you do not mine enough, add it to tomorrow's harvest. Zhao Hai replied, yes. Elder Xing then took out a sledgehammer and a chisel. He handed the sledgehammer and chisel to Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, for the first 3 months, use the sledgehammer and chisel made of iron. After that, switch to wood. After half a year, use your hands. If you still can't use your hands to dig stones after half a year, your time of bitter cultivation will automatically be increased by half a year. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, thank you, Elder Xing. But I don't need it. I can use my hands. When Elder Xing heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't try to be brave. The amassing iron ore is very hard. If you can dig it with your hands in 6 months, it would be good enough. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, take it. If you really don't need it, then find an opportunity to return it to me. You can go out now. From today onwards, you will be given a time. Remember, 500 kilograms of amassing iron ore a day. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took the sledgehammer and chisel. Then he turned around and walked out of the cave. There were a lot of caves in the mine. The surrounding mountain walls were also chiseled to form huge stone steps. On these stone walls, there were countless cultivators working hard. Some of these cultivators were holding iron hammers and chisels, some were holding wooden hammers and chisels, and some were using their hands. Their hands were black and shiny, as if they were polished metal. They stood in front of the stone walls and pulled back their hands. Then they thrust their hands forward, inserting their hands into the stone walls as if they were tofu. However, when they withdrew their hands, they would rub their hands together. After a while, they would insert their hands again. It was clear that not being able to use spiritual chi to strengthen their bodies had a big impact on them. Some people also noticed Zhao Hai. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would mine the stones. One must know that when they came here for the first time, almost no one was able to mine enough stones. Because of this, their mining speed was greatly affected. Zhao looked at the people, then walked to a nearby rock wall. He reached out and knocked on the rock wall to feel the hardness of the rock paper. Then he took a deep breath, pulled his hands back to his abdomen, and punched out. Bang! 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 Zhao Hai punched the wall. The wall was fine, and so was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a new understanding of the wall's hardness. At this time, a cultivator not far from Zhao Hai saw Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but say, "Kid, don't waste your energy. It's better for newcomers to use hammers. If you use your hands, then even if you break them, you still won't be able to pick stones." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and smiled faintly. That's not necessarily the case. After he said that, Zhao Hai moved his hands to his abdomen. Then he straightened his fingers and fiercely inserted them into the wall. A cracking sound was heard as his hand completely inserted itself into the wall. Then Zhao Hai pulled his hand back and inserted his other hand into the wall. The cultivator next to Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "How is this possible? What kind of cultivation method do you practice?" Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and smiled. He didn't speak. He didn't use his ability, he just relied on his physical strength to insert his hand into the wall. To be honest, it was very painful. But when he pulled his hand out, he felt the blood energy in his hand churning. The injury that was left on his hand was completely healed. Zhao Hai raised his hands and looked at them. He found that his hands were slightly red. This was a sign of boiling. Zhao Hai knew that this was because he unintentionally used this method to activate the wild elephant's blood energy in his cells. In other words, using this method to refine the wild elephant's blood energy was useful. Now that he found the right method, Zhao Hai began his stone quarrying. Naturally, he didn't use a hammer or chisel, he just used his hands to dig stones. Zhao Hai's actions also attracted the attention of the other cultivators. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. He could use his hands to dig stones on the first day. Even Elder Xing was alarmed. However, he just went to the place where Zhao Hai was quarrying stones. He didn't say anything and just went back. Half a day passed by quickly, and it was soon noon. Zhao Hai looked at the stone beside him. There were a few stones that were as big as millstones. They should be around 1,000 jin in weight. At this time, Elder Xing's voice was heard, "It's time to eat." If it was an ordinary place, then people would be very happy when they heard that it was time to eat. But in this place, people couldn't help but groan when they heard that it was time to eat. However, they still put down what they were doing and walked towards Elder Xing. Moreover, they consciously lined up in a long line. Zhao Hai walked in the middle of the line. He looked forward and saw that the cultivators who received their food were sitting on the side. No one was eating, but they were looking at the food in their hands with a bitter expression. Zhao Hai looked at the food in the hands of these people and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, looking at the food in their hands, he couldn't eat it. This was because these people were holding pieces of raw, bloody meat, which couldn't be considered food at all. However, more and more people received their food. Some people seemed to have gotten used to eating raw meat. They took the raw meat and ate it in big bites. Before long, it was Zhao Hai's turn. Elder Xing gave a piece of raw meat to Zhao Hai and said, "Be sure to eat it all. If there's any left over, throw it away. However much you throw away, you'll get double the amount." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the raw meat and walked to the side to sit down. Looking at the raw meat in his hand, he couldn't help but worry. In the end, he decided to eat it. In any case, he had already reached this point, so he had no choice but to eat it. Moreover, he believed that Yunzong wouldn't let people eat raw meat just for the sake of bitter cultivation. There must be a reason why he would let people eat raw meat. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's spiritual force was now connected to a carnivorous animal inside the space. In the next moment, Zhao Hai felt himself becoming that animal. When he looked at the meat in his hand, he didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of hunger. His eyes glowed green as he looked at the piece of blood in his hand. In the next moment, he took a bite and ate it. Before long, he had eaten the meat. Moreover, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. After eating the meat, Zhao Hai immediately withdrew his spiritual force from the beast's spiritual world. At this moment, he was a normal person again. But when his spiritual force recovered, he immediately felt blood energy pouring into his body. This made his blood energy even more abundant. When Zhao Hai felt this, he couldn't help but sigh. He muttered, "Sure enough, eating raw meat isn't a waste. It really can replenish one's blood qi. What a pity, while others worry about their blood qi being insufficient, I worry about my blood qi being too abundant. This piece of meat not only replenished my blood qi from today's practice, but also gave me extra blood qi. This is really something." Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. At this time, the other cultivators also didn't know what to say. They all stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They all knew that Zhao Hai had just come here to cultivate. But who would be able to use their hands to dig stones on their first day? Who would be able to eat raw meat for the first time and still want more? This was too terrifying. Could it be that this fellow was a beast? On the other hand, Elder Xing had been observing Zhao Hai. He was very clear about how important Zhao Hai was to the sect. When he received the sect's order, he wanted to see Zhao Hai's performance in this 1 year of cultivation. For now, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. After eating lunch, Zhao Hai rested for a while before continuing his work in the afternoon. Zhao Hai was still digging with his hands. However, when he reached 500 jin, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he went to Elder Xing's residence and said, "Elder, Zhao Ling wishes to see you." Elder Xing's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai entered Elder Xing's residence. Elder Xing was sitting cross-legged as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's the matter?" Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, this disciple has completed today's task. Can I freely allocate the remaining time?" When Elder Xing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Right, you can. As long as you complete today's task, nobody will care about what you do. But remember, you must eat dinner." Zhao Hai replied, "Yes." Then he cupped his fist towards Elder Xing before leaving the residence. After coming out of Elder Xing's residence, Zhao Hai didn't return to the mine to rest. Instead, he went to a mountain wall. He looked at the mountain wall and nodded. This mountain wall was a protrusion that was about a meter wide. Zhao Hai stood there and nodded in satisfaction. Then he stretched his body and stood in front of the mountain wall. Then he stretched out his arms and lashed out at the mountain wall like two whips. One could see how ruthless Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai made such a big move that it naturally alarmed the other cultivators. The cultivators who were working hard to extract the stones stared blankly at Zhao Hai. For a moment, they didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. After some time, a cultivator finally reacted. He turned his head and looked at the pile of ores beside him. This pile of ores was enough for today. However, he wanted to mine more so that he could relax in the future. Actually, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that in the mines, there were a lot of cultivators who didn't need to mine ores. This was because as their strength increased, they accumulated a lot of ores. In the end, they didn't need to do anything. All they needed to do was to hand over their savings. For so many years, generations after generations of bitter cultivation, before entering the mine, they would all work hard in the first part of the field. In the last part of the field, they would wander around leisurely every day. When it was time, they would just have a meal. In any case, they had already accumulated enough ores to mine every day. The last part of the field was used to rest. The Unbreakable sect didn't have any objections to this practice. This made the cultivators think that the sect wanted them to work hard in the early stages and give them some time to relax. However, Zhao Hai's actions today made the cultivators stare. They suddenly remembered that when they were mining ores, the most they could do was to strengthen their bodies. Besides their hands, the other parts of their bodies didn't have any contact with ores. Therefore, even if their physical strength increased, the other parts of their bodies didn't have any changes. But today, Zhao Hai's actions were equivalent to using the remaining time to cultivate. He wanted to fully develop his body's potential and even develop his body's defensive capabilities. The cultivators suddenly understood why all the disciples of the Unbreakable sect had to go through a year of bitter cultivation. But in the end, there were still some who entered the inner court while others could only wait in the outer court. This was because their previous practice was simply wrong. The sect knew that they had a lot of time to spare. But this time wasn't for them to stroll around, it was for them to cultivate. Seeing Zhao Hai hitting the mountain wall with his arms, the cultivators of the Unbreakable sect couldn't help but feel ashamed. Then a cultivator stopped mining. Because he had enough, he ran to the mountain wall and started hitting it with other parts of his body. If there was a first, there would be a second. After one cultivator did this, the other cultivators followed suit. In just a moment, the valley was filled with the sound of people hitting the mountain walls and groaning. To be honest, when Zhao Hai saw the cultivators doing the same thing as him, he was surprised. However, he didn't say anything and just continued with his training. After training his arms, it was his legs, and then his body. He used his body to hit the mountain wall. Although he was wearing iron armor, it was still very painful. However, he didn't stop. This was because he knew that this was the only way to develop his body's potential to the fullest. At this time, Elder Xing also came out of his cave. He looked at the people who were abusing their bodies against the mountain wall and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then his unchanging expression actually revealed a trace of a smile. Then he muttered, "It seems like I'll have to give them more blazing wine. There's no meaning in having meat but no wine." After saying that, he turned around and returned to his cave and didn't appear again. The sky slowly darkened. Zhao Hai had already trained every part of his body before he stopped. At this time, Elder Xing's voice was heard, "Let's eat." Upon hearing this, a lot of cultivators fell to the ground. They had been clenching their teeth and persevering. To be honest, this kind of self-abuse really tested a person's willpower. As long as one's willpower was weak, then they would immediately give up. After all, this kind of training was voluntary, no one forced them. However, these people also knew that if they didn't get their food, then they would be punished even more. Because of this, they dragged their bodies that were about to fall apart and walked towards Elder Xing. At this time, some people had already gotten their dinner from Elder Xing. It was still a piece of raw meat. But in addition to the raw meat, Elder Xing also gave them a small pot. This small pot wasn't big, it could only hold about half a jean of wine. The cultivators who received the small pot were stunned. However, they didn't dare to ask Elder Xing anything. They just took the small pot and silently walked to the side. After finding a place to sit down, they opened the small pot. As soon as the small pot was opened, the aroma of wine assailed their nostrils. The aroma of the wine was very strong, giving people a feeling of intoxication. Normally, people wouldn't like this wine because it was too strong. But for people who eat raw meat every day, this aroma was the most wonderful aroma in the world. These people couldn't help but pick up the wine and drink it in big mouthfuls. They hadn't tasted this taste for a long time. They could finally taste something other than raw meat. But soon, these people regretted it. This was because the wine was too little, only a few jin. For these cultivators, half a jin of wine could be drunk in a few mouthfuls. But this wasn't the end. After drinking the wine, they felt as if their bodies were on fire. Heat was coming out of their bodies. They felt as if they could spit fire from their mouths. Most importantly, they felt that their minds were somewhat unclear. This was clearly a sign of drunkenness. These people didn't believe that this was real. One must know that they were cultivators. Although their spiritual chi was sealed, they were body cultivators. Their bodies were incomparably strong. How could a mere half a jin of wine make them drink? This was impossible, right? But the truth was in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. At this time, they heard Elder Xing's voice, "Eat all the meat. Otherwise, I'll double the amount." These people stared blankly, then they looked down at the blood in their hands. Without saying anything, they ate it in 2 or 3 bites. They didn't taste anything at all, but once the meat entered their mouths, the burning sensation in their mouths disappeared. But now that they were a little drunk, they couldn't care less. One by one, they ran back to the mine and fell asleep. Naturally, they slept very soundly. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't like these people. As soon as he opened the wine and smelled it, he knew that this wasn't ordinary wine. It was a very strong medicinal wine. He had the space analyze the wine and the result was that this wine could heal internal injuries. It was also very useful for body cultivators. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't waste it. He took a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat. Zhao Hai discovered that after taking a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat, not only did he lose the feeling of being on fire, but the meat that was originally bloody and hard to swallow also had a sweet taste because of the wine. This discovery made Zhao Hai very happy. This was because he didn't need to rely on the souls of animals to eat meat. Although this was more convenient, Zhao Hai still felt uncomfortable. It was as if he had turned into a beast. This feeling wasn't very good. After eating the meat with the wine, Zhao Hai stood up and looked at the sky. Then he slowly walked back to the mine and found a place to lie down. At this time, the mine was filled with snoring sounds. An average person wouldn't be able to sleep for a long time. Fortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't an average person. His spiritual force was very strong, he was able to automatically block out the sounds. After a night of silence, Zhao Hai woke up early the next morning. When he opened his eyes, he heard the snoring sounds coming from all around him. He couldn't help but smile as he stood up. To be honest, he slept on a rock for the entire night. But with his physical strength, he didn't have any problems, he just felt a little uncomfortable. After coming out of the mine, Zhao Hai stretched his meridians and bones. Then he went to a small stream next to the mine and washed his face. After that, he returned to the mine. Then he clenched his fists and practiced a set of very ordinary fist techniques to move his meridians and bones. Before long, people started to get up one after another. After these people got up, they felt that their bodies were wrapped in a warm current. It was indescribably comfortable. Moreover, they abused their bodies yesterday, but today, they didn't feel any pain at all. This was really strange. One must know that although they were body cultivators, their recovery ability was very strong. But don't forget that their spiritual chi had been sealed. Without spiritual chi to help them recover, their recovery speed would decrease by a lot. Normally, if they practiced like they did yesterday, they would feel pain all over their bodies. But now, they felt very comfortable, they didn't feel any pain at all. This made them stare for a moment, then they immediately thought of the jug of wine from last night. They understood that the jug of wine that Elder Xing gave them last night wasn't simple. It could actually help them recover. This discovery made them ecstatic. One by one, they ran out of the mine in high spirits. However, as soon as they came out, they saw Zhao Hai practicing a set of fist techniques. Zhao Hai's fist technique wasn't a high-level fist technique, it was a very continental fist technique. This fist technique was called the long fist. It was a set of fist techniques that all cultivators in the true spirit world knew. When cultivators first started to cultivate, besides cultivating their spiritual qi, they would also practice this set of fist techniques. Naturally, this set of fist techniques wasn't very good in terms of attack power. However, this set of fist techniques could stretch one's muscles and bones, as well as increase one's strength. It was an absolutely basic fist technique for cultivators. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai was practicing this set of fist techniques. However, after watching for a while, they stopped looking at it. After all, the long fist was too ordinary. Even if you practice it, it would still be a long fist. There was nothing special about it. The cultivators also ran to the stream to wash up. After washing up, they stretched their muscles and practiced some martial arts. Then, Elder Xing came to eat. It was still raw meat. However, it was raw meat. There was no wine. The cultivators didn't dare to say anything. They didn't dare to ask for wine from Elder Xing. In this mine, Elder Xing was the heavens. If they didn't listen to Elder Xing, then the punishment would be very heavy. Moreover, don't think about waiting for your strength to recover or your status to rise and retaliate against Elder Xing. That's impossible. Elder Xing was one of the great elders of the unyielding sect. His cultivation was unpredictable. Moreover, his status as a great elder wasn't just for show. Even if you become a core disciple in the future, you still wouldn't be able to retaliate against a great elder. If you dare to take action, then even if you were a core disciple, the sect would still punish you. Therefore, for these cultivators, Elder Xing was their heaven. They had to be obedient and not think about anything else. After eating, the day's work began. Zhao Hai was the same as yesterday. He used his hands to dig stones. After digging enough, he went to the side to cultivate. But today, there were people who dug up stones earlier than him. Because of this, the entire mine became lively. Just as the cultivators thought, at night, Elder Xing gave each of them a jug of wine. It was the same wine as yesterday. These people didn't drink the wine in one gulp like yesterday. Instead, they were like Zhao Hai. They ate one mouthful of meat and one mouthful of wine at a time. After eating, they went to rest. Day after day passed by. The cultivators seemed to have gotten used to this kind of life. They were operating like machines. During this time, some people left the mine because their time for cultivation had come. But there were also some people who just came to cultivate. Because of this, the number of people in the mine didn't decrease. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the cultivators who were working hard. Most of these people had only recently appeared in the mine. Their strength wasn't weak. When they first arrived, Zhao Hai could see that most of them were at the separating dust stage. There were very few joining soul stage cultivators. Although these people's strength was good, in Zhao Hai's view, these people weren't worthy of being accepted into the sect. This was because they were all rogue cultivators. Some of them weren't young and had almost no potential. If such people were accepted into the sect, then it wouldn't be good for the development of the unyielding sect. Zhao Hai knew the identity of these people. They were the disciples who were recruited by the unyielding sect this time. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. It can be said that the unyielding sect relaxed the conditions for them to join. Otherwise, with their strength, it would be impossible for them to join the unyielding sect. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. He was still carrying out his own cultivation. The iron armor on his body had been replaced by a 50,000 gene iron armor. This iron armor didn't look very cumbersome, but its weight was quite amazing. Maybe others didn't know what was going on, but Zhao Hai knew that there were several formations in the iron armor. These formations were playing a role in changing the gravity around Zhao Hai. Therefore, he felt like he was wearing a 50,000 gene iron armor. A 50,000 gene iron armor could only be worn after 12 months of bitter cultivation. In other words, Zhao Hai's bitter cultivation time had reached 12 months, and he was about to leave. In fact, this was the case. Zhao Hai still had a few days before he could leave. However, some of the cultivators who were bitterly cultivating in the mine had just arrived. Zhao Hai's appearance hadn't changed much since he entered the mine a year ago. If there was a real change, it would be his temperament. When he first came to the mine, his temperament was ordinary and didn't attract people's attention. But after a year of bitter cultivation, his temperament became more restrained. At the same time, there was something that couldn't be ignored. He was like a sword in a scabbard. Although the sword didn't reveal its edge, no one would underestimate its lethality. Zhao Hai almost didn't need to mine anymore. This was because he had already dug out all the ores he needed to hand in. As Zhao Hai's physical strength became more and more powerful, he could dig out more ores every day. In the end, even if he only spent half a day mining, there would still be a large amount of ores left. These ores were slowly accumulated until now. Zhao Hai didn't need to mine anymore. However, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai was relaxed. In fact, he didn't relax at all. He still spent a lot of time training his body every day. In the eyes of other cultivators, Zhao Hai was simply a masochist. He was thinking of ways to torture himself every day. This was the first time they saw such a person. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was Zhao Hai's last day in the mine. Contrary to before, Zhao Hai didn't torture himself today. He was really relaxed today. After getting up in the morning, he practiced a set of fist techniques. Then he strolled around the mine, completely relaxing. When the people in the mine saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they felt strange. They were used to seeing Zhao Hai torture himself every day. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so relaxed today. This made them feel very strange. A day passed by quickly. At night, Elder Xing called Zhao Hai to his immortal cave. Seeing that Zhao Hai hadn't changed at all, Elder Xing had a complicated expression on his face. He said, "Zhao Ling, you can go back to the sect yesterday. Take off your chainmail." Zhao Hai nodded his head. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took off the chainmail. Elder Xing received the chainmail, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your performance this year has been good. I've already reported your performance to the sect. This is your identity jade slip. From today onwards, you are an official disciple of the sect." Elder Xing nodded, then he took off the chainmail. Zhao Hai received the jade slip that Elder Xing gave him. This jade slip looked very special. It was in the shape of a trapezoid. On the front, there were 2 words written on it. On the back, there was the word Buddha. Zhao Hai scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. The jade slip immediately had information about him. It even had a picture of his body. It was very detailed. It wouldn't be easy for others to impersonate him. Zhao Hai received the jade slip. Then he bowed to Elder Xing and said, "Thank you, Elder Xing." Elder Xing waved his hand. Zhao Hai understood Elder Xing's temperament. He cupped his fist and then turned around to leave. After resting in the mine for the last night, the next morning, Zhao Hai used the transmission formation to return to the sect. Upon arriving, he saw Wan Feng and Zhou Feng looking at him. Zhao Hai quickly gave the 2 a salute and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Elder Wan and Brother Zhou." Wan Feng nodded. Then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Old Xing has already reported your performance in the mine to the sect. The sect is very satisfied with your performance. You are now an official inner disciple of the sect. Come, follow me to your courtyard." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Zhou Feng ran over. He was still fat, even fatter than before. Zhou Feng patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he laughed and said, "How does it feel to eat a year's worth of raw meat? After we see your house, we'll go and have a drink." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not bad. A mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat. The taste isn't bad." Zhou Feng chuckled and said, "I've already heard about what happened in the mine. Good job, Xiaoling. Big Brother has never admired anyone before, but to be honest, I admire you now. No wonder you can cultivate to this level at such a young age as a rogue cultivator. You're amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't there no other way?" What can I do if I don't cultivate? If I don't cultivate, how can I join the sect? Alright, let's not talk about this. Big brother Zhou, you seem to have gotten fatter. Did your cultivation make any progress? Zhou Feng laughed and said, that goes without saying. Big brother's cultivation has never fallen behind for even a moment. However, I heard that it won't be long before the Blood Devil Plane opens. Kid, you have a forbidden blood writ, and I also want my family to give me a forbidden blood writ. When the time comes, we can enter the Blood Devil Plane together. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, good, that's great. When the time comes, we can fight side by side. While the two were chatting, their feet didn't stop as they followed Zhou Feng towards the inner sect. The inner sect of the Buyan sect was similar to the Tyrant's Blade School. They had some courtyards in the mountains with rich spiritual qi. These courtyards were given to the inner disciples of the Buyan sect. However, unlike the Tyrant's Blade School, the courtyards of the inner disciples of the Buyan sect were small courtyards. Although they weren't necessarily big, each courtyard was independent. This was very important. Every cultivator had their own secrets, their own miracles, and their own things that they didn't want others to know. Therefore, every cultivator wanted to have their own independent space. However, there weren't many sects that could really do this. There were only so many places in the world that were rich in spiritual energy. If a sect wanted to give every inner disciple a place with rich spiritual energy to cultivate, how big would the space need to be? Because of this, for sects like the Tyrant's Blade School, the inner disciples could only live in a courtyard. Although it was better than the outer disciples, the environment wasn't very good. On the other hand, the Buyan sect was different. They had a lot of outer disciples, but not many inner disciples. The Buyan sect was very strict when it came to selecting inner disciples. If one couldn't meet their requirements, then no matter what status one had, they wouldn't be able to become an inner disciple. Because of this, the number of inner disciples in the Buyan sect wasn't a lot. Because of this, the inner disciples of the Buyan sect were treated very well. Everyone had their own courtyard. This was one of the enviable treatment. Zhao Hai's courtyard was very good. It was on the edge of a cliff on a mountain. Behind him was a small stream. The stream formed a waterfall not far from his house. From the back window of his house, one could see the top of the waterfall. Wanfeng led Zhao Hai around the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big, only a few hundred square meters. There was a small training field in the courtyard as well as 2 large banyan trees. These 2 banyan trees weren't ordinary, they were a type of banyan tree called quiet banyan. Their canopy was very big, and as long as one cultivated under these trees, they would be able to calm one's mind. This was very helpful for cultivators. After looking at the courtyard, Wanfeng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, from now on, this courtyard is yours. Tomorrow, you can go to the Sundry Hall to receive your yearly benefits. After that, take a good rest. After a month, the Blood Devil world will open. You'll need to go there and train for 3 months. As long as you can come back alive, then you'll be a core disciple of the sect. Remember this. Wanfeng nodded his head and said, all right. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that it would be like this. He quickly said, really? Can I really become a core disciple of the sect? Wanfeng nodded and said, right, this is the sect's decision. Therefore, you need to prepare well. The Blood Devil Plane isn't that easy to break through. Although those who enter the Blood Devil Plane will have their strength greatly increased, the percentage of cultivators who come back alive is very low. If you don't prepare well, then you might die in the Blood Devil Plane. If that's the case, then everything will be over. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Elder Wan can rest assured. I understand. Wanfeng nodded. Then he looked at the two and said, then I won't disturb you. In this 1 month, you need to take a good rest. You don't need to accept any missions from the sect. You need to familiarize yourself with the environment of the inner sect. In a month, we will be going to the Blood Devil Plane. Zhou Feng will also be going. When the time comes, the 2 of you can go together. Then Wanfeng left Zhao Hai's courtyard and headed outside. Zhou Feng didn't care about anything else, he pulled Zhao Hai and laughed, let's go. Before, we always went to the hotel near you. It was really boring. Today, let's go to the tavern in the inner sect and have a drink or two. The environment there is much better than the hotel. Then Zhao Hai left. While sitting in the tavern, Zhou Feng ordered a table of dishes for Zhao Hai to eat. To be honest, Zhao Hai was drooling as he looked at the dishes on the table. Although the blazing wine and the raw meat weren't very bad, Zhao Hai was already tired of eating those things for a year. Now that he saw these dishes, Zhao Hai suddenly felt his saliva turning into a waterfall. Zhao Hai didn't care too much, he picked up his chopsticks and desperately put food in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the dishes on the table disappeared. Zhou Feng had already thought of this situation, so when Zhao Hai started to move his chopsticks, he ordered another table of dishes. Zhao Hai ate the dishes on the table before the second table was served. Zhao Hai ate another table of dishes before he stopped. At this time, the third table of dishes was served. Zhou Feng's dishes today were mainly vegetables. He knew that Zhao Hai had been eating meat for a year. Now that he saw grass, he couldn't help but eat 2 mouthfuls. Therefore, today's dishes were mainly vegetables. Zhao Hai ate 2 tables of dishes and was now a lot better. When the third table of dishes was served, he didn't eat. Instead, he picked up his wine and said to Zhou Feng, "Brother Zhou, I want to thank you. Today's meal is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten since I was born." Zhou Feng smiled faintly and said, "Brother, your big brother has also experienced what you've experienced. When I came out of that place, I immediately ran here and ate 5 tables of vegetables. Ha ha ha, at that time, we weren't as good as you. I heard that you have wine to drink, but we can only eat meat." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can have such treatment because we fought for ourselves. Who told you to be lazy? If you were like us, then you would also be able to drink wine." Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Who would have thought of this at the time? After we arrived, we didn't even complete our tasks on the first day. Afterwards, we thought of completing our tasks in such a way. After completing our tasks, we thought of taking a good rest. Who would have thought of doing more training? That would have been too difficult." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head, "Kid, you're really abnormal. Others didn't think of this method, but you actually thought of it. Kid, do you really need to work so hard?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. He just picked up his wine glass and drank it. Then he said, "In the next few days, I'm afraid I'll have to go into seclusion for a few days. My harvest this year was very big, especially my physical strength. It increased very quickly, so I'll need a few days to adapt." Zhou Feng understood Zhao Hai very well, so he nodded and said, "When I first came out, it took me a lot of time to adapt to my physical strength. Alright, let's not talk about this. You must be tired this year. After we eat, you can go back to your room and have a good rest. After that, you can go into seclusion and call me when you come out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then let's do that. Right, Brother Zhou, is the Blood Knife Gang alright? I've been very worried about them." Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's alright. The Long family wouldn't dare touch the Blood Knife Gang. This is because the sect gave the order that nobody can touch you. Even if the Long family had 10 times the courage, they still wouldn't dare touch those who are related to you. Alright, let's eat and rest early." Zhao Hai nodded, then the two ate some food. After that, Zhou Feng bid farewell to Zhao Hai and let Zhao Hai return to his courtyard. Zhao Hai naturally didn't need to rest. To be honest, this year's cultivation was very important for them. This year's physical training was very important for Zhao Hai, it fully unearthed the potential of his body. Although Zhao Hai's cells still had a huge amount of wild elephant blood qi, Zhao Hai was very clear that his physical strength was much stronger compared to before. His physical strength was now at least 100 times stronger than before. Most importantly, he had a new understanding of his body, he had a stronger control over it. However, Zhao Hai wasn't at the point where he had to adapt to his body. The reason why he said that he would close up for some time was because he wanted to see Laura and the others. At the same time, he also wanted to return to the Tyrant Blade sect and the Long family. He also wanted to send some news to the Battle Corps sect. Naturally, if he has time, he would also want to visit the Blood Knife Gang. When Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, he immediately arranged several formations in his courtyard to seal it off. This time, he wasn't afraid of being seen by others. This was because when Zhao Hai passed by the other inner court disciples' courtyards, he saw that they also had some restrictions placed in their courtyards. Some of them even had multiple formations placed in their courtyards. Because of this, Zhao Hai's arrangement of formations in his courtyard wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After everything was done, Zhao Hai flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others were waiting for him inside. When they saw Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Then he hugged them one by one and said, "You've worked hard this year." Zhao Hai hadn't seen Laura and the others for a year. He couldn't do anything about it. During this time, Zhao Hai had to cultivate every day. Moreover, he was always under the watchful eyes of those people. In this case, Zhao Hai couldn't enter the space. Doing so would only expose the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai hadn't seen Laura and the others for a full year. Laura shook her head and said, "We're not working hard." "Brother Hai, you're the one who's working hard." "Brother Hai, Meg made a table full of delicious food, all of them are your favorites. Let's go eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. Although I've eaten with Zhou Feng, how can the food there be compared to Meg's? Let's go eat. After we eat, we'll go see teacher." Laura and the others nodded. Then the group entered the villa. Inside the villa, Meg had already prepared a meal. Zhao Hai had a good meal inside the space. The food inside the space tasted very good. Moreover, Meg's cooking skills weren't any worse than those of the chefs. Moreover, Meg understood Zhao Hai's tastes. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to enjoy his meal inside the space. After eating, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others back to the Tyrant's Blade sect. When they arrived at the 52nd courtyard, the Yin-Yang elders appeared. The Yin-Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai and discovered that Zhao Hai's temperament had changed, he had become more powerful. Zhao Hai looked at the Yin-Yang elders and smiled faintly, "Master, I'm back." The Yin-Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. Elderine nodded and said, "It seems like you didn't stay in the unyielding sect for nothing. Your body has become stronger." "Not bad." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Master, in a month, I'll be going to the Blood Devil Plain to undergo a trial. The trial will last for 3 months. After 3 months, if I can come out of the Blood Devil Plain, then I can become a core disciple of the unyielding sect." When Eldarine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Core disciple? So you passed the unyielding sect's tempering heart path? How did it feel?" When Zhao Hai thought about his experience on the path of tempering heart, he still had some lingering fears. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits on the path of tempering heart, and he had also successfully passed it, to be honest, the pain that almost split his soul made him very afraid. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I passed. But the refining heart path was really terrifying. I almost exposed myself. If I didn't keep my heart at the last moment, then I would have revealed my true identity. At that time, the Not Yin sect would have killed me on the spot." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Yes." Eldarine nodded and said, "Right, the unyielding sect allowed you to participate in the Blood Devil Plains trial. Moreover, they said that after you come out, you would become an inner disciple of the unyielding sect. This means that they believe you. What do you plan to do in the future?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "I do have a plan. But it's still too early to talk about it." Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I know that you're a person with a sense of propriety. This is a good thing, but you shouldn't be too confident in yourself. If your actions are discovered by the unyielding sect, then you'll be in trouble. Therefore, I want you to remember that no matter what the situation is, protecting yourself is the most important thing. Even if you can't obtain any information, even if the Tyrant's Blade sect goes to war with the unyielding sect, you still need to protect yourself. If necessary, you can directly return to the Tyrant's Blade sect and expose your identity as a cultivator of the Tyrant's Blade sect, but don't involve the Long family. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master can rest assured. I understand." In fact, if my identity is exposed, then there's still a scapegoat. The Battle Corps sect is the best scapegoat. In any case, the Battle Corps sect can't explain themselves to the unyielding sect. Therefore, I'm not afraid of my identity being exposed. Elder Yang nodded and said, no matter what, you have to protect yourself and don't expose the Long family. The Long family's current status is very important for the future of the True Spirit realm. If necessary, the Long family can rise to the top and respond. Moreover, with them as the leader, it will be easier to deal with the ghost cultivators in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Master can rest assured. I understand. Eldarine said, your current identity in the Tyrant's Blade sect is in a state of long-term seclusion. Nobody will suspect anything. After all, it's normal for a cultivator to be in seclusion for a few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, your situation is special. Because you have the land, you don't need to worry about cultivation materials. Therefore, even if you're in seclusion for a long time, nobody will say anything. And with the sect covering for you, you don't need to worry at all. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Master. I understand. I'm not worried about my identity being exposed. I believe that the Long family would also provide some cover for me. I'm not worried. Eldarine nodded and said, you've sacrificed so much for this sect, yet you're still a true disciple. The sect has let you down. When he heard this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. The current situation was true. Zhao Hai was only a true disciple of the Tyrant's Saber School. But in the Long family, he was an important guest elder. His status wasn't any lower than a core disciple of an ordinary sect. In the Battle Corps sect, he was Wei Tianda's personal disciple. Wei Tianda's status in the Battle Corps sect wasn't any lower than the Yin Yang Elder's status in the Tyrant's Saber School. Therefore, Zhao Hai's status in the Battle Corps sect wasn't any worse than the Yin Yang Elder's status in the Tyrant's Saber School. And in the Nanyun sect, his status was even more extraordinary. If he could pass the Devil Blood Boundaries trial, then he would become a core disciple of the Nanyun sect. The Nanyun sect was a bigger sect compared to the Tyrant's Saber School. Becoming a core disciple of the Nanyun sect was much better than being a true disciple of the Tyrant's Saber School. But now, Zhao Hai still considered himself as a member of the Tyrant's Saber School. This made the Yin Yang elders very moved. Cultivators' cultivation was to defy the heavens and change their fate. They wouldn't let go of any opportunity to improve themselves. Although the Tyrant's Saber School was one of the 81 great sects in the True Spirit boundary, it was still inferior to the Nanyun sect in terms of strength. A core disciple of the Nanyun sect would be treated much better than a true disciple of the Tyrant's Saber School. Even if Zhao Hai changed his name and became a core disciple of the Nanyun sect, the Tyrant's Saber School wouldn't be able to say anything. They wouldn't even be able to use this method to attack Zhao Hai. This was because no sect was willing to give up any genius. In this case, it was commendable that Zhao Hai still considered himself a member of the Tyrant's Saber School. To be honest, among Zhao Hai's identities, besides being a disciple of Wei Tianda, being a guest elder of the Long family and being a core disciple of the Nanyun sect was more attractive than being a true disciple of the Tyrant's Saber School. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai's actions were commendable. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. When it comes to cultivation materials, he didn't lack cultivation methods or environments. He just wanted to do what he liked. Although he didn't dare say that he could do whatever he wanted, in his opinion, feelings were the most important. The Tyrant's Saber School was his earliest sect, he considered it as his home. Therefore, he didn't go there, he still considered it as his home. This was the most important thing. Zhao Hai bowed to the Yin Yang elders and said, Master, this Zhao Hai is a member of the Tyrant's Saber School. Master, I can't go out for too long this time. I still need to visit the Long family before I return to the Nanyun sect. I need to adapt to my new body and then prepare for the Blood Devil Plains trial. The Yin Yang elders nodded, then Eldarine said, all right, you can go. Remember, if you need our help, don't hesitate to call us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave a salute to the two before he led Laura and the others away. The Yin Yang elders looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. Then Eldarine turned to Elder Yang and said, Old Yang, what do you think Zhao Hai wants to do? What kind of plan does he have in the Nanyun sect? Eldarine shook his head and said, Zhao Hai's thoughts are very meticulous. I'm afraid that his big plan hasn't been implemented yet. But I believe that he wouldn't let us down. Eldarine nodded, then he said, I don't care if his plan succeeds or not. As long as he's safe, that's more important than anything else. Eldarine nodded, the two of them didn't have any interest in talking. This was because they were worried about Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived at the Long family's residence. The Long family's residence was still very lively. Moreover, the place was almost completely isolated from the outside world. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very relaxed inside the Long family's residence. After arriving at Coiling Dragon City, Zhao Hai went to see Long Dingtian. The Long family didn't have anything to do recently. Although they were preparing for the upcoming chaos, outsiders didn't know about it. Moreover, Coiling Dragon City's influence wasn't very big. After all, Coiling Dragon City was the Long family's most important base. There weren't a lot of things that needed to be prepared. After chatting with Long Dingtian about his experiences in the past year, Zhao Hai stayed in Coiling Dragon City for 2 days before returning to the Buyuan sect. After arriving at the Buyuan sect, Zhao Hai sent a letter to Wei Tianda. He told Wei Tianda about his cultivation in the Buyuan sect. Naturally, he didn't say everything. He only said that he followed the Buyuan sect's training method. As for how well he performed, he didn't say anything. After explaining his status in the Buyuan sect, Zhao Hai received a letter from Wei Tianda. When the Battle Corps sect heard that Zhao Hai had become an inner disciple of the Buyuan sect, they allowed him to cultivate in peace. Moreover, the Battle Corps sect also decided to promote Zhao Hai's status in the Battle Corps sect to a core disciple. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't get anything but the title of a core disciple. Moreover, they also promised that as long as Zhao Hai returned to the underground world, he would immediately receive the treatment of a core disciple. Moreover, they promised that as long as Zhao Hai returned to the Battle Corps sect, he would immediately receive the treatment of a core disciple. Moreover, they also promised that as long as Zhao Hai returned to the underground world, he would immediately receive the benefits of a core disciple. This was a bit of an empty promise. However, Zhao Hai knew that if he returned to the underground world, then the Battle Corps sect would certainly fulfill their promise. Zhao Hai was very clear about the Battle Corps sect's situation. The Battle Corps sect wouldn't mistreat anyone who went undercover in the true spirit world. In fact, it wasn't just the Battle Corps sect, any sect in the underground world wouldn't mistreat anyone. This was because they needed information from the true spirit world. And gathering information in the true spirit world was a very dangerous job. If they couldn't fulfill their promise, then no one would come to the true spirit world to gather information in the future. For them, this would only do more harm than good. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about being a core disciple of the Battle Corps sect. Zhao Hai was sure that even if his identity was exposed, as long as he returned to the Tyrant's Blade School, he would still be a core disciple. The reason why the Tyrant's Blade School didn't let him become a core disciple was because they didn't want his identity to be exposed. After all, in the true spirit world, if a true disciple wanted to become a core disciple, then in addition to cultivation talent, they also needed to make contributions to the sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become a core disciple. Zhao Hai's time in the Tyrant's Blade School was too short. Aside from improving the land under the Yuanyu Mountain, he didn't do anything special in the Tyrant's Blade School. If the Tyrant's Blade School suddenly promoted him to a core disciple, then it would certainly arouse suspicion. As long as the Great Sect seriously investigated him, then he might be exposed. Therefore, for his safety, the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't promote his status. But if his identity was exposed, then the Tyrant's Blade School wouldn't have any scruples. Naturally, they would give Zhao Hai a corresponding status. Don't say that Zhao Hai didn't have any contributions to the Tyrant's Blade School, but in fact, this wasn't the case. In the Tyrant's Blade School, Zhao Hai's contribution to the demon subjugation technique was a huge contribution. He was directly promoted from an outer disciple to an inner disciple because of his talent. Although the Tyrant's Blade School rewarded Zhao Hai with the Elephant King physique, it was very important for the Tyrant's Blade School to obtain an orthodox Buddhist body cultivation method. Therefore, Zhao Hai's contribution was recorded as a great contribution. And now, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't promote Zhao Hai to a core disciple because Zhao Hai's contribution wasn't enough. But Zhao Hai would soon have the opportunity to make a contribution in the Blood Devil Plains trial that would take place a month later. Although the Blood Devil Plains trial had a lot of benefits for cultivators, it wasn't without benefits for the Tyrant's Blade School. The Blood Devil Plane had countless elixirs and ores. Most importantly, it produced a type of devil blood. This type of devil blood was very helpful for the Tyrant's lotus body. It was a very important cultivation material for the Tyrant's Blade School. When Zhao Hai enters the Blood Devil Plane, the Tyrant's Blade School would ask him to bring out more devil blood. As long as Zhao Hai brings out the devil blood, then it would be a great contribution. At that time, the Tyrant's Blade School would be able to promote Zhao Hai to a core disciple without any objections. Zhao Hai wasn't very concerned about these things. Even the big plan he told the Yinyang elders about was just a delusion in his mind. He was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to complete the plan. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to cultivate peacefully, that's all. After ending the communication with Wei Tianda, Zhao Hai began to adapt to the strength in his body. This year of bitter cultivation had been a huge harvest for Zhao Hai. Now, even if he didn't crystallize his body's defensive capabilities would still be 30 times stronger than before. At the same time, Zhao Hai's strength had also increased by several folds. Zhao Hai was even confident that if he were to face Long Badian, he would be able to deal with him in 10 moves. When strength reaches a certain level, it would become the best weapon. When your defensive capabilities match your strength, you would become a human-shaped weapon. Zhao Hai was like this. Even if Long Badian were to attack him, Long Badian wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. And as long as Long Badian was hit by Zhao Hai, he would immediately be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Therefore, if Long Badian were to meet Zhao Hai again, he would be done for. But in this year, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi was almost sealed. Therefore, it wasn't easy for him to make his spiritual qi and his body completely match. Zhao Hai's body was already very strong, and after a year of torture, his body had become even stronger. If he wanted to make his spiritual qi and his body completely match, he would need to put in more effort than others. Otherwise, he would only be able to display 20% of his fighting strength. Only when his body and spiritual qi were completely compatible would he be able to display 100% of his fighting strength. Zhao Hai now knew what method the Nanyun sect used to seal his spiritual qi. This method wasn't worth mentioning, but the problem was his chainmail. When Zhao Hai first put on the chainmail, he had a very strange feeling. When he put on the chainmail, he felt something familiar. In the end, Zhao Hai understood that the chainmail must have been made with stone powder from the refining heart road. Because of this, the chainmail was able to suppress one's spiritual qi. In fact, Zhao Hai was very curious about the refining heart road. He wanted to know why the stones there were so strange. Unfortunately, the refining heart road was a forbidden area of the Nanyun sect. If you go there without permission, then you would be hunted down by the Nanyun sect. Moreover, disciples are not allowed to destroy the tempering heart path. You can go to the tempering heart path, but if you dare to destroy it, even if you knock down a piece of rock, you will be severely punished by the sect. Moreover, the rock you knock down will be taken away, not even a piece of rock will be left for you, not even a piece of rock. Most importantly, Zhao Hai now knew that the refining heart road was only useful for experts below the teleportation realm. Once you reach the teleportation realm, then the refining heart road's effect on you would be very weak. Once you reach the Vajra realm, then the refining heart road would be useless. Because of this, the forbidden sect's tempering heart road had always been very mysterious. Other sects wanted to study it, but none of them succeeded. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the tempering heart road. He wanted to get a stone from the tempering heart road and see why it was like this. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the forbidden sect's tempering heart road would be like this. But up until now, he didn't have the opportunity. Originally, he wanted to take a piece of the iron armor into the space and have the space decompose it. However, this method didn't work. This was because the iron armor wasn't allowed to be destroyed. Moreover, there were many defensive formations on the iron armor. If Zhao Hai were to destroy the iron armor, then he would be discovered. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai still hasn't obtained a stone from the refining heart road. Although he obtained the hallucinogenic energy from the refining heart road, he still couldn't obtain even a small piece of the stone. This made Zhao Hai very unhappy. Although he was unhappy, Zhao Hai also knew that it was impossible for him to obtain a stone from the refining heart road. He still needed to wait for an opportunity. What he needed to do now was to make his body and spiritual qi synchronize. In the next few days, Zhao Hai continued to adapt to this feeling. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's control over his body and spiritual qi had greatly increased. Because of this, although this training was difficult for Zhao Hai, it wasn't too difficult. On the 7th day of Zhao Hai's closed-door training, Elder Wan Feng came to Zhao Hai's courtyard. He looked at the courtyard and smiled. Zhao Hai's performance made him very satisfied. After returning from the iron ore field, Zhao Hai didn't wander around. Instead, he went into closed-door training. This was why Wan Feng was most satisfied with Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was able to endure loneliness. Who was a cultivator's biggest enemy? Some said it was time, some said it was demon beasts, some said it was ghost cultivators, some said it was other cultivators, and some said it was cultivators themselves. However, all cultivators understood that the greatest enemy of cultivators was loneliness. Time was not the most frightening thing for cultivators. Unless one's lifespan was nearing its end, no one would believe that time was their biggest enemy. Demon beasts were even less frightening. In the true spirit world, cultivators were the dominant force, not demon beasts. Ghost cultivators were also cultivators. Because of this, cultivators only had one true enemy, and that was loneliness. Loneliness might sound like a literary term, but to cultivators, this term wasn't literary at all. This was because cultivators had a long lifespan. When they were researching a merit law or a martial technique, they would normally go into seclusion. Sometimes, they would even stay in seclusion for several years or even several decades. However, humans weren't machines. Machines could work for a long time without problems, but humans couldn't. Humans had emotions. If a person stayed in seclusion for too long, problems would develop. Because of this, cultivators needed to be able to endure loneliness. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had just bitterly cultivated in the mine for a year. Logically speaking, he should have been able to relax for a few days. However, he didn't. The moment he came back, he went into seclusion to adapt to his new body. Wan Feng could only say that such a person was a natural-born cultivator. But this time, Wan Feng didn't come just to see Zhao Hai. He had other matters to attend to. Because of this, Wan Feng stood in front of Zhao Hai's door and said, "Is Zhao Ling here? I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai already knew that Wan Feng was here. Now that Wan Feng called him, he immediately replied, "Elder Wan, please come in." Then he walked out of the room and waved his hand to open the door. Wan Feng entered Zhao Hai's courtyard and looked at him. He discovered that Zhao Hai's temperament had changed once again. If Zhao Hai was like a sheathed sword when he came back from the mine, then now, he looked like a stone on the side of the road. He was just like the first time Wan Feng saw Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Wan Feng knew that Zhao Hai had completely adapted to his body. Only then could he return to normal. Wan Feng couldn't help but praise Zhao Hai's control. However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, how's your recovery? You must be tired after this year." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder Wan, please come in. To be honest, I've gained a lot this year." Then Zhao Hai invited Wan Feng into his room. Wan Feng wasn't polite as he followed Zhao Hai into the room. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai poured a cup of tea for Wan Feng and said, "Elder Wan, why did you come here today?" Wan Feng nodded and said, "There's a matter. Your year's benefits have been distributed. Here." Then Wan Feng took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the spatial bag and opened it. Inside were some pills and jade essences. There was also a set of clothes and an artifact. There was also a jade card with a row of numbers on it. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that it was a contribution point jade card. There were about 10,000 contribution points on it. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Feng with a puzzled expression. In his mind, newcomers like them shouldn't be able to get so many contribution points. Wan Feng could also see Zhao Hai's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "Take it." This is the sect's reward for you. Although you've been bitterly cultivating this year, because you took the initiative to increase your cultivation, the others also followed suit. This made the sect's bitter cultivation much better than before. Therefore, these contribution points are your reward. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, Elder Wan, can I have my own artifact? It would be good for my attack power. Wan Feng nodded and said, you can. You can provide the materials and go to the refining hall to have an artifact made. You can also design your own artifact. You can also have a refiner design it for you. You can go to the refining hall and see. Zhao Hai nodded. Wan Feng took out 2 jade slips and handed them over to Zhao Hai. Then he said, these 2 things were given to you by the sect. You gave the demon subduing technique to the sect and the sect appreciated it very much. Right, you can also go to the sect's martial skill pavilion and choose other techniques to practice. Since you're now an inner disciple, you can choose 4 techniques for free. Don't miss this opportunity. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he received the jade slips from Wan Feng and said, thank you, Elder Wan. Wan Feng waved his hand and said, this is what you should have. There's no need to thank me. Alright, I won't disturb you. Then he stood up and left. Zhao Hai sent Wan Feng to the door before returning to the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he picked up the jade slips and sent his spiritual force inside. Upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the contents of the jade slip were very simple. It was the unbreakable sect's Arhat fist. The Arhat fist was a very simple fist technique. It was used in conjunction with the unbreakable sect's body cultivation technique. Its power was very strong. Because it was simple, Zhao was able to learn it very quickly. Using his own thinking ability to communicate with the Arhat fist, Zhao was able to quickly learn the Arhat fist. After practicing the Arhat fist for a while, Zhao Hai returned to his room and picked up another jade slip. Then he sent his spiritual force inside the jade slip. When his spiritual force entered the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't think that the contents of the jade slip would be this. The contents of the jade slip were none other than Zhou Feng's divine elephant king body cultivation technique. Zhao Hai knew that this cultivation technique's grade wasn't low. Since the unbreakable sect allowed Zhou Feng to not practice the evil Buddha lotus body and instead let him practice the divine elephant king body cultivation technique, this in itself showed how powerful this cultivation technique was. This should be one of the stronger cultivation techniques of the unbreakable sect. However, Zhao Hai was very happy. He originally wanted to learn the divine elephant king body cultivation technique. This was because he still had a lot of wild elephant blood qi in his body that he hadn't digested yet. Only by learning the divine elephant king body cultivation technique would he be able to use the blood qi's power better. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the divine elephant king body cultivation technique. After looking at this cultivation technique, Zhao Hai was very surprised. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that the person who created this cultivation technique was a genius. This cultivation technique could be said to be a half-demon cultivation technique. During the cultivation process, it required a lot of elephant blood qi. Even if an average person knew about this method, they wouldn't be able to practice it. After all, they wouldn't be able to get so much elephant blood qi. And when this technique was cultivated to the Desheng level, not only would it allow one to have the power of a divine elephant, but it would also increase one's defensive capabilities. Moreover, the increase would be very significant. It could be said that once this technique was cultivated to the Desheng level, one would become a human-shaped elephant-type monster beast, or even stronger than an elephant-type monster beast. Zhao Hai put down the jade slip and let out a long breath. This was the most peculiar cultivation technique he had ever seen. However, it was just right for him to practice. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he arranged a few formations in the courtyard. Then he turned around and entered the room. Then he called out his thought force and combined it with the divine elephant king body's thought force. Zhao Hai was quickly immersed in his cultivation. Although Zhao Hai's thought force was combined with the divine elephant king body's thought force, he was still aware of the changes in his body. He discovered that the wild elephant blood qi in his body was slowly fusing into his body. At the same time, his body was getting fatter and fatter. In the end, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that he had become at least 1,000 gene fatty. At this time, the wild elephant blood qi in his body had also completely fused into his body. Then his body began to slowly lose weight. Now that Zhao Hai had cultivated the divine elephant king body to the Desheng level, the amount of spiritual qi in his body had also increased. He had almost reached the peak of the transcending dust realm. This was because Zhao Hai's spiritual qi reserve was about 100 times that of an ordinary person. If he was an ordinary person, then he would have already reached the teleportation realm or even the diamond realm. The reason why Zhao Hai's cultivation speed was so fast was because of the wild elephant blood qi in his body. Although the blood qi didn't mainly increase spiritual qi, it still increased Zhao Hai's spiritual qi a lot. Compared to his spiritual qi, Zhao Hai's physical strength had increased even more. Zhao Hai's physical strength was now very formidable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had the strength of 10 elephants, but that was still a bit low. As for his defensive strength, even if he just stood there, a teleportation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It can be said that his defensive ability wasn't any worse than an ordinary Vajra realm cultivator in the true spirit realm, it might even be stronger. This was the most powerful aspect of the divine elephant king body. Even if Zhao Hai didn't use spiritual qi, his physical strength was enough to contend with a Vajra realm cultivator. Of course, flying wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. However, he didn't fly because he was very clear that he still couldn't fly. If he did, then it would be too eye-catching. Hiding one's strength was always better than exposing it. After Zhao Hai cultivated the divine elephant king body, he looked at the time. It had been more than 20 days since he appeared in the mine. In about 5 days, the devil blood boundary would open. Zhao Hai was going to use these few days to forge a few artifacts in the Buyan sect. At the same time, he also wanted to go to the Buyan sect's martial arts hall to pick up a few books. Although these things weren't very useful to him, Zhao Hai still wanted to take a look. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai walked out of his courtyard and directly sent a letter to Zhou Feng. He originally planned to go into seclusion for a few days. He didn't expect that he would be in seclusion for nearly a month. He didn't know how Zhou Feng was doing. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng stood in the middle of a group of people. They weren't conspicuous at all. The strength of this group was at the transcending realm. Moreover, they were all elites of the Buyan sect. Naturally, there was nothing special about the two of them. If there was anything special about them, then it would be Zhou Feng's figure. The surrounding cultivators of the Buyan sect were all very capable. Only Zhou Feng looked fat. Fortunately, his figure had reached its limit and wouldn't grow any longer. Otherwise, Zhao Hai really didn't know what Zhou Feng would become. But Zhao also knew that Zhou Feng's body had reached the limit of what he could bear. It was impossible for Zhou Feng to turn into 1,000 gene fatty. Zhou Feng's body wouldn't be able to bear it. If he really did become like that, he would probably explode. Standing in front of them was an elder of the Buyan sect. This elder looked a bit special. He was very tall, more than 2 meters tall. However, he looked very thin. He gave people the feeling that he was just skin and bones. He wore a very wide monk's robe. The robe on his body looked like clothes on a hanger. It was very strange. The most special thing was that he was holding a staff in his hand. Naturally, this staff wasn't the kind used by mages. Instead, it was a Buddhist staff. It was very heavy. It was definitely a heavy weapon. Zhao Hai was sure that this elder's strength had reached the Vajra realm. Normally, a cultivator like him wouldn't need to hold a weapon in his hand. However, he was still holding it in his hand. This was a bit strange. However, Zhou Feng told Zhao Hai that this elder's nickname was the Divine Staff Guest. He was a very famous cultivator of the Buyan sect. He was very strong. His staff techniques were rare in the true spirit realm. At this time, Zhao Hai, Zhou Feng, and the others were following this divine staff guest to a place where they could directly enter the blood devil realm. The place they were going to wasn't very far. It was at the back mountain of the Buyan sect. However, this place was a forbidden area of the Buyan sect. Nobody was allowed to enter. Even inner disciples like Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng didn't have the right to enter. There were 100 cultivators from the Buyan sect who entered the blood devil realm. This included Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. The others had gathered here after obtaining the blood forbidden writ through various channels. The blood forbidden writ of the Buyuan sect was issued based on the sect's contribution. However, once the blood forbidden writ was issued, it didn't belong to you. You have to find a way to keep it. The Buyuan sect allowed disciples to snatch the blood forbidden writ, but they couldn't kill anyone. This was the bottom line. A lot of people failed to keep the blood forbidden writ. However, Zhao Hai was an exception. His blood forbidden writ was public. Almost everyone in the Buyuan sect knew about it. There should be countless people coming to snatch it. But in fact, his blood forbidden writ was the safest. This was because Zhao Hai's blood forbidden writ couldn't be snatched. Even if you snatched it, it would be useless. Besides Zhao Hai himself, no one else could use it. As for Zhou Feng's token, it was even simpler. Nobody would dare to snatch it from him. The Zhou clan's strength in the Disallow sect was known to all. Even the Long clan, who didn't get along with the Zhou clan, wouldn't go against a core disciple of the Zhou clan for a token. That would be tantamount to having a falling out with the Zhou clan. The Long clan didn't have such plans. I don't oppose the competition between you, but I hope that you can take care of each other in the Blood Devil realm. This is because the Blood Devil realm doesn't only have cultivators from other sects as your enemies, there are also a lot of beasts and blood beasts. Blood beasts are a type of beast that can only be found in the Blood Devil realm. There are strong and weak beasts, but don't take it lightly. If you encounter blood beasts, kill them if you can. With these enemies present, only by taking care of each other will you be able to come out alive. If too many of you die, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for anyone to come out alive. In the past, the sect had sent people to the Blood Devil realm and were completely wiped out. Moreover, there are a lot of herbs and ores in the Blood Devil world. Of course, if you're lucky, you might be able to obtain some cultivation methods and secret manuals. The grade of those manuals wouldn't be too low. As for how the Blood Devil world came about and what kind of place it is, the sect still doesn't know. In any case, if you want to enter the Blood Devil world, you need to be at least 200 years old and below in the instant movement realm. If you exceed these two requirements, then you will be killed by the Blood Devil world. Even if you are a Vajra realm cultivator, you still won't be able to escape. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that the Blood Devil realm would have such a rule. It was no wonder that the great sects didn't send stronger people into the Blood Devil realm. It was simply impossible to enter. One must know that Vajra realm cultivators were the backbone of a sect. The number of Vajra realm cultivators in a sect was determined by the level of the sect. However, the barrier in the Blood Devil realm could actually kill Vajra realm cultivators. This was definitely not simple. No sect would risk their lives to enter the Blood Devil realm because it wasn't worth it. The divine staff guest glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "All right, get ready. The Devil Blood realm is about to begin. Remember, the sect will buy everything you bring out of the Devil Blood realm at a high price. Of course, you can choose not to sell to the sect. The sect will not force you." Then Zhao Hai turned to Zhou Feng and said, "Brother Zhou, you must take care of yourself inside. If possible, we need to find the other party as soon as possible. Only then will we be safe." Zhou Feng nodded and said, "Brother Zhou, you must take care of yourself inside. If possible, we must find the other party as soon as possible." Zhou Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry. You just have to be careful. You don't have to worry about me. It would be difficult for a transcending realm cultivator to kill me." Then Zhou Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "If possible, get some good things inside. It would be best if you can break through inside. I heard that the Blood Devil world's barrier doesn't affect the inside. If you break through inside, you wouldn't be in any danger." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded, he also thought of this point. But now, he was even more certain. While the two were talking, a blood-red mist suddenly appeared in the valley. It didn't take long before the mist became thicker and thicker. At this time, they heard the divine staff guest's voice, "All right, the rest is up to you. 3 months later, you will be automatically sent here. Don't worry." Then the divine staff guest disappeared. Zhao Hai felt his spiritual force being suppressed. He couldn't see the people around him. Similarly, he also couldn't sense the people around him. It was as if he was surrounded by a huge force, making him unable to do anything. Slowly, Zhao Hai felt the mist around him become thinner. His spiritual force was also able to sense the situation around him. Finally, when the mist disappeared, Zhao Hai was stunned. He discovered that he was no longer in the valley, but on the side of a lake. Moreover, there was no one around him. Zhao Hai looked at the lake. The lake was blood-red and emitted a faint smell of blood. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this wasn't the demon blood that the Ayun sect needed. Before Zhao Hai entered the Blood Devil world, he had also done some research. He knew that the demon blood that the Ayun sect needed wasn't something that could be obtained easily. There were a lot of demon blood ponds in the Blood Devil world. Some of these ponds were big and some were small. However, all of these ponds had a common characteristic. It was that these ponds could produce blood beasts. Blood beasts were very special life forms. They were similar to demonic beasts. The fighting strength of these life forms was very strong. If an ordinary transcending realm cultivator were to encounter a third-rank blood beast, they would be killed. The bigger the blood pond, the stronger the blood beasts that it could produce. If a demon blood pond was as big as this one, then the blood beasts that it produced would be at least 5th or 6th rank. But if he were to encounter such a powerful blood beast, then even with Zhao Hai's strength, he would have no choice but to run away. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew that the blood ponds in the Blood Devil world were different from this lake. Although this lake had the smell of blood, the smell wasn't very strong. Moreover, the lake water was like ordinary water, it would have ripples. However, the demon blood pond wouldn't have this kind of situation. According to the records of the Ayun sect, the demon blood in the demon blood pond was very viscous. It could be dug out by hand. Although it could also flow, its speed was very slow. Zhao Hai looked around and didn't find anything. Then he slowly walked along the lakeside. This was the lakeside. There should be some beasts that came here to drink. Zhao Hai even saw some footprints left behind by beasts. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to see if he would encounter any beasts here. If he could, then he wouldn't mind fighting with them to see how strong he was. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a plant in front of him. Although there were many plants around the lakeside, Zhao Hai was still able to see this one. This was because it was too special. It was a golden plant. In the Blood Devil realm, almost all the plants were blood red. So for a golden plant to suddenly appear, it was hard not to notice. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that this golden plant was actually a bean. That's right, it was a bean. Moreover, it was a soybean. The entire plant wasn't very tall, it didn't even reach a meter. It was about the same size as a normal soybean. If it wasn't for its golden color, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have noticed it. This soybean had a lot of pods growing on it. The pods were bulging, one could see that the beans inside were ripe. Zhao Hai looked around the soybean and didn't find anything. Then he slowly walked towards the soybean. But when he got close to the soybean, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a sense of danger. He couldn't help but stare. Then he looked around but didn't see any magic beasts. Zhao Hai was puzzled. At this time, a rustling sound was heard. Zhao Hai stared, then his mind moved as he looked down at his feet. This time, he finally discovered that there were a lot of red insects under his feet. These insects were very special. They weren't very big, their bodies were blood red. They didn't have wings on their backs, they only had 2 whiskers. They had a total of 6 legs. The 4 at the back were nothing special, but the 2 at the front were very special. They looked like saw-toothed axes, very special. Upon seeing these insects, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because these insects were very similar to the insects he knew. They were the mole crickets. How could there be such things in this place? Although Zhao Hai didn't understand, he could feel that the mole crickets had already started to attack him. Although the mole crickets weren't big, their attack power wasn't weak. Zhao Hai could clearly feel a mole cricket digging a hole in his shoe before biting his foot. Even with Zhao Hai's physical defense, he still felt a burst of pain. Most importantly, this attack made him lose some blood. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that these little things would be so difficult to deal with. But Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these little things. With a thought, he directly received these little things into the space. As soon as he received them, a prompt came from the space. It turned out that they were mutated beasts. Their attack power was very strong, and they could absorb people's blood qi. Moreover, there were a lot of them. If a cultivator who hadn't reached the teleportation realm was surrounded by these little things, then it wouldn't be good for them. After receiving the mole crickets into the space, Zhao Hai no longer felt any danger. He slowly walked towards the golden soybean and carefully looked at it. He was sure that this soybean was alive and had matured. Zhao Hai looked around and didn't find a second one. Then he waved his hand and received the soybean into the space. Just as Zhao Hai received the soybean into the space, a prompt was heard: high-level mutated bean plant discovered. Plant has a metal attribute and is of a high level. Extracting plant genes and adding them to bean soldier. Bean soldier's level increased. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately reacted. Bean soldier was a special plant that he obtained in the past. The beans that grow from this plant can be used as artifacts. However, because the level of the bean soldier wasn't very high, Zhao Hai didn't use it. He didn't expect the golden soybean to increase the level of the bean soldier. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. However, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with this. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't care much about the plants in the Blood Devil Plain. This was because aside from the color, the plants here weren't too different from the plants outside. But now, Zhao Hai didn't think the same. The mole crickets and the soybean had mutated here. It would be strange if other plants didn't mutate. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't hold back and began to collect all kinds of plants in the Blood Devil Plain. If other people were to see this, they would think that Zhao Hai was crazy. This was because the plants that he collected looked very ordinary. Others wouldn't even look at them. Although he was collecting plants, Zhao Hai didn't stop. On the contrary, his speed wasn't slow at all. Zhao Hai kept moving forward, and before long, he left the lake. After leaving the lake, Zhao Hai arrived at a blood-red prairie. The grass in this prairie was very tall. Moreover, all of them were blood-red in color. It looked very special. After Zhao Hai received some of the grass into the space, he continued to move forward. At this time, he suddenly stopped. He saw a blood-red thing in the distance that was rushing towards him. It looked like a blood-red tide. However, Zhao Hai was certain that this wasn't a tide. It was a group of beasts. A group of blood-red wolf-shaped beasts. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then with a wave of his hand, a bronze tiger suddenly appeared beside him. What made people feel strange was that on top of the tiger's head was a Rubik's Cube. This made the tiger look even more strange. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He smiled faintly and pointed his finger forward. The bronze tiger immediately rushed forward. Its target was the group of blood-red wolves. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the silver tiger faced the sky and roared. Then its figure moved as 12 metal beasts appeared around it. These 12 metal beasts were very large. One could see at a glance that their fighting strength wasn't ordinary. These were the 12-star metal beasts that Zhao Hai collected before. Now, these 12 metal beasts, as well as the metal tiger, rushed towards the group of blood-red wolves. The blood-red wolves and the silver beasts quickly met. The silver tiger pounced forward as it extended its huge claw and fiercely slapped the head of a blood-red wolf. With a bang, the blood-red wolf's skull was crushed by the silver tiger's claw. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that the soul of the blood-red wolf disappeared. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai himself was a dark mage who had done a lot of research on the soul. Moreover, he had recently gained a new understanding of the soul. Because of this, it can be said that he had the deepest understanding of the soul in the entire true spirit realm. He could clearly see where souls were in the true spirit realm. Although there were many places where souls didn't exist, there was one situation where a soul would appear, and that was the place where a creature had just died. No matter how strong the creature was, as long as it had just died, then a soul would appear above its corpse. This soul would have the same appearance as when it was alive. Naturally, it wouldn't take long before this soul would slowly disappear. It wouldn't exist for too long. But now, the blood-red wolf that was killed by the silver tiger didn't have a soul. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. At this time, the silver tiger had already killed a few blood-red wolves. The other 12 metal beasts weren't idle either, they had also killed a lot of blood-red wolves. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that the number of bronze figures on the battlefield had increased. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly discovered the problem. First of all, the metal beasts of the 12 constellations had changed. In the past, the metal beasts of the 12 constellations were like robots, obeying orders. Although this was very good and very obedient, it was like a machine, always somewhat rigid. Moreover, their bodies looked like the product of a machine, not like a living thing. This point couldn't be compared to the liquid silver tiger. The liquid silver tiger's body was like a real tiger, even its skin had some hair. Other than the metal Rubik's cube on top of its head, it was no different from a real tiger. But now, the 12 metal beasts had changed. They didn't look rigid anymore, there was a trace of vitality in their bodies. Moreover, the machine-like feeling on their bodies had disappeared. The lines on their bodies had become more flexible, they looked like real beasts. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Besides the changes of the 12 metal beasts, Zhao Hai also discovered that beside the silver tiger, there were a lot of silver wolves. These silver wolves' bodies were all made of silver. Moreover, they looked like wolves, they were very similar to the blood-red wolves. Seeing this, Zhao Hai suddenly understood that after the blood wolves were killed, their souls had disappeared. But now, the liquid silver tiger suddenly had an avatar. And with the changes in the 12 metal beasts, Zhao Hai was now certain that the liquid silver tiger had absorbed the blood wolf spirit clouds. The first 12 souls that the liquid silver tiger absorbed were placed into the 12 metal beasts. This was the reason why the 12 metal beasts had a trace of vitality. This was because they now had souls, they weren't just machines like before. After the 12 metal beasts had souls, the silver tiger began to use these souls to make avatars. It separated an avatar from its body and then added the blood-red wolf's soul force. This avatar became a silver wolf. These silver wolves were still under its command, but they were now considered strange creatures with independent souls. This discovery made Zhao Hai smile bitterly. He really didn't encounter this kind of situation. The silver tiger actually had this ability. It seems like it wouldn't be long before he could form an army of silver beasts. However, Zhao Hai still ordered the silver tiger to capture a few blood-red wolves. Then he had the blood-red wolves enter the space. This allowed the space to have a new species. However, the blood-red wolves couldn't be considered a new species. This was because they were just mutated wolves. If one was attacked by a blood-red wolf, they would be able to accelerate the loss of blood qi. This was one of the blood-red wolf's abilities. However, this ability was completely useless against the silver tiger. This was because the silver tiger didn't have any blood qi. Even if the blood-red wolves attacked fiercely, it would still be useless. When half of the blood-red wolves were slaughtered by the silver tiger, a desolate wolf howl could be heard in the distance. Upon hearing this sound, the blood-red wolves didn't say anything as they turned around and ran. Before long, they disappeared. The silver tiger originally wanted to chase after them, but Zhao Hai didn't let it. He didn't want to kill the blood-red wolves, there was no need to. After recalling the silver tiger and the silver beasts, Zhao Hai really didn't know what to do. These silver beasts seemed to be alive. Should he just throw them into the space? Just as Zhao Hai was worrying, the silver tiger seemed to know what Zhao Hai was thinking. The silver tiger faced the sky and let out a roar. The surrounding silver beasts all ran towards it and merged with the silver tiger's body. In a blink of an eye, only the silver tiger was left beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the silver tiger and couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't think that the silver tiger would be this powerful. It was really amazing to be able to summon and release it. It was truly amazing. After patting the silver tiger's head, Zhao Hai received it into the space. Then he walked forward and arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the wolf corpses on the ground, Zhao Hai gently waved his hand. Blood-red crystals flew out from the corpses and fell into Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai turned his hand and received these crystals into the space. These things were actually demon cores of demon beasts. However, the demon cores of demon beasts in the Blood Devil plane were somewhat special. Although ordinary demon cores contain a lot of energy, this energy has its own will. It was impossible to directly absorb the energy from the demon core. One would need to remove the will of the demon core. However, doing so would cause the demon core to lose a lot of energy. In the end, only 30% or 40% of the energy would be left. Even so, these 30% or 40% of the energy was very precious. It could be absorbed by a cultivator to increase their spiritual chi. However, the demon beast cores of the Blood Devil world were different from the outside world. The demon beast cores of the outside world were absorbed by cultivators to replenish their spiritual chi. However, the demon beast cores of the Blood Devil world were absorbed by cultivators to replenish their blood chi. For ordinary cultivators, this wasn't very useful. However, it was very useful for body cultivators. Blood chi was the foundation of body cultivators. The demon beast cores of the Blood Devil world were very useful for replenishing blood chi. Because of this, demon beast cores of the Blood Devil world were very valuable to the Ayun sect. However, it wasn't easy to obtain demon beast cores in the Blood Devil world. Cultivators who came to the Blood Devil realm weren't very strong, they were only at the transcending realm. On the other hand, the beasts in the Blood Devil realm were very powerful. Take the blood wolves for example. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then any other cultivator would have died. Although the blood wolves weren't very strong, they were only equivalent to third-rank beasts, which was equivalent to a fusion soul stage cultivator. However, there were too many of them. In the formation, the silver tiger killed several hundred blood wolves. Think about it, if a transcending realm cultivator was besieged by several hundred blood wolves, what would the consequences be? What would happen if a transcending soul stage cultivator were to face a transcending soul stage cultivator? What would happen if a transcending soul stage cultivator were to be bitten to pieces by the blood wolves? Moreover, the blood wolves were demon beasts. Although a blood wolf was equivalent to a transcending soul stage cultivator in terms of rank, its combat strength definitely exceeded that of a transcending soul stage cultivator. If it was another cultivator, then they would have been torn to pieces by the blood wolves. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. The blood wolves had already retreated. To be honest, these blood wolves weren't a threat to Zhao Hai. They were too weak, so he wasn't interested in them at all. Zhao Hai had just finished refining his body, so he wanted to find two powerful beasts to fight. However, these blood wolves were too weak. These blood wolves relied on their numbers to win. And the attacks of these blood wolves wouldn't be able to break through Zhao Hai's defense. If he were to personally fight these blood wolves, then it would only be a waste of time. Because of this, he released the silver tiger. Zhao Hai's speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Although he was collecting all kinds of plants as he walked, when he finished collecting all the ordinary plants, his speed increased once again. Just as Zhao Hai was leisurely walking forward, a red light suddenly appeared in front of him about 100 li away. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately became happy. He heard that as long as a treasure appeared in the Blood Devil realm, it would be accompanied by a heavenly phenomenon. This red light should be one of them. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he increased his speed. The red light was still there, and it was getting brighter and brighter. As long as the red light didn't disappear, then it meant that the treasure wasn't taken away. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. After about half an hour, Zhao Hai arrived at a small mountain. This mountain wasn't very tall, but it looked very strange. The shape of the mountain looked like a giant sword. It was surrounded by cliffs, and the red light was coming from the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain. This mountain was more than 3,000 meters high. Besides the 500 meters at the bottom, the rest of the mountain looked like a giant sword. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary cultivator to go up. Naturally, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a difficult matter. Just as he was about to go up the mountain, a sound of wind was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai felt a gust of wind attacking the back of his head. He couldn't help but become angry. He could feel a trace of metal essence from this gust of wind. From this aura, he could tell that the one attacking him was an artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful metal-type artifact. A metal-type artifact attacking the back of his head. It was clear that this artifact wanted to take his life. He didn't know who the other party was, but they already wanted to take his life. From this, one could see how vicious this person's mind was. How could Zhao Hai's complexion not change? Zhao Hai fiercely turned his head and punched out. Boom! A long thorn-like artifact was sent flying back. Not far behind him, a muffled groan was heard. Then, a figure slowly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This person was wearing a black robe that almost covered his face, only revealing 2 eyes. This black robe wasn't an ordinary cultivator's robe, it was a tight-fitting robe that looked like a night walker's robe. The thorns that were aimed at Zhao Hai were now floating next to this cultivator. This cultivator was coldly looking at him. Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered, "So it's someone from the Shadowless sect. No wonder you launched a sneak attack. You're really shameless." The Shadowless sect was also a big sect in the Devil Cultivator Alliance. This sect was most proficient in poison, sneak attacks, and assassination. They had already practiced sneak attacks and assassinations to the extreme. They were very famous in the Devil Cultivator Alliance. The person from the Shadowless sect looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You lunatic from the Unyielding sect. Kid, you're pretty strong, but I want the thing on the mountain. If you know what's good for you, then leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at the person from the Shadowless sect, then he sneered and said, "Impolite? So you're saying that you were being polite when you wanted to kill me? Ha ha ha, when a treasure appears, a virtuous person will take it. If you say that the treasure is yours, then it's yours. Shadowless sect, do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" The cultivation method of the Unyielding sect was body cultivation. Moreover, the requirements for body cultivation were very strict. Especially that year of bitter cultivation. Not only did the people from the Unyielding sect know about it, but the people outside also knew about it. In the eyes of outsiders, that year of bitter cultivation was absolutely crazy. Therefore, the disciples of the Unyielding sect were sometimes called lunatics. But the Shadowless sect was different from the Unyielding sect. The disciples of the Shadowless sect were accustomed to assassination techniques. Therefore, they were also very shameful characters in the Devil Cultivator Alliance. They were often called villains. Of course, these nicknames weren't good words. The people of the Unyielding sect liked others to call them lunatics. Naturally, the Shadowless sect didn't like others to call them villains. When the Shadowless sect cultivator heard Zhao Hai call him a villainous person, he couldn't help but become angry and said, "I gave you face, but you don't want it. Die." Then he moved his hand, causing the spike to tremble twice before attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You can't even break my defense, yet you still dare to talk big. You're the one who's going to die." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and grabbed the spike. When the Shadowless sect cultivator saw that his artifact was grabbed by Zhao Hai, he didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, he sneered. Then he waved his hand, causing the spike to suddenly explode. From inside, a thin needle flew towards Zhao Hai's forehead. This move was the Shadowless sect cultivator's killing move. Countless people have died under this move. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai grab his artifact, he wasn't surprised at all. Zhao Hai didn't notice that there was such a mechanism in the spike. Therefore, the needle really did hit his forehead. Zhao Hai felt a pain in his forehead. It was as if someone had punched him. But with his current strength, he naturally wouldn't take this attack seriously. Moreover, the long bell only made a dent in his skin, it didn't pierce his skin. When the Shadowless sect cultivator saw Zhao Hai casually receiving the needle, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He knew how powerful his attack was. Even with the power of his artifact, he still couldn't break Zhao Hai's defense. This made the Shadowless sect cultivator re-evaluate Zhao Hai's strength. However, the Shadowless sect cultivator still had another trick up his sleeve. Seeing that his attack was ineffective against Zhao Hai, the Shadowless sect cultivator spat out black smoke. After the black smoke came out, it didn't disperse and directly wrapped around Zhao Hai. At this time, the Shadowless sect cultivator smiled. His black smoke was not an ordinary thing. It was called the 100 poison spirit smoke. It was refined from 100 different poisons. Those who were hit by it would be incurable. It was very overbearing. Even a cultivator in the teleportation realm would not be able to survive after being hit by it. This 100 poison spirit smoke was very precious. If it was used against an ordinary person, the shadowless sect cultivator wouldn't be willing to use it. However, Zhao Hai's powerful defense made the shadowless sect cultivator vigilant. He knew that only a body cultivator who cultivated his body to a very powerful level could do what Zhao Hai did. And this kind of body cultivator was the most difficult to deal with. Not to mention, Zhao Hai was from the shadowless sect. Because of this, the shadowless sect cultivator immediately used a killing move. However, what happened next was beyond the shadowless sect cultivator's expectation. The black smoke that wrapped around Zhao Hai suddenly became smaller and smaller. Finally, like a river flowing into the sea, it was completely sucked into Zhao Hai's stomach. After Zhao Hai sucked the 100 poison spirit smoke into his stomach, he laughed and said, "Good stuff, it's really good stuff. This poison can refine my 5 viscera. I have to thank you. Since you gave me this poisonous smoke, I'll give you a quick death." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he sent out a punch. The shadowless sect cultivator recovered when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. However, he wasn't weak either. When he saw Zhao Hai's fist, he didn't face Zhao Hai's attack head-on. Instead, his figure moved and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. Then his entire body turned into a cloud of smoke before it was blown away by the wind. His entire body disappeared. When Zhao Hai saw that the shadowless sect cultivator had disappeared, he couldn't help but frown. He released his spiritual force and looked around. However, his frown deepened. It seems like he couldn't find the shadowless sect cultivator. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly threw the spike in his hand. Splash! Blood spurted out from Zhao Hai's head. Then the shadowless sect cultivator appeared 3 meters above Zhao Hai. He held a black sword in his hand as he thrust it towards Zhao Hai. However, the spike that he used to attack Zhao Hai had pierced his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't survive. After the shadowless sect cultivator received such a fatal attack, naturally, he was powerless to attack Zhao Hai. He fell from the sky and stared at Zhao Hai as he stammered, "How did you find me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and chopped off the shadowless sect cultivator's head. The shadowless sect cultivator stared at Zhao Hai. It seems like he didn't believe that Zhao Hai would kill him so easily. Most people would say a few words before they die. At that time, the shadowless sect cultivator would have the means to take Zhao Hai down with him. Zhao Hai looked at the shadowless sect cultivator and smiled, "You still want to scheme against me? Do you really think that I'm an idiot like those TV shows? Obviously, I can kill the other party, but I still talk nonsense and give the other party a chance to retaliate. I won't make that kind of mistake. Killing you and talking nonsense is better than giving you a chance to retaliate." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the shadowless sect cultivator to the space, turning him into an undead. After doing this, Zhao Hai turned his head towards the mountain. When he saw the mountain, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the blood-red light from before had disappeared. The disappearance of the blood-red light meant that someone had taken the treasure. In other words, while he was fighting the shadowless sect cultivator, someone had already taken the treasure. Zhao Hai's expression changed, then he became angry. He coldly snorted and said, "Good, good. But since I've taken a fancy to this thing, I can't let you have it." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved. After he arrived at the top of the mountain, Zhao Hai looked around. Before long, he discovered a blue figure heading towards the east. Its speed was very fast. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he jumped down from the mountain and chased after the blue figure. His speed was much faster than the shadowless sect cultivator. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Xianxia was currently very anxious. He was an inner disciple of the Azure Demon sect. It wasn't easy for him to get this opportunity to enter the Blood Devil world. Naturally, he cherished this opportunity. Before, he had already seen the red light that soared into the sky. When he arrived, he saw Zhao Hai talking to the shadowless sect disciple. Moreover, it looked like the two were about to fight. Xiao's heart moved. He directly went up the mountain, took the treasure, and left. Although Xiao was also an inner disciple of the Cyan Demon sect, he didn't have much courage. He realized that Zhao Hai and the shadowless sect cultivator were very difficult to deal with. He wasn't confident in fighting one of them alone. Therefore, he naturally wanted to take the treasure and leave. In his opinion, if Zhao Hai and the shadowless sect cultivator fought, it would take at least a few hundred moves to determine the winner. Even if the two discovered that the treasure disappeared in advance, it would still take some time. As long as he had some time, his green vine escape would allow him to escape far away. The jade would naturally be his. However, Ling Qiu didn't expect that the shadowless sect cultivator would die to Zhao Hai in just a few moves. Moreover, Zhao Hai immediately caught up with him. His speed was very fast. Ling Qiu complained in his heart. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to come so fast. Moreover, from Zhao Hai's speed, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he used the green vine escape. Although Ling Qiu wasn't very courageous, he was still a devil cultivator after all. Once he realized that he couldn't escape, he couldn't help but snort and stop. He stood in place and turned to look at the slowly approaching Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly stopped in front of Ling Qiu. He looked at Ling Qiu and smiled, so it's a senior brother from the Azure Demon sect. Let's make a deal. You give me the treasures you obtained on the mountain, and I'll give you a treasure in return. What do you think? Ling Qiu coldly snorted, treasures naturally belong to the virtuous. I obtained the treasure first, so the treasure is naturally mine. Furthermore, who doesn't know that the treasures produced in the devil blood world all have the ability to absorb the blood and chi of others to replenish their own blood and chi? Other treasures don't have this ability. Does the treasure you gave me have this ability? Junior brother from the Buyuan sect, I think you should just forget about it. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Qiu's appearance and said with a cold smile, so senior apprentice brother is not willing? You're right, treasures belong to those who are virtuous, but I don't know if senior brother is virtuous. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ling Qiu couldn't help but frown. Could it be that you want to snatch the treasure? Zhao Hai laughed, that's exactly what I was thinking. Today, let me see the Azure Demon sect's Great Azure Demon technique. The Azure Demon sect was famous for the Great Azure Demon technique. This technique was an internal cultivation technique. When cultivating, it would absorb the energy of plants and trees to help the cultivator cultivate. When cultivating to a high level, every time the cultivator used this technique, their entire body would turn green. This was the origin of the Azure Demon sect. When Ling Qiu heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He coldly snorted and said, then I'll let you see it. Then he moved forward and punched towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also laughed, then I'll also let you see my Buyuan sect's Arhat fist. As he said that, he used Arhat worships Buddha to attack Ling Qiu. When Ling Qiu saw Zhao Hai's attack, he couldn't help but coldly snort, old vine entangling tree. Then his arm seemed to be boneless as it wrapped around Zhao Hai's arm. Then along Zhao Hai's arm, it went straight towards Zhao Hai's face. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that Ling Qiu's fist technique was very special. It could actually make one's bones soft and make one's arm longer. It was definitely a very unique fist technique. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious about this fist technique. One must know that Zhao Hai was now walking the path of a body cultivator. Body refinement didn't only improve one's defense, it also improved one's strength and flexibility. A fist technique like this was the favorite of body cultivators. Zhao Hai smiled slightly. His arm shook and Ling Qiu felt a strong force coming from his arm. His fist that was heading towards Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but soften. His arm also broke away from Zhao Hai's arm. This time, Ling Qiu felt a chill in his heart. He felt that Zhao Hai's blood qi was like the sea, boundless and without a trace. Moreover, Zhao Hai's strength was so great that it was something he had never seen before. This made him feel even more troubled. One must know that Ling Qiu's Green Demon sect wasn't a sect that specialized in body cultivators. However, Buyuan sect was a sect that specialized in body cultivators. Zhao Hai's strength was already within Ling Qiu's expectations. However, he didn't expect that Ling Qiu's strength would be so great. Thinking of this, Ling Qiu moved back. At the same time, he waved his hand and a rattan appeared in his hand. This rattan was about 3 meters long and was green in color. This rattan wasn't soft at all. In Ling Qiu's hand, it was like a wooden stick. However, it had the toughness that a wooden stick didn't have. This was one of the signature weapons of Green Demon sect. As soon as he took out this green rattan stick, Lingqiu immediately roared and attacked Zhao Hai. This rattan in his hand was like a live snake. It could be hard or soft, and its attack was very powerful. Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The green rattan stick is a good thing. Unfortunately, you can't unleash its full power." After saying that, Zhao Hai launched his Arhat fist and fought with Lingqiu. Lingqiu's stick technique was indeed good. However, Zhao Hai's Arhat fist wasn't to be trifled with. Most importantly, this Arhat fist in Zhao Hai's hands was really powerful. He had been suppressing Lingqiu. In just a dozen moves, Lingqiu was completely at a disadvantage. Seeing this situation, Lingqiu's face couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong that he was forced into a disadvantage in just a dozen moves. Zhao Hai saw Lingqiu's expression and knew that Lingqiu still had some tricks up his sleeve. He wanted to see what other tricks Lingqiu had up his sleeves. At this moment, Lingqiu suddenly attacked twice and then jumped out of the circle. Then, he put away the green rattan stick in his hand. With a flip of his hand, a blood-red iron mace appeared in his hand. Seeing this iron mace, Zhao Hai was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, "You must have gotten this iron mace on the mountain, right? I didn't expect you to take it out and use it." "Alright, I'll keep it." Lingqiu sneered. Boasting isn't an exaggeration. Although obtaining a weapon from the Blood Devil world will bring great benefits to you body cultivators, the weapons from the Blood Devil world are also your greatest nemesis. Body cultivators have strong blood qi, but the weapons from the Blood Devil world have the ability to absorb blood qi. Against such weapons, your body cultivators will constantly lose blood qi. It can be said that the more you fight, the weaker you will become. I would like to see how you will block this iron mace. Then Lingqiu's figure moved and attacked Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai fought the iron mace with his bare hands, he discovered that he had indeed lost some vitality. He couldn't help but stare for a moment before he coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and a staff appeared in his hand. This staff was something that he forged in the Blood Devil realm before entering the Blood Devil realm. Naturally, the staff that he forged had already been devoured by liquid silver. Now, this staff was made by liquid silver. At the tip of the staff was a tiger's head. In the tiger's mouth was a Rubik's cube. The Rubik's cube could even be gently rotated. It looked very mystical. Zhao Hai had the space design this staff so that after the staff was devoured by liquid silver, it could be taken out and used without anyone noticing anything strange. As soon as the staff was taken out, Zhao Hai waved his hand and attacked Lingqiu. Zhao Hai was currently using the corpse controlling staff. Every swing of the staff was accompanied by the cries of gods and the howls of ghosts. It was very powerful. Lingqiu couldn't take it anymore. After a dozen moves, Zhao Hai found a flaw in Lingqiu's defense. The staff hit Lingqiu's back. Lingqiu spat out a mouthful of blood along with fragments of his internal organs. Then he fell to the ground and died. Zhao Hai looked at Lingqiu and sneered. Then he received Lingqiu into the space and turned him into an undead. Then Zhao Hai had Lingqiu take out his iron mace. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that Lingqiu didn't have one iron mace, but a pair. The reason why he only took out one was because he didn't know how to use two iron maces. Even if he had one iron mace, he would still use it as a sword. Moreover, he also wanted to use the other iron mace to attack Zhao Hai when necessary. However, he didn't expect that the difference in strength between the two of them was too big. Before Lingqiu could do anything, he was already killed by Zhao Hai's staff. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Then he dismantled the iron mace and obtained the materials for the iron mace. Among them, there was an ore called the demonic bloodstone that attracted Zhao Hai's attention. This was because the demonic bloodstone was a unique type of stone found in the Blood Devil plane. The reason why the iron mace could absorb blood energy was because of the demonic bloodstone. Now that the space had already produced a demonic bloodstone, liquid silver had turned blood red. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Absorbing other people's blood qi to supplement one's own blood qi was something rarely seen in the true spirit realm. It can be said that there were several precious things in the Blood Devil realm. The first were the secret manuals that appeared in the Blood Devil realm. These secret manuals were very high grade. Moreover, these manuals had unique insights on the use of blood qi, making them very precious. The second one was the demonic bloodstone. Although he wasn't a body cultivator and didn't care much about his own blood energy, having enough blood energy was still a good thing for a cultivator. Therefore, obtaining a demonic bloodstone or a magic artifact with a demonic bloodstone was very important for a cultivator. The artifacts that appeared in the Blood Devil plane had always been the focus of attention. The appearance of the first artifact would cause countless people to fight over it. The location of the iron mace was a bit remote. Moreover, it appeared not long after Xiao Hai and the others entered the Blood Devil plane. If it was a bit later, then the iron mace would have caused a bloody storm. Now that the demonic bloodstone was added to liquid silver, Xiao Hai could absorb other people's blood energy for his own use. For Xiao Hai, this was a huge benefit. Moreover, liquid silver's attack power would also increase. Xiao Hai calmly walked on the prairie. This prairie was the place where he killed the blood wolves. Xiao Hai went to the mountain with the wild mace and couldn't see anything. Therefore, Xiao Hai came to the Scarlet Prairie. He wanted to see if he could find any blood beasts here. Blood wolves were a type of beast, not blood beasts. Blood beasts and blood beasts were different. Blood beasts and blood beasts were different. Where there were blood beasts, there would be blood ponds. But the demon blood ponds were what the Ayun sect needed. Xiao Hai didn't know where the blood ponds were, so he could only try his luck. Logically speaking, the people from the Buyun sect had come to the Devil Blood territory many times, so they should know where the blood pond was. However, this wasn't the case. The blood pond in the Devil Blood territory was very strange. It was as if it was alive. Once you drink some devil blood, the blood pond would slowly seep into the ground and then reappear in another place. It was as if they were alive and not dead. Because of this, every time the people from the Ayun sect entered the Devil Blood realm, they would have to start looking for their own blood ponds. Moreover, they would mostly try their luck. The reason why Xiao Hai came to the Scarlet Prairie this time wasn't just to try his luck. Although blood wolves were a type of beast and not blood beasts could still use the blood ponds to help their cultivation in the Blood Devil realm. Moreover, the blood wolves weren't weak. Because of this, Xiao Hai thought that there might be blood ponds in the blood ponds. Therefore, he came here to look for them. Along the way, the sky slowly darkened. What made Xiao Hai surprised was that there was still a moon in the Blood Devil realm. However, the moon was blood red. This made the Blood Devil realm's night sky covered in a thick red light. It looked very strange. Xiao Hai didn't stop. He calmly moved forward at night. There weren't many things in the Blood Devil realm that could threaten him. Moreover, there weren't any teleportation realm cultivators in the Blood Devil realm. It was impossible for these people to discover his strength, and it was even more impossible for them to discover the existence of the space. Because of this, Xiao Hai was very relieved to move at night. After walking for 3 hours, Xiao Hai finally arrived at the depths of the Scarlet Prairie. What made Xiao Hai surprised was that the depths of the Scarlet Prairie was actually a desert. Moreover, the sand was blood red in color. Naturally, Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite. He directly took some of the sand into the space. This sand wasn't ordinary, it was poisonous. However, the blood poison in the sand wasn't very strong. For Xiao Hai, it wasn't very useful. What made Xiao Hai feel strange was that he hadn't seen a single blood wolf after being here for so long. One must know that although he killed a lot of blood wolves last time, there were still some left behind. Normally, blood wolves should be living in the prairie, but he didn't see any. Now that he arrived at the desert, could it be that the blood wolves were hiding in the desert? While thinking about this, Xiao Hai arrived at the desert. The desert looked very big and desolate. It gave people a cold feeling. Xiao Hai walked for about 10 li before he heard a wolf's howl. Then Xiao Hai saw a large number of blood wolves running towards him. Xiao Hai saw that there were about 1,000 blood wolves. Xiao Hai wasn't polite. He waved his hand and released another silver tiger. This time, the silver tiger's body was blood red. After the silver tiger appeared, it immediately released the 12 metal beasts. In addition to the blood wolves, the two sides immediately engaged in battle. Xiao Hai discovered that every time a blood wolf died, his body would gain a bit of blood energy. Although this blood energy was nothing compared to the wild elephant's blood energy, it could still accumulate. In the future, when he fights countless battles, the blood energy of those people would be added to his body. The amount of blood energy he could obtain would be absolutely astonishing. The number of silver beasts was getting more and more, while the number of blood wolves was getting smaller and smaller. However, this time, the blood wolves didn't retreat. It seemed like they weren't afraid of death. They kept attacking the silver beasts. Although their attacks were futile, they didn't stop. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked blood wolves. Their wild nature, their unity, and their loyalty were rare in all kinds of beasts. But now, the blood wolves were clearly protecting something. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He wanted to see what the blood wolves were protecting. The number of blood wolves was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, there were only about 100 of them left. Moreover, all of them were injured. However, the blood wolves didn't retreat. Before long, all of the blood wolves died, leaving behind their corpses. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a wolf howl was heard as a huge blood wolf slowly walked out from the depths of the desert. When Zhao Hai saw the blood wolf, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he felt that the blood wolf's aura was unstable, as if it had just made a breakthrough. This made Zhao Hai stare. But at the same time, Zhao Hai understood that the blood wolves were indeed protecting something. They were protecting their leader, and this blood wolf leader had just made a breakthrough. Its strength was now equivalent to a teleportation realm cultivator, but its realm was still unstable. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the quicksilver beasts returned to the space. Then he slowly walked forward. He wanted to personally deal with the blood wolf leader. This didn't mean that he didn't believe in the quicksilver beasts, but he didn't think that the blood wolf leader should die in the hands of the quicksilver beasts. That would be disrespectful to the blood wolf leader. When the blood wolf leader saw Zhao Hai, his eyes revealed an unforgettable hatred. Then he fiercely rushed forward towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that because the blood wolf had just made a breakthrough, it still couldn't teleport. Therefore, it used this method of attack. Zhao Hai also roared and went forward to meet the blood wolf. One man and one wolf fought. The blood wolf leader's attack was very strong, but Zhao Hai's defense wasn't weak either. Coupled with his strength, the blood wolf simply couldn't do anything to him. But even so, Zhao Hai's clothes were still torn in many places by the blood wolf. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's amazing defense, then he might have already been injured. The blood wolf's attack was fruitless. The hatred in his eyes couldn't help but become more obvious. Then he opened his mouth and a red light appeared. Then the light directly shot towards Zhao Hai. The speed of the light was very fast. Zhao Hai simply couldn't dodge it. When the light shone on Zhao Hai felt that the blood qi in his body was disappearing. Not long after, the blood qi in his body was reduced by a layer. This was because his blood qi was very thick. If it was an ordinary cultivator, then their blood qi would have been depleted and they would have directly died. Zhao Hai really didn't think that the blood wolf leader would have such an ability. He didn't dare to hold back and immediately went all out. At the same time, he also paid attention to the blood wolf leader's mouth. He didn't want to give him a second chance to disperse the light. However, the blood wolf leader was obviously not very proficient in using the light. After using it once, he didn't immediately use it a second time. Moreover, his expression was somewhat sluggish compared to before. Although Zhao Hai lost some of his blood qi was extremely strong. His strength was infinite. The blood wolf was simply not his opponent. After fighting with the blood wolf for more than 100 moves, the blood wolf was finally killed by Zhao Hai. After killing the blood wolf and receiving the blood wolf leader's demon core, he immediately sat down cross-legged and absorbed the demon core to restore his blood qi. Before, Zhao Hai always thought that because of his various abilities, he was already immortal. But today, after fighting with the blood wolf, Zhao Hai discovered that he wasn't immortal. He could still die. The method to deal with him was very simple. Just like the blood wolf leader, he could use the light to make people lose their blood qi. As long as he was illuminated by the light for a period of time, his blood qi would completely disappear. When his blood qi completely disappeared, he would naturally die. This made Zhao Hai feel a sense of crisis. Fortunately, this light wasn't something that everyone could use. Even if he was hit by this light, he wouldn't immediately die. Although his blood chi would be lost under the light, it was still impossible to kill him in a short period of time. Ever since he obtained the demonic blood stone, he discovered that he could absorb some blood chi from the blood pool in the hell space to replenish himself. However, the replenishment speed wasn't as fast as the loss of blood chi. But in this case, it would take a while for the light to kill him. When the time comes, he could enter the space and avoid the attack. Zhao Hai didn't think that the light would be able to kill him in a short period of time. In fact, when the light shined on his body, part of the light was already absorbed into the space. However, the space informed him that the light was an unknown energy. Moreover, its level was very high. The space had no way to analyze the light, but the space was able to produce it. In other words, Zhao Hai could use the light to deal with others. However, the space had no way to crack the light. If Zhao Hai was illuminated by the light, he would still lose his blood chi. Although there was no way to crack the light, Zhao Hai felt that it was worth it to obtain this trump card. After all, Zhao Hai had only seen the blood wolf use this light once. He hadn't seen anyone else use it, he hadn't even heard of it. In other words, the threat of this light to him was very low. After refining the blood wolf leader's demon core, Zhao Hai's blood chi was completely replenished. There was even some left over. Zhao Hai stood up with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand as a blood-red light shot out from his hand and shined on the blood wolf leader's corpse. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the blood wolf leader's corpse lost all of its blood chi in a blink of an eye and turned into a pile of flying ash. Zhao Hai received the red light. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't think that the light would be so powerful. But thinking about it, his current defensive ability was equivalent to a Vajra realm cultivator. However, when he was illuminated by the light, he still lost a layer of his blood chi. In other words, the light could ignore defense. Such an attack was too powerful. Although Zhao Hai now believed that he could escape from a Vajra realm cultivator, it was very difficult to defeat a Vajra realm cultivator. This was because with his current strength, it was very difficult to break through a Vajra realm cultivator's defense. But now, it was different. He had this red light in his hand. He could completely ignore the Vajra realm cultivator's defense and directly make them lose their blood chi. Although the Vajra realm cultivator's blood chi was very strong, after being illuminated for a long time, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. The reason why the Vajra realm was called this name was because it meant that the body was like Vajra. It meant that when one reached the Vajra realm, one's body would be transformed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become very strong. In this case, one's blood chi would naturally become very strong. An ordinary teleportation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from a Vajra realm cultivator. In addition to the strong blood chi, a Vajra realm cultivator's recovery ability was also very terrifying. However, Zhao Hai believed that no matter how strong a Vajra realm cultivator's blood chi was, it might not be as strong as his. Their recovery ability might be fast, but it might not be as fast as his. Therefore, he believed that the red light would be useful against a Vajra realm cultivator. Zhao Hai really wanted to find someone who could use this red light to test it out. He wanted to see if he could block the red light after crystallizing. When he was hit by the red light, he didn't use his crystallization ability. Therefore, his blood chi was quickly drained. He wanted to see if his blood chi would still be drained so quickly if he used his crystallization ability. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone who could use this light. Although he could use this light, it couldn't hurt him. Even if he wanted to try it out, it was impossible. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Hai walked towards the desert. When he was fighting with the blood wolf leader, Zhao Hai smelled a very strong smell of blood. He was sure that there must be a blood pond in the desert. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to find the blood pond and take some of the demon blood. After walking for about half a small area, a very strong smell of blood assaulted his nose. Zhao Hai took a few steps forward and jumped over a sand dune. A huge lake appeared in front of him. This was a huge lake. It was no less than 100 li wide. Most importantly, the water in this lake didn't flow. Moreover, it was emitting a very strong smell of blood. Zhao Hai knew that he had found the right place. There really was a blood pond here. Moreover, it was a huge blood pond. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go down to take the demon blood. He was very clear that in such a huge blood pool, there must be some very powerful blood beasts. If he rashly went down, it was very likely that he would be attacked by those blood beasts. Zhao Hai had heard that a level 3 blood beast was enough to deal with a cultivator in the teleportation realm. And the bigger the blood pool, the stronger the blood beasts. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the blood beasts in such a large blood pool would be. He didn't dare to take the risk of putting himself in danger for a little bit of demon blood. Zhao Hai wasn't willing to do that. Looking at the huge blood pool, Zhao Hai hesitated. Although his strength had increased, if he were to make too much noise here, he would certainly be discovered. If he didn't know who the person was, then he would just kill them. But if he did, then he wouldn't be able to do it. However, if the other party knew his strength and spread it out, then it would be very disadvantageous for him. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about his own safety. He believed that there was nothing in the blood devil plane that could threaten him. However, if his strength were to be exposed, then it wouldn't be good for him. Looking at the blood pool, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. The beasts and blood beasts of the blood devil plane could coexist peacefully and enjoy the benefits of the blood pool. However, outsiders couldn't. The blood pool seemed to have a natural repulsion towards outsiders. Therefore, even if there was nothing in the blood pool right now, Zhao Hai was sure that there would be some powerful blood beasts inside. This was because the blood pool gave him a very dangerous feeling. How could he obtain the demon blood in the blood pool without anyone noticing? Zhao Hai stood on the blood-colored sand dune and couldn't make up his mind for a long time. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to wait until daybreak before making his move. If he really couldn't do it, then he would find a few people from the unallowed sect. At that time, he wouldn't have to expose his strength. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai returned to the sand dune and sat down cross-legged. Naturally, he was also paying attention to the movements of the blood pool. He didn't want to be ambushed by blood beasts. The night quickly passed by and the sky slowly brightened. Zhao Hai felt that the blood devil plane was very strange. This was a small world, but it had a sun and a moon. This was really beyond his expectations. After the sky brightened up, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the blood pool. At this time, the blood pool actually began to churn. Just as Zhao Hai was stunned, a huge fishtail-like thing suddenly emerged from the pool. It fiercely slapped the blood pool and then disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the huge fishtail. Not only was he not afraid, the blood pool was able to block spiritual force. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know how many blood beasts were hidden in the blood pool. However, from the huge fishtail that appeared, Zhao Hai was able to see its strength. No matter what that thing was, its strength shouldn't be lower than the teleportation realm. However, it was impossible for that thing to pose any threat to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai only glanced at it and then looked away. He knew that in such a large blood pool, there wouldn't only be a single class 3 blood beast. There must be other blood beasts. It's just that they haven't appeared yet. Zhao Hai looked at the blood pool and then turned around to leave. He wanted to look around the desert and see if he could find a smaller blood pool. This way, he wouldn't be able to cause too much of a commotion. After walking for more than an hour, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any more beasts. Moreover, he had already reached the depths of the desert. Looking at the blood-colored sand in front of him, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. At this moment, a red light suddenly shot into the sky, but it quickly disappeared. Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. Then he immediately understood that someone must have been next to the unearthed treasure, and as soon as the treasure was unearthed, they immediately put it away. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards the red light. After walking for about half an hour, a black dot appeared in the distance. This black dot was rapidly approaching him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It seems like that person actually bumped into him. This saved him a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai quickly went forward to greet the person. It was obvious that the person was very anxious. Although he saw Zhao Hai, he didn't hide and instead went forward to greet him. As the person got closer and closer to Zhao Hai felt that the person's figure was very familiar. He looked carefully and discovered that the ball-like figure was Zhou Feng. He didn't expect Zhou Feng to appear here. Zhao Hai was afraid of causing a misunderstanding, so he quickly shouted, "Brother Zhou, is that you?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, his figure also paused. Then he immediately shouted, "Brother, run. There are several people chasing after me." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the approaching Zhou Feng and said, "Brother Zhou, what's there to be afraid of? Just beat them and make them run. At worst, they'll just kill you. Why are you running?" When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but get angry and said, "Why would I run if I can beat them? There are more than a dozen people on the other side. Moreover, they aren't weak. If I don't run, then I'll be caught." At this time, Zhou Feng arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Although he stopped, it seems like he would still run if there was any movement. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine. Aren't there just a dozen people? Since they dare to provoke people from the non-stop sect, they must be tired of living. Right, Brother Zhou, what kind of treasure did you get to make them chase you like this?" Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and said, "A 1,000-year blood lotus." Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This 1,000-year blood lotus was a good thing. Not only can it replenish one's vitality, it can also be used as a panacea for healing. It can even revive the dead. As long as it was combined with other herbs, it could even regrow a severed limb. Such a powerful herb was something that no one would be unmoved by. On the other hand, 1,000-year blood lotuses were very rare, and their medicinal properties were the highest among the blood lotuses. A 1,000-year blood lotus had never appeared in the true spiritual world. At this time, more than a dozen black dots appeared in the distance. Moreover, they were getting closer and closer. Zhou Feng's expression changed as he grabbed Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, let's go. They have a lot of people." Zhao Hai coldly said, "Why should we go? I want to see who dares to make a move on people from the non-stop sect." After he said that, he waved his hand and two blood-red maces appeared in his hand. These two maces were the ones he had snatched. He also knew how to use the maces, so these two maces were able to display even more power in his hands. Zhou Feng was a knowledgeable person. When he saw the two maces that Zhao Hai took out, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with a pleasantly surprised expression, "Are these demonic blood weapons?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I got them yesterday. I didn't expect to use them so soon. Brother Zhou, let's teach these guys a lesson so that they won't dare to look down on our non-stop sect." "Right, who are these people?" Zhou Feng replied, "A few from the Shadowless Gang, 2 from the Azure Demon Gang, 3 from the Meizu sect, and 2 from the Yin Water sect. A total of 12 people." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Just in time. I just killed one from the Shadowless sect and one from the Azure Demon Gang yesterday. Let's kill a few more today." While they were talking, the people who were chasing Zhou Feng had already arrived in front of the two of them and surrounded them. Zhao Hai looked at these people and sneered, "What do you mean by this? Why are you surrounding us two brothers?" A cultivator wearing a black robe looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Tell that fatty to hand over the Millennium Blood Lotus and I'll spare your lives." Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered, "Do you have the final say? There's only one Blood Lotus. How are you going to divide it?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He knew the lethality of Zhao Hai's words. These people weren't very united. They were just a temporary alliance to chase Zhou Feng. Now that Zhao Hai said this, a crack was inevitable. However, the cultivator was still calm. He coldly snorted and said, "How we divide it is our business. Hand over the blood lotus. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Impolite? How are you going to be impolite? I want to see. Come on, bring it on. I want to see how many people we can drag down with us today." When they heard Zhao Hai, the people who were about to make a move suddenly stopped. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. These people were so focused on chasing Zhou Feng that they forgot that the people they were chasing were from the Unbreakable sect. Cultivators from the Unbreakable sect were all body cultivators. They were famous for being difficult to deal with. Cultivators of the same level wouldn't be willing to meet a body cultivator from the Unbreakable sect. This was because almost all of the cultivators from the Unbreakable sect had gone through a year of bitter cultivation. Cultivators who went through that year of bitter cultivation were tenacious people. No one wanted to provoke such people. Zhao Hai looked at these people and sneered, "You don't dare? Then I'll go first." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his two truncheons and attacked the cultivator who was talking to him. Zhou Feng also understood Zhao Hai's intention. He also moved and attacked the cultivator with a speed that was completely different from his own. When the cultivator from the Yinxue sect saw that Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng ignored the others and attacked him, his eyes couldn't help but flash with anger. At the same time, his eyes also flashed with a trace of panic. When the others saw that the two were attacking the cultivator from the Yinxue sect, they couldn't help but be happy. Then they attacked Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and used his truncheons to attack the cultivator from the Yinxue sect. The cultivator from the Yinxue sect had a curved saber in his hand. This saber was very thin. When he slightly shook his hand, the saber began to vibrate. At the same time, he also swung his saber towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's truncheon didn't even touch the saber. He felt as if his truncheon was hitting water. A lot of the truncheon's power was weakened. Zhao Hai snorted coldly and increased the force in his hand. The speed at which he swung his mace did not slow down at all. Instead, it became even faster. The mace struck the scimitar of the Yin Water sect cultivator. Clang! The cultivator from the Yinxue sect wasn't famous for his strength. He originally thought that the Yinxue power in his truncheon would slow down Zhao Hai's truncheon. However, not only did Zhao Hai's truncheon not slow down, it actually became faster. This caused the cultivator to misjudge and allowed Zhao Hai to hit his saber. An incomparably huge force was transmitted from the blade to the Yinxue sect cultivator's arm. With a cracking sound, the Yinxue sect cultivator's arm was crushed. At the same time, Zhao Hai's other mace struck the Yinxue sect cultivator's head. With a bang, the Yinxue sect cultivator's head was crushed. After killing the Yin Water sect cultivator, Zhao Hai didn't dodge the attacks from the other cultivators behind him. However, when their weapons hit Zhao Hai's body, it was as if they had struck leather. At the same time, the skin on Zhao Hai's back strangely trembled a few times, draining most of the force. At the same time, Zhao Hai turned around and swung his blood-stained mace at the other cultivators. At this time, Zhou Feng, who was standing next to Zhao Hai, suddenly turned around. He was like a rubber ball that deflected most of the force hitting his body. Although his face was pale, it was clear that his injuries weren't serious. With the body of a body cultivator, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. At this time, Zhao Hai swung his mace and knocked away the other cultivators' weapons. Then he roared like a mad tiger as he attacked the other cultivators. The other cultivators were stunned. They had never seen such a fierce person before. Several weapons hit his body, but he wasn't injured at all. Moreover, the more he fought, the braver he became. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly swung his mace at a place where there was no one. Just as the cultivators surrounding Zhao Hai didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this, blood suddenly bloomed at the place where Zhao Hai hit. A black-clothed man slowly revealed himself. This black-clothed man was holding a long and thin weapon. He was a cultivator from the Shadowless sect. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "You want to plot against me? You're not worthy. Die." Then he swung his mace and rushed towards the other cultivators. At this time, Zhou Feng also recovered. When he saw how fierce Zhao Hai was, he let out a strange cry. Then he took out his sledgehammers and rushed towards the other cultivators. Although Zhao Hai's strength was a bit weaker than Zhao Hai's, he was still an elite of the Zhou clan. He would be an elite in any sect. The other cultivators weren't his match. For against one, they could only fight to a draw. On the other hand, the 6 cultivators who were fighting Zhao Hai didn't feel relaxed. They weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. No matter where Zhao Hai swept his mace, they had no choice but to get out of the way. For a moment, it seemed like Zhao Hai was chasing after them. After fighting for half an hour, Zhao Hai finally lost his patience. With a shout, he swung his mace at one of the Azure Demon Sect's people. That person immediately moved out of the way, and the people next to him immediately attacked Zhao Hai. They wanted to help the Azure Demon Sect's people get out of the way. Zhao Hai used the other mace in his hand to protect himself. However, the mace that he used to attack flew out of his hand and stabbed into the chest of the Azure Demon Sect cultivator like a viper. Although the Azure Demon Sect cultivator defended himself, his defense was like paper in front of Zhao Hai's mace. After being pierced by Zhao Hai's mace, the cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. After killing another cultivator, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The mace seemed to be pulled by a rope as it returned to Zhao Hai's hand. On the other hand, the other cultivators were stunned. Then their expressions changed as they flew back. They were really afraid of Zhao Hai's move. A single mace was able to nail a Transcendence Realm cultivator to death. This matter was completely beyond their expectations. They were truly afraid. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He laughed and said, 3 dead, 8 left. I want to see if you can kill me first, or if I'll kill you all first. Then he swung his mace again and joined the battle. On the other hand, the other cultivators were already afraid of Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai rushing over, their expressions changed. The group seemed to have reached an agreement as they turned around and ran. There were a lot of treasures in the Blood Devil realm. It wasn't worth it to lose their lives for a treasure. When the 5 people surrounding Zhao Hai ran away, the other cultivators surrounding Zhou Feng also knew that if this continued, then they would all die here. So they also called out to Zhao Hai before they turned around and ran. Zhao Hai didn't chase after them. Instead, he took out a bottle and poured out a pill before throwing it into his mouth. Then he gave the bottle to Zhou Feng and said, "Take one. Let's heal your injuries first." Zhou Feng nodded. He didn't speak any nonsense as he poured out a pill and threw it into his mouth. Then he sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to regulate his breathing. Zhao Hai also sat down. Actually, he wasn't injured at all. He was just putting on an act. It didn't take long for Zhou Feng to wake up. However, Zhao Hai didn't get up. He was still sitting there with white mist coming out of his body. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This breath carried a rotten smell. This rotten smell was like the smell of rotten blood. It was very unpleasant. However, Zhou Feng wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Divine Elephant Breathing Technique? Brother, how did you learn the Divine Elephant Breathing Technique?" "This is the secret healing technique of the Divine Elephant King Physique." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why wouldn't I? I learned the Divine Elephant King Physique. It was a reward from the sect. Moreover, before I entered the sect, I had a fortuitous encounter and absorbed a large amount of blood qi. Now, my Divine Elephant King Physique is stronger than yours. Brother Zhou, you have to work hard." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh as he scolded, "Kid, you're really lucky. But you're also a monster. That year of bitter cultivation, you tortured yourself because you wanted to fuse with the blood qi of the divine elephant?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right. If it weren't for this, then I wouldn't have tortured myself. I didn't think that because of this, I would receive a reward from the sect. Hee, this is a pleasant surprise." Zhou Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Brother, did you get anything good in the past 2 days? That pair of iron maces?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that pair of iron maces. But I did get a big harvest. I got a lot of demon beast cores. But I also suffered some injuries, so I used the best demon beast core. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is that I found a blood pond." "Blood pond? You found a blood pond?" When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he happily shouted, "Where is it? Did you take the demon blood? How much did you take?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I found a blood pond, but I didn't take the demon blood. The blood pond is too big, so I didn't dare to take it. I'm afraid that I would alarm the powerful blood beasts. If I did, then I'm done for." Zhou Feng frowned and said, "Is it that serious? How big is the blood pond that even you can't take it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You'll know when you come with me. In short, I don't dare to take the demon blood by myself." Then Zhao Hai led Zhou Feng towards the blood pond. 2 hours later, the two arrived at the edge of the blood pond. Looking at the boundless blood pond, Zhou Feng's expression changed. he smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to be this big. It seems like you were right. With such a big blood pond, how many blood beasts are there? And how strong are they? It seems like we have to find another place. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we'll take note of this place first. If we find another place, then we'll give up on this place. But if we can't find another place, then we'll come back here. Even if we have to take the risk, we still have to take some demon blood. Demon blood is too important for our Bouillon sect. Zhou Feng nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, you can use a portable transmission formation here. Do you have one? Take note of this place's coordinates. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out his portable transmission formation and marked it. Then he turned to Zhou Feng and said, let's go and find other people. The more people we find, the easier it will be for us to live here. Zhou Feng nodded, then the two walked towards the other side of the desert. Their speed wasn't very fast. They knew that in this place, using spiritual qi to travel was a very stupid move. This would consume a lot of spiritual qi. If they were to encounter an attack, then they would be finished. Don't forget, in the Blood Devil Plane, it wasn't only the cultivators from other sects who were their enemies. There were also a lot of beasts and blood beasts. The two of them walked for about 2 hours, but they didn't encounter anything. Zhou Feng looked around in confusion and said, there should be demonic beasts here. Look, it seems like there's a grassland in front of us. There should be a large number of demonic beasts in this place. Why haven't we encountered any? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's nothing strange about this. This is the territory of the blood wolves. Since I've killed all of them, we naturally wouldn't encounter any other beasts. Speaking of which, those blood wolves were really hard to deal with. The robes that the sect gave me were torn apart by them. Zhou Feng nodded, he believed Zhao Hai's words. The robes that the sect gave to the inner disciples weren't ordinary goods. They were magic robes with strong defensive capabilities. Attacks from soul fusion stage cultivators wouldn't be able to break through the robe's defensive capabilities. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a handful of blood wolf cores. Then he handed them over to Zhou Feng and said, you can keep these. They can heal your injuries, restore your strength, and increase your blood qi. Zhou Feng stared, then he waved his hand and said, forget it. You can keep them. I have the support of the Zhou clan. It's not difficult to get these things. You can keep them for yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, take them. If I can't get anything in the future, I'll just ask you. Blood beasts' cores can only be found in the Blood Devil world. You can't get them outside. Zhou Feng thought about what Zhao Hai said and agreed. The demon cores produced by the beasts in the Blood Devil realm were different from the ones outside. Therefore, he wasn't polite as he received the demon cores and said, all right, brother, I won't be polite with you. I'll take these. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll take them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Sometimes, the friendship between men doesn't need to be spoken. Just as the two were walking and chatting, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the front. Upon feeling this energy fluctuation, Zhou Feng stared, then his expression changed as he said, Evil Buddha curse, this is the energy fluctuation of the evil Buddha curse. Our people are fighting. Let's go and take a look. After walking for about half an hour, the two felt that the energy fluctuation was getting stronger. At the same time, the two also saw people fighting in front of them. The two immediately rushed over. When they were still about 1 li away, the two finally saw clearly that the two sides fighting were a group of cultivators in red robes and 2 cultivators from the Bouillon sect. There were as many as 7 cultivators in red robes, and now they had the complete upper hand. The weapons in their hands were all flashing with red light, and the 2 disciples from the Bouillon sect were working together to resist. One of them was using 2 iron whips, while the other was using a large iron spear. Both of them were heavy weapons. At the same time, they were chanting something, and the cultivators who were attacking them seemed to be under a mental attack. Every time they attacked them, their movements would seem to be very slow. When Zhou Feng saw these people, he immediately said, it's the people from the Blazing Flame sect. Those guys are a group of unreasonable people. Let's go and support them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I like those unreasonable people. Because I'll become even more unreasonable. Kill. Then Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng rushed forward. Zhou Feng also followed behind Zhao Hai. The two sides also noticed Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. However, the people from the Blazing Flame sect weren't afraid. Instead, they sent out 3 people to greet Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. Zhao Hai's opponent was a tall cultivator from the Blazing Flame sect. This person was holding a large saber that was shining with red light. Zhao Hai could feel the heat coming from the saber. It seems like the saber was also an artifact, and a high-grade one at that. Zhao Hai knew that the people from the Blazing Flame sect cultivated a devil art called the Blazing Flame Heaven Burning Art. This devil art was very powerful. It relied on absorbing the fire poison in the fire to cultivate. The place where the Blazing Flame sect was located also had a fire vein. The people from the Blazing Flame sect relied on absorbing the fire poison in the vein to cultivate. Therefore, their attacks all contained fire poison, making them very difficult to deal with. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. He let out a roar and waved his pair of truncheons towards the person from the Blazing Flame sect. The person from the Blazing Flame sect also knew that the cultivators from the Buyuan sect were very difficult to deal with. However, he was also famous for his strength in the Blazing Flame sect. When he fought with the 2 cultivators from the Buyuan sect, he didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. Therefore, he was very confident that he wouldn't lose to Zhao Hai in terms of strength. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai's truncheons coming, he didn't dodge. Instead, he let out a roar and used his saber to block. When Zhao Hai saw this person using a large saber, he knew that he was also a strong person. He coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand by 2 layers. Clang! Bang! Zhao Hai's truncheons pressed down on the person's saber. The person didn't expect Zhao Hai's strength to be so strong. His arms were broken. Zhao Hai seized the opportunity and smashed the person's head with the truncheons, killing him on the spot. After Zhao Hai killed the person with the truncheons, he turned around to help Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was currently being attacked by 2 people from the Blazing Flame sect. However, the 2 people from the Blazing Flame sect couldn't do anything to him. Zhou Feng wasn't easy to deal with. The people from the Blazing Flame sect didn't expect that Zhao Hai would kill his opponent with a single truncheon. This made them very surprised. They were very clear about the strength of that person. That person was the strongest among them, but they didn't expect that he would be killed by Zhao Hai with a single truncheon. Just how strong was Zhao Hai? In fact, they were wrong about one thing. Although Zhao Hai was much stronger than the cultivators from the Blazing Flame sect, he didn't use too much strength when fighting with that person. He only increased his strength. That person underestimated Zhao Hai and overestimated his own strength. He thought that if he could block the attacks of the other cultivators from the Nanyan sect, then he could block Zhao Hai's attack. However, he didn't think that the 2 cultivators from the Nanyan sect wouldn't dare to use their full strength to deal with the 7 of them. Zhao Hai's strength could be said to be the strongest in the Nanyan sect. That person misjudged his own strength and tried to block Zhao Hai's attack. Naturally, he was killed by Zhao Hai's truncheon. However, the cultivators from the Blazing Flame sect didn't know this. They only knew that that person was killed by Zhao Hai's truncheon. Now that Zhao Hai was carrying a blood-stained truncheon towards them, their minds couldn't help but be shaken. Their distraction gave Zhou Feng an opportunity. Zhou Feng was an elite disciple of the Nanyan sect, his strength wasn't weak. When the 2 cultivators were distracted, he immediately noticed it. He roared as he swung the 2 truncheons in his hands, knocking away the saber of one of the cultivators. The other truncheon followed up and smashed the chest of the other cultivator, causing it to collapse. The last person from the Blazing Flame sect was saved. Seeing 2 people die in succession, his expression couldn't help but change. He made a feint and jumped back. At the same time, he waved his hand and sent several balls with the smell of sulfur towards Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. When Zhou Feng saw the balls, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Not good, it's a fire lightning ball." Then he retreated. This was because Zhou Feng was very clear that these fire lightning balls weren't simple things. They were a one-time consumable artifact of the Blazing Flame sect. If one were to take a direct hit, then even a teleportation realm cultivator would be injured. Moreover, the number of fire lightning balls produced by the Blazing Flame sect every year wasn't a lot. Generally, only core disciples could use them. Although Zhou Feng's defensive abilities were very strong, he was still a transcending realm cultivator. If he were to take a direct hit from the fire lightning ball, then he would be seriously injured. Just as Zhou Feng was retreating, a figure suddenly passed by him and went straight for the fire lightning balls. With a boom, that person was blown to pieces. When Zhou Feng saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear that the only person who would dare to help him block the fire lightning balls was Zhao Hai. In other words, the one who was killed was Zhao Hai. When Zhou Feng landed on the ground, he immediately shouted, "Little Ling, what's the matter?" "Brother Zhou, you don't need to shout so loudly. I can hear you." A voice suddenly came from behind Zhou Feng. This voice belonged to Zhao Hai. Zhou Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He turned his head and saw Zhao Hai standing behind him with a smile on his face. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "You? Who was the one who just rushed over?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's a dead person." Then he pointed at his own feet. Zhou Feng stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai's feet. There was a pool of blood there. It seems like there was a corpse there. Zhou Feng understood what was going on. Zhao Hai must have noticed the fire lightning balls that were thrown out. Therefore, he kicked the corpse of a blazing flame sect cultivator over. The fire lightning balls only exploded the corpse of the blazing flame sect cultivator. After thinking about this, Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good kid, you're smart enough. Let's go. Don't let those people from the blazing flame sect run away." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people from the blazing flame sect. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, the people from the blazing flame sect gathered together and coldly looked at Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng. At the same time, the two people from the Not Yin sect let out a sigh of relief as they gathered around the two. Zhou Feng looked at the two and smiled, "Xia Fei, Li Shuang, it's the two of you. What happened? Did someone take care of you?" The two people seemed to be very familiar with Zhou Feng. When they heard Zhou Feng say this, the two couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Fei, who was holding a pair of iron whips, said to Zhou Feng, "Brother Zhou, we only found a red flash here. When we came over, they were already here. Moreover, they attacked us without saying a word. Brother Zhou, they must have some treasures on them." When Zhou Feng heard them say this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "This is a bit interesting. I say, you guys, hand over the things and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I say, Brother Zhou, you're really benevolent. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? If it were up to me, just kill them directly. The things that are killed are still ours. Big words don't lie. You want to kill us with just the few of you? You people from the Buyun sect really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The one who spoke was a cultivator from the Blazing Flame sect. This person was very tall, but he was very thin. He looked like a bamboo pole. He held a knife in each of his hands. These two knives were very thin, but the blade was a very strange blood-red color. When Zhao Hai saw the two knives, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Not bad. The knives in your hands should be the treasures you obtained, right? Those are two demonic blood weapons. Unfortunately, they look too light for me to use. How about this, you leave the two knives behind and I won't kill you. How about it?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Who are you?" "The person who can make me, Raging Flame Sky, put down my weapons hasn't been born yet. Even that fatty Zhou Feng beside you doesn't have such ability." "Zhou Feng, we meet again." Zhou Feng looked at the person in a daze. After a while, he said, "You're Raging Flame Sky? That's not right. I remember that Raging Flame Sky isn't as tall as you. Moreover, he's not so thin. Although your face looks a bit like Raging Flame Sky, you're definitely not him." Raging Yantian laughed loudly and said, "Zhou Feng, you are really childish. You can train yourself into a fatty because of cultivation, can't I train myself into a skinny person? To tell you the truth, I'm also a body cultivator. However, the martial arts I practice are different from yours. Last time, I lost to you. This time, I definitely won't lose. I'll kill all of you to take revenge for what happened in the past." Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the crazy raging flame sky. Instead, he turned to Zhou Feng and said, "Big brother Zhou, you know this guy?" Zhou Feng nodded and said, "If you're Raging Flame Sky, then I do know him. Raging Flame Sky is a genius disciple of the Raging Flame sect. At that time I was also a little famous in the Buyuan sect. Once, we met in the Gale Canyon, and without saying a word, I defeated him in about 100 moves. However, I didn't take his life because the relationship between our Buyuan sect and the Raging Flame sect is pretty good. Moreover, I also didn't want to take his life. That guy knows an escape technique and is very powerful. But at that time I really didn't use too much strength. Otherwise, even if I couldn't take his life, I would have seriously injured him. I just didn't expect him to become like this. He was very handsome back then, and I heard that he was the most handsome man in the Raging Flame sect." Zhao Hai looked at the bamboo-like Raging Flame Sky and said to Zhou Feng, "You're saying that he's the most handsome guy in the Raging Flame sect? Big brother Zhou, don't joke with me. Are those people from the Raging Flame sect blind? He looks even uglier than you." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Xia Fei and Li Shuang could not help but burst into laughter. Zhou Feng even glared and said, "Bull**T, are you saying that I'm ugly?" Zhao Hai hurriedly said, No, I'm saying that he's not as ugly as you. No, I'm saying that you're uglier than him. No, I'm saying that he's uglier than you. This time, it's right." Xia Fei and Li Shuang laughed so hard that they held their stomachs. Zhou Feng also laughed. Of course, he knew that Zhao Hai was joking with him, but he was just teasing Raging Flame Sky and the others. How could Raging Flame Sky and the others not know that Zhao Hai was teasing them? He looked at Zhao Hai and the others with a livid face and coldly snorted, "When did the people from the Buyuan sect start to talk? Brat, your mouth is quite powerful, but I don't know how good your skills are. How about it? Do you dare to take a few moves from me? As long as you can take 50 moves from me, I'll let you all go today. If you can't do it, then all of you will die." With that, he waved his hand, and the cultivators of the Raging Flame sect behind him all had a few more fire thunders in their hands. Seeing those fire thunders, Zhou Feng's face could not help but change. The cultivators of the Raging Flame sect had at least 20 fire thunders in their hands. If 20 fire thunders were to be thrown at them together, it would be very difficult for them to dodge at such a close distance. If they could not dodge, they could only use their own defense to take it. Although he was very confident in his defense, Zhou Feng did not think that he could really withstand those fire thunders. Zhao Hai looked at Raging Flame Sky and sneered, "What? You want to use fire thunders to deal with us? Don't think that you're the only one with fire thunders, we also have them." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned his hand and a few more fire thunders appeared in his hand. Although there weren't as many as Raging Flame Sky and the others, it was still enough to kill 1 or 2 people. When Raging Flame Sky saw Zhao Hai take out fire thunders, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he roared, "Impossible! Fire thunders are the secret of our Raging Flame sect. How can you have them? Where did your fire thunder seed come from?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course they were given to me by you. Although I don't have many fire thunders, it's enough to take a few of you down with me. I just don't know which one of you is willing to be my scapegoat." Then he looked at the cultivators of the Raging Flame sect with malicious intent. Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Lai Yantian turned his head to look at the 2 corpses of the Blazing Fire sect cultivators. He immediately understood where Zhao Hai had gotten the fire bolts from. They had really given them to him, but Zhao Hai had snatched them from the corpses. Once he figured this out, the anger on Lai Yantian's face intensified. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've underestimated you, but you don't have as many fire bolts as I do. As long as you can beat me, I'll let you go. How about it?" Zhao Hai looked at Lai Yantian and smiled. He handed the fire bolts to Zhou Feng and Xia Fei as he walked out with 2 iron maces. Lai Yantian looked at Zhao Hai and knew that Zhao Hai had accepted his challenge. He could not help but sneer. "Good. You finally agreed." With that, he walked out with 2 blades. Zhao Hai looked at Raging Flame Sky and smiled faintly as he said, "Your weapon is a demon blood weapon. Mine is also a demon blood weapon. I want to see if you're as formidable as Brother Zhou said." Lai Yantian sneered. "I'll kill you first, then see if Zhou Feng has improved over the years. If he hasn't, then none of you will be able to escape. Zhao Hai looked at Lai Yantian and smiled. He waved his two maces and got into a fighting stance. Lai Yantian looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. He did not get into a fighting stance. His body moved and rushed toward Zhao Hai. The two blades in his hands danced, and a blade light enveloped Zhao Hai. Xiao Fei looked at the arena worriedly and said to Zhou Feng, "Brother Zhou, how strong is this Zhao Ling? Don't lose. He has a demonic blood weapon. It'll be troublesome if those guys from the Blazing Fire sect steal it." Zhou Feng could not help but smile when he heard Xiao Fei say that. He lost? Ha ha ha, just you wait. I think Raging Flame Sky will be strong if he doesn't kill him today. To tell you the truth, even if I go against Zhao Hai, the one who dies in the end will be me, not Zhao Hai. Hearing Zhou Feng say this, Xiao Fei and Li Shuang could not help but be stunned. The two of them really did not think that Zhou Feng would actually have so much confidence in Zhao Hai. It must be known that although Zhou Feng was still in the Transcendence realm, his strength was there for all to see. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the number one person in the Forbidden Sect below the Blink realm. Now, Zhou Feng actually said that if he were to go against Zhao Hai, the one who would end up dying in the end would be him. How could the two of them not be shocked? At this moment, an intense fight could be heard in the arena. The sound of the fight was very loud, instantly attracting the attention of the two. When the two of them looked at the arena, they were stunned. They realized that in just a short while, the two people fighting in the arena had completely changed. When Zhao Hai was fighting with Raging Flame Sky's blade light had almost surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai seemed to be at a disadvantage, but the situation now was completely different. Now, Zhao Hai had turned the tables and was fighting evenly with Raging Flame Sky. In fact, he was even stronger than Raging Flame Sky. Moreover, the reason why there was such a loud sound of weapons clashing was because the two people in the arena were fighting head-on. Every time their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Xiao Lei and Raging Flame Sky were stunned. Seeing this, Xiao Fei and Li Shuang could not help but be stunned. The two of them were very clear that this method of fighting was very disadvantageous for Raging Flame Sky. Although Raging Flame Sky said that he was a body cultivator, from his physique, it was unlikely that he focused on strength. In addition, he was from the Blazing Inferno sect, and the Blazing Inferno sect was not a specialized body cultivator. His physique could not compare to someone from the Bouillon sect. Although his weapon was also a demonic blood weapon, it was a pair of thin blades. In a head-on clash, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. In this case, anyone with a bit of experience would not choose to fight Zhao Hai head-on. What was going on with him? Zhou Feng looked at the two and smiled. Pay attention to Spirai's movements. Raging Flame Sky doesn't want to fight head-on with Spirai. He has no choice but to do so. When the two heard Zhou Feng's words, they carefully observed the process of Zhao Hai and Raging Flame Sky's fight. After watching for a while, the two of them realized that it was just as Zhou Feng had said. Raging Flame Sky did not want to fight Zhao Hai head-on. From the angle of his moves, it could be seen that he still did not want to fight Zhao Hai head-on. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't let him do as he wished. Zhao Hai's moves looked very simple, but his first move was aimed at Raging Flame Sky's vital points. He didn't care about Raging Flame Sky's attacks. In order to save himself, Raging Flame Sky had no choice but to fight head-on with Zhao Hai. Naturally, if this was the case, then Raging Flame Sky could easily defeat Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai seemed to be familiar with Raging Flame Sky's attacks. Because of this, he was able to grasp the timing of each attack very well. If Raging Flame Sky didn't respond, then Zhao Hai would certainly be hit by the mace. Even if Raging Flame Sky wanted to fight, it would be impossible. This was because Zhao Hai's mace could hit Raging Flame Sky while Raging Flame Sky's blade couldn't. It was precisely because of this timing that Raging Flame Sky had no choice but to fight head-on with Zhao Hai. This was definitely the best way to deal with Raging Flame Sky. Raging Flame Sky was angered by Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai could easily deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that he would be forced into a disadvantageous position by Zhao Hai. Although the two of them seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, Raging Flame Sky knew the real situation better than anyone else. He knew very well that his current situation wasn't very good. Just as Xiaofeng and the others thought, although he was also a body cultivator, he didn't major in strength. Instead, he focused on speed. He thought that he could use his speed to quickly kill Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would force him to fight head-on. The first time he fought head-on, he could clearly feel the terrifying power coming from Zhao Hai's mace. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Most importantly, Raging Flame Sky thought that even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Hai in terms of strength, he could still inject his fire spirit energy into Zhao Hai's body during the fight. This would cause Zhao Hai to be infected with fire poison. In the end, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to resist. However, after clashing with Zhao Hai's weapon a few times, he discovered that he was too naive. Zhao Hai's weapon contained a huge force. When his fire spirit energy came in contact with this force, it was directly scattered. Not even a trace of it could enter Zhao Hai's body. It can be said that he really couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also saw Raging Flame Sky's situation. In fact, he could have killed Raging Flame Sky with his mace, but he didn't do so. This was because he knew that if he killed Raging Flame Sky, then the other members of the Ardent Flame School would use the Fire Thunder Seed to deal with him. Although he wasn't afraid of the Fire Thunder Seed, Zhou Feng and the others were. Therefore, he didn't immediately kill Raging Flame Sky. Instead, he forced Raging Flame Sky to retreat bit by bit towards the other members of the Ardent Flame School. This process was very slow. Whether it was Zhou Feng or the other members of the Ardent Flame School, none of them noticed Zhao Hai's intention. The two had already fought for nearly 100 moves. Raging Flame Sky was completely at a disadvantage. Although he was at a disadvantage, in the eyes of outsiders, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Only Zhao Hai was constantly calculating the distance. He was calculating whether or not he could kill all the members of the Ardent Flame School. When Zhao Hai and Raging Flame Sky were fighting, the two also approached the Ardent Flame School several times. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. There was a time when they were very close, but Zhao Hai didn't make a move. It wasn't that the distance was inappropriate, but Zhao Hai discovered that the Ardent Flame School's members were always on guard. If he made a move at that time, he might not have succeeded. However, after several times, the Ardent Flame Sect's cultivators were no longer on guard. Zhao Hai also thought that the time had come. Because of this, he forced Raging Flame Sky towards the Ardent Flame Sect's cultivators. Although the Ardent Flame Sect's cultivators were keeping an eye on the two, they were now completely relaxed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would attack them. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that the distance was about right. He suddenly roared and attacked with his mace. Not only did Zhao Hai's speed double, but his strength also doubled. This sudden change made Raging Flame Sky unable to react. Zhao Hai's mace struck his head, killing him on the spot. This sudden change made everyone stare. But at this moment, Zhao Hai moved. The two iron truncheons in his hands flew towards the two Ardent Flame Sect cultivators who were further away from him. Before the two cultivators could react, the truncheons had already pierced their bodies. At the same time, Zhao Hai fiercely flew towards the two Ardent Flame Sect cultivators who were closer to him. He grabbed the necks of the two Ardent Flame Sect cultivators with both hands and crushed their throats on the spot. The two Ardent Flame Sect cultivators couldn't be any more dead than they already were. Zhao Hai didn't even have time to react before the truncheons pierced through their bodies. The speed of these attacks completely exceeded the expectations of Zhou Feng and the others. While they were stunned, Zhao Hai had already killed 5 people. When Zhou Feng and the others woke up, the Ardent Flame School's members had already died in Zhao Hai's hands. Although they still had fire thunder balls in their hands, it was impossible for them to throw them out. After Zhao Hai killed several people, he didn't stop. Instead, his hands moved quickly and snatched the fire thunder balls from the hands of the Ardent Flame School's members. He knew that these fire thunder balls couldn't be hit too hard. If they were hit too hard, then they might explode. Although Zhao Hai's attack this time took the lives of the Ardent Flame School's members, the vitality of a cultivator was very strong. Aside from Lai Yantian, who was directly hit in the head, the others didn't die immediately. If Zhao Hai gave them a little more time, then they could have used the fire thunder balls to retaliate. Therefore, after Zhao Hai killed several people, he immediately took the fire thunder balls. This made it impossible for the Ardent Flame School's members to retaliate with the fire thunder balls. Before the Ardent Flame School's members could react, they were already killed by Zhao Hai and their fire thunder balls were snatched away. The Ardent Flame School's members stared at Zhao Hai, but they no longer had the strength to fight back. Zhao Hai only let out a sigh of relief when he received the fire lightning shards. His figure flashed as he returned to Zhou Feng's side. He handed the fire lightning shards to Zhou Feng and said, "Brother Zhou, you can keep these." Zhou Feng returned to his senses. He took the fire lightning shards from Zhao Hai and said to Zhao Hai, "What's wrong? You don't need these things?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't need them now. To be honest, these things are of little use to us. Plus, we will be together while we're here. You can keep them by yourself." At this time, the people from the Blazing Inferno sect breathed their last. When Zhao Hai saw that the people from the Blazing Inferno sect had died, he took back his mace. At the same time, he also collected the spatial equipment of the Blazing Inferno sect's cultivators. Of course, this included the 2 demonic blood knives. After collecting those things, Zhao Hai threw 2 storage rings to Xia Fei and Li Shuang. "You can have these storage rings. No matter what's inside, it's all yours. Just treat it as your spoils of war." The 2 stared, then they immediately said, "No, junior brother Zhao, we can't accept it. If it weren't for you and brother Zhou, we would have died here. How can we accept these things? We can't accept them." Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, "Take it. We're all from the same sect. There's no need to be so polite. Let's leave this place and find others. As long as we're together, we won't need to be afraid of anyone." Xia Fei and Li Shuang nodded. To be honest, the 2 were a little afraid of going out alone. They were considered elite disciples in the Forbidden Sect, but once they entered the Blood Devil realm, they realized that they were nothing. The cultivators in the Blood Devil realm were all elite disciples of various sections. You could be a genius, but others were also geniuses. They didn't have any advantage in the eyes of others. To be honest, this feeling made them feel uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do about it. If it weren't for Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng coming to their rescue, they would have died. The 2 were fully aware of the danger in the Blood Devil realm. Therefore, the 2 naturally didn't object to following Zhou Feng and Zhao Hai. After the group left, the corpses of Raging Flame Sky and the others disappeared. Of course, their corpses were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. However, he couldn't do this in front of Zhou Feng and the others. It would only arouse their suspicions. Zhou Feng looked at the forest and sighed. "I heard that the Blood Devil realm was originally a base for the extraterritorial devils to invade the true spirit world. The extraterritorial devils thought that this was a bridgehead and attacked the true spirit world. At that time, the entire true spirit world was shaken. Therefore, the sects united and fought a bitter battle against the extraterritorial devils. In the end, after paying a huge price, the extraterritorial devils were repelled. However, the extraterritorial devils retreated to this place and decided to defend it. If the extraterritorial devils were to occupy this place, then this place would become a huge threat to the true spirit world. Therefore, the experts of the true spirit world formed an alliance and fought a decisive battle against the extraterritorial devils." Speaking up to here, Zhou Feng sighed and said, "I heard that the battle caused the sky to darken, the sun and the moon to lose their light. There were experts falling every moment. You should know that the weakest person in the alliance was at the Vajra realm. And in that battle, countless Vajra realm experts fell. Even void-piercing realm experts fell here. Especially when they were dealing with the extraterritorial Devil King, dozens of void-piercing realm experts fell before they finally killed the extraterritorial Devil King. However, the devil blood of the extraterritorial Devil King polluted this place, turning it into what it is now. I heard that the grass and trees here were green like the outside, but after that battle, the grass and trees here turned red." This was the first time Zhao Hai and the others heard about this matter, so they couldn't help but be curious. They all pricked up their ears to listen. Zhou Feng looked at them and said, "Later on, the first sect master of the Unbreakable sect, Monk Wu Hua, inadvertently found this place. He used the devil blood here to cultivate the evil Buddha lotus body. He relied on it to move unhindered in the world, establishing the foundation of the unbreakable sect for 10,000 years. Later on, people from other sects found this place and slowly formed the Devil Blood Trial. Hearing Zhou Feng, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gently knit his brows. So you're saying that these pools of blood were left behind by the great demon king's blood? How much blood does he have? Zhou Feng shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this. I heard that the great demon king had already reached the sage realm. He could be reborn with just a drop of blood. Every drop of his flesh and blood had his consciousness. The first drop of blood was equivalent to an avatar of his. In the end, there was a powerful formation in the continent that separated his consciousness from his flesh and blood. Finally, the formation strangled his consciousness. However, the flesh and blood couldn't be strangled. Instead, the flesh and blood fused together with the plane and became a part of the Devil Blood plane. Perhaps this is the Devil Blood pond that we're looking at now. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Rebirth from just a drop of blood? The first drop of blood has his consciousness and is equivalent to an avatar of his? What kind of realm is that? Isn't that terrifying? Zhou Feng nodded and said, as far as I know, it's a realm that only exists in legends. It's even more powerful than the broken spatial realm. I heard that the extraterritorial devil race was a race from the upper realm. However, they were defeated by someone from the upper realm and had nowhere to merge with. Therefore, they wanted to invade the true spiritual world. In the end, they were repelled. However, they seem to have found a place to stay. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up on the true spiritual world. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Zhou Feng and said, Brother Zhou, do you think that we body cultivators can reach the blood rebirth realm if we cultivate to the highest level? When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare blankly and said, I really don't know about this. Our sect master, Monk Wuhua, reached the void-piercing realm. Later on, I heard that he broke through the void and left. But what is certain is that at that time, he definitely didn't reach the blood rebirth realm. He didn't even have a way to regrow a severed limb. When Monk Wuhua was young, he was seriously injured and lost a finger. But when he finally left, that finger didn't grow back. Therefore, I don't know if we body cultivators can reach the blood rebirth realm because no one has ever reached it. It only exists in legends. Zhao Hai nodded. Although Zhou Feng wasn't sure if the blood rebirth realm really existed, Zhou Feng's words had pointed out a path for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt that the body sanctification realm and blood rebirth realm was possible. Being able to cross over from Earth to such a world was already an incredible matter. Then he ascended from the lower realms to the true spiritual realm. What else could he not accept? Therefore, Zhao Hai believed that the blood rebirth realm that Zhou Feng spoke of existed. They were all thinking about their own matters, and for a moment, they lost interest in talking. By the time they noticed the changes around them, they found that they were already in a forest. Zhao Hai looked around and said in a deep voice, this place isn't bad. I can feel a few types of spiritual energy fluctuations in the surroundings. There should be spiritual herbs here. However, those spiritual herbs should be guarded by demonic beasts. We need to kill those demonic beasts first before picking the herbs. However, this is good. We can also get some demonic cores. The demonic cores in the blood devil realm aren't that easy to get. Zhou Feng smiled and said, let's go. There's no rush to find someone. Although we can use the portable teleportation array in the blood devil realm, we can't use the mission communication device. We can't find them even if we want to, so we might as well do our own things first. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Let's find as many as we can. We'll go and get the demon blood when we're about to leave. Zhou Feng nodded. He glanced at Xiao Fei and Li Shuang and said, we've already found a blood pool, but it's too big. The blood beasts inside must be very strong. The two of us aren't a match for them, so we're thinking of finding more people to go and get the demon blood together. Even with the two of you, we still don't have enough people. We'll need to find more people. Xiao Fei and Li Shuang were stunned when they heard Zhou Feng say that. The two immediately looked at Zhou Feng in surprise. Brother Zhou, you guys found a blood pool? Over there? Zhou Feng smiled and said, don't worry. You guys will get your share. When the time is right, I'll bring you guys there. Once we get the demon blood, we can head back. Xiaofei and Li Shuang did not ask any more questions after hearing Zhou Feng say that. They only nodded. Zhao Hai glanced at the two and smiled. Alright, let's get moving. Don't go too far so that we can take care of each other if anything happens. Whoever finds the spiritual herb first gets to keep it. Does anyone have any objections to this? Zhou Feng nodded. Okay, let's do that. Let's go. Remember, don't go too far. Xiaofei and Li Shuang nodded and headed into the forest. Zhou Feng turned to Zhao Hai and asked, Ling, what about you? What are you looking for this time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Actually, I don't need anything else. This pair of iron maces is enough. Alright, let's look around. Zhou Feng nodded and said, Alright, let's look around. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard an angry roar coming from ahead. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng were stunned, and then their expressions changed. This was because they could tell that the roar was coming from Xiaofei. The two immediately moved forward and soon saw Xiaofei and Li Shuang. The two were standing in front of a corpse. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng walked up to the two and took a look. Their expressions changed as well. This was because the corpse was wearing the Buddhist robes of the Forbidden Dance sect. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was how this person had died. This person had been tortured to death, his eyes were gouged out, his nose was cut off, his ears were gone, his mouth was slit open, and his tongue was missing. Most of the flesh on his body was shaved off, leaving only his skeleton. This was definitely a torture. Killing a cultivator by torture was a humiliating way to die. Only someone who had a deep grudge or was extremely abnormal would treat a cultivator in such a manner. Zhao Hai looked at the corpse on the ground. He gently squatted down and carefully examined the skeleton. He said in a deep voice, He's been dead for about 2 hours. Someone threw him here. The person who killed him must have used a blade, but it's not a small one. On the contrary, it's a large blade. It should be a demon head blade or something similar. This person's blade technique has reached perfection. He should have been thrown here for an hour from that direction, and the murderer left the corpse here before turning back. When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai say this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, What about us now? Do we chase after them? Zhao Hai shook his head. There's no rush. Let me take a look. Zhao Hai circled the corpse and said in a deep voice, He was first killed by someone before he became like this. It seems that the other party is trying to provoke us, possibly luring us into a trap. It seems that the other party has a grudge against our unbreakable sect and wants to use this method to lure in a few more people from our sect and then kill more people. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so interesting. Xiaofei, you said something just now. You and I will chase forward. Bro Zhou, you and Li Shuang will stay behind and split the fire lightning pellets among everyone. This time, we'll be using force. Let's use force. Zhou Feng coldly said, using force is the right thing to do. Since he dares to do this to our unbreakable sect, I'll tear him to pieces. With that said, he took out some fire bombs and gave them to Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai smiled. There's no need to rush. Once we find them, I guarantee that they won't have a good death. Zhao Hai, let's go. With that said, the two went forward. Zhou Feng didn't follow. He stood there quietly and stored the cultivator into the space. Then, he said in a deep voice, Little Shuang, let's go. Li Shuang nodded and followed Zhou Feng. However, the two of them were slower than Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai followed Xiaofei and went straight ahead. Along the way, Zhao Hai observed the tracks on the ground. After walking for about an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Xiaofei, who had been following beside him, also stopped. Xiaofei looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. What is it, Junior Zhao? Zhao Hai said solemnly, we're here. Get ready for battle. With that, Zhao Hai took out his iron mace and looked around before saying, Everyone, you've led us here, yet you're not willing to come out and meet us. Isn't this a bit unfair? Come out. Ha ha ha. You sure have guts. You're worthy of being from the Forbidden Sect. Interesting. brothers, since they want to meet us, we'll let them meet us." With that said, a group of people walked out from the forest. These people were all wearing black cultivator robes, and on their robes was embroidered a ghost head blade with silver thread. Seeing these people's robes, Xiaofei's expression changed. "People from the Ghost Blade Gang. How did you enter the Blood Devil Realm?" "The Blood Devil Realm isn't a place you can enter." Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Ghost Blade Gang. There were about 20 of them, and their leader was a cultivator who wasn't very tall. He looked very ordinary, and if he was placed in a crowd, you wouldn't notice him. But Zhao Hai had a deep impression of him, not because of anything else, but because of his eyes. His eyes gave off a very strange feeling, a very dangerous feeling, and a trace of madness. It felt like a mad dog that had gone crazy and would pounce on you at any time. When that person heard Xiaofei's words, he could not help but laugh out loud. "Why can't we enter this place? Back then, the Forbidden Sect forced us out of here. Now, we're still here. Not only are we here, we're also going to kill all the cultivators of the Forbidden Sect." When Zhao Hai heard him say this, he could not help but sneer. "With just you? Ha ha ha, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with just you people, you want to keep us here? I'm afraid it won't be easy." The leader of the Ghost Blade sect looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. "Whether or not we can keep you here, you'll know when the time comes. I'm going to skin you alive piece by piece." Xiaofei looked at the Ghost Blade sect cultivator and said with an ashen face, "You're the young master Ghost Blade, oh Fei. Ha ha ha, a smart person has finally come. I didn't expect you to recognize me, but this is also good. Now that you know my identity, you guys will die even more. Tell me, how do you want to die? Are there many ways to die? Then I'd like to hear it." "Of course there are many ways to die. I can let you die quickly, or I can let you die slowly. Seeing that you guys are so interesting, I can let you die quickly." That person from the Forbidden Sect was too insensible, so I could only let him die slowly. To be honest, I really like watching people die slowly. Stop putting on an act. Killing people first and then using the corpse to practice your blade isn't anything special. You don't need to use that to scare me. I'm not scared. If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask the iron mace in my hand." With that, Zhao Hai attacked Oh Fei with his iron mace. Oh Fei saw that Zhao Hai actually made the first move and couldn't help but laugh. With a turn of his hand, a large ghost blade appeared in his hand. His ghost blade was very large, about 1.5 meters long and as wide as a palm. The thickest part of the blade's back was at least half an inch. One could tell at a glance that it was a heavy blade. Zhao Hai saw the blade that Oh Fei used and his eyes couldn't help but light up. It seemed that this Oh Fei was really talented to be able to use such a large blade. It seemed that he was also a strong person. It was just nice to use him to test his own strength. Asterisk clang asterisk, the sword and mace collided, issuing a loud sound. Zhao Hai and Oh Fei retreated at the same time. The difference was that Zhao Hai retreated 5 steps while Oh Fei only retreated 3. A strange smile appeared on Oh Fei's face as he said, "Isn't the Buyuan sect a body cultivator sect? Why is it that the people I meet are all weaker than the other? It seems that the Buyuan sect really can't do it." Zhao Hai sneered, "Whether or not the Buyuan sect can do it is not up to your Ghost Blade gang to say. Back then, if it wasn't for someone speaking up for your Ghost Blade gang, you would have already been annihilated by our Buyuan sect. Now, you still dare to stand here and talk big." Zhao Hai was right, the Ghost Blade gang and the Buyuan sect had great enmity. In the past, the Buyuan sect and the Ghost Blade gang had a conflict, which grew bigger and bigger until it became a battle between the two sections. However, the Buyuan sect was much stronger than the Ghost Blade gang. At the very least, the Ghost Blade gang was defeated by the Buyuan sect. If it wasn't for the Devil Cultivator Alliance and the other sects joining forces and forcing the Buyuan sect to retreat, the Buyuan sect would have destroyed the Ghost Blade gang. Of course, in this way, the two sects had also formed a great enmity. The small conflicts between the Ghost Blade gang and the Buyuan sect had never stopped. As long as they were training outside, the disciples of the two sects would always fight to the death when they met. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be easy for the Ghost Blade gang to recover after being beaten up like that by the Buyuan sect. Moreover, they had been quite honest these past few years. However, Jiao Hai didn't expect to meet the Ghost Blade Gang in the Blood Devil world. The Ghost Blade Gang was one of the sects that could enter the Blood Devil world. However, after being defeated by the Buyan sect, the Buyan sect was forced to retreat by the alliance of the other sections. However, the Ghost Blade Gang didn't come without paying a price. Since then, they couldn't enter the Blood Devil world. Moreover, they had to compensate the Buyan sect with a large amount of resources. It could be said that they ceded territory as compensation and lost face. It was precisely because of this that the Buyan sect didn't think that the Ghost Blade Gang could enter the Blood Devil world. If this news were to spread out, the higher-ups of the Buyan sect would definitely not agree. When Fei heard Jiao Hai mention the matter of light years, his face couldn't help but reveal a hint of crazy killing intent. He roared, "Bullsh**T. You people from the Buyan sect used despicable means to defeat us back then, humiliating our Ghost Blade Gang. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you all. I definitely will." Jiao Hai looked at Fei and sneered, "As long as you have the ability, come." With that said, he swung the two maces and attacked again. Fei waved his large blade and stood beside Jiao Hai. What made Jiao Hai feel strange was that the other members of the Ghost Blade Gang didn't take the opportunity to attack Xianxia. They just surrounded him, as if they weren't worried that he would run away. Jiao Hai looked at the people from the Ghost Blade Gang. He quickly discovered that the people from the Ghost Blade Gang had actually formed a formation around them. If they wanted to break through, then the formation would immediately activate. At that time, they would really be finished. Jiao Hai looked at the people from the Ghost Blade Gang. Jiao Hai quickly discovered that the people from the Ghost Blade Gang had formed a formation around them. Jiao Hai carefully observed the formation that the Ghost Blade Gang had set up. At the same time, he had the space analyze the formation, but the final result was that it wasn't a formation that was stored in the space's database. It could be said that it was a formation that Jiao Hai had never seen before. This formation was made up of several large formations, yin and yang on the inside and 5 elements on the outside. However, this wasn't just a simple yin and yang 5 elements formation. There were many more things inside, and those things were the key to this formation. Jiao Hai really had no way of knowing what those extra things were for in a short amount of time. It was precisely because he still didn't know what those things were that Jiao Hai did not act rashly. He was waiting, and as long as Zhou Feng and the others made a move, coordinating from the inside and outside, and using a fire lightning seed, this formation would collapse on its own. Although he had been calculating all this, Jiao Hai's attacks did not slow down. He had already tested that Fei was definitely talented. He was very strong, but at the same time, he was very agile. Most importantly, his attacks had a hint of madness, as if he wanted to take his opponent down with him with every slash. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to use 80% of their 10th level of cultivation, but it was obvious that Jiao Hai was not in this category. He did not care about Fei's fighting style at all. Fei's crazy attacks would only make Jiao Hai's even crazier counterattack. Thus, the two of them had been using a method of exchanging life for life since the beginning. Both of them would only block each other's attacks at the very last moment. Such a fighting style was so fierce that it made Xianxia and the others break out in cold sweat. The two exchanged more than 50 moves when Jiao Hai's expression changed. He followed up with 2 more moves, and when Fei retreated, he leaped back to Xianxia's side. With a flip of his hand, the mace disappeared and the fire lightning seed appeared in his hand. Xianxia also took out a fire lightning seed at the same time. Jiao Hai did not stop, throwing the fire lightning seed in Fei's direction. At the same time, a pile of fire lightning seeds came flying from behind Fei, also in Fei's direction. Fei's eyes narrowed when Jiao Hai took out the fire lightning seed. He recognized it immediately. But it was already too late for him to warn the people around him. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk there was a loud explosion, followed by a series of screams. A large hole was blasted in the forest, and a burst of smoke filled the forest. When the smoke dispersed, Jiao Hai and Xianfei's figures slowly stood up from the ground. When the fire lightning seed was thrown, Jiao Hai and Xianfei immediately lay down on the ground. Therefore, even though the fire lightning seed exploded not far from them, it did not cause them any harm. Zhao Hai looked around and found that at least half of the Ghost Blade sect's cultivators surrounding them were gone. Many of them were injured, and there were less than 10 people intact. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that Fei was still alive. Although his face was black from the explosion, and there were many wounds on his body, it was obvious that his injuries were not very serious. This surprised Zhao Hai. He had just seen the power of the fire lightning seed. Fei was the focus of attention, so it was impossible for him to get through it so easily. Fei's eyes were spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, very good. I really did not expect that you would have fire lightning seeds. However, even the blazing fire sect does not have many fire lightning seeds. You can't have too many on you. You should have used all the fire lightning seeds just now, so you don't have any left on you, right? Then, it will be time for you to die." Before Zhao Hai could say anything, Zhou Feng's voice was heard. Fei, I really did not expect that someone like you, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, would actually have the guts to scheme and kill my Dishyun sect's people in the Devil Blood realm. It seems that your Ghost Blade gang really thinks that you have the strength to go against my Dishyun sect? Following the voice, Zhou Feng and Li Xuanduo walked out of the forest. When Fei saw Zhou Feng, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he laughed crazily and said, "It's actually you, Zhou Feng. I didn't think that you would actually enter the Devil Blood realm. The Dishyun sect is really willing, and the Zhou clan is really relieved. However, this is just right. There's no point in always killing shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I have long wanted to kill a few people with status. You, Zhou Feng, are an inner disciple of the Dishyun sect and will soon become a core disciple. You are also a direct descendant of the Zhou clan. Your status is just right." Zhou Feng looked at Fei and sneered, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ghost Blade gang, just you wait. The day we leave will be the day the Dishyun sect and the Ghost Blade gang start a war." After saying that, the twin hammers were already in his hands. He and Fei clashed while the rest of the Ghost Blade gang charged towards Zhao Hai and the others. End of chapter 2306. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.